Right. So, good morning. Right. So, see, this is CA Magesh. I'll be dealing with this topics on law. My dear friends, this law which falls as paper number 2 right. So this is totally for 100 marks, descriptive, no MCQs at foundation level. So generally this is supposed to be a theory subject. The general problem with this subject is, number one, it is difficult to recollect. The languages is very hard. That is the main reason people find some difficulty with the law. So what I am planning to do over this next few sessions is that to make it as concise as possible and to make you memorize things inside the classroom itself. And I am also going to hand you a few homeworks to be done at home so that you can practice those homeworks and gain further grip over the subject. Mind it, my dear friends, this is not a subject to read. This is a subject to write. Just by reading the subject, if you expect yourself to go and write everything properly in the examination, it is highly difficult when it comes to this subject. You should bring this into the habit of writing. Unless you write, it is very difficult to write it the same way as what is expected by the examiner. So this 100 marks descriptive paper, I am not going to start and spend much time on this area like Indian Contract Act, general contract, special contracts. Nothing to demean that particular topic. But those topics, my dear friends, we have to spend some substantial time. And whereas those topics will give us only a return of 30 to 32 marks only. So I am going to focus initially on those topics where we need to spend some less time in preparing the topic. But whereas in examination, we should be able to score some good marks with respect to that topic. That is the objective of this particular course. So I expect you to do two things. Number one, I want you to be participative inside the classroom. So people who are watching this online also, I want you to follow the same mechanism. We are in the last minute reprieve. So we will try to make this reprieve as beneficial as possible. But this subject will initially go into your mind, not by merely understanding, but only as and when you repeat the subject will go into the mind. Then with a given set of questions, if you practice, you will get a good hold of the subject. So today, I am going to start with the first topic, namely, Negotiable Instruments Act. Basically, I am a teacher, so I cannot speak something unless I receive a response. So my dear friends, wherever you come from, I am not sure what was the habit followed, but I want you to respond here inside this classroom. So at the end of the day, when I say the class is over, you should be able to recollect and write what we have discussed in the classroom. So that can happen only by repetition. So I am going to discuss Negotiable Instruments Act. My dear friends, this topic comes in the examination for 14 marks in the examination. 14 marks in the examination. This comes in question number 4. This also comes in question number 6. Question number 4 this comes as a theory question for 7 marks. And question number 6, this comes as a case study type of question for another 7 marks. When I say question number 4, this can be a single question for 7 marks, or it can be 2 questions together for 7 marks. Same is the case with this 7 marks also. It can be a single question for 7 marks, or it can be 2 questions for 7 marks. So the focus is to spend little time on this topic and try to achieve this score of 14 marks. So we should be able to attend this entire 14 marks, and we should be able to score at least 12 marks out of this 14 marks. We will try. So that is possible, and we are going to spend only less time. So maybe today and maybe the next class, a part of the next class. That is the planned one. Depending upon your response, the planned one can reduce or it can also increase. So I want you to strictly participate and respond. Even people who are doing it online, please respond. Don't shy away. Please respond. If you just keep staring at the computer and if you keep speaking something, people will not admit you immediately into a lunatic asylum. So don't be scared about that. So you keep repeating the provisions along with me. That is the way this provision can get seated in your mind, right? So having said that, now we will do this topic very quick. We will do this topic, very simple topic, which was there in CA intermediate for a fairly good marks. But now this has got reduced significantly here. Anyways, just a moment. Right. So we are going to start with this topic, namely, come on, Negotiable Instruments Act. Very good act, but our syllabus doesn't permit us to discuss all aspects of Negotiable Instruments Act. Only select portions of Negotiable Instruments Act has been included in the syllabus. And we are going to restrict ourselves and be thorough with that particular portions which is there included in our syllabus. Said right. So basically, we should understand what is a negotiable instrument. What is a negotiable instrument? To call something as a negotiable instrument, number one, it should be a piece of paper which entitles a person to a certain sum of money. So to call something as a negotiable instrument, the general common parlance understanding, this is not a definition given in law. The general common parlance understanding is that a negotiable instrument is a piece of paper. And it should entitle a person to a certain sum of money, and which is transferable from one person to another person, either by delivery or by endorsement and delivery. So we are trying to comprehend what is a negotiable instrument. Number one, negotiable instrument is a piece of paper. Number two, it entitles a person to a certain sum of money. Number three, it is transferable. Transferable either by mere delivery or by endorsement and delivery. It is transferable either by mere delivery or by endorsement and delivery. We'll read that in detail. What is mere delivery, endorsement, blah, blah, blah. Basically understand what is a negotiable instrument. It is a transferable piece of paper which entitles a person to a certain sum of money. Once, come on along with me. What is a negotiable instrument? A piece of paper which entitles a person to a certain sum of money and which can be transferred from one person to another person. Which can be transferred from one person to another person. This is what you call as This is what you call as a negotiable instrument. Right. Now, there is one beauty of this negotiable instrument. What is the beauty of the negotiable instrument is that you can keep transferring it. How many times can you keep transferring it? You can keep transferring it. Infinite number of times you can keep transferring it. Any number of times you can keep transferring this negotiable instrument. The beauty of this negotiable instrument is general principle in law is if I give something to you And if I don't own that, even you cannot own that. If I give something to you and I am not the owner of that, now you cannot become the owner. Why is that you cannot become the owner? Because I, the transferor, I do not have a title. When the transferor do not have a title, come on, when the transferor do not have a title, the transferee can never get a title. Transferor, when he does not have a title, come on, the transferee, he cannot get a title. This is the general principle under law. But this negotiable instrument is slightly different from this. So what does this provision of negotiable instrument says? The transferee gets a better title than the transferor. When I say the transferee gets a better title than transferor, it means even if the transferor has a defective title, the transferee gets a good title. Even if the transferor has a defective title, the transferee gets a good title. I am again going to apply the same principle in Sale of Goods Act Memo.Code exceptions. But for the time being, please understand, when the transferor has got a defective title, transferee will nyayama get only a defective title. But negotiable instrument is an exception where if the transferor has got a defective title, the transferee will still get a good title. I'll demonstrate that with a small example. My dear friends, say for example, Mr. A gives a promissory note to B. Imagine this promissory note is for an amount of rupees 5 lakhs to Mr. B. And how did B acquire this promissory note? B acquired this promissory note by exercising fraud. So B, what is he doing? Come on, B, he exercises fraud. So when B exercises fraud and he obtains a promissory note from Mr. A, it is quite obvious that B does not have a good title. Title means ownership. Title simply means what? Ownership. So which means B has got a dash title. Come on, B has got a defective title. B, come on, has got a dash title. B has got a defective. How is that he has got a defective title? He has got a defective title because he has exercised fraud. You did not obtain this lawfully, therefore your title is also not lawful. You obtained this by exercising fraud, therefore you carry a dash title. Come on, you carry a defective title. Now, supposing Mr. B endorses this instrument. Come on, Mr. B endorses this instrument to Mr. C. Applying the general principles of law, in case if the transferor has got a defective title, the transferee is bound to get only a defective title. அவனுக்கே ஒழுங்கான ownership இல்லைனா எனக்கு எப்படி அங்கே இருந்து ownership வரும்? Ownership will not pass. Ownership will stop. This is the general principle in law. Where if the transferor has got a defective title, the transferee will also have a defective title. But this is an exception. This is an exception. So now Mr. C, he will get a good title. Come on, Mr. C, he will get a good title. But he should satisfy a condition. What is the condition? We should be able to call Mr. C as a holder in due course. I am going to define this in a short while, but for the time being, please understand, not every transferee will get a good title. If and only if the transferee is a holder in due course, he will get a good title under Negotiable Instruments Act. Who is a holder in due course? Unfortunately, not there in the institute study material, but still I will explain it to you in due course. In short time, I will explain it to you, holder in due course. So to consolidate, what is the beauty of Negotiable Instruments Act? The beauty of Negotiable Instruments Act is that normally, if the transferor has got a dash title, respond panano. Normally, if the transferor has a, come on, transferee will also get a defective title. This is the general principle in law. But what negotiable instrument says? Transferor has a, transferee will get a good title. Transferee will get, come on, a good title. Not every transferee, only if the transferee happens to be a holder in due course. Only if the transferee, come on, happens to be a holder in due course. Clarity is there? Right. Now, see, for us, not all the sections of the Negotiable Instruments Act are applicable. Only some select sections of the Negotiable Instruments Act have been included in the syllabus. So section 13 says, negotiable instrument means promissory note, bill of exchange, check. So 3 negotiable instruments are considered as negotiable instruments under the Negotiable Instruments Act. Number 1, come on, promissory note. Number 2, bill of exchange. Number 3, check. So this act is not applicable to whom? This is not applicable to the instruments which are issued by RBI. Please understand. RBI issues banknote. RBI issues banknote. There is one more note called as currency note. Currency note, banknote, what is the difference? Very simple. If you see the notes, if at the top, if it is written as Reserve Bank of India, it is a banknote. If at the top, if it is written as Government of India, it is a currency note. In India, 1 rupee is the only currency note. 1 rupee is the only currency note. 1 rupee note is the only currency note. It would have been written as Government of India, signed by Secretary, Ministry of Finance. All the other notes are issued by RBI, which is nothing but bank note, which is signed by the Governor, RBI. Now, this rupee note is also a negotiable instrument. Is it a piece of paper? Is it a piece of paper? Does that entitle you to a certain sum of money? I give you a 500 rupee note. What is the certain sum of money there? 500. Is it 499? It can be 450, or it can be 470, it can be 480. Is it so? No. It is 500. In whomsoever hand it goes, in my hand it is 500, in your hand it is 500, in whomsoever hands it is 500. Certain sum of money. Is it transferable? Yes. How is it transferable? By mere delivery. I just need to pay 500. I take the 500 rupee note, give it to you. You become the owner of that 500 rupee note. But this is also a dash instrument. Negotiable instrument. This is also a but the law clearly says for the notes which are issued by RBI, Negotiable Instruments Act is not applicable. Quite understandably, because RBI Act is there. These notes will be governed by which principles? They will be governed by the RBI Act principles, and therefore for them Negotiable Instruments Act is not applicable. Number 2, this is not also applicable to hundi. What is this hundi? My dear friends, hundi is nothing but a bill of exchange which is used in a particular region. So this bill of exchange will be there in a dash language. This will be there in a regional language. This is also a bill of exchange, but this is drawn in a particular region, and outside that region, this instrument is not circulated. And this instrument is drawn in the regional language. For example, this is generally popular only among the trading communities. Which means, say, for example, Marwaris are there. So in Marwaris, they will be having a set of bill of exchange. That bill of exchange would be written in their own regional language, their own language. So it is generally exchanged among the people there. So this is also a bill of exchange. We call this as a hundi. Generally for this hundi, the local customary practices, the age-old practices which they were following for the last 1,000 years, what practices they were following for this hundi, the same practices they will follow. Which means Negotiable Instruments Act may say, now where there is a maturity date which is mentioned, 3 days after that only payment should be done. But the regional practice may be that whenever a date is mentioned, on that date the payment should be happening. This may be the regional practice. But what will happen for a hundi? The regional practices will prevail. Negotiable Instruments Act will not apply. And the ஊர் பழக்க வழக்கம் என்னவோ அந்த பழக்க வழக்கம் will be applicable, not the provisions of Negotiable Instruments Act. But and the customs and usages, if it is not there, and the பழக்க வழக்கங்கள் எதுவும் இல்லைனால், then the provisions of Negotiable Instruments Act will apply for a hundi. So which means this instrument, this act is applicable A, to a promissory note, B, to a bill of exchange, 3, to a check. And this instrument is not applicable. To whom is this instrument not applicable? Number 1, this instrument is not applicable to the instruments which are issued by RBI. Number 2, it is also not applicable to hundi. Now we are going to understand, come on, what is a promissory note? The definition goes this way. A promissory note is an instrument in writing, not being a banknote or currency note. I have already explained that banknote or currency note will not fall under the scope of Negotiable Instruments Act. So a promissory note is an instrument in writing containing an unconditional undertaking. Containing an unconditional undertaking simply means promise. Undertaking simply means, come on, promise. Signed by the maker to pay a certain sum of money only to or to the order. This is how you will normally read. This is not the way it should have been read. The proper way to read this is signed by the maker to pay a certain sum of money only to pay a certain sum of money only to or to the order of a certain person or to the bearer of the instrument. Come on, how should you read this definition? What is the definition of promissory note? Come on, a promissory note is an instrument in writing, not being a bank note or a currency note. Signed by the maker, containing an unconditional undertaking, signed by the maker to pay a certain sum of money only to pay a or to the order of a certain person or to the bearer of the instrument. You should not read it as to pay a certain sum of money only to or to the order of a certain person. That is not the way it should be read, because when I say to or to the order of a certain person, there is no point adding an only prefix there. Only to or to the order, it does not make a sense. So the thing is that to pay a certain sum of money only to or to the order of a certain person or to the bearer of the instrument. I will give you exactly 15 seconds time. I want you to memorize this definition. Yeah, my dear friends, right? Come on, tell me. What is the definition section? What is the relevant section? 4. Come on, tell me what is the definition? Promissory note containing an or to the right. Once more for my happiness, please. Come on. Promissory note is an to or to the order of a certain person or to the bearer. Now we are going to dissect this definition. Once we do this for promissory note, there is a similar definition for bill of exchange. We need not do this dissection for bill of exchange. I'm going to dissect this definition 10 minutes time maximum, right? So number 1, promissory note is an instrument in writing, which means a oral promissory note is not a promissory note. For example, I send you a WhatsApp voice note. Yes, I will pay you rupees 10 lakhs after 3 months. Can you endorse this? Send it to some group. No, forward it to as many persons as possible. No, not possible. So therefore, promissory note, it should be an instrument in writing. Number 1, it should be in writing. Number 2, there should be an undertaking to pay. Come on, number 2, there should be an undertaking. What is an undertaking? An undertaking is nothing but a promise. But what is important is the prefix. It should be an unconditional undertaking. Come on, it should be an means there should not be any conditions attached to the promissory note. There should not be any conditions attached to the promissory. Because tomorrow, if those conditions do not happen, the instrument fails. Tomorrow, if the conditions do not happen, instrument fails. this instrument, the law does not want them to fail. The law wants this instrument to be honored because this is just like a rupee note. See, say for example, Appa gives you 500 rupees today, saying that tomorrow morning you should wake up at 4 a.m. Appa gives 500 today itself, trusting you. Today with that 500, you roamed all around in the night. Next day, you woke up by 4 o'clock evening. Now, are you Nyayama entitled for that 500? No. Can Appa recover back that 500? Can Appa go and ask wherever you spent to bring that 500? Can Appa tell you? No. Appa, if any conditions are attached to the instrument and if the condition is not satisfied, if the instrument becomes a failure, the entire concept itself will become a failure. Therefore, law says you better keep this as command unconditional. You better keep this as command unconditional. So any promissory note should be command. There should be a dash undertaking. There should be an unconditional undertaking. Repeat, there should be an. You should not use words like promise, no conditions, free conditions, something like this you should not use. You should use this keyword called as another unconditional undertaking. Come on, children, tell me you should use the word unconditional undertaking, which means there should not be any conditions. There should not be any condition. But law says, I tell you, I'll pay you rupees 3 lakhs after 2 months. I'll pay you rupees 3 lakhs after 2 months. Here, 2 months is a condition. 2 months is a condition. Because I'm telling I will make the payment only after 2 months. That by itself is a condition. Then how can you call it as unconditional? Law gives an exception for that. Where if there is any event which according to human mankind is certain to happen, where if there is any event which according to human mankind is, come on, certain to happen, which according to human mankind is, come on, certain to, it should be taken as unconditional. It should be taken as, come on, unconditional. To my knowledge, there are only 2 things which were certain to happen. One is lapse of time. You cannot stop time. You can stop your watch. You cannot stop time. Certain to happen. Number 2, death is certain to happen. Anybody born on this world is bound to die. Death is certain to happen. Death, there is only one thing which is uncertain is timing of death. When will it happen is uncertain. So, ரெண்டு விஷயம் certain. தமிழ்ல சொல்லணும்னா ரெண்டு விஷயம் certain. காலம், காலன். காலன்னா அந்த யமன். Number 1, காலம். Time is certain. Lapse of time is certain to happen. Number 2, death is certain. Above, if anything which is certain to happen is included as a condition there, it should be treated as unconditional. Anything which is certain to happen is included as a condition. It should be treated as unconditional. It should be treated as unconditional. So come on, tell me, we are focusing on the point. What is meant by a dash undertaking? Come on, unconditional. What is meant by undertaking? Number 1, there should be a promise to pay. Macha, I got from you rupees 10,000 promissory note. Illa. Because I have not made any promise. I have not made any promise. There should be a dash to pay. There should be an undertaking to pay. There should be an undertaking to pay. There should be a promise to pay. And that promise should also be dash. Come on, it should be unconditional promise. It should also be, come on, an unconditional promise. So law says, where there is a payment on the lapse of a certain period, after the occurrence of a specified event which according to ordinary expectation of mankind is certain to happen. So if you keep this keyword in mind, if as per the ordinary expectation of the mankind something is certain to happen, it is unconditional. So what is unconditional? If something is as per the ordinary expectation of mankind, if something is certain to happen, if as per the ordinary expectation of mankind it is certain to happen, it is unconditional. It is unconditional. I am going to test you in a few moments on what is conditional and what is unconditional. Basically, tell me, my dear friends, there are only 2 things which are certain to happen. What are all the 2 things which are certain to happen? Lapse of time. I will give you rupees 10,000 after 2 months. Sir, after 2 months is a condition. Yes, it is a condition, but that condition is certain to happen. Therefore, this should be treated as unconditional. I will pay you rupees 10,000 after 10 days after the death of a person. Or when Mr. Q dies, I will pay you rupees 10,000. Which means, will Q die? Will Q die? Imagine there is a person called as Q. Will he die? Yes, he will die. Someday he will die. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, maybe after 10 years, maybe after 20 years, after 30 years, everybody born on this world is bound to die. Correct? No philosophy class, pa. Just telling you the brutal honesty. So everybody who is born is bound to die. But death is certain, uncertain, certain. Which as per the ordinary expectation of mankind is, come on, certain to happen. Then obviously any instrument you issue, it should be signed. Mundamor instrument issue panna mudiyadhu. Any instrument which you issue, come on, it should be signed. Signed by whom? Maker. Please understand. Promissory note, how many parties are there? 2 parties. How many parties are there? 2 parties. One party is called as, come on, maker. One party is called as, come on, make. Other party is called as payee. The person who makes the promissory note is called as maker. The person who makes the promissory note is called as maker. And the person who is going to get the payment, he is called as a payee. So you tell me, my dear friends, this maker, is he entitled to receive or is he liable to pay? He is liable to pay. A person who is liable to pay an amount, in accounting parlance, you call him as a person who is liable to pay. Accounting parlance, you call him as a debtor. So very simple. Maker of the promissory note will always be the debtor. To whom do you make the payment? Creditor. You make the payment to the creditor. So therefore, payee is always the creditor. So maker is the debtor. Pay is the creditor. So in a promissory note, my dear friends, please be informed who prepares the promissory note is the debtor prepares the promissory note. Who prepares the promissory note? Debtor prepares the promissory note. And who is the payee of the promissory note? The creditor is the payee of the promissory note. Creditor is the payee of the promissory note. So this promissory note, who should sign this? Should this be signed by debtor or should this be signed by the creditor? This should be signed by the maker. That is by the debtor, and it should be stamped. Stamp is to be affixed. Revenue stamp is to be affixed in a promissory note. Okay. Sorry. Now, what are all the features we have just discussed? Number 1, it should be in writing. Number 2, there should be an undertaking. Undertaking means there should be a promise. Number 3, it should be an unconditional undertaking. Then it should be signed by the maker and it should be stamped. And it should be to pay a certain sum of money only. It should be to pay a sum of money only. I will give you goat, cow, etc. This is not to be considered as a promissory note. It should be to pay a certain sum of money only. This is where only makes a sense. To pay a certain sum of money only and not anything else. So if I promise to give you a gold chain, is that a promissory note? Technically, it is not a promissory note because it is not a promise to pay money. So therefore, it should be a promise to pay a sum of money only, and it should be a certain sum, and it is payable to order or bearer. It is payable to, come on, order or bearer. Let us basically understand what is order instrument and what is bearer instrument. Instrument are of 2 types. One is called as dash instrument, order instrument, and the other one is called as, come on, bearer. Simply put forth, if the name of the payee is mentioned in the instrument, it is called as an order instrument. What's your name? Pay Rangarajan. If I say so, now this is a dash instrument, order instrument. Sir, what's your name? Pay Kapil. Like this, if I say, come on, this is a dash instrument, order. Which means if the name of the payee is mentioned, then it is a dash instrument, order. On the other hand, if the name of the payee is not mentioned, if the name of the payee is not, then how will the instrument be? Either it is pay dash. Pay dash. I don't write dash. I underline. Pay dash. Or if I write pay bearer. Whether I write pay bearer, I just put a blank. In either of these cases, this is called as a dash instrument, bearer instrument. So basically, please be informed as to what is an order instrument and what is a bearer instrument. If the name of the payee is mentioned, come on, it is an order instrument. If the name of the payee is not mentioned, it is a bearer instrument. Name of the payee is not mentioned there, then what else is mentioned there? Either it is left to bear or it is written as bearer, which is expressed to be payable to bearer, which is expressed as payable to bearer. If I write pay bearer, then it is a dash instrument, bearer instrument, right? So it can be an order instrument or it can be a bearer instrument. So if I give a bearer promissory note, come on, if I give a bearer promissory, you have already seen bearer promissory notes. For example, when you take your banknote, what wordings would have been written? This side, amount, Gandhi, etc., is there. Some wordings will be there. Have you ever gone through those wordings? What would have been written there? I promise to pay the bearer a sum of rupees 500, signed by Governor RBI, correct? Which means this rupee note is a classic example of a bearer promissory note. This is a classic example of, come on, bearer promissory note. Now, Reserve Bank of India thought, if we allow public also to issue a bearer promissory note, and if we also issue a bearer promissory note, then our no monopoly will get lost. So therefore, Reserve Bank of India says nobody shall issue a bearer promissory note. Reserve Bank of India says, come on, nobody shall issue a Negotiable Instruments Act still permits you to issue bearer promissory note. Reserve Bank of India prohibits any person other than RBI to issue a bearer promissory note. Then, sir, this law is telling this law is telling, what should I do? We should harmonize. We should harmonize. Reserve Bank of India came in the year 1934. Negotiable Instruments Act came in the year 1881. Whenever there is an old law versus new law, the latest law shows the latest intention of the lawmakers. Latest law shows the latest mindset of the lawmakers. The latest law will prevail. Therefore, which act will now stand? RBI Act. So as per RBI Act, you are prohibited from issuing a dash promissory note, bearer promissory. So today, even though Negotiable Instruments Act definition permits us to issue a bearer promissory note, we are not supposed to issue a bearer promissory note. So you don't amend the definition for that matter. So you write the definition properly and you add a note saying, as per section 31 of Reserve Bank of India Act, no person shall issue a bearer promissory note. You don't take that liberty of removing the word bearer from the definition yourself. Then they may have to reduce the marks accordingly. So you don't do that. You write the definition in full, add a note. Everybody, right? Let us quickly consolidate. What is that we are discussing? We are discussing, come on, what is a Negotiable Instruments Act. Under that Negotiable Instruments Act, we first understood section 13. Section 13 contemplates how many instruments? 3 instruments. What are they? Promissory note, bill of exchange, check. So definition of promissory note. Come on, what is a promissory note? Is order of a certain person or to the bearer. So instruments are classified into how many types? Instruments are classified into how many types? 2 types. Order, bearer. Order instrument, name of the payee is mentioned. Bearer instrument, name of the payee is not mentioned, or it is expressed to be payable to bearer. It is, what is meant by expressed to be payable to bearer? Nothing but you write pay bearer. You write pay bearer. It is expressed to be payable to bearer. See, these are all the glittery words used in law. But if you use these words in the examination, that will sound very good. You cannot write where it is written as bearer, or it is blank, or dash is put. You can take that as notes, but you cannot write that in the examination. It would not sound good, right? Sorry. Now, have you read this? Thorough? Everybody? I'll give you exactly 2 minutes time. So there are 8 questions. Each question you can take or 10 seconds, and quickly you can do this. Better write it in pencil at this stage so that even if you go wrong, I can tell the correct answer and you can change it. I think people in online, you are able to see things properly, right? Right. So, point number 1. I acknowledge myself to be indebted to B for rupees 1000. What is he telling? I am not telling myself. I acknowledge myself to be indebted means I am indebted to B. I am telling I am indebted to B, which means what I am telling? I owe you. I am telling I should pay you. I am telling I have received money from you. I should pay you. Is this promissory note? There is no promise. There is no undertaking. There is no word to say I will pay you. I should pay you. I owe you is not equal to I will pay you. Only if I say I will pay you, I owe you is not a promise. I will pay you is a promise. So therefore, there is a mere acknowledgement of debt. Come on, when there is a mere acknowledgement of debt, my dear friends, is that a promissory note or not a promissory note? It is not a promissory note. He is only telling I should pay you. He is not telling I will pay you. Only when he promises to pay, it will be a promissory note. An acknowledgement to pay is not a promissory note. Next question. I acknowledge myself to be indebted to B for rupees 1000 to be paid on demand for value received. Similar wordings. Do you find any difference? Do you find any difference here? What is the difference? To be paid on demand. To be paid on demand. Is he promising to pay? Is he promising to pay? Yes. He says it will be paid on demand, which means he's telling you ask, I will pay. When he says you ask, I will pay. Is there a promise to pay? Yes, there is a promise to pay. Friends, you're all understanding, Appa. What is the point here? He's telling I acknowledge myself to be indebted. Similar words are here, but there is one more phrase to say, to be paid on demand. To be paid on, which means is he making a promise to pay? Is he making a promise to pay? Yes, he's making a promise to pay. So there is a promise to pay, and therefore this is a promissory note. And therefore this is a promissory note. Right. To be paid on demand means you demand, I will pay. When he says to be paid on demand, he says on your demand, I will make the payment. I can have a demand promissory note. Right. Now, I promise to pay B rupees 500 on D's debt, provided D leaves me enough money to pay that sum. Now, you tell me, how many conditions are there here? How many conditions are there here? 2 conditions are there, but one should be considered as unconditional. The other should be considered as conditional. What is certain to happen? D's death is certain to happen. Everybody, D's death is certain to happen. However, what is uncertain? Provided D leaves me enough money. So this clause is, so this is certain, whereas this is uncertain. Therefore, the entire promissory note is not valid. Therefore, not a valid promissory note. Next, an instrument that reads, I promise to pay rupees 1000 to B 30 days after his marriage with C. Certain or uncertain? Uncertain. Sir, engagement all happened, sir. Certain to happen. We do not know what will happen the day before marriage. The boy may be missing, the girl may be missing, or they may go for a pre-wedding shoot, photo shoot, try all unreal things, go into separate photo frames at respective homes. We do not know what will happen. So everything is uncertain. Therefore, marriage is, this is an uncertain. So therefore, this is a dash promissory note. This is a conditional promissory note. This is a conditional promissory note. Therefore, is this a valid promissory note or not a valid promissory note? This is not a valid promissory note. Right. An instrument that reads, I promise to pay rupees 1000 to B 30 days after the death of C. How many conditions are there? How many conditions are there? 2. But both are to be considered as unconditional, because lapse of time, 30 days, whether D will die, whether C will die, C will die. Ah. The moment C dies, world will stop. Ah. Time will still run. Even after 30 days will get lapsed. Even after that period of, even after his death, 30 days will get lapsed. Both these things are certain. Two condition. Two condition. One is death. Death is certain. Ah. After death, 30 days moving is certain or uncertain? Ah. Certain. So therefore, this is a certain or this is uncertain. This is certain. Therefore, this should be considered as, come on, unconditional. When I say this is unconditional, then it is a valid promissory note. Then this is a valid promissory note. Right. Next, X promises to pay to Y by a promissory note rupees 5,000 and all other sums which shall be due. Rupees 5,000, all other sums which shall be due. Come on. It's a valid promissory note or not a valid promissory note? My dear children, please participate. I pray you go wrong here. As much as possible, you go wrong here. And once you go wrong here, you will not go wrong there. So please participate. So he promises to pay rupees 5,000 and all other sums due. What is not convincing here for you? All other sums due, which means what is the problem? The amount is not certain because the definition says to pay a certain sum of money only. To pay a certain sum of money only. So therefore, the amount is not certain. Excuse my handwriting. So this is not a valid promissory note. May not be good, but still legible, I suppose, right? Right. I owe you a sum of rupees 1,000. A tells B. Valid or not valid? Why? Two reasons. Number one, A tells B. There is no promise in writing. Number two, he is only telling I owe you. He is not telling I will pay you. There is no promise to pay. There is only an acknowledgement to pay. Therefore, this is not a valid promissory note. I promise to pay to Mohan rupees 500 if he secures 60% marks in the examination. Valid promissory note or not a valid promissory note? So this is not a valid promissory note as it is conditional. Right. So we are done with, yes, sir. Yes, the estate of the maker should make the payment. Right. So section 5, we should read bill of exchange because we read section 13. Like 3 instruments are there. One is promissory note. The other one is bill of exchange. Number 3 is check. Now, if we are done with promissory note, now we should go to bill of exchange. Almost no identical words except for a few changes. What is a bill of exchange? A bill of exchange is an instrument in writing containing an unconditional order. Promissory note, it is an unconditional undertaking. Bill of exchange, come on, it is an unconditional order. Signed by the maker. There it was signed by the maker. Promissory note. Signed by the maker to pay. Signed by the maker to pay. Here it is signed by the maker directing a certain person to pay. Directing a certain person to pay. There he is telling, I will pay. To pay. Here he is telling, I am directing you to make the payment. So directing a certain person to pay a certain sum of money only to or to the order of a certain person or to the bearer of the instrument. So the other parts of the definition remains the same. So I will give you again maybe 5 seconds time. Please just run through this definition and please replicate this definition for me. So come on, quickly. What is a bill of exchange? Section 5. 4 is promissory note. Section 5. What section 5 says? Bill of exchange is an instrument in writing containing an unconditional order. There, unconditional undertaking. Here, unconditional order. Again, signed by the maker, directing a certain person to pay a certain sum of money only to or to the order of blah, 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 blah. So, in a bill of exchange, there are actually 3 parties in a bill of exchange. Sometimes 2, sometimes 3. Even if there is 2, we will treat it as 3. Even if it is 2, we will treat it as 3. So what is a bill of exchange? It is an instrument in writing, directing a person to make the payment, ordering a person to make the payment. In fact, there is a very interesting scenario. Suppose there is a very loved person of yours. He owes you some money. You draw a bill of exchange on him. And you say, my dear uncle, I plead you to pay me that amount of rupees 10,000. Technically, this is not a bill of exchange. Because section 5 says bill of exchange is an instrument in writing containing an unconditional order. Uncle avadu, aunt avadu. Don't spare them. So you say, I direct you to make the payment. And you will not get better opportunity. So you tell them, I direct you to make the payment. You don't plead them, you don't beg them, you don't appeal to them. You direct them to make the payment. So promise, bill of exchange, the key word is containing an unconditional order, directing a certain person to pay a certain sum of money only. So who creates the promise, the bill of exchange is that a person who can order the other person to make the payment. A person who can come on, order. Who orders whom? In an accounting term, tell me who orders whom? Creditor orders the debtor. Debtor do not order the creditor. Debtor only voluntarily comes forward and makes a promise. So when the debtor comes forward and creates an instrument, that instrument is called as promissory note. When the creditor comes and directs the debtor, come on, bloody make the payment, then that instrument is called as a bill of exchange. Then that instrument is called as, come on, a bill of exchange. So in a bill of exchange, how many parties are there, my dear friends? There are totally 3 parties. Drawer, it is drawer, drawee, pay. It is drawer, drawee, pay. So who is the drawer? Drawer is the person who creates the instrument, who makes the instrument. Which instrument? Bill of exchange. So which means drawer will be the creditor. Drawer will be the creditor. In accounting terms, whom we call as creditor is the person whom we call as drawer here. On whom is the instrument drawn? That person is called as, come on, drawee. So therefore, this person will be the debtor. Directing a person to pay a certain sum of money only to or to the order of a certain person, which means you create the instrument, you instruct a certain person, and you tell that certain person, you pay to a certain person. That certain person may be you, or that certain person may be any other person, which means this payee can either be the drawer or it can be any person. This payee, come on, can either be the drawer or any person. Which means, say for example, very simple example I'll give you. I have sold goods to you. I have bought goods from elsewhere. I have sold goods to you. So I am telling you, I direct you to make the payment to me after 3 months. Come on, which means here I am the drawer and I am the payee. Suppose I tell, I direct you to pay an amount of rupees 40,000 to Mr. So-and-so, who is my supplier, to Mr. So-and-so, which means here I am the drawer, you are the drawee, and my supplier is, come on, the payee. So in the case of a bill of exchange, there are generally 3 persons. The first person and the third person may be the same. First person and third person, maybe. This is a very stark difference between promissory note and bill of exchange. In a promissory note, there are only two persons. In a promissory note, come on, there are only two persons. Whereas in the case of bill of exchange, there are three persons. One person is called as drawer, other person is called as drawee, the other person is called as payee. My drawer and payee, my payee may be same. It is not mandatorily that they should be same. They may be same. Right. Now comes RBI and what it says. No person can issue a bill of exchange payable to a bearer on demand. Slightly confusing. Please be attentive. Please understand, just like I classified the instruments as bearer instrument and order instrument, instruments can also be classified as demand instrument and time instrument. Instruments can also be classified as, demand instrument, time instrument. Which means, when I say, on demand, I will pay Mr. Rangarajan a sum of rupees 10 lakhs. Which means I want Rangarajan to come and demand. Ask me, come on, make the payment. Then I will make the payment. So on demand, I will pay Rangarajan a sum of rupees 10 lakhs. Which means this instrument is called as a dash instrument. Demand instrument. This is not bearer. Don't confuse between bearer and demand. Is Rangarajan's name mentioned? Respond, no. Is Rangarajan's name mentioned? The moment Rangarajan's name is mentioned, this becomes a dash instrument, order instrument. When am I going to? To whom am I going to pay the instrument? Order bearer. When am I going to make the instrument? When am I going to make payment on the instrument? Demand instrument and time instrument. So when should I make the payment? When Rangarajan comes and says, sir, please make the payment, I should make the payment. There is one more thing called as time instrument. I tell, after 3 months, I promise to pay Rangarajan a sum of rupees 10 lakhs. Which means now Rangarajan cannot come to me in the 15th day, cannot come to me on the first month, cannot come to me on the second month. He should directly come to me only on the third month. He should directly come to me, only on the third month. So this is called as a dash instrument, time instrument. So instruments can on some other basis. To whom am I going to pay? Bearer, order. When am I going to make the payment? Demand instrument, time instrument. Demand instrument, time instrument. So you understood this basics. Now what is he telling? RBI Act. No person can issue a bearer demand bill of exchange. No person can issue a bearer demand bill of exchange. Please understand, when it came to promissory note, when it came to promissory note, in case of promissory note, bearer, order. Right, I'll zoom it in. In case of promissory note, bearer, order. Bearer, that's all. No further classifications. Any form of bearer prohibited in the case of dash promissory note. Order promissory note, is it permissible? Yes. But my dear friends, when it comes to right, so when it comes to bill of exchange, bearer, order, and bearer bill of exchange, again I classify it into two. Demand, time. Negotiable instrument, RBI Act only says, this combination I will not permit. Which combination? Demand bearer bill of exchange is not permissible. Time bearer bill of exchange is permissible. Order bill of exchange is permissible. Please understand, promissory note, bearer nale, that's all. It is not valid. You need not further classify that as demand or time. You need not further classify. Under a promissory note, bearer nale, it is not valid as per Reserve Bank of India Act. But when it comes to bill of exchange, it is only the bearer demand bill of exchange which is prohibited and not the bearer time bill of exchange which is prohibited. You all understood the difference between bearer and order? யாருக்கு பேமெண்ட் பண்ணணும், டு ஹூம் பேமெண்ட்ங்கிறது பேரர் அண்ட் ஆர்டர். என்னைக்கு பேமெண்ட் பண்ணணுங்கிறது டிமாண்ட் அண்ட் டைம். ஸோ இதில் காம்பினேஷன்ஸ் கேன் பி தேர். ஐ கேன் கிவ் a bearer time bill of exchange. I can give an order demand bill of exchange. I can give an order time bill of exchange. After 3 months, I pay Rangarajan. Come on, this is an order. Rangarajan name mentioned அப்பா, ரொம்ப சிம்பிள்ப்பா, ரொம்ப கன்ஃபியூஸ் பண்ணிக்காதீங்கப்பா. பேர் இருந்ததுன்னா ஆர்டர், பேர் இல்லைன்னா டைம் இருந்ததுன்னா Time illena demand. Simple. On demand I will pay. Rangarajan, what is this combination? Order demand. Order demand workable. Order nale workable pa. அது டிமாண்டா இருக்கலாம், டைமா இருக்கலாம், பில் ஆஃப் எக்ஸ்சேஞ்சா இருக்கலாம், ப்ராமிசரி நோட்டா இருக்கலாம், எப்படி வேணாலும் இருக்கலாம். Now you all are getting clarity over this. RBI only says nobody shall issue a, come on, bearer demand bill of exchange. Nobody shall issue a bearer demand bill of exchange. Bearer time bill of exchange is permissible. Bearer time bill of exchange is permissible. Bearer demand bill of exchange is not permissible as per RBI Act. When it comes to promissory note, you can just close your eyes and you can write any form of bearer promissory note is prohibited. Any form of bearer promissory note is prohibited. Everybody got it? Shall we progress? Right. Now, we will move to section 6, which deals with, come on, check. Again, quite an interesting definition. Definition says, what is a check? Come on, a check is a bill of exchange. What is a check? Come on, check is a bill of exchange. Drawn on a specified banker, which means please bear in mind, when I say check, how many parties will be there? 3. Keep your common sense away. What the provision says, we will go into that. The provision says check is a bill of exchange. The moment the provision says that check is a bill of exchange, everything which is applicable to a bill of exchange is also applicable to check. In a bill of exchange, how many parties are there? 3. So therefore, in a check also, how many parties are there? 3. So who are the 3 parties in a check? Come on. So I will write here. I have a space here. I'll write here. So in a check, who are the 3 parties in a check? 3 parties. Again, same 3 parties. Who are the 3 parties? Come on. One party is called as drawer. The other party is called as drawee. The other party is called as pay. So I prefer calling drawer, drawee. I can call drawer, but some Tamil people will laugh. Anala I prefer calling drawer. Anala ena sir konja unique something he's telling, don't think pa. What you think as drawer is what I call as drawer. Right. So 3 parties here in the case of a check. Drawer, drawee, pay. Section 6 of Negotiable Instruments Act 6. Check is a, come on, check is a bill of exchange. When it says it's a bill of exchange, no doubt there should be 3 parties. Check is a bill of exchange drawn on a specified banker. Drawn on a specified banker, which means something else. You can just close your eyes and say now, in the case of check, always the drawee, always the drawee is a specified banker. Sir, specified banker means who is that specified banker? The banker whose check you are giving is the specified banker. The banker, any banker illa. Endha bank oda check nee kudukriyo and the bank. The banker whose check you are giving, he is the specified bank. So I have an account with SBI, I have an account with HDFC. So when you come and ask for payment, I take a leaf out of the HDFC checkbook and I give the check to you. So now I am the drawer. You are the pay. Second person odane draw in solidakudadu. I am the drawer. You are the pay. Please understand. Check the drawee is always a banker. Check the drawee is, come on, always a banker. He cannot be any other person. He should only be a banker. Bill of exchange, drawee can be any person. I buy goods from you. You draw a bill of exchange on me. I am the drawee. I am a natural person. I am a normal person. I am not a banker. Bill of exchange, any person may be the drawee. But whereas in the case of a check, come on, the case of a check, the drawee is always a banker. That to what banker? Specify. So in a check, again, 3 parties are there. Who is the drawer? Drawer is the person, account holder, who gives the check. And pay is the person to whom the check is given. And drawee is the specified banker. Generally, my dear friends, in a bill of exchange, all the 3 parties are clearly visible for us. Whereas in the case of a check, we misunderstand that there are only 2 parties. I am giving check to you, so there are only 2 parties. No, there is a third party which is involved here. Whose check I am giving, which bank's check I am giving, that person is called as, come on, drawee. That person is called as drawee. So normally in a bill of exchange, the drawee can be any person. So tomorrow if they ask you a difference between check and bill of exchange, you should write. In the case of check, the drawee is always a specified banker. Whereas in the case of bill of exchange, drawee can be any person. He need not be a banker. He can be any person. So check is a bill of exchange drawn on a specified banker and not expressed to be payable otherwise than on demand. Not expressed to be payable otherwise than on demand. Double negative. Not expressed to be payable, not payable otherwise than on demand. Not payable otherwise than on demand simply means it is payable only on demand. It is payable only on. So I give a check to you. You keep the check at home till the banker come in search of you and come and make the payment. Banker come in search of you, sir, please. My customer has given you a check. Please, come on, please give the check. I will give the payment. Nothing doing. You go to the bank, deposit the check. The bank will make the payment. So check is always payable only on demand. While my promissory note can be a demand instrument or a time instrument, my bill of exchange can be a demand instrument or a time instrument. My check is mandatorily a demand instrument. Check two beauties are there. Beauty number one, it is the drawee is always a dash banker, specified bank. The drawee is always a dash banker, specified bank. Point number two, a check is always payable only on demand. So come on, tell me the definition. What is the definition? A check is a come on. What is a check? Check is a drawn on a specified banker and not expressed to be payable, which means it is payable only on. So you can simplify this. 2 points. Check is a bill of exchange drawn on a specified bank. Point number two, it is always payable on demand. It is always payable on demand. And it includes electronic image of a truncated check and check in an electronic form. I don't have much time to discuss all these things here. I'll just, in brevity as much as possible, I'll tell you. Now what happens? Electronic check is very simple. A check in an electronic form is nothing but the check is drawn in an electronic form using any computer resource and signed in a secure system with digital signature, which means what is this electronic check? Any check which is generated electronically, written electronically, signed electronically. It is generated electronically, written electronically, signed, filled electronically, signed electronically. This is a check in an electronic form. So the definition says check drawn in electronic form using any computer resource, signed in a secure system with a digital signature. This is a check in an electronic form. All your online payments are nothing but electronic form check only. It is nothing but all your online payments are nothing but you fill the beneficiary details. Online you make payment, no pa? Do you fill the beneficiary details? Yes, you fill the beneficiary details, which means you fill the amount or it randomly picks some amount. No, you fill the amount. Every detail is being filled electronic. You get a OTP. So which means the signature is also done in an electronic. In contrast, have you seen the paper check? Papa, tata wala checkbook vechirpa paathirkela. Have you seen the paper check? What will they do in the check? Right. What will they write? Date. Account number. Generally, check now pre-printed account number is coming. Then amount. Pay your name. To whom the check is to be given, pay your name. Correct? So your tata gives you a check. On your birthday, your grandpa gives you a check. What will you do? Papa, my grandpa has given me a check. Abdin, will you photo frame and keep at home? No. What will you do? You have two options. Option number one. In which bank your grandpa is having account, directly go to that bank, show this check, collect cash. Collect cash. Or you may be having an account. You are having an account, bank account. Go to that bank account, deposit the check. Go to the bank account, deposit. What will your bank do? Send it to that bank. Send it to that bank. Same check, he will send it to that bank. Earlier, they used to send it in physical mode. Say, for example, I am here. I have given a check to one madam. She is at Rajasthan. Madam, she is in Rajasthan. Her account is in Rajasthan. She is in India. She is in Tamil Nadu. Her account is in Rajasthan. Main account is in Rajasthan. So she deposits the check. here. Chennai branch will send the check to the Rajasthan branch. Rajasthan branch will send the check to the Chennai branch where I am having account. She deposits in no Bank of Baroda. Bank of Baroda, Chennai will send it to Bank of Baroda, Rajasthan. Bank of Baroda, Rajasthan will send a check to my HDFC bank in Chennai. Like this, they'll be playing with the check. And when the time the amount gets credited, it will take 1 week time. And extra charges from here to Rajasthan check going, some Rajasthan to Chennai check coming, extra charges. So government brought in this concept called as check truncation system. One machine will be there. Whatever check you receive, you feed in that machine. It will get scanned. That check will get scanned. One electronic image will come. When you scan, you get an image. That image will be forwarded to that bank. That image will be forwarded to that bank. So which means madam is having an account in Rajasthan. I give a check. She goes and deposits the check. The bank immediately scans it, sends it here to the Chennai branch. Now what happens? There is no loss of time for transmission, because whether the check is getting transmitted electronically from Chennai to Chennai or from Rajasthan to Chennai, the time it is going to take is one and the same. Mail anumcha, WhatsApp anumcha, there is no big time lag. Agreeing? They will not send it by WhatsApp and all. They have a separate software. Through that software only they will do. This is called as a truncated check. Come on, this is called as a truncated check. This is required for us for further understanding. This is required. That is why I'm sharing this. This is called as a dash check. Come on, this is called as a truncated. A check which is truncated. A check which is truncated, which means it is a scanned, which is abridged, which is shortened, is what you call as truncate. Surukard. So what is truncated? Check which is truncated during the clearing cycle, and it generates an electronic image and it substitutes the further physical movement of the check, which means once if this is scanned, again the physical check need not be transferred. The physical check need not be sent. This is called as a check in a electronic image of a truncated check. This is called as electronic image of a truncated check. I request you kindly to buy hard this at home, because my dear friends, I told you in Negotiable Instruments Act, we get not only the case study type of questions, we also get the theory questions, and the theory question is totally for 7 marks. He can ask some theory question for 5 marks, and he can ask this check definition for 2 marks also, or that for 4 marks and this for 3 marks. So you should be knowing this. I think my class is schedule 3. Sorry, okay. Right. So we are discussing, about check. Let's quickly consolidate. What is a check? Number 1, check is also a bill of exchange. Number 2, it is drawn on a specified banker. Number 3, it is not expressed to be payable, otherwise than not. If you find this phrase to be little bit difficult, better write it as it is payable on demand. It is payable on demand. The next point is that it includes a check in an electronic form. Number 2, an electronic image of a truncated check. What is check in an electronic form? Which is generated electronically using any computer resource, and all filling, signing, etc. is done electronically. That is called as an check in an electronic form. What is the truncated check? A check which is truncated during the course of the clearing cycle, which generates a dash image, electronic image, substituting the further physical movement. Right. Now, I'm going to start with the most important aspect, namely holder and holder in due course. Namely holder and holder in due course. See, holder in due course, I will call him as the hero of Negotiable Instruments Act. Total Negotiable Instruments Act hero yarna holder in due course. How he is a hero and all I will tell you. But basically understand he is the hero. And no, he is a very secret hero as far as our institute study material is concerned. Throughout the institute study material, he has used holder in due course without explaining who is holder in due course. வடிவேலு காமெடி they will tell no அடிச்சு கூட கேட்பான் சொல்லிடாத அந்த மாதிரி ஹோல்டர் இன் டியூ கோர்ஸ் பத்தி மொத்தமா எல்லா இடத்துலயும் சொல்லியிருக்கான். ஒரு இடத்துல கூட ஹோல்டர் இன் டியூ கோர்ஸ் டெஃபினிஷன் சொல்லல. பட் எனிவேஸ் we will learn that definition. சரி, who is a holder? Holder simply means owner. Simply holder simply means, come on, simply, very simply, rudely put forth, he is nothing but owner. Who is a holder? The definition says holder means a person who is entitled to the possession in his own name and entitled to receive and recover the amount mentioned in the instrument. Who is a holder? He is a person who is entitled to possess the instrument in his own name. Come on, he is a person who is entitled to possess the instrument in his own name and also entitled to receive and recover the amount mentioned in. When I say entitled to possess the instrument in his own name, it means he should have lawfully obtained the instrument. Come on, what is that? He has lawfully obtained the instrument. So if a person lawfully obtains the instrument, then you call him as a holder. He lawfully obtains the instrument in his own name. So 2 words. Number 1, he is entitled to possess the instrument. Number 2, he should be entitled to possess the instrument in his own name. And he should also be entitled to receive or recover the amount of the instrument. He should also be entitled to receive or recover the amount in the instrument. We have few illustrations. We will discuss that. But basically, I want you to now memorize this definition for holder. I'll give you exactly 10 seconds time. Come on. Right. So who is a holder? He is a person who is entitled to possess the instrument in his own name and entitled to receive or recover the amount mentioned, which means he should have how many entitlements? 2 entitlements. Entitlement number 1 is to possess. Entitlement number 2 is to receive and recover the amount mentioned in the instrument. Holder in due course is a simpler definition. To call a person as a holder in due course, basically he should be a holder. Plus, he should have acquired the instrument in good faith. Number 3, he should have acquired the instrument for a consideration. Number 4, he should have acquired the instrument before maturity. My dear friends, I had told you already that holder in due course gets a better title than the transferor. Holder in due course gets a better title than transfer. Who gets a better title than transferor? Come on, only if the transferee happens to be a holder in due course. So who is a holder in due course? Number 1, he should be a holder. Good morning. Sorry. Number 1, he should be a holder. Number 2, he should have acquired the instrument for in good faith. Number 3, consideration. Number 4, before maturity. If all these conditions are cumulatively satisfied, these are not either or conditions. All these conditions are to be, come on, cumulatively satisfied. All these conditions are to be cumulatively satisfied. Then you call him as a holder in due course. This is very simple. Who is a holder, you know. Consideration, you know, something in return. You know what is meant by before maturity? Is this good faith? Good faith means good faith means he should not be aware about the defect in the title of the transferor. He has no grounds to believe that there is a defect in the title of the transferor. இவனுக்கு சந்தேகப்படக்கூடிய எந்த ஒரு சிச்சுவேஷனும் இல்லை அவனை சந்தேகப்படுறதுக்கு, அதனால சந்தேகப்படலை. அப்போ அந்த fellow தான் you call him as a holder in due course. Which means, say for example, I'll give you 2 simple examples to comprehend this. In the previous example, Mr. A is there, B is there. A gave a promissory note to Mr. B. B acquired that instrument, come on, by way of fraud. B endorsed it to C. The question is whether C will get a good title. Now, we should apply. Now we know holder in due course. We should apply the conditions. Number 1, is C holder? First, we should check whether he is a holder. Number 1, did C lawfully obtain the instrument? Did C lawfully obtain the instrument? C lawfully obtained the instrument. Is it in his own name? Is it in C's name, Appa? It is endorsed to C. Now it is in whose name? C's name. A gave the promissory note to B. B endorsed it to C. Now the instrument is in whose name? Is C entitled to possession of the instrument? Is the instrument in his own name? Number 3, is he entitled to receive or recover the amount mentioned in the instrument? So simply C is a holder. Now we should check for holder in due course. Did C acquire the instrument for consideration? Assuming so. Did he obtain the instrument before maturity? Yeah. Assuming so. And if C do not know that B obtained the instrument by way of fraud, then we see C is a holder in due course. He has obtained the instrument in good faith. சந்தேகப்படுறதுக்கான எந்த ஒரு சந்தர்ப்பமும் இல்ல அவனுக்கு. அதனால அவன் சந்தேகப்படல. Without any suspicion, without any grounds for suspicion, if he has acquired the instrument, then you call that as, come on, good faith. Then you call it as, come on, good faith. ஒரு நம்பிக்கையில வாங்கினான். நல்ல எண்ணத்துல நல்ல நம்பிக்கையில வாங்கினான். யார்கிட்டேந்து? பி. பியை சந்தேகப்பட வேண்டிய எந்த ஒரு அவசியமும் அவனுக்கு இல்லாத ஒரு சந்தர்ப்பத்தில் இருந்து. இப்போ இதே சே ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள், ஏ gives a promissory note to B and B endorsed it to C. C knew that B obtained this instrument by way of fraud. C knew that he obtained this instrument by way of fraud. Now C is a, let us check step by step. Is C holder? Did C lawfully obtain the instrument? Is the instrument in C's name? But C has a right to possess the instrument in his own name. C has a right to receive or recover the amount mentioned in the instrument. Is C a holder? C is a holder. Did C obtain this instrument for a consideration? Did he obtain the instrument before maturity? Did he obtain the instrument in good faith? No. Which means when good faith is missing, now you don't call this fellow as a holder in due course. Now apply the principle. Holder in due course will get a better title than transferor. Holder in due course will get a better title than transferor. Holder will get only the same title as transferor. Holder will get only the... Now you all understood this difference? I told you that transferee gets a better title than transferor. Come on, the transferee gets a better title than transferor if the transferee is a dash, if the transferee is a holder in due course. If and only if the transferee is a holder in due course, he will get a better title than transferor. Come on, repeat. If and only if the transferee is a holder in due course, he will get a better title than transferor. If the transferee happens only to be a holder, he will not get a better title than transferor. He will get only the same title as transferor. He will get only the same title as transferor. I will give you exactly 1 minute time. Solve these 4 questions. Right. Did you try? Right. So X, who obtains a check drawn by Y by way of gift. Who is Mr. X? Pay. Can we call him as the holder? I don't want you to guess. I want you to apply the definition. Come on, what does the definition say? Is he entitled to the possession of the instrument in his own name? Did X obtain this instrument lawfully? Did he lawfully obtain the instrument? When somebody gives you a gift, is it unlawful? When somebody gives you a gift, is it unlawful? No. So is this lawfully obtained the instrument? Yes. So yes, he has lawfully obtained the instrument. Therefore, he is entitled to possess the instrument in his own. Is he entitled to receive or recover the amount mentioned in the instrument? Yes. So therefore, Mr. X is a holder. Can I call him as the holder in due course? I cannot call him as the holder in due course. Why? Why? Because there is no consideration. Because there is no consideration. My dear friends, gift obviously means it is with consideration or without consideration. Without consideration. Right. A, the payee of the check is prohibited by a court order from receiving the amount of the check. A payee of the check is prohibited by a court order from receiving the amount of the check. Is he a holder? Now, don't apply your logics, apply the common sense. Sorry, apply the definition. What does the definition says? To call a person as a holder, how many entitlements? 2. Entitlement number 1 is to possess the instrument in his own name. Entitlement number 1 is to possess the instrument in his own name. Entitlement number 2 is to receive or recover the amount of the instrument. Is he entitled to possess the instrument in his own name? Did A lawfully obtain the instrument? What has happened, Pa? A is a proper person. But for some reason, court has passed an order saying that you are not supposed to receive any amount. Which means, did he lawfully obtain the instrument? Yes, he did lawfully obtain the instrument. He is entitled to possession in his own name. He did some service, he could have obtained the instrument. He is entitled to possess the instrument in his name, but he is not entitled to receive or recover the amount of the instrument because he is prohibited by a court order. Because he is prohibited by the court order, which means he is a holder or not a holder. He is not to be called as a holder. My dear friends, please tell me, why is he not a holder? He is not a holder because he is not entitled to. Come on, he is not entitled to receive or recover the amount of the instrument. Right. M, who finds a check payable to bearer on the road and retains it. Pay bearer. It is written as, come on, pay bearer. And I give it to Rangarajan. Can I do that? Can I just write pay bearer and give it to Rangarajan? Can I do that? Yes. Can I do that? Yes. Rangarajan dropped the check here and he went. Somebody who later came, saw that check, took the check. Pay bearer. Wow, super, I will take the check. Now tell me, is that fellow the holder? The person who took the check, is he the holder? Yes or no? Tell me the definition of holder. Entitled to possess the instrument in his own. Tell me, is this person entitled to possess the instrument? What is meant by entitled to possess the instrument? Lawfully obtain the instrument. Did he lawfully obtain the instrument? When there is something on the roadside and you pick it from the roadside, do you become the owner of that? When there is something on the roadside and you pick it from the roadside, roadலேருந்து ஒன்று எடுத்தா நீ அதுக்கு ஓனரா? இல்ல. ஏன்? ஏன்னா நீ அதை லாஃபுல்லா அப்டைன் பண்ணல. யாரோ ஓனர், யாரோடதையும் நீ எடுத்தா நீ ஓனர் கிடையாது. அக்ரீங்கப்பா? அப்ப சேம் வே, somebody else, a check which was intended for somebody else, that somebody else has dropped this down, and if you pick the check, will you become the holder? You are not lawfully entitled to even possess this instrument because you have not lawfully obtained the instrument. Finder of last goods marida. You are not entitled to possess the instrument. Therefore, you are a holder or not the holder? You are not the holder. You are not the holder. You are not the holder, not the holder. Why? Not entitled to, same words as law we will use. Not entitled to possess the instrument in his own name. Next, come on, coming to the next question. B, who steals a blank check of A and forges A's signature. So now tell me, B steals a blank check of A and forges A's signature. Now tell me, can we call him as the holder? எல்லா தப்பு பண்ணிட்டான். ஸ்டீல் பண்ணது ஒண்ணு, forge பண்ணது ஒண்ணு, எல்லாமே பண்ணிட்டான். அப்ப now tell me, is he entitled to possess the instrument? No. So he is not the holder. Same answer as above, because he is not entitled to possess the instrument. In fact, it is not there in your syllabus. Technically, when forgery is done, it is not even an instrument. It is not even an instrument, because forgery is nullity. Forgery is zero, void, as if nothing has happened. So which means even if you are saying it is as good as nothing has happened, this is not even eligible to be called as an instrument, but still okay. The same answer will hold good, right? So today we have discussed, come on, what is a promissory note, what is a bill of exchange, and what is a check. And most importantly, we have learned, come on, who is a holder and who is a holder in due course. Tomorrow, we may spend some identical time and we'll complete this Negotiable Instruments Act. And maybe if time permitting, we'll start with some other act tomorrow, right? Right. Please go home, revise this. Say, I have made this material as simple as possible. So if you find the institute study material to be difficult, no, to by heart at least whatever is there in this material as a last minute reprieve, please do that. That will help you loads in the examination, right? Thank you, children. Wherein we understood what is a negotiable instrument. A negotiable instrument is a piece of paper which entitles a person, come on, to a certain sum of money. Then we learned that there are three negotiable instruments. Number one is a promissory note. Number two is a bill of exchange. And number three is a check. We learned the definition of promissory note, the definition of bill of exchange, and also the definition of check. Then we also learned about this concept, namely, come on, who is a holder and holder in due course. Now, quickly, we will complete the other aspects. Now, let us understand what is meant by negotiation. What is meant by negotiation? We already know basically negotiate means to transfer. About what is the meaning of this word negotiation? When an instrument is transferred to any person so as to make that person the holder of the instrument, then the instrument is said to be negotiated. Come on, what is negotiation? When I transfer the instrument to some other person to make him the holder of the instrument. Holder simply means owner of the instrument. So when I transfer the instrument, what instrument? It can be a promissory note, or it can be a check, or it can be a bill of exchange. So when I transfer the instrument to any other person so as to constitute him the holder thereof. So as to constitute him the holder thereof. This is the key word that you should write. So as to constitute him the holder thereof. So the more you respond, the better it will get seated in your mind. Come on. Where an instrument. Instrument means which instrument? It can be a promissory note, or it can be a bill of exchange, or it can be a check. So where a promissory note or bill of exchange or check is transferred to any person, so as to constitute that person the holder thereof. So as to constitute that person, come on, the holder thereof, the instrument is said to be negotiated. So this negotiation, how do I do the negotiation of the instrument? How do I make somebody the holder? At present, I am the holder. How do I make somebody else the holder? If it is going to be a bearer instrument, come on, if the instrument happens to be a bearer instrument, the other day we saw what is a bearer instrument, where if the name of the payee is not mentioned, it is a bearer instrument. If the name of the payee is mentioned, then it is an order instrument. One more bearer instrument is that where the instrument is expressed to be payable to bearer, where if it is mentioned pay bearer, then it is a dash instrument, bearer instrument. So this bearer instrument, it can be transferred. How can it be transferred? It can be transferred by mere delivery. A classic example of bearer instrument, though it is not covered under Negotiable Instruments Act, to give you an idea, a classic example of a bearer instrument is your rupee note. I have 500 rupee note. How do I transfer it to you? Go register somewhere, do something, write your name, give it, nothing. If I hand over that 500 to you, it is yours. If you want to give it to some other person, hand it over. This is called as, come on, mere delivery. About bearer instruments, come on, number one, it can be transferred by mere delivery. But if the name of the payee is mentioned, that cannot be transferred by mere delivery. That can be transferred only by, come on, endorsement and delivery. That can be transferred, come on, only by endorsement and delivery. So which means, my dear friends, if it happens to be a dash instrument, come on, if it happens to be a bearer instrument, it can be transferred by, come on, mere delivery. On the other hand, if it happens to be a order instrument, it can be transferred by, come on, endorsement and delivery. It can be transferred, come on, endorsement and delivery. Now, what is endorsement? We simply know signing on the backside of the instrument is called as an endorsement. But law cannot define that way. Law cannot say take the instrument, take the backside of the instrument, sign on the instrument, or take an additional sheet called as a launch, assign on the instrument, nothing. Law simply defines. Where the holder signs the instrument otherwise than as a maker, it is called as an endorsement. Where the holder of the instrument signs the instrument otherwise than as a maker. Generally, who signs the instrument? Maker. So where the holder of the instrument signs the instrument, come on, otherwise than as a maker, then that instrument is said to be, come on, endor. I make a promissory note, I give the promissory note to you. So your name is mentioned in promissory note, which means now this is a dash instrument, come on, this is an order instrument. How do I transfer this order instrument? Sorry, how do you transfer this order instrument? By endorsement and delivery. Now you are signing this instrument, but you are not signing it as a maker. You are not signing this as a maker. For example, I give a bill of exchange to you, directing you to pay me after 2 months. I give a bill of exchange to you, directing you to pay me after 2 months. Now, I am the maker of the instrument. I am the holder of the instrument. I am the maker of the instrument. Also, come on, I am the holder of, because I am the P. I am the P. So I am the maker of the instrument. I am also the dash of the instrument holder. Now, I want to transfer this to somebody else. What do? I sign this instrument otherwise than as a maker. Now I sign this for the second time. First time I signed the instrument in my capacity as a maker. Second time I am signing the instrument in my capacity as a holder. In my capacity as a holder. So if a person signs the instrument where a holder signs the instrument otherwise than as a, come on, where a holder signs the instrument, come on, otherwise than as a maker, then the instrument is said to be endorsed. So two important definitions we have learned here. Number one, what is meant by negotiation. Number two, what is meant by endorsement. Don't get confused between negotiation and endorsement. Negotiation is my ultimate objective. To achieve that ultimate objective called as negotiation, I should do mere delivery in the case of a bearer instrument, and I should do an endorsement and delivery in the case of an order instrument, which means mere endorsement will not result in negotiation. Endorsement is one of the steps for achieving this negotiation. So this endorsement should be followed by delivery, which means if I endorse the instrument, endorse to Mr. A, and I keep this in my pocket, now there is no endorsement, there is no negotiation. There is an endorsement, but there is no negotiation. So when do you become the holder of the instrument? Only when I deliver the instrument to you, you become the holder of the instrument. So endorsement should always be completed by, come on, delivery. Mere endorsement will not result in negotiation. So don't get confused between these two words, endorsement and negotiation. Endorsement is one of the steps of negotiation. Negotiation is our ultimate objective. So definition of negotiation, where an instrument is transferred to some other person so as to constitute that person the holder. So as to constitute that person, come on, the holder. Then the instrument is said to be, come on, negotiated. What is the definition of endorsement? Where the holder signs the instrument otherwise than as a maker, then the instrument is said to be, come on, endorse. Right? So where a negotiable instrument has been endorsed, but before it could be delivered, the endorser dies. Before it could be delivered, come on, the endorser dies. The legal representative cannot negotiate the same by delivery thereof because he is not the agent of the deceased person. I expect these types of questions may come in the examination, which means Mr. A is the holder of the instrument. Mr. A is holder of the instrument. Somebody has given promissory note to Mr. A. Mr. A is the holder of the instrument. Now, Mr. A wants to transfer this to Mr. B. So he turns the instrument and he writes endorsed to be signed. Mr. A keeps in his table drawer. And Mr. A goes into the photo frame. Means Mr. A dies. Now, what will happen? Is this instrument negotiated or the instrument not negotiated? Friends, I already told you, for negotiation, 2 steps are required. Number 1, there should be an endorsement. Number 2, the endorsement should be followed by a delivery. Inge edu over. Endorsement is over, but delivery has not yet happened. Before this instrument could be delivered, Yamadudas delivered this fellow to Mr. Yama. Therefore, this negotiation, is it complete or it is not complete? This negotiation is not complete. Can we say the legal representative should hand it over? No. Legal representative do not have a right to hand this over because legal representatives are not the agent. Agent is different. Legal representative is different. If I specifically appoint a person as my agent, then only he becomes an agent. Legal representative are not the agents. Legal representative are not the agent. So therefore, if any person after endorsement but before delivery, if he dies, that's all. That no instrument will not get negotiated. The instrument will not get negotiated. So there is one more point here which speaks about, escrow bill. We call this as escrow bill. What is called as a conditional delivery? What is called as, a conditional delivery? So where if I deliver the negotiable instrument on a condition that the negotiable instrument will take effect only when that conditions is fulfilled, then the negotiable instrument will be enforceable only when the conditions are fulfilled. Or if I give a negotiable instrument on a condition, when I deliver a negotiable instrument on a condition saying that only when the conditions are not fulfilled, you should use this negotiable instrument, then you can use this negotiable instrument only when the conditions are not fulfilled. Please be very careful. I am not attaching any condition to the instrument. I am attaching a condition by delivering the instrument. I have not written anything in the instrument. The condition is not attached to the instrument. The condition is attached to the delivery. The condition is attached to the delivery. So where negotiable instrument is delivered on a condition that it is not to take effect except in a certain event, it is not negotiable unless such event happens. The liability to pay arises only when the event happens. Let me explain just simply. Say, for example, I have taken a construction contract from you. I have taken a construction contract. So you should make the payment to me. But you are telling, what if it leaks tomorrow? What if it leaks tomorrow? I tell, sir, no problem. It will not leak. No, I strongly suspect it may leak. What will I do if it leaks? I say, no issue. What is the estimate loss you expect? If it leaks, I think at least 10 lakh rupees will be my loss. Okay, no issues. Draw a bill of exchange on me. So now there is no leaking. Now there is nothing, no issues now. But you only fear that it may leak in the future. This is a condition. This is a condition. So which means what happens? You draw a bill of exchange on me. I accept the bill of exchange and give it to you. So you are the drawer. I am the drawee and you are the payee cum holder. And when I hand over, I clearly tell you, you are not supposed to use this bill against me and collect this amount of rupees 10 lakh unless there is a leak. Unless there is a leak. Now there is no leakage. Now you cannot enforce this bill against me. But this condition I have not written inside the instrument. And I am not even supposed to write it inside the instrument because definition says promissory note or bill of exchange is an unconditional undertaking or an unconditional order. So which means I have not attached the condition to the instrument. I have attached the condition, only to the delivery. I have attached the condition, only to delivery. Which means we may have a separate contract saying that you are not supposed to use this bill unless blah, 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 blah. Now what happens? You are the holder. You are not supposed to encash this instrument. You are not supposed to encash this instrument. But the entire Negotiable Instruments Act, nobody can raise their voice before holder in due course. Nobody can deny their liability towards holder in due course. He is the hero of our story. Yeah, a holder in due course. So I trusted you. I accepted the bill of exchange to you and I gave it to you. You, what did you do? You endorsed this instrument to a transferee in good faith for a consideration and before maturity. Holder, good faith consideration before maturity, he becomes a holder in due. You transferred it to a holder in due course. So on the maturity date, the holder in due course comes and stands outside my home and says, come on, make the payment. Am I supposed to make the payment? The answer is yes. Nyayamite is not leaking, which means I'm not supposed to make the payment. But now who comes and claims this amount on the instrument? It is being claimed by, come on, holder in due. Now am I supposed to make the payment? The answer is yes. Which means where there is a conditional delivery, you should not write it as conditional instrument. Instrument can't be conditional. Where there is a conditional delivery, then it is called as an escrow bill. Unless that event happens, you cannot enforce this instrument. But in case if the instrument goes into the hands of a holder in due course, he can enforce the instrument because whom is he? He is the holder in due. Now in different types of instruments, we'll be seeing holder in due course is the ultimate hero. Is the boss. Nobody can deny their liability to a holder in due course. Such boss-pati, so many things are written in institute study material, except defining who is that boss. There is no definition for holder in due course in ICA, no study material. Anyways, where a negotiable instrument is delivered on a condition that it is not to take effect except in a certain event, it is not negotiable unless such event happens. The liability to pay arises only if the event happens. However, this will not affect the rights of whom? Holder in due course. Right. Now we will discuss the types of negotiable instruments: inland instrument, foreign instrument. This is a very simple definition and very frequently tested area in the examination. What is an inland instrument? To call an instrument as an inland instrument, any of these two boxes should be satisfied. Any of these two conditions must be satisfied, my dear friends. Either the instrument should be drawn in India and made payable in India, or the instrument is drawn in India or drawn upon a person resident in India. Which means condition number one, the instrument is drawn in India. Drawn, the instrument is made in India. And it is payable in India. Created in India, payable in India. Come on, this is a dash instrument, inland instrument. Or the instrument is drawn in India and drawn upon a person who is resident in India, which means the instrument is created in India and it is not payable in India. Maybe payable in India or not, but it is payable by a person who is resident in India. It is payable, come on, by a person who is resident in India. Either this box should be satisfied or this box should be satisfied, which means both conditions, the instrument should be drawn in India. If the instrument is drawn at a place outside India, then that instrument is not an inland instrument. But basically for an inland instrument, come on, the instrument should be, repeat it along with me, only then it gets memorized in your brain. Come on, the instrument should be drawn in India. This is a basic condition. Then any of these two conditions should be satisfied. What are that any of those two conditions to be satisfied? Made payable in India or made payable by a person resident in India. This is basic condition, this is additional condition. This is like 40, this is like aggregate 50. So this should be drawn in India and made payable in India, or drawn in India and made payable by a person resident in India. What is foreign instrument? Foreign instrument, these are the instruments other than the inland instrument. Any instrument other than the inland instrument is a foreign instrument. So very simple. So imagine an instrument is drawn in India. Instrument is payable in India. Instrument is drawn upon by a person resident in USA. Now, what is the nature of this instrument? Come on, tell me what is the nature of this instrument. This instrument is an inland instrument. Very good. The instrument is drawn in India, payable at USA, payable by a person who is resident in USA. What instrument? Foreign instrument. Why? Because the basic condition is satisfied that the instrument is drawn in India additional conditions are not satisfied. Instrument is drawn in USA, payable in India, payable by a person resident in India. Now, what instrument is this? This is a foreigner. What I don't want you to do is, don't know blindly, keep in mind as any of these two conditions. If it is India, then it is inland. No, don't do that mistake. Basically, the instrument should have been drawn in India. The moment you see that the instrument is drawn outside India, come to a conclusion. Come on, it is a dash instrument, foreign instrument. Now, which law will apply for a foreign instrument? This is in the absence of contract to the contrary, which means if your contract does not say anything else, law will say which provision is applicable. Where if there is a maker of promissory note, drawer of bill of exchange, and drawer of check, for them, the law of the place where the instrument was made is applicable. And for an acceptor and endorser, the law of the place where the instrument is made payable is applicable, which means for whom which law is applicable. This question is about, come on, for whom which law. Why do we classify the instrument as inland and foreign? Just to know which law is applicable. Inland a different law is applicable. Foreign a different law is applicable. Negotiable Instruments Act is telling inland which law is applicable. Indian Negotiable Instruments Act is applicable. Foreign instrument which law is applicable, he is telling. Come on, for a maker of promissory note and for a drawer of bill of exchange and drawer of a check, the law of the place where the instrument was made, and for acceptor and endorser, wherever the instrument is made, payable. Very simply, the promissory note is drawn in India. The promissory note is drawn in India. And this is payable in USA. Payable in USA. Payable in USA to a person who is resident in USA. This is payable in USA. This is payable in USA. Who should make the payment? By a person who is resident in USA. Drawn in, this is drawn in India. Payable in, by whom it is payable? It is payable by a person resident in USA, which means maker came here in India. When he is there, he created a promissory note. Maker, when he is in India, he made a promissory note. Maker is a resident outside India. Maker is a payee is also a person who is resident outside India. So straightforward, this is a foreign instrument. Now, which law is applicable? Which law is applicable? For the maker, the law of the place where he made the instrument, the law of the land where he made the instrument, which means the instrument was made in India. So therefore, Indian law will be applicable. Indian law will be applicable. And if that no payee is endorsing it to some other person, if the payee is endorsing it to some other person, which law is applicable? American law is applicable because that is the place where the instrument is made payable. Appo, maker, drawer, that is maker of a promissory note, drawer of a check, and drawer of a bill of exchange. For them, law of the land where the instrument is made, is applicable. And for acceptors and endorser, the law of the land where the instrument is payable is applicable. I'll give you maybe 2 minutes time. Just try these questions. Right. So, first question. Ram draws a bill of exchange in Delhi upon Shyam, a resident of Jaipur, and accepted to be payable in Thailand after 90 days of acceptance. So tell me, where was the bill drawn? Delhi. Where is Delhi? Okay. Basic geography. Right. So the instrument is drawn in India. Drawn upon Shyam, a resident of Jaipur. Jaipur, India. So this India, and it is accepted to be payable in Thailand after 90 days of acceptance. Thailand, where is it? Outside India. Okay. Now tell me, what is this instrument? Tak. Inland instrument. Ramesh draws a bill of exchange in Mumbai upon Suresh, a resident of Australia, and accepted to be payable in Chennai after 30 days. Instrument is drawn in India. Mumbai is in India. Upon Suresh, a resident of Australia, and accepted to be payable in Chennai. So drawn in India and payable in India. What instrument? Inland. Laddu 4 marks or 6 marks in the examination. Then Ajay draws a bill of exchange in California upon Vijay, a resident of Jodhpur, and accepted to be payable in Kanpur. So immediately, the moment you see that the instrument is drawn in California, that's all. So then this is a dash instrument, foreign. Mukesh draws a bill of exchange in Lucknow upon Dinesh, a resident of China, and accepted to be payable in China after 45 days of acceptance. So the instrument is drawn in India, but it is payable in China, payable by a person resident in China. So therefore, this is a foreign instrument. Laddu question, right? Bearer instrument, order instrument, I remember I have already explained this to you. What is a bearer instrument? Where an instrument is expressed to be payable to bearer. Where if an instrument is expressed to be payable to bearer, it is called as a bearer instrument. Or if the name of the payee is not mentioned, come on, it is a dash instrument, it is a bearer instrument. Or if the last endorsement is a blank endorsement. Let me explain what is this. The last endorsement, come on, it's a dash endorsement, it is a blank endorsement. What do I mean by this last endorsement is a blank endorsement? Very simple. Order instrument can be negotiated. Come on, quick. Order instrument can be negotiated. So how do I endorse the order instrument? How do I negotiate the order instrument? By doing an endorsement. So I do a blank endorsement. What is meant by blank endorsement? Name of the endorsee is not there. I turn the instrument. I write endorse to dash. Endorse to. It is not that I intend someone to scold them. I am using the word dash. And the dash illa. What is this dash? Now this is blank. Endorse to dash dot. Signed by me. Which means now this instrument is a dash instrument. Where payee's name is not there now. Now this instrument is a dash instrument, bearer. Which means sometimes an order instrument can also get converted into a bearer instrument. Bearer instrument can also get converted into a order. How do I convert the order instrument into bearer instrument? If the endorsement is a blank endorsement. Come on, if the endorsement is a blank endorse, then the order instrument becomes a bearer. How to convert the bearer instrument into the order instrument? If you write the name of the payee, the bearer instrument will get converted into an order. So what is an order instrument? Which is expressed to be payable to or to the order of a specified person. This we have already seen in the definition. Shall we progress? Right. Then 2 more bill types are there. Ambiguous bill. What is an ambiguous bill? Ambiguous means if something could be understood this way or that way, it is what you call as, come on, ambiguous. Sometimes in examination also we write ambiguous answers, right? So I will either ippudiyum purinjikalam appudiyum purinjikalam. It is for the examiner to decide. So let him do so. And the mari எழுதுறதுக்கு பேரு ambiguous. இப்புடியும் புரிஞ்சுக்கலாம் அப்படியும் புரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். அப்போ what is there in the ambiguous instrument? Where an instrument could be construed either as a promissory note or as a bill of exchange. How is that an instrument could be construed either as a promissory note or as a bill of exchange? It should either stay as a promissory note or it should stay as a bill of exchange. How is that there is a scenario we consider the instrument either as a promissory note or as a bill of exchange? I'll tell you something very simple. Say for example, A Limited is there. A Limited has a branch in Chennai and A Limited also has a branch in Bangalore. Come on, A Limited has a branch in Chennai. A Limited also has a branch in Bangalore. This Chennai branch has received services from Bangalore branch. Come on, Chennai branch has received some services from Bangalore branch, which means who should pay whom? Who should pay whom? Chennai branch should pay Bangalore. So now what Bangalore branch does? Bangalore branch draws, yeah, what it draws? Bill of exchange on Chennai and accepted. And now what Bangalore branch does? Endorses it to B Limited. What Bangalore branch does? This endorses this to B Limited. Right? Now, a very tricky area. Just listen. Bangalore branch has drawn a bill of exchange on Chennai branch and it was accepted. By whom it was accepted? It was accepted by Chennai branch. Bangalore branch is the creditor. He draws a bill of exchange on the Chennai branch and Chennai branch is accepting and handing it over to Bangalore branch. So Bangalore branch is the drawer, Chennai branch is the drawee, and Bangalore branch is the payee. Now Bangalore branch endorses this to B Limited. Endorses this command to B Limited. Now let us see from the viewpoint of B Limited. For B Limited, very obviously, this instrument is a dash, this instrument is a bill of exchange. Because this instrument is a bill of exchange, therefore he can treat it as a bill of exchange. The other way of interpreting this is very simple. Who should pay to whom? Who should pay to whom? The Chennai branch of A Limited should pay to Bangalore branch of A Limited, which has been now endorsed to B Limited. B Limited, it does not make any distinction between whom and whom. Chennai and Bangalore, both belongs to whom? A Limited. But who should make the payment? A Limited. Who created this instrument? A Limited. But when an instrument is created by a person and he is liable on the instrument, when the instrument is created by the debtor and the debtor is liable on the instrument, then that instrument is called as a promissory note. My dear friends, I have already told you, promissory note will be created by whom? It will be created by debtor. Now tell me, forget, for an outsider, there is no distinction between Chennai branch bank. It is for you internally. As an outsider, for me, there is only one party called as A Limited. Who created the instrument? Who is liable on the instrument? A Limited. So where a party creates an instrument and he is liable on the instrument, that instrument is called as a promissory note. So from the perspective of B Limited, A Limited only created the instrument. He is my debtor. He himself is liable on the instrument. Then this instrument is called as a promissory note. Debtor, if he creates an instrument, my dear friends, that instrument is creditor. If he creates an instrument, that instrument is a bill of exchange. So B Limited can treat this as a bill of exchange because in form, this instrument is a bill of exchange. Come on, in form, this instrument is a bill of exchange. B Limited can also treat this as a promissory note because in substance, this is a promissory note. The instrument is created by whom? Created by A Limited. And A Limited is liable on the instrument and A Limited is, come on, liable on the instrument. Come on, the instrument is created by A Limited and A Limited is liable on the instrument. That type of instrument is nothing but, come on, promissory note. You create, you are liable on the instrument. That instrument is called as a promissory note. I create, you are liable on the instrument. That instrument is called as a bill of exchange. Right? Right. Very simple. What is the implication? Now, B Limited can either treat this as a bill of exchange or he can treat this as a promissory note. And the limitation laws are relatively different for a bill of exchange and for a promissory note. So he can either treat it as a bill of exchange or he can treat it as a promissory note. Right. Next is inchoate instrument. Next is, come on, inchoate instrument. Friends, before that, let us quickly consolidate. I just want to know, add a word here. Holder can decide the instrument. The nature of instrument. Holder can decide the nature of the instrument, which means the holder can continue to treat this as a promissory note. The holder can continue to treat this as a bill of exchange. The instrument is valid. The point on the matter is that even though it is an ambiguous instrument, the instrument is still valid. The instrument is still valid. Right. Next, inchoate. Inchoate means incomplete. What is inchoate? Inchoate simply means, come on, incomplete. So if an instrument is incomplete, that instrument is called as a dash instrument. It is called as an inchoate instrument. So what does this provision say? When a person signs and delivers to another a paper on which stamp duty is paid, and the paper is either wholly blank or incomplete. Very simple, I'll explain. Either it is a promissory note or it is a bill of exchange. The instrument is stamped and signed. We all know promissory note needs stamping, bill of exchange needs stamping. The instrument is stamped and the instrument is signed. And other details are incomplete. And come on, the other details are incomplete. Now this instrument is called as a dash instrument. It is called as an inchoate instrument. This is called as an incomplete instrument. This instrument is called as, come on, an incomplete instrument. Now what do I do? When I sign the instrument and I give it to you, incomplete instrument to you, I give an authority to you to complete the balance part of the instrument. When some part of the instrument, say for example, date is not mentioned, place of payment is not mentioned, amount is not mentioned, interest rate is not mentioned. If any of these matters are not mentioned, then obviously this instrument is a dash instrument. Come on, it is an inchoate instrument. When I sign and deliver the instrument to you, come on, you repeat along with me. When an instrument is signed and delivered, come on, and the other details are either wholly incomplete or partially incomplete, that instrument is called as an inchoate instrument. So you should not write inchoate instrument means incomplete instrument. What is incomplete? Sir, everything is there. Sign alone is not there. I don't even call this as an instrument, because an instrument becomes an instrument only when somebody acknowledges that they are liable to make the payment. Apo, where an instrument is signed and stamped, first keyword, where an instrument is, come on, signed and stamped. Second keyword, and the other details are either wholly incomplete or partially incomplete. And the other details are either, come on, wholly incomplete or partially incomplete. Then it is called as a dash instrument. It is called as an inchoate instrument. Which means if I give inchoate instrument to you, I give incomplete instrument to you, I give power to you to complete the balance. I give power to you, come on, to complete the balance. Now, Negotiable Instruments Act says, holder of the instrument can fill an amount not exceeding the amount covered, not exceeding the amount intended to be transferred. Holder of the instrument can fill an amount. How much amount? Whatever is intended to be transferred, the holder can fill. Whatever is intended to be transferred, the holder can fill. I gave you an instrument, a promissory note, signed, stamped, your name is mentioned, date is mentioned, amount alone is not mentioned. I tell you, you can fill up to 10,000 rupees. You can fill, come on, up to 10,000. Now you can fill up to 10,000 because the authority which I have given to you is only to the extent of 10,000. Therefore, now you can fill only to the extent of 10,000. Suppose if you fill 15,000 and you give it to me, I am not liable to pay you 15,000 because you are a holder. You are a holder. You can only fill the amount which is intended to be transferred. You can only fill, come on, the amount which is. On the other hand, if the instrument goes into the hands of a holder in due course, if the instrument, come on, goes into the hands of a, then the holder in due course can fill any amount. Holder in due course can fill any amount, not exceeding the amount covered by stamp duty, not exceeding the amount which is covered by stamp. Very simple. I give an instrument to you. 1 rupee stamp is affixed in the instrument. How much stamp is affixed in the instrument? 1 rupee. Let us imagine up to 20,000 rupees, 0 to 20,000 rupees, if you are going to write in the instrument, the stamp duty is 1. So I give a promissory note to you, 1 rupee stamp, and I tell you I have not filled the amount. You are telling me you are doubtful whether it is 9,875 or 9,785. So you can fill maximum 9,875. 9,785 is obviously less than 9,000. So you can fill maximum 9,875. How much can you fill? 9,875. Now you transfer this instrument to a holder in due course. Remember who is a holder in due course? A person who has acquired the instrument in for a consideration, good faith, before maturity. So you transfer this instrument, come on, to a holder in due course. Holder in due course. And you have purchased goods from holder in due course to the extent of 18,000. To the extent of. So you transfer it to the holder in due course, you fill 18,000, give it to the holder in due course. On the maturity date, holder in due course stands before me. How much should I pay to the holder in due course? Because I told you nobody can deny their liability to holder in due course. So how much should I pay to the holder in due course? I should pay 18,000. I should pay 18,000. Law says holder in due course can fill an amount. Come on. Not exceeding the amount covered by stamp duty. Come on. So holder in due course can fill how much? He can fill 18,000. Now I am bound to pay to the holder in due course how much? 18,000. Then sir, you stand to lose 9,875 only you are supposed to pay, but whereas you are paying 18,000, that extra I will recover it from you because you are the person who improperly acted. I had given an authority to you only to fill an amount of 9,875 maximum. You misused that authority and you gave it to an innocent third party. Now I am liable to the innocent third party in full, but to you, I am liable only to the extent of 9,875. So 18,000 minus 9,875, whatever 8,000 and odd amount is coming, that amount you should pay me. That amount you should pay me. Got it? Fair enough. Come on, let us consolidate. What is that? When they ask you a question on inchoate instrument, you should write these 3 points. What are all the 3 points? Number 1, definition of inchoate instrument. What is an inchoate instrument? Number 1, where an instrument is signed and stamped, and the other details are wholly incomplete or partially incomplete. Now this instrument is called as a dash instrument, inchoate instrument. Number 2, in the case of inchoate instrument, the person who creates the instrument gives an authority to the holder. How much authority he gives to the holder? He gives an authority to the holder to fill an amount which is intended to be transferred. Now the holder can fill the instrument, but he is not supposed to fill an amount more than the amount which is intended to be transferred. If the instrument goes into the hands of holder in due course, the instrument, if it goes into the hands of a holder in due course, then what is that he can do? He can fill any amount. He can fill any amount, not exceeding the amount which is covered by stamp duty. Of course, you should apply your brain that where if there is a check, then in that case, where an instrument is signed and the other details are wholly or partially incomplete, because check, there is no question of stamp. Stamp is there only for a promissory note and a bill of exchange. Come on, please go through this question. A owes a certain sum of money to B. A does not know the exact amount and hence he makes out a blank check in favor of B, signs and delivers it to B with a request to fill up to the amount due payable by him. B fills up fraudulently the amount larger than the amount due payable by A and endorses the check to C in full payment of dues of B. Check of A is dishonored. Referring to the provisions of Negotiable Instruments Act, discuss the rights of B and C. Tell me, how much amount B can claim? Tell me, Pa, how much amount B can claim? Amount which is intended to be transferred. Very good. How much amount C can claim? C can claim full amount mentioned in check. Got this question? Purunjita, find the question. Shall we progress? Right. Some special provisions in the case of check. This is very, very, very important. Very, very important. From an examination viewpoint, my dear friends, this is very, very important. Section 138 of Negotiable Instruments Act. What section 138 says? You will have a severe punishment in case if the check is going to get dishonored. That's all. Essence. Section 138 says you will have a severe punishment if the check is going to get dishonored. What is that severe punishment? Point 1, this is applicable only with respect to a check. What is that severe punishment? The severe punishment is that the drawer of the check. Can you recollect and tell me who is the drawer of the check? Drawer of the check is the person who has an account. The drawer of the check, he can be subjected to an imprisonment up to 2 years or fine up to twice the amount of the instrument or both. Which means if a check is given for an amount of rupees 2 lakhs and if the check is getting dishonored, he can be sent to an imprisonment for a maximum period of 2 years, or we can collect from him for a fine not exceeding rupees 4 lakhs. 2 lakhs is the amount of check, 2 into 2 lakhs, maximum 4 lakhs, or both imprisonment as well as fine. But when you write, you should very cautiously write this imprisonment up to 2 years. I have seen students writing imprisonment of 2 years. There is a big difference. When I say imprisonment up to 2 years, the maximum period of imprisonment is 2 years. The maximum period of imprisonment is 2 years. Or it can be fine up to twice the amount of the instrument. Again, you should not write fine of 2 times of the instrument. It is fine up to twice the amount of the instrument. Or it can be both. Which means both imprisonment as well as fine. Both imprisonment as well as fine. Some important points for your attention. This provision will apply only when the check is getting dishonored for insufficiency of funds. Sometimes person signing the check might have forgotten the original signature he put. Signs the check, gives it to you. Check gets dishonored. Ordinary 2 years imprisonment, no. Grandpa, his hands are trembling because of old age. He is signing the check, check is getting dishonored. 2 years imprisonment, no. Somebody gave a check to you. Instead of mentioning, no, August 2025, they mentioned August 2024, they gave the check to you. You also did not notice, you deposited it in the bank. Now this check is called as a stale check. More than 3 months, the check is a stale check. Banker dishonest. No imprisonment will come. But when will this question of imprisonment come? The question of imprisonment will come only when the check is dishonored because of, come on, insufficiency of funds. Number 1, the check is getting dishonored because of, come on, insufficiency of funds. Number 2, the check should have been towards discharge of some consideration, which means it should not be a gift check, which means this provision will not apply for not a gift check. Which means you can go to your friend's marriage, give gift check of as much amount as you please, with the belief and the hope that the check will never get honored. Maybe that account itself is never existing, but still you can give a check for 2 crores, 3 crores, 5 crores to your friend for his marriage. You can do to him. Tomorrow when the check is getting dishonored, can he initiate an action against you under section 138? No. Then the check should have been presented within its validity period. What is the validity period? The validity period is, come on, 3 months. Now, closely follow. The conditions are slightly difficult to comprehend. Please understand. So I give a check to you. The check is getting dishonored. Come on, I give a check to you and the check is getting dishonored. When I give a check to you, what would you have done? You would have deposited the check. When I give the check, what you would have done is, come on, you would have deposited this check. When you deposit this check, your banker will tell you when the check is getting dishonored. Which means the holder will receive an intimation from his banker that the check got dishonored. From that date, within a period of 30 days, the holder should intimate to the drawer. The payee will get an information from his banker that the check got dishonored. In case the check is getting dishonored, the payee will get an intimation from his banker. From that date, within a period of 30 days, the payee should intimate to the drawer. From there, within 15 days, the drawer should make the payment. And if the drawer is not making the payment within 15 days, from the end of the 15 days, within a period of 1 month, you should make a complaint to the court. So what is the chronology? The chronology is, which means I give a check to you for rupees 2 lakhs. You deposit the check. The check is getting dishonored. You will not knock the doors of the court now. Sir, I was waiting for this opportunity. Let us throw Magesh sir in. Okay, check got dishonored. Directly go to the court. Put to jail, sir. No. Law says one more opportunity should be given to the drawer. Maybe it's a genuine mistake on the side of the drawer. He did not pay proper attention to that, or he forgot, whatsoever it is. But therefore, law says, hey, holder, once you receive an intimation from your banker that the instrument got dishonored, from there within a period of 30 days, you intimate the drawer. Give an opportunity of 15 days to the drawer to make the payment. And if the drawer fails to make the payment within that period of 15 days, from the expiry of that 15 days within a period of 1 month. Law 30 days and 1 month are not one and the same. So 30 days you should tell it as 30 days. 1 month you should tell it as 1 month. So what is the provision? The provision says, from the date the holder receives the notice of dishonor from his banker, from there within a period of 30 days, the holder should intimate the drawer. Drawer should make the payment within 15 days. If the drawer fails to make the payment within 15 days, from the expiry of the 15 days within a period of 1, the holder should go to the court. And sir, you say that the check should have been drawn for a consideration. How do we know that the instrument is drawn for a consideration? So come on, before that, section 138. Come on, just recollect and tell me what 138 says. Come on, tell me what 138 says. Number 1. Dishonor of check. What is the consequence for dishonor of check? What is the punishment for dishonor of check? Come on, tell me. Number 1. Imprisonment or fine up to twice the amount of the instrument, or both. And what are all the conditions to be satisfied? Number 1, it is due to insufficiency of funds. Number 2, is drawn for a consideration. Number 3, it should have been presented within a period of 3 months. Number 4, from within 30 days of the holder receiving an intimation, the holder should intimate to whom? Drawer. And the drawer should make the payment within next. And if the drawer fails, then within the next 1 month, the holder should file a suit in the court of. Now, all these instruments should have been drawn for a consideration. Come on, all these instruments should have been drawn for a consideration. This is only an assumption. How do we know that the instrument is drawn for a consideration? Section 139 says that there is a rebutable presumption, which means 139 assumes that all the instrument has been drawn for a consideration. Can you rebut that? Can you break that? Can you go against that assumption? Can you disprove that assumption? Yes. So you can say, which means, say, for example, for your marriage, I give a gift check of 2 crore. As per section 139, all checks are drawn for a consideration. But now I can go to the court and I can say, sir, normally 139 says all checks are drawn for a consideration. But in our case, this 2 crore rupees check was not drawn for any consideration. I can disprove the consideration aspect in the court of law. This is what you call as a rebutable assumption. மறுக்கலாம் அந்த அசம்ஷனை மறுக்க முடியும் அந்த அசம்ஷன் தப்புன்னு சொல்லலாம் அதுக்கு பேர் தான் என்ன assumption that is called as a rebutable assumption. Irrebutable assumption na what does that mean? You cannot go against that assumption. Assumption will only continue, your facts will not continue. But here there is a dash assumption. Come on, there is a rebutable assumption that all the instruments has been drawn for a consideration. Then see, no defense is available to the drawer that he had no reason to believe that the check may get dishonored when he issued the check. I gave the check to you. You deposited the check got dishonored owing to insufficiency of funds. Subsequently, you send a notice to me, I failed to make the payment within 15 days. You initiated legal action. I come to the court of law and I say, sir, what can I do? I never thought that this will happen. I gave the power to my manager to do all these things properly. Useless fellow, my manager did not do this properly. What can I do, sir? Or I thought my customer will properly make payment to in that bank account. That bloody fellow, he did not make payment in that account. Therefore, I could not make the payment. When I gave the check, I thought, sir, my customer, you call my customer also, no. He told that he will make payment in 5 days. 50 days today, still he has not made the payment. I asked him to make payment in that bank account only. I never thought this will happen, sir. Tough luck, sir. No luck, go in jail. Imprisonment up to 2 years. So what the provision says, there is no defense available to the drawer to say that he had no reason to believe that the instrument would have got honored. He had no reason to believe that the instrument would have got dishonored at the time of issuing the instrument. So when I gave the instrument, I had no reason to believe that the instrument will get dishonored. Nambi தான் சார் கொடுத்த instrument honor ஆகும் நம்பி தான் சார் கொடுத்தேன். ஆயிடுச்சு சார் என்ன சார் பண்றது அப்படின்லாம் சொல்லி டபாய்க்க முடியாது. Next, section 138 shall also apply to stop payment checks. Do you know what is meant by stop payment check? I give a check to you today. Immediately I go to my banker and I say, a person will come with this check. Adichu kuda kepa, don't make the payment. I am going to my banker and I am telling my banker, come on, don't make the payment. Now this is called as a stop payment. Come on, this is called as a stop payment. So I tell my banker, please don't make the payment. Now the check is deposited, the check gets dishonored. The check is deposited. Come on, the check gets dishonored. You want to initiate an action under section 138. I tell to the bank, I tell in the court, sir, read section 138 properly. Check, if it is getting dishonored because of insufficiency of funds, only 138 will apply. Here, check got dishonored, not because of insufficiency of funds, because of stop payment. Check got dishonored, not because of insufficiency of funds, because of dash, stop payment. Therefore, you should not initiate an action under section 138. Law says no. Law, court judgment says 138 action will apply even for stop payment. Else think here. I have zero balance in my account. I give a check of 15,000. You deposit the check. The check gets dishonored. 138 action will come. I will get free food for 2 years. Correct? Alternatively, I have zero balance in my account. I give a check of rupees 15,000 to you and I intimate my bank, don't make the payment. As if it comes, the payment would have happened. I am telling to the bank, come on, don't make the payment. Banker is refusing to make the payment. I go to the court of law and I argue. 138 will apply only for Insufficiency. Here the check got dishonored. What is the reason mentioned by bank? The reason mentioned by bank is not insufficiency of funds. The reason mentioned by bank is stop payment. Every fellow who is having insufficient funds will give a check and subsequently he will make a stop payment order and he will escape from the the penalty provisions which is contemplated in section 138. Adanala courts are telling that section 138 penalty provisions will apply even if the check is dishonored because of, come on, stop payment order. Right? Now, there are 4 questions here. Quickly go through these 4 questions. Right. First question. A promoter who has borrowed a loan on behalf of the company, who is neither a director or person in charge, sent a check from the company's account to discharge its legal liability. Subsequently, the check was dishonored and the complaint was lodged against him. Is he liable for an offense under section 138? Very simple. There is a company. You know the concept called as promoter? Sorry, there is a company. There is a person called as promoter. Promoter, he took a loan on behalf of company. Promoter, he took a loan on behalf of the company. So from outsider, promoter, he took a loan. And he gave the loan to the company. He asked the company to repay the loan. The company gave a check. When the company gave a check, this check got dishonored. The question is whether this promoter is liable or not. Please understand, for an action under section 138, the person who gave the check is only liable. Who is the person who gave the check? Company. But how can we subject the company liable? Company is a dash person. Come on, he's an artificial person. But in the case of a company, the person in charge of the company is liable. Come on, in the case of a company, who is liable? The person in charge is liable. Which means this promoter is nyayama liable if that promoter is a person in charge of the company. But the question specifically says he is neither a director nor a person in charge. So the promoter is liable under 138. A promoter is not liable. The promoter is not liable. Why? I am not speaking about the loan amount. Please understand, I am not speaking about his liability towards the loan amount. I am speaking about the liability under section 138. 2 years free food, 2 times the amount of the instrument, whether for that promoter is liable or not, the answer is no. The answer is no. Promoter is not liable. And who is liable? The person in charge of the company. Yeah, under section 138, I will add. Promoter is not liable under section 138 and person in charge of the company is liable. Right. Next. X draws a check in favor of Y. You want to copy this something? Right. X draws a check in favor of Y. After having issued the check, he informs Y not to present the check for payment. What is that? Stop him. He also informs the bank to stop payment, decide under the provisions of negotiable instrument whether the said acts of X constitute an offense against him. So we are not sure whether the check got dishonored. So question we should not say no, sir. So spirit of the question based money we should answer. Spirit of the question and the spirit of the question is the check got deposited and the check got dishonored. Check will never get honored because we have given a stop payment order. Sir, question incomplete. Check போட்டானா இல்லையானே எங்களுக்கு தெரியல. அதனால question is not proper. So you should not ridicule the examiner and come back. He will ridicule you even badly. So therefore, you should go on the basis of the spirit of the question. இதுக்கெல்லாம் conditional answer தேவையில்லை. Spirit of the question based பண்ணி you can answer. So therefore, yes, he is liable. Right. These are all no examination questions. Tak we will go through. Y issued a check for rupees 10,000 to Mr. Z, which was dishonored by the bank because Y did not have enough funds in his account and has no authority to overdraw. Examine as per the provisions of the Negotiable Instruments Act whether Mr. Y is liable for dishonor of check. If yes, what are the consequences for such offense? What would be your answer if Y issued a check as a donation to Mr. Z? Very simple. This is for 5 to 6 marks in the examination. Laddu. Laddu. Tak, you can score. So you should write the entire provisions of section 138 and you will say, yes, Mr. Y is liable for dishonor of check. What are the consequences? The consequences are, come on, imprisonment up to 2 years or fine up to twice the amount of the instrument or both. And what would be the answer if Y issued this check as a donation to Mr. Z? Then he is not liable because for an action under section 138 to be initiated, the instrument should have been drawn for a consideration. Then Shiva gave a gift of rupees 21,000 to his sister through a check issued in her favor on the occasion of Raksha Bandhan. Afterwards, Shiva informed her sister not to present the check for payment and also informed the bank to stop the payment. Examining the provisions, decide whether Shiva's acts constitute an offense under section 138. When a question is asked on the basis of Negotiable Instruments Act, you should write answer on the basis of Negotiable Instruments Act. You will not write here, as per Balfour versus Balfour, this is a social agreement. There is no intention to create இந்த மாதிரி பேத்தக்கூடாது. அவனே clear-ஆ சொல்லியிருக்கான். Another section 138 of Negotiable Instruments Act. So here you will purely answer only on the basis of Negotiable Instruments Act. So the instrument was drawn not for a consideration. Therefore, no action will get initiated under section 138. Okay, shall we progress? Right. Now, here comes the most irritating part of Negotiable Instruments Act. The provisions related to presentment. So another 2 pages, irritating part of Negotiable Instrument Act for any student for that matter, presentment. But I have tried to make this as simple as possible. I can just know overall, I can tell this is how it operates, this is how blah, 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 but that will not help you in the examination. So I have made it in the examination language as simple as possible. The next few minutes we'll complete this presentment today. Presentment for acceptance. Please understand this presentment for acceptance will be applicable only in the case of bill of exchange. Check you don't present for acceptance. Promissory note you don't present for acceptance. Presentment for acceptance is there only in this concept called as bill of exchange. So bill of exchange payable after sight must be presented for acceptance to the drawee. So bill should be presented to whom? Drawee. For what? Acceptance. Number 2, it should be presented within a dash time. It should be presented within a reasonable time. And it should be during the business hours, business day. Which means I draw a bill of exchange on you, which means I am the drawer, you are the drawee. I am the drawer, you are the drawee. Now I should present the bill of exchange to you for acceptance. I should present the bill of exchange, come on, to you for acceptance. When should I present the bill of exchange to you for acceptance? It should be presented within a reasonable time. There is a date which is mentioned on the bill. There is a date which is mentioned on the bill. Now I should present the instrument to you for acceptance within a reasonable time. Come on, within a reasonable time. And you should now accept the instrument. And I will give you maximum 48 hours for acceptance. Come on, I will give you maximum 48 hours for acceptance. I am not supposed to give you more than 48 hours for acceptance. I am not supposed to give you, come on, more than 48 hours for acceptance. Now, the holder must give the drawee 48 hours for acceptance. And some cases, the instrument will be treated as dishonored. When will the instrument be treated as dishonored? Very obvious. I present the instrument to you for acceptance and you are not accepting the instrument. You are telling, I will not accept the instrument. Do whatever you want. Now the instrument is, come on, dishonored. Now, come on, the instrument is dishonored. Dishonored by non-acceptance. Now the instrument is, come on, dishonored by non-acceptance. Number 2, there is no place which is mentioned in the bill of exchange after reasonable search the drawee could not be found out. Or a place is mentioned and the drawee could not be found out at that particular place. Come on, listen. I draw a bill of exchange on you. I am the drawer, you are the drawee, and I am the holder. Suppose if I endorse it to somebody else, that somebody else is the holder. That somebody else is, come on, the holder. What does this provision say? This provision says the holder should present the instrument to the drawee for acceptance. And the drawee should accept the instrument within 48 hours. If the drawee is not presenting the instrument within 48 hours, it is as good as not accepting the instrument. And the holder should not give drawee more than 48 hours. If he has to give more than 48 hours, he should get the consent of all the prior parties, which means A draws a bill of exchange on B. A draws a bill of exchange on B. A endorses this instrument to C. Now, who should present the instrument for acceptance? C should present the instrument to B for acceptance. And if B is not accepting, C should go back to A and he should tell to A, Mr. B is not accepting the instrument. Come on, you have this instrument. This instrument is dishonored. You make the payment. C should tell to A. You all know this concept. Endorsement. In the case of endorsement, the endorser is liable. So C will go to A and he will tell, you only endorse the instrument to me. Come on, you make the payment because Mr. B is refusing to accept the instrument. But when C presented the instrument to B and C gives him more than 48 hours for acceptance, and after 48 hours, B is telling, sorry, I cannot accept the instrument. B told, I need 48 hours to decide. No issue. B told, I need 72 hours to decide. Now what C does, C is telling, okay, you take your own time. He is not supposed to do this. The holder of the instrument should give not more than 48 hours. If he is going to give more than 48 hours, he should come back to the previous party. He should come back to the previous. So who is the previous party here? A. And he should ask A. He's asking more than 48 hours. Can I give him more than 48 hours? A says okay. Now C can give him more than 48 hours. And tomorrow, if this fellow 72 hours, after 72 hours, he's telling, sorry, I cannot accept the instrument. Now C can go and catch hold of A. Suppose if C has given him more time without the permission of A, C cannot sue A. But you cannot hold the prior parties. Come on, you cannot hold the prior party. So very simple. Number one, where there is a sorry. So I gave the instrument to whom drawee should accept. How much time can be given to the drawee for acceptance? 48 hours. And the drawee cannot, no, the holder cannot give the drawee more than 48 hours. Should he give the drawee more than 48 hours, he should get the consent of prior parties. Number two, if the drawee fails to accept, it is called as dishonor by non-acceptance. It is called as dishonor by non-acceptance. Under what other cases there is dishonor by non-acceptance? Situation number one. There is a place mentioned in the instrument for acceptance. I go to that place. At that place, that fellow is not there. Dishonored by non-acceptance. No place is mentioned. I could not find that fellow out even after a reasonable search. This is dishonor by, come on, non-acceptance. Now, presentment of promissory note. A promissory note payable after a certain period after sight must be presented to the maker for sight. Generally, this is not the way promissory notes are drawn. But suppose if somebody draws a promissory note which is payable after sight, who draws the promissory note? Who draws the promissory note? Drawer. You don't call him as drawer, you call him as a maker. And in accounting parlance, you call him as a debtor. So a debtor, the person who is liable to pay, he draws a promissory note. Normally on the maturity date, you will present the promissory note and I will make the payment. But there could be certain promissory note which says that the promissory note is payable after sight. The promissory note is payable after sight. Which means whatever time is mentioned in the promissory note, 2 months or 3 months or 4 months or 8 months or 6 months or 15 days, whatever time is mentioned in the promissory note, that Baba counting will start, that time counting will start, not from the date I give the promissory note to you, but from the date you show the promissory note once more to me. That is called as presenting the promissory note for sight. That is called as presenting the promissory note for sight. So a promissory note which is payable after sight must be presented to the maker for sight, and it should be presented within dash time limit. It should be presented within a reasonable time, and it should be during the business hours, business day. If you fail to present, then no parties are liable to the holder. Then, which means normally all the instruments should be presented for payment. All the instruments should be presented for payment. This is speaking about where there is a promissory note which is payable after sight. Normally all instruments are to be presented for payment. On which date should be presented for payment? Maturity date. On which date it should be presented for payment? Maturity. But this provision speaks about presenting the promissory note after sight. So which means when I am going to present the promissory note which is payable after sight, only when I show this promissory note to the maker, the clock will start ticking on. The clock will start ticking on. But therefore, if the instrument is payable after 2 months, like this 2 months after sight, if it is mentioned, then he gives the instrument to you. Once again, I show the instrument to the maker. From there only 2 months will start. Therefore, provision says, where there is a promissory note which is payable, where there is a promissory note which is payable after sight, it should be presented for payment. On maturity date, it should be presented for payment within a reasonable time. Only when you present it to him for payment, from there only, no, the time counting will start, and then only we can compute the maturity date. Therefore, it should be presented within a reasonable time. 99.99% of the promissory notes will not be promissory note payable after sight. It will be promissory note payable after date. Some date is mentioned in promissory note. From there only the time counting generally starts. But if some eccentric fellow gives some promissory note which is payable after sight, the time counting will start. If you once again present it to him for sight, then only the time counting will start. In such cases, you should present it within a dash time. It should be presented within a reasonable time. Then, presentment for payment. All the instruments should be presented for payment. Where a promissory note or a bill of exchange is payable after a period, it should be presented on maturity date. If it is payable by installments, it should be presented for payment on the third day after each installment date. Very simple. On the maturity date, the instrument should be presented for payment. Come on the maturity date, the instrument should be presented for payment. What is the maturity date? Generally, whatever day is mentioned, from there, 3 days. That is the maturity date. If the promissory note is payable by installments, come on, if the promissory note is payable by installments, which means I give a promissory note to you. Promissory note of rupees 3 lakhs, payable in 3 installments. 1st of January, 1st of April, 1st of July, 3 installments. Which means now 3 days concept will apply for each of these 3 installments. So 1st of January, then 4th of January only I am liable to pay that amount, 1 lakh. 1st of April means then 4th of April only I am liable to pay that amount of rupees 1 lakh. 1st of July, then only 4th of July I am liable to pay that amount of rupees 1 lakh. So if the promissory note is payable by installment, for each installment 3 days of grace is available. Right. Then presentment is not necessary. And if you are failing to present, no parties are liable to the holder, which means A gives a promissory note to B, B endorses it to C, C is endorsing it to D. Now, D should present it to whom? A. He should present it to A for payment. On which date should he present it to A for payment? He should present it for payment on what date? Come on, maturity date. Useless fellow. This D did not present it to A on maturity date. Now, Nyayama, if D had presented it to A and A had refused to make the payment, D can sue C, D can sue B, Nyayama. But if D fails to present it on the dash date, maturity date, if D fails to present it on the maturity date, then D cannot sue C, D cannot sue B. None of the parties are liable to D, except A. Except A. Primary party is always liable. Who is liable? Come on. Primary party is always liable. Right. And presentment is not necessary if the promissory note is payable on demand and not payable at a specified place. Presentment is not necessary when the promissory note is payable on demand and not payable at a dash place at a specified place. Which means if it is a demand promissory note and payable at a particular place, then presentment is not necessary. And presentment is not necessary. Right. Presentment of truncated check. If you remember, we had discussed what is meant by truncated check. When you deposit the check, they will put the check into a truncation machine and a small image will get generated. That image will be transmitted, substituting the further physical movement of the check. That is what you call as a truncated check. So in the case of a truncated check, I give a check to you. I have an account with HDFC. I give a check to you. You deposit this check with SBI. Now SBI will truncate the check and send it to HDFC. HDFC, it can demand any further information from SBI. HDFC is the drawee bank or what you call as the paying bank. HDFC can demand further information from whom? SBI. In case of reasonable suspicion. Come on, in case of dash suspicion, reasonable suspicion. But if it is a suspicion about fraud, forgery, etc., then it can demand presentment of the physical instrument, which means if HDFC believes that the image is distorted, the scanning had not happened properly, etc., HDFC can ask SBI, please give me further information. Please give me, further information. Whereas if SBI has got a serious suspicion about fraud, forgery, tampering, etc., HDFC can tell to SBI, please send me the physical instrument. Please send me the physical instrument. So this is about truncated check. Then hours of presentment. When should the presentment be done? To a bank, you should do the presentment during the banking hours, and to others, you should do it during the usual business hours, which means I give a check to you. And check is proper check. You go evening 5 o'clock, you go to the bank to encash this check. Bank is not making the payment. Now you cannot say dishonor, that fellow is not making the payment. You cannot say, because you are supposed to have presented it during the dash time banking. Suppose, say for example, I give a promissory note to you. Today is the maturity date. Today evening 5 o'clock, you come and say, come on, make the payment. I am making the payment. Then this is proper. Suppose I say, I will not make the payment. Now this should be treated as dishonor, because you have presented the promissory note to me during dash hours, during the usual business hours. சரி, present பண்ணணும்னா இந்த இன்ஸ்ட்ருமெண்ட்டை காட்டணும்னா எந்த இடத்துல சார் காட்டணும்? Presentment at specified place, then it should be presented at such place to charge the drawer or any party liable on the instrument. Which means, after 3 months, I promise to pay you a sum of rupees 3 lakhs at HM Center, Nungambakam, Chennai. Like this I write. Which means now what should you do? You should come and show the instrument to me at HM Center, Nungambakam on the maturity date. Suppose if no place is mentioned, then where should you come and show the instrument? Where the maker or drawee has a usual place of residence or business, then it should be presented at the usual place of residence or business. If he has no usual place of business or residence, then you should be presented wherever he can be found out. Adavade, suppose if no place is mentioned in the instrument, normally where I carry on business, you should present it at that place. Normally where I reside, you should come and present it at that place. If no place, I do not have a regular place of business, I do not have a regular place of residence, wherever I can be found out, this instrument should be presented. Seri. Ipo, presentment of check or demand instrument. Demand instruments, no, you should present it within a reasonable time after it is received by the holder. Right. Demand instrument. What is demand instrument? The instrument is payable on demand. So, which means time is mentioned or time is not mentioned. Time is not mentioned. So, when I give you a dash instrument, demand instrument, from the time you received the demand instrument, you should present the demand instrument within a dash time. Come on, you should present it within a reasonable time. From the time you receive the demand instrument, you should make the presentment within a reasonable time. Check. When should I present the check? Sorry. So please understand, we are discussing about presentment. Presentment instrument காமிக்கிறதுன்னு அர்த்தம். Presentment என்ன? Instrument காமிக்கிறதுன்னு அர்த்தம். That is what you call as presentment. Presentment acceptance காமிச்சா, that is presentment for an acceptance. Payment instrument காமிச்சா, that is called as presentment for payment. இப்போ எதை எங்க present பண்ணணும்ங்கிறது டிஸ்கஷன். எத்தனை டைம்குள்ள பண்ணணும்ங்கிறது டிஸ்கஷன். இப்போ என்ன சொல்றான்? Demand instrument இருந்தா, where you should present the instrument, previous point we saw. Wherever that person could be found out, there it should be given. Or if specified place is there, at that place. Or it is usual place of business or residence, we saw that. Within what time limit? Demand instrument, whenever I receive the instrument, from there within a reasonable time. Suppose if it is going to be a check to charge the drawer, the check should be presented to the bank before the relationship between the drawer and banker is altered to the disadvantage of the drawer. Simply, the check should be presented at the bank before the banker becomes insolvent. Sir, will banker become insolvent? Obviously, Negotiable Instruments Act is contemplating. Before the banker becomes insolvent. I'll give you a very small example. Mr. A has an account with SBI. Mr. A, has an account with SBI. A is giving a check to B. B is endorsing this to C. SBI went good bank. Bandhan Bank. Bandar illapa, Bandhan. EA is having an account with Bandhan Bank. Have you heard this bank? Sorry. Bandhan Bank. A is giving a check to B, B is giving this check to C. Now C should present this check within a period of 3 months. Check order validity is 3 months. If C presents it after 3 months, come on, if C presents it, A liable, A is not liable. C presents the check after 3 months, instrument will get dishonored. If A liable, A is not, A is liable to C, not liable to C. Not liable. You will simply say, idiot, why did you present it after 3 months? Suppose C is presenting this after 1 month. Is A liable? Is A liable? So C is presenting this after 1 month, the instrument gets dishonor. C is presenting it after 1 month. Come on, the instrument gets dishonor. Is A liable to C? Is A liable to C? Is B liable to C? The answer is no. The answer is no. Because what the provision says, to charge for a check to charge any other person, it should be presented within a dash time. Reasonable time. Check is a dash instrument. Demand instrument. Demand instrument. Now you should present the demand instrument, come on, within a dash time. Reasonable time. About what C should have done? C should have immediately presented the instrument. C waited for a period of 1 month. Now B will say, I am not liable. B will say, come on, I am. A is liable for a period of 3 months. B is liable only for a reasonable time. Only for a reasonable time. Now that is not the issue. C goes after 10 days to A. He is putting this check. Bandhan Bank has become insolvent. Bandhan Bank order liquidator is standing outside. Check, how much? 10 lakhs, sir. Okay, go and stand in that queue. Now C directly goes to A. Bloody, because of you, the instrument got dishonored. You only gave check from Bandhan Bank. No, the instrument got dishonored. A is liable. A is not liable. The answer is A is not liable. Why A is not liable? Because you should have presented the check. Who should have presented the check? Holder C should have presented the check before the relationship between the drawer and banker is altered to the disadvantage of the drawer. Before the relationship between the drawer and the banker is altered to the disadvantage of the drawer. If Bandhan Bank becomes insolvent, then obviously the check will get dishonored. Account la paisa lena, check will get dishonored. Bank gitiye paisa lena, obviously the check will get dishonored. Now A is liable to C. A is not liable to C. The answer is A is not liable. Why A is not liable? Because this idiot, when did he present the check? He presented the check after the relationship between the drawer and the banker is altered to the prejudice of the drawer, is altered to the disadvantage of the drawer, right? So I'll stop here. Maybe we'll need another 10 minutes, but I don't want to take the time. You can try these questions. These questions, you are now fit enough to try all these questions. So next class, we'll quickly run through these questions. We'll take 10 minutes of this, and then next class I'll decide either to start with SOGA or to start with company set, right? Bye-bye. Right. So see, there is this small theoretical areas of this Negotiable Instruments Act, wherein we were discussing about presentment. So for acceptance, how the presentment should happen, and for payment, how the presentment should happen, we discussed in the previous class. Then we discussed about the place of presentment and the time of presentment in the previous class. Now, my dear friends, can we present the instrument to any person other than the concerned person? 75 gives an answer. Presentment for acceptance or payments may be made to an duly authorized agent of the drawee or duly authorized agent of the drawee or the maker or acceptor. Come on, when will you present it to the drawee? You will present it to the drawee. Come on, when you're making an acceptance. You will present it to the maker or acceptor. Come on, when you are making the payment. So it can be presented to the duly authorized agent, or in the case of their death, come on, to their legal representative, or in the case of his insolvency, to the assignee. So if that fellow is there, if his agent. If that fellow is dead, then to the legal representative. If that fellow is insolvent, then to the official assignee. And whether can there be a delay in presentment? Yes, there can be a delay in presentment if it is beyond the control of the holder. If it is because of the circumstances beyond the control of the holder. Once that circumstances cease to operate, then the presentment should be made within a reasonable time. So I should make the presentment on the maturity date. Supposing if I am not making the presentment on the maturity date, why? Because there is flood, because there is some problem in that particular locality, there is a curfew, therefore I am not able to present. So this is circumstances beyond control. Once this circumstances beyond control ceases to operate, then immediately I should make the presentment. Then when presentment is not necessary under the following circumstances. Where if the maker or drawee or acceptor intentionally prevents the presentment. You should present at his official place. He is not letting you inside his place. You should present the instrument at a particular place. He is not presenting himself at that particular place. So which means, if he intentionally prevents the presentment, or he closes the place of business on that day, or if the instrument is payable at a specified place, he or his agent does not turn up at that place. If no place is mentioned, he could not be found out even after a due search. He has agreed to pay notwithstanding any non-presentment, and any party he pays or promises to pay knowing the instrument is not presented for payment. Very simple. You should present the instrument for acceptance. You should present the instrument for payment. Now, where no place is mentioned, then you should present the instrument for acceptance or payment at his usual place of business or residence. The previous point we discussed. Suppose he is not allowing you in. He prevents you from presenting the instrument. Or you are present there on that day, but he closes the business on that particular date. Or you have agreed that you will meet at a particular place. Neither he nor his agent is turning up at that particular place. Or if no place is mentioned, then he could not be found out even after a reasonable search. Or he has mentioned in the instrument, I promise to pay rupees 10,000 to you after 3 months. Instrument need not be presented for payment, which means he has made a promise to make the payment, even if the instrument is not presented for payment. Which means in that case, the instrument need not be presented for payment because he has promised to pay notwithstanding non-presentment. Or, I am not suing the particular party who promised to pay. The endorsers are there before that. I am going to one of the endorsers. And now that endorser, he makes a promise to me, or he pays the amount to me, knowing the instrument is not presented for payment. Which means, on the date I am not presenting the instrument to the concerned party, I am going to any of the endorser. The endorser, he tells me, okay, I will make the payment to you, knowing that I have not presented this instrument for payment. Now the endorser is bound to pay me because by estoppel, once he has agreed to pay me, knowing that the instrument is not presented, by estoppel, now this fellow should make the payment. Endorser should make the payment. Right. And if a bill of exchange is payable at a particular bank and it has been duly presented there for payment and subsequently it is dishonored by the banker negligently, then he should compensate the holder for such loss. See, for given this class nature of a short duration class, I am not supposed to discuss these areas. But considering that out of that, 14 marks in the Negotiable Instruments Act, 7 marks come from theory area and no, 7 marks come from practical area. This 7 marks, I feel, no, you should read. And these are all the areas which you generally skip to read, owing to the size of the passage which is there in the institute study material. And you may find it difficult to comprehend it in the first hand. So I have tried to make it as simple as possible. This is Vastavama, not a topic to be taught for this type of course. But still I am doing this because I want you to make yourself guaranteed to the extent of no 13 to 14 marks out of this particular topic. Right. So if a bill of exchange is payable at a specified bank, the bill is payable, come on, at a specified bank, and negligently the banker is dishonoring the instrument. Now the banker should compensate the holder for such loss. He should compensate the holder, come on, for such loss. Now, rules of compensation is a theory area. Highly no good chances that this may be tested in the examination. Very simple, let me explain. Suppose if the instrument is getting dishonored. As a holder, I am entitled to get both the instrument amount as well as the expenses amount. Expenses amount, for example, noting charges. You might have heard this word called as noting charges. So I am entitled to get both the instrument amount as well as the noting charges, the expenses amount. Then this B and C I will tell. If an endorser has made payment on the instrument, he can recover from the person liable to pay the instrument expenses and 18% interest, which means very simple. A gives a promissory note to B, 5 lakhs promissory note. B endorses it to C. A fails. B pays C. Yes, C will present it to A. A is not making the payment. Now C will approach B and he will say, bloody, you only endorse this instrument. Come on, you should make the payment. So B pays C. Now B can claim from whom? A, this 5 lakhs plus expenses plus 18% interest. 5 lakhs plus expenses plus 18% interest. That is from the date B paid C till the date A pays B. B is entitled for an interest at 18%. And there is a concept called as rollover. What is this concept called as rollover? If one instrument is not paid, then the principal and interest and the expenses component on that instrument, for that we can create a new instrument. Old instrument, the amount is not paid. There is a dishonor of the old instrument. Now for the expenses which is outstanding on the, for the expenses which is payable on the old instrument, the principal amount on the old instrument, for that we can draw a new instrument. So the party entitled for compensation may draw a new bill for the amount and expenses due to him. Such bill must be accompanied by the instrument dishonored, and if the new bill is dishonored, he is entitled for compensation the same manner as that of the old bill, which means you drew a bill of exchange on me for an amount of rupees 5 lakhs. So you are the drawer, I am the drawee, and you are the payee. I accepted the bill. On the maturity date, I should pay the bill. You present the bill to me for payment. I am not making the payment. Now for this bill amount, plus if you have incurred any expenses like noting, etc., for all those things, you can again draw a new bill on me. And if I accept that new bill, now old bill is discharged and the new bill is there. Now this new bill, if it is getting dishonored, what rights you would have had the old bill got dishonored, the same rights are also available when the new bill is getting dishonored. Now, this point number B and C, both are identical points. The person liable to pay resides at a different place for where the instrument is payable. The holder is entitled to receive such amount at the current rate of exchange between two places. Similarly, the endorser and the person liable resides at different places. The endorser is liable to receive such sum at the current rate of exchange between two places. So 2 points. Where there is cross-border transactions, the person who is liable to pay, he is at a different place from where the instrument is payable, which means very simple. The instrument is payable in India. And the amount of the instrument is 1 lakh. The amount of the instrument is, 1 lakh. On the maturity date, the person who is liable to pay the bill, that is the acceptor of the instrument, is outside India. Now, the person outside India should send sufficient amount to India so that sufficient US dollars into the current rate of exchange, today's rate of exchange, will be equal to this amount of rupees 1 lakh. So how much money should he send into India? He should send that much money into India so that at the current rate of exchange, if you multiply that money, that will be equal to the instrument amount. Same is the case for endorser also. What is that? Same is the case of endorser. Suppose if the person liable to pay has not made the payment. One of the endorsers has made the payment. So I paid 1 lakh. Because the drawee has not made the payment, because the acceptor has not made the payment, I paid this amount of rupees 1 lakh out of my pocket. So the acceptor is outside India. The acceptor, no, I drew a bill of exchange on somebody who is there outside India. And that fellow, no, I endorse this instrument to somebody else. That fellow, somebody else endorses it to somebody else. On the maturity date, the acceptor fails to make the payment. Therefore, I am forced to make the payment. Now, I am an endorser who is forced to make the payment. Now, I should receive the same amount which I paid here in India. To that extent, the equal currency should come inside India. Which means if I had paid, say, for example, 1,10,000, then he should pay me sufficient dollars, which if converted at today's rate of exchange will be equal to 1,10,000. So this will happen only in the case of cross-border transactions. This will happen, only in the case of cross-border transactions. My dear friends, have you gone through these questions? All these questions are the same concept as which we have discussed already. There is nothing new, the same concept. Please try these questions. The essence of a classroom discussion is not merely coming and attending the class. You need to read and then you need to apply it in the questions. So please apply it in these questions, my dear friends. Right. So we have done with Negotiable Instruments Act. Almost the entire institute study material I have covered in this period. So now we will start with Companies Act. Why Companies Act? Because 21 marks in the examination. Very small area. See, this is only a tip of the iceberg. Very small area. T of the iceberg. Very small area. 21 marks in the examination. And first 3 questions, you will have a question on Companies Act. Question 1, question 2, question 3. All 3 questions, you have questions on Companies Act. 3 into 7, 21. All 3 questions, you have question on Companies Act. Very, very simple, very, very interesting. Tack, will progress. So which means, broadly, I would say there are only 3 areas under this Companies Act in your syllabus. Area number 1 is about the basics. What is the features of company, lifting of corporate will, what does that mean? Basics. Topic number 2 is types of companies. What is company limited by shares? What is company limited by guarantee? Unlimited company, holding, subsidiary, blah, blah, blah. Topic number 3 is incorporation, memorandum, and all the introductory concepts. MOA, AOA, and all the doctrines related to MOA, AOA, and basics about share capital. So there are only 3 areas in Companies Act. Today we will try to cover as much as possible. And balance left over in one more class, we should try to complete this Companies Act. Given the time frame available for us, we should do that. And I'm sure we can do that. So what is a company? 2 clause 20, section 2 clause 20 defines company as company means a company which is formed and registered under Companies Act 2013 or any previous company law. Which means if a company is formed under 2013 Act, it is a company. If a company is formed under 1956 Act, that is also a company for the purpose of 2013. So company means any company formed under Companies Act 2013 is a company. Any company which is formed under Companies Act 1956 is a company for the purpose of this act, that is Companies Act 2013. Any company formed under Companies Act 1913 is also a company for the purpose of Companies Act 2013. Justice Marshall says, company is an artificial person, invisible, intangible, and existing only in the eyes of law. We all know company is an artificial person. He is not a natural person. There is no natural birth. He's an artificial person. And he is invisible, intangible. What is meant by invisible? You cannot see him. What is meant by intangible? You cannot touch, feel, etc. So he is invisible, intangible, and he is not visible to the eyes of normal person. Only if you take the lens and that of a lawman, if you see, you can see this company. That is called as common existing only in the eyes of law, existing in the contemplation of law. Which means if a person who does not have knowledge of law, if that person sees, for him dash will not be visible. Company will not be visible. Right. So Justice Marshall says, come on, company is an artificial person, invisible, intangible, and existing only in the eyes of law. Next, features of company. What are the features of company? Number one, there is a perpetual succession. Come on, number one, there is a perpetual succession. See, we all know a company is created by law. Company is, come on, created by law. And it's the process by which a company is created is called as an incorporation. We all have date of birth. Company has a date of incorporation. So company has a date of incorporation. Everybody has got a date of death. Company key, that is called as the date of dissolution. For human beings, birth is natural, death is also natural, except in case of murder, etc. Generally, birth is natural, death is also natural. But whereas in the case of company, both are artificial. That is, both comes into existence only through Companies Act, only through law. That is, incorporation, birth is also through law only. Dissolution, death is also through law only. So the ROC, if he gives a certificate of incorporation saying that this entity is born, then the entity is born. That is what you call as, come on, incorporation. If NCLT, there is a body called as National Company Law Tribunal. If he passes an order saying that the company got dissolved, then the company gets dissolved. So birth is incorporation, death is dissolution. So company ki birth is also through law, death is also through law. So dissolution is a legal murder, a legalized murder of the company. So from the date of incorporation till the date of dissolution, company will continue to be in existence. Company will always be in existence. Until dissolution, the company will be in existence. Sir, when will it get dissolved? After 50 years, 100 years? We do not know. It may even be dissolved after 1,000 years. So it can become like a fossil fuel. So it can also be dissolved after 1,000 years. No time. So long as the company is running smoothly, there is no problem. Apo, this is having a dash succession. Come on, this is having a perpetual succession. These concepts, but what is important is how you are going to write this in the examination. So when perpetual succession, you cannot keep on writing different points saying that company, there is succession and it is perpetual. This is called as perpetual succession. If you keep writing this way, then you cannot expect marks. So therefore, some key points are there. That key points we are supposed to write. What are those key points? Number one, this point you should write. Member may come and member may go, but the company goes on forever. Members may come, members may go, but the company goes on forever. The shares may change hands infinitely, but that will not affect the existence of the company. Please understand. For these general points, there is no compulsion or there is no single answer for this. But to the extent possible, we will try to stick on with ICA answer, hoping that that will be the basis for evaluation in the examination. So, idala general points, everyone but we will use ICA answer as the base. So, perpetual succession, what it says, come on, point number one, members may come and members may go, but the company goes on forever. Point number two, the shares of the company may change hands infinitely, but that is not going to affect the existence of the company. Shares of a company may change hands, come on, infinitely, but that is not going to affect the existence of the company. Next, the existence of the company is not affected by death or insolvency of member. You all know what is meant by insolvency, where if the liabilities are more than assets, then it is called as insolvency. So what are all the key points which you will write? Point number one, come on, members may come, members may go, but the company goes on forever. The existence of the company is not affected by the death or insolvency of members. Shares of the company may change hands infinitely, but that will not affect the existence of the company. Company is a legal person created by law. Therefore, the end is also only through law. That is called as, come on, dissolution. That is called as dissolution. What I would recommend you is, these are all so general points that in the examination, you become even so general while writing the answer. And the marks could not be awarded on any particular basis. So therefore, what I would recommend is, at least what is given here, you try to write and see. So you can read these features of company. You can write and see. That is very, very important. Then limited liability. Generally, I see the answer sheets like company has limited liability, company has limited liability, company has limited liability. This is ridiculous, absurd. Company can never have a limited liability. For example, for that matter, no business entity can have a limited liability. The limited liability is only for the members of the company. So if you write, no, company has a limited liability, and you come out and you say, yes, I have written properly only, then what? No, you will be thinking you will be scoring good marks. I wrote properly only, but institute is only not giving marks, blah, blah, blah. No, you have done a mistake there. இது என்ன ஆஃப் மெம்பர்ஸ் எழுதாது ஒரு தப்பா அதுதான் பெரிய தப்பு ஸோ கம்பெனிக்கு there is no limited liability. The limited liability is only for the members. So the liability of the company is not the liability of the members of the company. So how this will be limited, we will be seeing in a short while. So in the case of a company limited by shares or guarantee, the liability of the members is limited by the memorandum of association. In the case of unlimited company, the liability of the members is, come on, unlimited. Come on, my dear friends, we are discussing what is the concept called as, come on, limited liability. So what point you should write? You should write, come on, the liability of the members of a company are limited. In the case of company limited by shares or by guarantee, it is limited by the memorandum of association. And in the case of unlimited company, come on, the liability of the members are unlimited. Then common seal. This is again an oft-tested area in the examination, frequently tested area in the examination, common seal. Company is obviously a dash person, artificial person. He cannot sign. Therefore, we need a signature for him. That signature is what we call as, come on, common seal. So common seal, this is the official signature of the company. And this common seal is optional. After 2015, this common seal is optional. You may have common seal, may not have common seal. No big, no deal. However, if there is no common seal, then all the documents, it should be countersigned by 2 directors and by 1 director and 1 secretary where there is a secretary. In one of the examinations, this was also tested. That suppose if the company is not having common seal, then all the documents should be signed by 2 directors. Or certain important documents like share certificate should be signed by 2 directors or by 1 director and 1 secretary where the company has a company secretary. Then capacity to hold property in its own name. Company is a dash person. Come on, it is an artificial person. Even when I say that it is an artificial person, he is a person. He is a person. Just like I am a person, just like you are a person, he is also a person. Can you buy an immobile property in your name? Yes. Can I buy an immobile property in my name? Yes. Like that, company can also buy immobile property in its name, in its own name, in its own name. Which means SmartLearn buys some shares of some other companies. That shares will be registered in the name of SmartLearn Educare Private Limited. Because just like you and I are person, he is a separate person recognized by law. He is a separate person, come on, recognized by law. So therefore, company can hold property in its own name. There is a very popular case, namely Mekora versus Northern Assurance Company. I'll just briefly, as brief as possible, I will tell you what happened in this Mekora versus Northern Assurance Company. There was a person by name Mekora. This fellow, he was carrying on timber business. He was carrying on timber business. And he had taken an insurance on this stock. On his stock, he had taken insurance. Now, what did Mekora do? Mekora, he transferred the business to Mekora Private Limited. Which means all the assets of Mekora was transferred to Mekora Private Limited. All the assets of Mekora was transferred to Mekora Private Limited. But Mekora failed to assign the insurance. Transfer the insurance in Mekora Private Limited name. He failed to assign the insurance, transfer the insurance in Mekora Private Limited name. Subsequently, the stock got destroyed. Come on, what happened subsequently? The stock got destroyed. Insurance company refused to pay. To whom the insurance company refused to pay? To number one, Mekora, as well as to Mekora Private Limited. Why it refused to pay to Mekora? Because Mekora is not the owner of the stock. Means he has no insurable interest in the property. It told Mekora, whose stock got destroyed? Mekora's Private Limited. What is your problem? Why are you coming to me for compensation? Mekora Private Limited also, no, they did not make the payment because he is not the insured. So to Mekora Private Limited, the insurance company told, I will not pay compensation to you. Sir, why, sir? Because there is no connect between you and me. My connect is only with Mr. Mekora. Mr. Mekora did not assign the insurance in your favor. So for me, you are a complete outsider. Sir, we both are same only, sir. No concept. No such concept in the case of a company. You are a different person. He is a different person. Just like he can have assets in his name, you can also have assets in his name. Maybe if you want fresher, you take insurance with us. Above, companies can hold property in its own name. Come on, company can hold a property in its own name. This point is already explained. Termination of existence can happen only by a process of law. Company, as the birth is also through a process of law, its termination can also happen only through a process of law. Next concept of common separate legal entity. This concept we all know through the case called as common Solomon versus Solomon and Co. Limited. Let me not go about explaining or reading out what is there in Solomon versus Solomon and Co. Limited. I will tell precisely. Solomon, one shoe merchant was there. Whatever business he was carrying on, that he transferred to a company called as Solomon and Co. Limited. That company purchased his business, paid him consideration. The consideration was, let us take 30,000 pounds. 20,000 pounds was given in the form of equity shares. 10,000 pounds was given in the form of secured debentures. Friends, please understand, secured debentures means tomorrow at the time of winding up of the company, before all the other people are paid, first these people will be paid. Which people will be paid? Secured debentures. So now Solomon had two instruments. Number one, he had shares in the company. Number two, he had secured debentures in the company. After a few more years, the company went into liquidation. Because assets were not sufficient to pay the liabilities, the company went into liquidation. Now what happened was, all the creditors, they wanted to get as much money from the company. Solomon came and stood first in the queue. And he told, sir, these fellows are unsecured creditors. I am the secured creditor. And I should be paid ahead of all these people. All the unsecured creditors contended, how is that possible, Solomon? The company is yours. You are the director of the company. You are holding all the shares of the company. How can you be a creditor of your own company? உன் கம்பெனிக்கு நீயே எப்படிப்பா கிரெடிட்டரா இருக்க முடியும் அப்படின்னு கேட்டான். Matter went to the court. Court told, don't say, no, Solomon cannot be a owner of his company. He cannot be a creditor of his company. Solomon cannot be a creditor of Solomon, but Solomon can be a creditor of a different person called as a company, called as Solomon and Co. Limited. Because in the eyes of law, Solomon is a different person. Solomon and Co. is a different person. I am a different person. Smart Learn is a different person. Suman sir is a different person. Smart Learn is a different person. So we are shareholders of the company. Can we have any receivable payable with the company? Yes. Can we be the creditors of the company? Yes. Can we be the debtors of the company? Yes. So we can have any relationship with the company because we are two distinct persons. We are two different persons. We are two different persons. So separate legal entity. All these points are no points lifted from the institute study material and the suggested answers. I want you to try to memorize these points so that it embellishes the answer sheet. So a company is clothed with a legal personality. First point. Come on, what is that? A company is clothed with a legal personality. A company is, come on, clothed with a legal personality. Right. So what are all the points? Number one, a company is clothed with a legal personality. A company has all the rights as are available to a natural person. Company has all the rights of a natural. But we use the word almost all the rights of a natural person, because natural person, I am a citizen of India. I am entitled to buy ration, public distribution system. Smart learn educator cannot go and stand in queue. Public distribution system. I am entitled to cast vote. But smart learn cannot cast vote. So adanala we are using the word has almost all the rights of that of a natural person. Members can contract with the company, acquire rights, and can incur liability. Creditors can sue only the company and not the members. A company can sue and can be sued. So what are the 5 simple points for the concept of common separate legal entity? Number one, company is clothed with a legal personality, and it has got all the rights of a natural person. Members, can they enter into contract with the company? Yes. Can they take loan from the company? Yes. Can they give money to the company? Yes. So they can do all these things. Then creditors, in case of winding up, can sue only the company, and it cannot sue the members because of the concept of separate legal entity. Now, however, when a company form of organization is being misused, when a company form of organization is being misused, the courts will ignore this concept of separate legal entity. What will the courts do? The courts will ignore this concept of separate legal entity. So how we are going to write in the examination? The courts will disregard the concept of separate legal entity. The court will disregard the concept of separate legal entity. Please understand. Separate legal entity concept is also called as corporate veil. Separate legal entity concept is also called as corporate veil. Veil spelling is V-E-I-L, not the W-H-E-E-L. Veil, or covering. So separate legal entity concept is also called as corporate veil. So when the company form of organization is being misused, then what the court can do? What the courts can do? The courts can disregard the concept of separate legal entity. What courts can do? Courts can disregard the concept of separate legal entity, which means separate legal entity concept says the fellow before and fellow behind are different. Persons entering into transaction with the company, they see only the company. The company and the members of the company are not same. The company and the members of the company are different. But if the company form of organization is being misused, what the courts will do? The courts will tear this corporate will, lift this corporate will, pierce this corporate will, and then we will know that the company and the members of the company are one and the same. The company and the directors of the company are one and the same. The persons behind the company and the company, they are one and the same. If and only when the court ignores or disregards this concept of separate legal entity. So you should tell me what is meant by disregard, what is meant by lifting of corporate veil. Lifting of corporate veil means, disregarding the concept of separate legal entity. This you should write. What you should write? Lifting of corporate veil means, disregarding the concept of separate legal entity. Who will disregard the concept of separate legal entity? Courts will disregard the concept of separate legal entity. You and I cannot disregard the concept of separate legal entity. Who will disregard the concept of separate legal entity? Court. Then, so that is looking beyond the company as a legal person if it is formed as a device to evade legal obligation. So when will the court lift the corporate veil? When the company is formed as a device to evade legal obligation. If it is formed as a device to evade legal obligation. If the company is a sham or a cloak, then the corporate veil will be disregarded. Sham, if it is for the purpose of cheating, something which is not real, then it is called as a sham. Or a cloak, or covering. Or a covering is what you call as cloak. In the theater artist life, you see, they will be wearing a big coat, overcoat, light of thing. Adata we call it as a cloak. So where if the company is a mere sham or a cloak, the corporate veil will be disregarded. Only in limited and appropriate cases, the courts can lift the corporate veil. You and I Nanachakunda, we cannot lift the corporate wheel. Who will lift the corporate wheel? The corporate wheel will be lifted only by the court. Come on, the corporate wheel will be lifted only by the court. So, what is that we are discussing? We are discussing, come on, the concept of lifting of corporate wheel. The second concept, namely, come on, the concept of lifting of corporate wheel. What is meant by lifting of corporate wheel? You know the concept. What are all the points you will write in the examination? Point number 1, lifting of corporate wheel means disregarding the concept of separate legal entity. Disregarding the concept of separate legal entity. That is, the company and the members of the company are one and the same. That is, the company and the members of the company are one and the same. When will the court disregard this concept of separate legal entity? Where if the company is used as a device to evade legal obligation, or if the company is a sham or cloak. Where if the company is a sham or cloak, what the courts will do? The courts will disregard the concept of, come on, separate legal entity. So, some cases where the common seal corporate wheel. Some cases under which the corporate wheel will be lifted. Number 1, where if the company is formed to evade the taxes. Come on, where if the company is formed to evade the taxes. There is a very popular case. So, Sir Dinsha Menakji Petit. There is a very popular case by name Sir Dinsha Menakji Petit. So, if the objective is to evade the taxes, come on, if the objective is to evade the taxes. What do I mean by saying the objective is to evade the taxes? Say, for example, let us assume for an individual the tax rate is high and for companies the tax rate is less. An individual had so much of wealth, he transferred all the wealth to a company. Why did he transfer all the wealth to the company? Because he was having so much of wealth. The company was earning more, the individual was earning more income out of that wealth. More income, he was paying more tax. Therefore, he transferred all these wealth to a company. Now, the same investments in the hands of the company earned income, but the company paid less tax. The company did not do any other operation. Just it was a paper company for the purpose of holding this investments. The government saw, last year this fellow had paid more tax. This year this fellow has paid very less tax. The government investigated. And the government identified that all the shares were transferred to another company. And now the government inquired him, what is the matter? He told, sir, he is a different person, I am a different person. The courts lifted the corporate wheel and found out that the company and the members of the company to be one and the same. And the court held that now the income of this company should be taxed in the hands of this individual. The income of the company should be taxed in the hands of this individual. So this is the first point. Second point, if the objective is to avoid any welfare legislation, let us take company A is there. Company A was having huge investments. Therefore, it had a huge profits. Therefore, it had to pay more bonus. Now, what did company A do? Company A transferred the investments to company B. Now, what happened to company A? The investments is less, the profit is less, bonus is less. Now, company B, it had more investments, more profits, and no bonus. Why? Because there were no employees. There were no employees in company B. Company B is a paper company, namesake company. It is a sham company, wherein all the investments were transferred to that company just for the purpose of reducing the payment of bonus here in this company A. So now what the courts will do? The courts will lift the corporate wheel and identify that company B and company A to be one and the same. And will ask company B's profit to be added with company A's profit for the purpose of computing bonus. Similarly, where if the company was formed as an agent, This is again a very popular case wherein company A was prohibited from getting any fresh transport license. Company A was prohibited from getting any fresh transport license. Because in the past it has done so many mischief, company A was prohibited from getting any fresh transport license. Company A formed a subsidiary company by name Company B and it applied for transport license through Company B. The matter went to the court. Court lifted the corporate wheel and told Company B and Company A are one and the same. What prohibition is applicable for Company A shall also apply for Company B. Therefore, the court told, come on, we are going to lift the corporate will because the object is that the company is only used as an agent. Or to determine the character of the company, whether a company is a friend company or an enemy company. Say, for example, there is a company, this happened, a company in England, but all the shareholders were from Germany. Imagine in today's terms, a company is incorporated in Ukraine. Imagine in today's terms, a company is incorporated in Ukraine. But all the shareholders are Russian shareholders. Shareholders, who are those shareholders? Come on, all the shareholders are Russian shareholders. Now this Russian company, what is the Russian company? Sorry, the Ukraine company. Which is the Ukraine company? The company which got incorporated in Ukraine. It is an Ukraine company. Now this Ukraine company is dealing with another Ukraine company where all the shareholders are the people from Ukraine. But now what happens? This company is an Ukraine company, but shareholders are from Russia. That company is also an Ukraine company, but all the shareholders are from Ukraine. Now war is going on. This pure Ukrainian company is telling that this Russian controlled Ukraine company is an alien enemy. This company is telling, hey, I am a Jadam. I am an artificial person. Where is the question of friend, foe, etc.? Now what the courts can do? Come on, the courts can lift the corporate wheel. When the courts lift the corporate wheel, even though this first company is incorporated in Ukraine, all the decision makers are from where? All the decision makers are from Russia. Therefore, the courts, it will lift the corporate will and will say, both of you are one and the same. This company should be treated as if it is like a Dash company. It is a Russian company. Trading with an alien enemy is, come on, void. Please wait till the war gets over. Like this, courts can pass an order. Or when the company is formed for any illegal or improper purpose, example, to defraud the creditors, avoid contract, blah, 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 for any illegal or improper purpose, these are the circumstances under which the courts will lift the corporate will. To consolidate, we are discussing what are all the circumstances under which the courts will lift the corporate will. The courts will lift the corporate will under the following circumstances. Number one, to identify whether the company is an alien enemy or not. Number two, where if the company is formed to evade taxes, then the courts will lift the corporate will. Number three, where if the company is formed to defraud or to avoid any welfare legislation, the courts will lift the corporate will. Number four, where if the company is formed as an agent, the courts will lift the corporate will. And number five, where if the company is formed for some illegal purpose, then the courts will lift the corporate will. These are the circumstances under which the courts will lift the corporate will. Now, here, right away, I want you to try question number 1, 2, 3, 6 right away. Now, I'll give you maximum 4 minutes for each of these questions. Right. So, first question. Mr. Dhruv was appointed as an employee in Sun Moon Timber Private Limited on the condition that if he was to leave his employment, he will not solicit the customers of the company. After some time, he was fired from the company. He set up his own business under the proprietorship and undercut. Undercut means charging a lower price and attracting the customers is what you call as, come on, undercut. And undercut Sun Moon Timber Private Limited's prices. On the legal advice from his legal consultant and to refrain from the provisions of breach of contract, he formed a new company under the name 7-Star Timbers Private Limited. In this company, his wife and a friend of Mr. Dhruv were the sole shareholders and directors. They took over Dhruv's business and continued it. Sun Moon Timber Private Limited files a suit against 7-Star Timbers Private Limited for violation. 7-Star Timbers argued that the contract was entered into between Mr. Dhruv and Sun Moon Timber, blah, blah, blah. And as company has separate legal entity, 7-Star Timbers Private Limited has not violated the terms of the agreement. Explain with reasons whether separate legal entity between Mr. Dhruv and 7-Star Timbers Private Limited will be disregarded. Come on, how will you write the answer for this? Number one, you should first introduce the concept of separate legal entity. First, you will introduce, come on, the concept of separate legal entity. So point number one, first you will write about what is the concept of, come on, separate legal entity. Just make a reference to Solomon versus Solomon and Co. Limited. Then you will also write the concept of, come on, lifting of corporate will. Will also write the concept of, come on, lifting of corporate will. You will write what is meant by lifting of corporate will. Corporate will, lifting of corporate will means, come on, disregarding the concept of separate legal entity. That too, who will disregard? Courts. When will the courts disregard the concept of separate legal entity? Where if the company is used as a sham, or it is used as a clerk, or if the company is used with an intention to evade the legal obligations, then the courts will lift the corporate will. And you will also write the circumstances under which the corporate will be lifted. We have discussed 3 to 4 circumstances or 5 circumstances. You will write the circumstances. Then you will write the brief facts. You will write the brief facts. Then you will write the conclusion. Now let us focus on the conclusion. So the agreement was with Sun Moon Timber Private Limited saying that I will not solicit your customers. This fellow was fired and subsequently this fellow solicited the customers of Sun Moon Timber and later he formed one more company called as 7-Star Timbers. Now Sun Moon is filing a case against 7-Star Timbers. So what is the conclusion of, tell me, the company is formed to evade, come on, the company is formed to evade legal obligations. The company is formed, come on, to evade legal obligations. There is a case which happened identical to this. That case is Guilford Motor Company versus Horn. So you will write in Guilford Motor Company versus Horn, it was held that the separate legal entity must be disregarded. The facts of this case are identical to the above case and therefore Sun Moon can sue 7-Star Timbers. 7-Star only, no? Sun Moon can sue 7-Star and Mr. Dhruv. Dhruv will be held liable Dhruv will be held liable. So this is the answer to this question. So I just gave you how to write an answer, one model answer. I gave you how to write the answer. Now we will progress. Next question is again a very simple question. Rajiv, an assessee, was a wealthy man earning huge income by way of dividend and interest. He formed 3 private companies and agreed with each to hold a block of investment as an agent for them. The dividend and interest income received by the companies were handed back to Rajiv as pretended loan. This way, Rajiv divided his income into 3 parts in a bid to reduce his tax liability. Decide for what purpose the 3 companies were established. Whether the legal personality of the 3 companies may be disregarded. Same way you will write. And you will write the facts of this case are similar to Sir Dinsha Menakji Petit. And you will write the conclusion. Should the corporate will be disregarded? Yes, corporate will be disregarded. Third case also, very identical. Transport company wanted to obtain license for its vehicles, but could not obtain licenses if applied in its own name. Therefore, formed a subsidiary company, and the application for license was made in the name of the subsidiary. Vehicles were to be transferred to the subsidiary company. Will the parent and subsidiary be treated as separate commercial units? Explain the backdrop of the Companies Act, as I told you. Where if the company is formed as an agent. Then what the courts will do? The courts will lift the corporate will. Then this question, very simple question, as I told you. The share certificates were issued to Amit, Sumit, blah, blah, blah. And I think, the secretary is not there. So therefore, what should be done? It should be done signed by 2 directors of the company. If there is no secretary, where there is a secretary, it should be signed by 1 director and 1 secretary. So accordingly, we will write the answer here. Nothing big. Right. Next, I'll come to the next concept, namely come on types of companies. So in basics of companies, we have learned 2 concepts. One is the basics. The next concept is the concept of lifting of corporate will. Now in types of companies, my dear friends, we will first start with on the basis of number of members. On the basis of number of members, the companies can be classified into 3 or 2 basically. Number 1, a private company and a public company. What is a private company? Definition says private company, it is a company which by its articles of association does 3 things. Restricts the right to transfer its shares, limits the number of members to 200, prohibits any invitation to public to subscribe for its securities. So come on, we are discussing what is a private company. To call a company as a private company, the following conditions must be in its articles of association. Quite often I just find students writing, what is a private company? It is a company restricts the right to transfer shares. No. You will write it is a company which by its articles of association restricts the right to transfer shares, limits the number of members to blah, blah, blah. Which means this word is very important. Which by its articles of association. A, restricts the right to transfer shares. B, limits the number of members to 200. C, prohibits any invitation to the public. Let me just clarify here. Private company, the shares are transferable or not transferable? Private company, the shares are transferable or not transferable? Transferable, because section uses the word restricts and not prohibits. So private company cannot issue shares to the public. That is prohibited. But private company can allow transfer of shares. There can only be a restriction. There cannot be a prohibition. So what is a private company? A private company should satisfy 4 conditions. Condition number 1, which by its articles of association. Condition number 1, under that condition number 1, restricts the right to transfer the shares. Number 2, limits the number of members to 200. Number 3, prohibits any invitation to the public. Now, this limit on 200 is except in the case of OPC, which means in the case of OPC, we cannot have 200 members. We can have only 1 member. So except in case of OPC, in all the other companies, private company, the maximum number of members can be only 200. 2 points requires attention in computing this 200. This is only for computing 200. So in computing this 200 members, joint shareholders must be regarded as one, which means if the same set of shares are being owned by two people, two or more people, then they are called as joint shareholders. 100 shares owned by me and my spouse, 100 shares owned by me and my brother. Now we are called as joint shareholders. In computing the number of members, we should be treated as only one, which means we are not one, but in computing the number of members for a private company, that too, for a private company, for computing this limit of 200, all the joint shareholders should be treated as one. Point number 2, in computing this 200 members, present employee member and past employee member who were members during the employment and continues to hold the shares after cessation of the employment are excluded. Right. So, in computing this limit of 200, two people are to be excluded. Who are the people to be excluded? Number 1, present employee member, which means present employee member means he holds two positions. Number 1, he is an employee as well as he is a member. So we are computing the number of members. In computing this 200 members, those present employees at present who are the employees to whom we have given shares, those people should not be counted for 200. Here one mistake I find in the students' way of writing answer is present employee members are not members. Past employee members are not members. Please don't write that way. We are nobody to say that they are not members. Nor is the law saying so. So who should be, the law only says in computing this 200, these people should be excluded. Don't write they are not at all members. They are members. You will only say they are excluded in counting in this limit of 200. So at present I am an employee of the company. I also hold shares in the company. I am not to be counted for this 200. Am I a member? Yes, but I am not to be counted for this 200. Number 2, past employee. That means at present he is not my employee. In the past he was my employee. During the employment he had shares. That shares he is continuing to hold till date. During the employment he had shares. That shares he is continuing to hold till date. That person should also be excluded. Caution. You should not just read it as present employee should be excluded, past employee should be excluded. If you read it that way, what will happen? A question may come this way. By institute, from institute say a question may come. Mr. So-and-so, he got terminated from employment in the year 2023. In 2024, he acquired shares in the company. In 2024, he acquired shares in the company. Is he to be included for counting this limit of 200? The answer is yes. Because who is to be excluded is only a past employee who acquired shares during the employment and continues to hold the shares even after termination of employment and continues to hold the shares even after, termination of employment. So this fellow should be excluded in counting this 200. So how will you write the definition of a private company? Come on, you will write, private company means a company which by its articles of association, A, restricts the right to transfer its shares, B, limits the number of members to 200, C, prohibits any invitation to the public to subscribe for its securities. In computing this limit of 200, joint shareholders are to be treated as 1. Present employee members and past employees who were members during the employment and continues to be members even after cessation of the employment shall not be counted for this limit of 200. So in a private company, minimum you have 2 members, maximum you have 200 members. No minimum paid up capital requirement and all. Both private, public, whatever company in today's line, there is no minimum paid up capital requirement. With 10 rupees, I can start a private limited company as capital. Not with 10 rupees, I cannot start private limited company. With 10 rupees capital, I can start a private limited company. Incorporation expenses will run to few thousands. So next, Public company, what is a public company? Public company, it means a company other than a private company. So that company which is not a private company is a public company, which means you should understand. What is a private company? Private company is a company in which, in its articles of association, there is no restriction on the right to transfer shares, which means the shares are freely transferable. There is no limit on the number of members, which means we can have more than 200 members in the case of a public company, which does not prohibit any invitation to the public, which means no, they can issue shares or debentures, etc. to the public. So what is a public company? By definition, public company is a company which is not a private company. And a subsidiary of a public company is also a public company, even though it is a private company by its articles of association. To simply say you, X Limited is there, Y Private Limited is there. X Limited is there, Y Private Limited is there. My dear friends, Y Private Limited is a private limited. How do we know? Because in its articles of association, there is a restriction on the right to transfer shares. There is a limit on the number of members. There is a prohibition on transfer. There is a prohibition on issue. So therefore, this company is a private limited company by its articles of association. But X Limited acquired 80% of the voting power in Y Private Limited. When X Limited acquired 80% of the voting power in Y Private Limited, X Limited is the holding company and Y Private Limited became a subsidiary company. Now law says this Y Private Limited shall be deemed to be a public company. So who is a public company? Public company are of two types. Number one, where there are no restrictions in the articles of association, which means a company other than a private company is a public company. This is number one. Number two, a subsidiary of a public company is deemed to be a public company, even though it can be a private limited company by its articles of association. So a subsidiary of a public company is also a public company, even though that subsidiary may be a private company by its articles of association. So how will you write the definition of a public company? Very simple. A public company is a company other than a private company, and a subsidiary of a public company is deemed to be a public company, even though it is a private company by its articles of association. For people who find this difficult, you can simply write, what is a public company? It is a company other than a private company, and it includes the subsidiary of a public company, right? So as far as the public company is concerned, minimum how many persons are required? There should be minimum 7 members. Maximum number of members can be unlimited. Again, there is no minimum paid up capital, and these 3 conditions in AOA are not there, unlike a private company, right? So quickly, let us consolidate. What is that we have just discussed? We have discussed, just come on, what is a private company and what is a public company? What is a private company? A private company is a company which by its articles of association, A, restricts the right to transfer its shares, B, limits the number of members to 200, C, prohibits any invitation to public to subscribe for its securities. In computing this limit of 200, 2 points you should write. Number 1, joint shareholders should be treated as 1. Number 2, present employee members and past employees who were members during the employment and continues to be members even after the cessation of the employment shall not be included in this limit of 200. Next point to be understood, what is a public company? 2 companies are public company. What is the first definition? Public company means a company other than a private company. Number 2, a subsidiary of a public company is deemed to be a public company, even though by its articles of association it is a private company, right? Now we'll discuss this Kutti concept called a small company. 2 clause 85 defines what is a small company. Small company means, my dear friends, 3 conditions are to be satisfied. What are all the 3 conditions to be satisfied for a small company? Number 1, it is not a public company. Number 1, it is not a public company. Number 2, paid up capital not exceeding 4 crores and the turnover not exceeding 40 crores. turnover as per the preceding, that is the last, immediately preceding financial year, the last financial year. So the turnover as per the last, as per the P&L of the last financial year. So the P&L of the last financial year, as per the P&L of the last financial year, the turnover is not exceeding 40 crore. Then that company is to be called as a dash company. It is to be called as a small company. Which means, what is a small company? By definition, it is a company which is not a public company. Number two, whose paid up capital does not exceed 4 crore. And whose turnover as per the P&L account of the last financial year does not exceed 40 crore. Again, important point to be noted is that it is a company which is not a public company, which means only a private company can be a small company. A public company can never be a small company. Only a private company can be a small company. So to call a company as a small company, number one, it should be a private company. But when you write it as a company which is not a public company. Number two, paid up capital not exceeding 4 crores. Number three, turnover as per the last P&L does not exceed 40 crore. All these conditions are cumulative. Institute may tend to confuse you by saying, one, no, turnover is more, or paid up capital is less, or paid up capital is more, or turnover is less. If any of these conditions are not satisfied, it is not a small company. It is not eligible for the relaxations or benefits of a small company, even if any one of these conditions are violated. Imagine X Limited has a turnover of 2.75 crore and a paid up capital of 40 lakhs. It has a turnover of 2.75 crore and a paid up capital of 40 lakhs. A very small operation company. Now, what is the status of X Limited? It is not a small company. Why? Because it is X Limited. So, to call a company as a small company, it should be a company which is not a public company, which means it should be a private company. In many chinna mistakes you should not do. And what are all the companies which are not to be called as a small company? Exclusion from small company. If it is a holding company or a subsidiary company, it is not to be called as a small company. A holding or a subsidiary company is not eligible to be called as a small company. Section 8 company, a charitable objects company, is also not eligible to be called as a small company. Why? See, if I permit holding or subsidiary for the status of a small company, imagine a company has a turnover of 60 crore. What it will do? It will form a subsidiary company, split the 60 crore between itself and the subsidiary company to the extent of 30 and 30, fall below the threshold limits. Both the companies will enjoy the benefits of a small company. This the law wants to curb. Therefore, the law says, if you are either the holding company or the subsidiary company, you are not a small company. Sometimes the institute may confuse you by asking, A Limited is there, B Limited is the associate of A Limited. Is it eligible to be called as a small company? The answer is quite possible. Sorry, B Limited, B Private Limited. B Private Limited is an associate of A Limited. Is it eligible to be called as a small company? It is possible if the paid up capital is less than, it's not exceeding 4 crores and the turnover as per the last P&L is not exceeding 40 crore. So all these small gimmicks may happen. So please be very cautious. Number two, a charitable objects company is also not to be called as a small company. Law gives a list of relaxations to the small company. However, law also gives a list of relaxations to a charitable objects company. So it does not want the charitable objects company, Section 8 company, not for profit company, to enjoy the benefits of relaxations given for Section 8 company as well as the relaxations which is given for a small company. Therefore, it says a Section 8 company is not eligible to be called as a small company. Number three, a statutory company, that is a company which is formed by an act of the parliament. Statutory company comes with its own relaxations. In the parliament, when the law for the statutory company is formed, there itself a set of relaxations are given. We don't want you to enjoy that relaxations as well as the relaxations of the small company. So a statutory company cannot be treated as a small company. So to consolidate, which companies cannot become a small company? Number one, public company cannot become a small company. Holding or subsidiary company cannot become a small company. A Section 8 company cannot become a small company. And a statutory company also cannot become a small company. Basically, why are we discussing this small company under the heading on the basis of number of members? Because small company is also a subset of a private company. A public company or a private company. Private company or a subset is this small company because the definition says small company means a company other than a public company. Right? Quickly, we'll move. 1% company. So 1% company. Who is a 1% company? Name itself says 1%. So this company has only how many members? 1. Just 10 points. We will try to by heart these 10 points here. What is the nature of 1% company? 1% company, the nature is that of a private company. Which means in 1% company, there is a restriction on the right to transfer the shares. There is a prohibition on any issue to the public. Number 3, there is a limit on the maximum number of members. What is the limit? The limit is 1. You cannot have up to 200. Then you cannot call this as a 1% company. So we use except in the case of 1% company. In all the other companies, the limit on the number of members is 200. Right. The name of the nominee must be mentioned in MOA. See, for 1% company, we have this concept called as nominee. That is, there is only one member. Tomorrow, if something happens to that member, who will take over the company? Problem will arise. Therefore, law mandates that you should appoint a person called as a nominee. Come on, you should appoint a person called as a nominee. So the name of the nominee must be mentioned. Where should it be mentioned? It should be mentioned in the memorandum. And the nominee will become member. When will the nominee become member? On the death or incapacity of contract of this person. When this person is dead or if he is incapacitated to contract, either he becomes a person of unsound mind, something of that sort, then the nominee will become the member. And at any time, the nominee can withdraw the consent and member can also change the nominee, which means a nominee is not wedlocked to that 1% company. Nominee can withdraw his consent. Now the member should appoint some other nominee. Our member does not like the nominee. Member can throw the nominee out and he can appoint a fresh nominee. So which means once if I appoint a nominee, yavat jeevam for lifelong same nominee. Appadi onnu concept kadiyadu. Anytime the nominee can be changed. And right, and all such information should be intimated to ROC. First 5 points, very simple points. What is a 1% company? 1% company, it is a company which is having only 1% as its member. What is the nature of 1% company? The nature of 1% company is that of a dash company, private company. And the nominee's name, where it should be mentioned in the MOA. And upon the death or incapacity to contract, come on, upon the death or incapacity to contract, this nominee will become the member. Above, the nominee can withdraw the consent anytime. Come on, the nominee can withdraw the consent anytime. So once the nominee withdraws the consent, you should appoint a new nominee. Right. Now, next time, both the member and nominee of OPC should satisfy the following conditions. What condition? Come on, number 1, they should be natural person. They should be Indian citizen. They may or may not be a resident. Come on, they should be natural person. Number 2, they should be Indian citizen. They may or may not be a resident. So resident ko 120 days criteria is given. They may be a resident, may not be a resident. So both the member as well as the nominee of OPC, they should satisfy broadly 2 conditions. That is, number 1, they should be natural person. Number 2, they should be Indian citizen. Indian citizen means any person who is born in India is an Indian citizen. Or any person who holds Indian passport, he is an Indian citizen. Generally, citizenship comes only by birth. But there are also other ways by which a person can become citizen. Because of a longer duration of stay in India, or he has no other place to go. And like this, there are a few cases where the person, he can become a citizen. So I just want you to focus on the word citizen and not on the word resident. A person becomes a resident on the basis of the number of days he stays here. On the basis of the number of days he resides here. Supposing somebody resides here for 3 years, 4 years, he automatically does not become a citizen, but he is a resident. Suppose you are born in India, You go abroad for employment. You are there for a period of 3 or 4 years. You are still a citizen of India, but you are not a resident of India. Residential status will change very frequently depending upon how many days you reside in that place. Depending upon how many days you stay in that place, the residential status will change. But whereas citizenship will not change frequently. Citizenship will not change frequently. It is generally by birth, or you should follow a very cumbersome process for the government to grant you the citizenship. So, what is the criteria here? The criteria is that both the member as well as the nominee should be natural person and they should be Indian citizens. Question la confuse பண்ணுவான். Mr. X, born in India, now he is in America for the last 10 years. He is starting a 1% company here in India, and his father is appointed as the nominee. Is it possible? You should not get confused between citizenship and residentship, because the law only provides that he should be a citizen, may be a resident, may not be a resident. Then, as far as this OPC is concerned, a minor can neither be a member or a nominee. Minor cannot be a member, minor cannot be a nominee, and it cannot be formed or converted into a Section 8 company. அப்போ யாரெல்லாம் 1% கம்பெனி கிட்டக்க வர முடியாதுன்னா, minor cannot become a member or nominee of 1% company. Section 8 company cannot be a 1% company. 1% company cannot be a Section 8 company. And a person shall not be a member or nominee in more than one OPC. So in one OPC, if I am a member, I cannot be a member in another OPC. If in one OPC I am a nominee, I cannot be a nominee in another OPC. I can be a member in one OPC, I can be a nominee in another OPC. That is quite possible. But I cannot be a member in two OPC at the same point of time. I cannot be a nominee in two OPC at the same point of time. Next, most important, OPC cannot make non-banking financial investments. OPC cannot make non-banking financial investment. What does that mean? Which means I have some surplus funds. I should put that surplus funds elsewhere. Where can I put the surplus funds? As per this provision, I can make this financial investment only in bank. I am not supposed to make this financial investments in a place other than the bank. Which means if the OPC has got surplus funds, just like our grandpa, what OPC can do, put it in fixed deposits, earn interest from the fixed deposits. It cannot venture into activities like investing in some other companies, buying the shares of some other companies. This cannot do. OPC cannot do. Which means OPC, no other company can start OPC, because OPC should be started only by a natural person. OPC cannot invest in any other company because it can make only non-banking financial investments. It cannot make it cannot make non-banking financial investments. It can make only banking financial investments. Clarity is there, right? So let us consolidate these provisions related to OPC. So to call something as an OPC, there should be only one member. And what is the nature of this company? The nature of this company is that of a private limited. And the nominee's name, where should the nominee's name be mentioned? Should be mentioned in the MOA. And the nominee will become member when upon the death or incapacity to contract. And anybody, anytime they can move out of this association. There is no problem, but it should be intimated to ROC. Now, both this member as well as nominee should be a natural person. Number two, they should be an Indian citizen. May be a resident, may not be a resident. Number two, this minor cannot become a member or nominee of OPC. Obviously, he does not have decision-making ability. So a minor can neither be a member or nominee of an OPC. Then this Section 8 company can neither be formed or converted into an OPC cannot be formed or converted into a Section 8 company. And a person can have only one OPC at one point of time. That is, a person can be a member of only one OPC, can be a nominee of only one OPC. Next point is that OPC, it cannot make non-banking financial investments. It can make banking financial investments only. It cannot make non-banking financial investments like investing in the shares of some other company, some other company. So quickly, question number 1 and 2, please. 1, 2, 3. Right. So, first question. Jagannath Oil Limited is a public company having 220 members, out of which 25 members were employees in the company during the period 1st April 2006 to 28 June 2016. They were allotted shares in Jagannath Oils Limited for the first time in 1st July 2007, which were sold by them on 1st August 2016. After some time, on 1st December 2016, each of those 25 members acquired shares in Jagannath Oils Limited, which they are holding till date. Now the company wants to convert itself into a private company, state with reasons whether Jagannath Oils Limited is required to reduce the number of members. Would your answer be different if the above members were employees in Jagannath Oils Limited from the period from 1st April 2006 to 28th June 2017? So this is the question. Come on. Answer. So answer to the first part, whether reduction is required. Sorry, reduction is required. So totally how many members are there? 220. This is more than the limit, but out of this 220, who is to be excluded? 25 members should Nyayama be excluded. When? Either if these 25 members, they are present employees, then it is to be excluded. Are they present employees? No. Are they past employees? Yes. This is the mistake you will do if you just read it as past employee. That is why we told past employee and who acquired the shares during the employment. Did they acquire the shares during their employment? What was their employment? But they acquired the shares on 1st July 2007. Their employment is from 2006. Did they acquire the shares during the employment? Yes. That alone is not important. And continues to hold the shares. And continues to hold the shares even after the cessation of the employment. Did they continue to hold the shares even after the cessation of the employment? Today, this 25 is there, apa. Today we are speaking about this 25 now. Today this 25 are members. Today this 25 are members. What members they are? Are they present employee members? No. Are they past employee members? Bluntly, if we see, they are past employee members only, but law does not say so. It says about which past employee member? A past employee member who became, who acquired the shares during the employment and continues to hold the shares till even after the cessation of employment. That is, whatever shares they acquired during their employment, even after the cessation of the employment, today they should be holding those shares. Only that past employee is considered. So these people in the 25, they are past employees, but not holding, they are not holding the same shares, come on, acquired during their employment. So therefore, this past employee should be included in 25 or should they be excluded in this 25? Should they be considered in this? No, in the 200 counter, this 25 will be counted or will not be counted? Counted, which means this is more than 200, which means there is a reduction in the number of employees required. There is a reduction in number of employees required. Second part of the question says, would your answer be different if the 25 members were the employee in Jagannath Oils Limited from the period 1st April 2006 till 28th June 2017? What would be your answer? When they are holding shares till 28th June 2017. I think this should be somewhere in this question paper, should be a question paper pertaining to 2017 mostly should be. So when they were employees till 2017, and if they are present employees, then when is the reduction expected? The reduction is planned. First December privately. First December they acquired the shares which they are holding till date. So Now the company wants to convert the now weapon. Suppose if this now is 2025, then my answer will not undergo a change. Because these people, anyways, what happened? They sold and they held the employment, and once again they got the shares in 2016. No, yes. So when they acquired the shares in 2016 and they terminated in 2017, until now, if the same shares they are continuing to hold, then I will exclude them in counting this limit of 200. So this is to be excluded in counting. To be excluded in counting this 200, right? Next. This is an identical question, but still a very repeated question in the examination. So there are totally 245 members. 190 people are directors and their relatives. Employees are 15. Ex-employees, shares were allotted when they were employees, 20. Others 20, including 10 joint holders holding shares jointly in the name of father and son. Which means this 20 is not 20, it is 10. So it is 10 into 2, 20. So therefore this is 10. So in counting this limit, the present employee should not be counted. Past employee should not be counted. Joint shareholder should be treated as 1. So what is the revised limit? The revised limit is 190 plus 10, which is, come on, 200. Private limited company, the maximum number of members is 200. So this is meeting that limit of 200. Therefore, there is no need to reduce the number of members. There is no need to reduce, come on, the number of members. Right. Y incorporated a 1% company, making his sister Z as nominee. Z is leaving India permanently due to her marriage abroad. Due to this fact, she is withdrawing her consent of nomination in the said OPC. Taking into consideration the provisions of Companies Act, answer the following. Is it mandatory for Z to withdraw her nomination in the said OPC if she is leaving India permanently? Mandatory or not mandatory? Not mandatory. Why? Because we are only concerned about citizenship. We are not concerned about residency. So she can continue to be how long? So long as she is a citizen of India. Then, can Z continue her nomination in the said OPC if she maintained the status of resident of India after her marriage? Yes, no problem. Right. So the other questions, these are small company related questions. You can try this question number 4. Okay, nothing big. You can try this question number 4. And with the time available, I'll complete this Kuti area. On the basis of the liability of members. Number 1, company limited by shares. What is a company limited by shares? You will write it this way. A company limited by shares means a company where the liability of the members is limited by memorandum of association. This phrase you should write. This is common for both company limited by shares and a company limited by guarantee. What is common between these two? Company limited by shares, definition you will write. Company limited by shares means a company where the liability of the members is limited by the memorandum of association. Similarly, we will write for company limited by guarantee. Company limited by guarantee is a company where the liability of the members is limited by the memorandum of association. The next part is the key part. To the extent of the unpaid value on shares. To the extent of the unpaid value on shares. Whereas in the case of guarantee company, to the extent of the guarantee amount which they respectively undertake to contribute to the assets of the company at the time of winding up. Very simple. In the case of a company limited by shares. Come on, in the case of a what is the liability of the member? The liability of the member is only to the extent of the unpaid amount of shares. Is only to the extent of the unpaid value on shares. Very simply. So today I hold 100 shares in Infosys. Face value 10, paid up value 10. Infosys makes big profits and gives me good dividends. Next 2 years, 3 years, I'm enjoying the dividend. Suddenly there is loss. They come forward and they say, all these years you enjoyed dividend, no. So please contribute for our loss. Please bring some extra money to the company. Should I or I need not? Need not. Because the face value is 10, paid up value is 10, unpaid value is 0. Therefore, my liability is also 0. Imagine had the face value been 10 and the paid up value been 7, then 3 rupees per share I am liable to pay. If I have 1,000 shares, I should pay 3,000. If I have 1 lakh shares, I should pay 3 lakhs. My liability is limited. Whatsoever may be the liability of the company, my liability is limited to the extent of rupees 3 per share. My liability is limited, come on, to the extent of rupees 3 per share. So, in the case of a company limited by shares, the liability of the members is limited by whom? By the memorandum of association. To what? To the extent of the unpaid value on shares. To the extent of, come on, the unpaid value on shares. Number 2. In the case of this liability can be called either by the board of directors during the lifetime of the company, or it can be called by the liquidator at the time of winding up of the company. Either board can call this amount or liquidator can call this amount. Board during the lifetime, liquidator at the time of winding up. Next, company limited by guarantee, where the liability of the members is limited. Limited by what? Again, limited by memorandum of association. To what extent? To the extent of the guarantee amount. To the extent of the guarantee amount, which they may respectively undertake to contribute to the assets of the company at the time of its winding up. Abdinal, that the members have given guarantee in the memorandum of association. What guarantee they have given in the memorandum of association? I will bring 10,000 at the time of winding up. I will bring 1 lakh at the time of winding up. I will bring 5 lakh at the time of winding up. This is the different guarantee amount which is given by member in the memorandum of association. Tomorrow when the company goes into winding up, if the assets of the company are not sufficient to pay the liabilities, the member should bring this guarantee amount to the company. Why do we say that his liability is limited? Because whatsoever may be the liability of the company, my liability is limited only to the extent of the guarantee. If I had given a guarantee of 20,000, the liability of the company may be 200 crores, but my liability is only to the extent of 20,000. And this amount can be called only at the time of winding up. So what is a company which is limited by guarantee? You will write it this way. A company limited by guarantee means a company where the liability of the members is limited by the memorandum of association to such amount which the members have respectively undertaken to contribute to the assets of the company in the event of winding up. And this guarantee amount is payable, come on, only at the time of winding up. And combination is possible. I can have a guarantee company with share capital, or I can have a guarantee company without share capital. If I have a guarantee company with share capital, I have two liability. I have the share capital liability also. I have the guarantee liability also. If it is going to be a guarantee company without share capital, I have only one liability. That is the guarantee amount which can be claimed only at the time of winding up. Then, next. Shares of a guarantee company are not freely transferable like the shares of any other public company. My guarantee company can either be a public company or it can be a private company. But the shares of the guarantee company are not freely transferable. Even if it is a public company, the shares of a guarantee company are not freely transferable. So what is an unlimited company? An unlimited company, very simple concept where the liability of the members is unlimited. But this unlimited amount can be demanded only at the time of winding up. It cannot be demanded during the lifetime of the company. It can be demanded only during the winding up of the company. Right. Right. So I'll discuss this also. Kutty area. Listed company. What is a listed company by definition? Listed company means a company which has any of its securities listed on any recognized stock exchange. Listed company means a company which has any of its securities listed on any recognized stock exchange, which has any of its securities, which means shares alone listed, listed company. Debentures alone listed, listed company. Shares, debentures, both listed, listed company. Any of its securities. You should write this word, which has shares listed, which has any of its securities listed in the stock exchange. It is called as a listed company. This next point, no, it requires a detailed explanation in CA intermediate, but here understand. Certain companies are listed in the stock exchange, but government is going to call them as not listed. Certain companies are actually listed, but government is going to say you are not listed. What are those companies that we will be discussing in CA Inter? Here, please understand, here the provision only says the government has power to notify certain companies as not listed, even though those companies are actually listed. Foreign company, very simple definition, foreign company, two conditions are to be satisfied. A body corporate is incorporated outside India, but it should have a place of business in India. In two phrases, we can complete the foreign company. What is a foreign company? It is a body corporate which is incorporated outside India, having a place of business in India, either physically or in an electronic mode, either directly or through an agent, whatsoever combination. Which means, say, for example, Sony Incorporation in Japan opens a branch in Nungambakkam. Now, that Sony Incorporation, which has a branch in Nungambakkam, is called as a foreign company. Colloquially, like normal people, don't say any company outside India is a foreign company. அவன் ஃபாரினுக்கு போனா அது ஃபாரின் கம்பெனி இல்ல. நம்மளை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும், imagine Sony Incorporation has no branch in India. We are not going to call Sony Incorporation as a foreign company. Imagine Microsoft Corporation has no branch in India, no office in India. We are not going to call them as a foreign company. To call it as a foreign company, it should be incorporated outside India. And most importantly and necessarily, it should have a place of business in India. In case if it does not have a place of business in India, it doesn't qualify to be called as a foreign company. Bye-bye. So, we had discussed up to number one on the basis of number of members. Number two, on the basis of the liability of the members. These two areas we had already covered under the types of companies. So now we will proceed on to the next significant area of Companies Act, namely on the basis of control. On the basis of control, companies can be classified as holding, subsidiary, and associate. See, a holding company definition is a very simple definition. Holding company in relation to one or more other companies means a company of which such companies are subsidiaries companies. So the key word here is means a company of which such companies are subsidiary companies, which means a company will be called as a holding company if it has subsidiary companies. So a simple understanding of this definition is holding company in relation to one or more other companies. Company A is a holding company in relation to company B. Company A is a holding company in relation to company B if company B is a subsidiary of company A. So if you find this to be difficult, holding company in relation to one or more other companies means a company of which such companies are subsidiary company. If you find this phrase to be difficult, you can simply write, what is a holding company? Holding company means a company which has subsidiary companies. which means if any company has got subsidiary companies, then that company is called as a holding company. Next, we should understand, come on, what is a subsidiary company? The definition says a subsidiary company is in relation to another company, a subsidiary company. A company in relation to another company is a subsidiary company if the other company A controls the composition of its board of directors. What is meant by controlling the composition of the board of directors? This keyword is very important. Controls the composition of the board of directors. What is meant by controlling the board of directors? It means if you can appoint or remove majority of the directors. Which means if a company has 10 directors, and out of the 10 directors, if I can appoint 8 out of 10 directors, then this company A Limited is called as a holding company to this company B Limited. Why? Because it has got a right to appoint or remove majority of the directors. This keyword you will write is controlling the composition of the board of directors, or controls more than 1/2 of the total voting power. Don't make the mistake of writing it as more than 1/2 of the total share capital. It is more than 1/2 of the total voting power, either on its own or along with its subsidiaries. Either on its own or along with its subsidiaries. And a sub-subsidiary is also a subsidiary, which means, to explain point number B, if A Limited has 60% of the voting power in B Limited, if A Limited has 60% of the voting power, what is voting power, etc. Now not time to investigate. In intermediate, we will see. So 60% of voting power, this is not total share capital. The law uses the word voting power. So if A Limited has 60% of voting power of B Limited, then B Limited is a subsidiary and A Limited is a holding. And a sub-subsidiary is also a subsidiary. My subsidiary's subsidiary is also my subsidiary, which means A Limited holds 60% in B Limited. B Limited holds 80% in C Limited. So now for A Limited, B Limited is a subsidiary. For B Limited, C Limited is a subsidiary. What is the relationship between A Limited and C Limited? This relationship is called as, come on, sub-subsidiary. So my subsidiary's subsidiary is also my subsidiary. My subsidiary's subsidiary is also my subsidiary. So to consolidate this holding subsidiary, what is a holding company? A company which has subsidiary is called as a holding company. So I am simplifying it here. A company which has subsidiaries, a company which has subsidiary is called as a holding company. So holding company, what is a holding company? Any company which has subsidiary is called as a holding company. Number 2, what is a subsidiary company? A company is a subsidiary of the other company if the other company A controls the composition of my board of directors or exercises or controls more than 1/2 of the total voting power, or if it is a sub-subsidiary, then there is a holding subsidiary relationship. The third concept is called as an associate company, 2 clause 6. And inter alia, we should discuss this point also. Holding company shall not have layers of subsidiaries beyond such number as may be prescribed. This is a point which in detail will be dealt at CA Inter. But for some reason, this is included in the institute study material. Therefore, I have included in the material. Company shall not have such layers of subsidiary. At present, there are only 2 layers of subsidiary a company can have. Please don't wrongly write this as a company can have only 2 subsidiaries. Don't write it that way. The provision says a company cannot have more than such layers of subsidiaries as may be prescribed. Government has prescribed 2 layers. So number of subsidiaries is different, layers is different. CA intermediate, we will see this. Then for the purpose of 287 and 2 class 46, the term company includes body corporate, which means this again in inter we will see at length. For the purpose of 2 class 47 and 2 class 46 and 2 class 87, the term company includes body corporate. Why should the term company include body corporate at CA intermediate level? Now, purely for the purpose of examination, we have understood what is a subsidiary company. A company is a subsidiary of the other company if the other company A controls the composition of its board of directors. That is, if it can appoint or remove majority of the directors. Number two, or exercises or controls more than one half of its total voting power, either by its own or along with my subsidiaries, or if there is a sub-subsidiary. Then in understanding this subsidiary concept, the term holding or subsidiary company, it includes a body corporate. Why? We will see later. How many layers can a company have? A company can have not more than 2 layers of subsidiary. Company can have not more than 2 layers of subsidiary. Then associate company. A company is an associate company of other company. A company is an associate of other company. If the other company, I am going to call that other company as an investing company going forward, which means there are 2 companies, I and A. I is called as investing company and A is called as an associate company. If I has got significant influence in A, so this word is the key word, the most key word in associate company. If you keep on writing about associate company without writing the word significant influence, then that's all. No marks will be given. So therefore, the key word is come on significant influence. So what is an associate company? If a company has got significant influence in the other company, then the other company is called as an associate company. Now, what is significant influence? Significant influence means if it is having greater than or equal to 20% of the voting power. So if in my company, some other company has greater than or equal to 20% of the voting power, and it should be less than or equal to 50% of the voting power. For obvious reasons, if it is more than 50% of the voting power, then it becomes a subsidiary company. So it should be greater than or equal to 20% of the voting power, and it should be less than or equal to 50% of the voting power, or it should have a power to participate in business decisions. It should have a power to participate in business decisions. If any of these conditions are satisfied, then we call it as a significant influence. So a company is an associate of the other company if the other company has a significant influence. Now, what is a significant influence? If the other company has greater than or equal to 20% of the voting power, but less than or equal to 50% of the voting power, or if it has got power to participate in business decisions, then there is a significant influence. Once you establish that there is a significant influence, the relationship of investing associate company comes. Just like we have the Jodi, holding and subsidiary, here is the next Jodi, namely investing and associate. So the company which is influencing is called as investing company, and the company which is being influenced is called as an associate company. Yaar influence பண்றானோ அவன் பேர் investing company. யார் influence பண்ணப்படுகிறானோ அவன் பேர் என்ன company? Associate company. And a joint venture is also to be considered as an associate company. Please understand that there is a concept called as joint venture. Entity A and entity B comes together. And for a limited purpose, for a specific purpose, entity A and entity B comes together and they form AB Limited. Now, AB Limited is a joint venture of entity A and entity B. So this AB Limited is an associate company both for entity A as well as for entity B. So joint venture entity is an associate company for the venturer. Joint venture entity is an associate company for the venturer. So in a joint venture, 2 or more people will be the venturer. For each of those venturers in the joint venture is an associate company. A Limited, B Limited, C Limited come together and form a company for a specific purpose. ABC Limited, let us say. Now, ABC Limited is called as joint venture. And this is an associate company for A Limited, B Limited, and C Limited. Because the definition says, and it includes a joint venture. So that's all. A very profound and a very frequently tested area in examination, this holding subsidiary. We took 10 minutes to complete this holding subsidiary. What does this definition say? Come on, number 1. A holding company is a company which has a subsidiary. Number two, what is a subsidiary company? A company is a subsidiary of another company if the other company A controls the composition of its board of directors or exercises more than one half of its total voting power, either by itself or together with its subsidiaries, and it includes a sub-subsidiary. And in this holding subsidiary, two more points. Government can notify, and it has notified how many layers of subsidiaries, maximum 2 layers. Companies can have maximum only 2 layers of subsidiary. Second point, both for the purpose of 2 class 46 and 2 class 87, the term company includes body corporate. Coming to associate company, a company is an associate of the other company if the other company has a significant influence. What is significant influence? Greater than or equal to 20% of the voting power, less than or equal to 50% of the voting power, or participate in business decisions. And it includes a joint venture. So this is about holding and subsidiary. So just having read about holding and subsidiary, we will do one question on this holding subsidiary. Right. So you can try this question number 5. Tuck. Right. So Popular Products Limited is a company incorporated in India having a total share capital of 20 crore. Okay. See, these types of question, so many names will appear. So whenever you read it in the first instance itself, have a close watch on the names. If you read it very loosely, what will happen at the end? Or 4 or 5 names would have come. When the name belongs to where, you will get confused. And again, you may have to read the question, which will eat away your time. So Popular Products is a company which is having a capital of how much? Come on, 20 crores. The share capital consists of 12 lakh equity shares of 100 each and 8 lakhs preference shares of 100 each. Delight Products and Happy Products hold 350 and 250 respectively in Popular Products. So to understand, so there is this company by name Popular Products. So in this Popular Products, totally they have 20 crores divided into 12 lakhs, 12 lakh equity shares of 100 each and preference 8 lakh of 100 each. Okay, very good. Now, out of this shares, Happy Products, Happy irka, Delight and Happy, they are holding Delight 2 lakh 50, Happy 3 lakh 50 in Popular Products. Okay. Now then, what other information? Cheerful is there. Cheerful holds 2,15,000 popular products. Cheerful holds 2,15,000 popular products. What other information is given? Right. So Jovial is the holding company for all the above three companies, which means there is one more fellow by name Jovial. He is the holding company for all these three companies. Now the question is, can Popular Products Limited be termed as a subsidiary of Jovial if it controls the composition of the board of directors? Anyways, so first we will discuss what will happen here. How much is Happy holding in Popular Products? Happy எவ்வளோப்பா 3,50,000. இப்போ Popular Productsக்கு 3,50,000 by how much we should see? 3,50,000 by how much? Because if we should establish more than half, denominator something should be there, numerator something should be there. About here, Happy is holding 3,50,000 shares out of how many shares? The question is whether it is 12 lakhs plus 8 lakhs, 20 lakh shares, or is it 12 lakh shares? Very important word, it should hold more than half of the total voting power. Preference shares do not have voting power generally. When I say generally, exceptions are there. Preference shares do not have voting power. So which means Happy is holding 3,50,000 out of 12 lakhs. Delight is holding 2,50,000 out of 12 lakhs. And Cheerful is holding 2,50,000 out of 12 lakhs. So point to be understood is, none of these people are holding more than half independently. None of these people are holding more than half independently. But Jovial, the provision says, if it holds more than half of the total voting power either on its own or along with its subsidiaries. So Jovial is holding 3.5 plus 2.5 plus 2.5, which is equal to 8.5 lakhs out of 12 lakhs, which is more than half. Therefore, Jovial is a dash holding company of Popular Products. So, therefore, Popular Products is the subsidiary company and Jovial is the holding company. More important point which I just want to tell you here is, in computing the voting power, only dash is to be considered. Only equity shares, because preference shares do not have voting power. Come on, preference shares do not have voting power. Right. And there is one more point to the question. Can Popular Products be termed as a subsidiary of Jovial if it controls the composition of the board of directors? So, if Jovial controls the board of directors, then Jovial is the dash. Jovial is the holding company and Popular Products is the subsidiary company. Which means one by controlling the board of directors, the other by exercising more than one half of the total voting power. Angadan keyword and rendu keyword, one voting power, innonu either itself or together with its subsidiaries. Either itself or together with its subsidiaries. Shall we progress? சொல்லுங்க. First subsidiary should be taken as layer 1. In the example, Jovial is the holding company. Happy, Delight, Cheerful, they are all layer 1. And Popular Products is layer 2, we should say. Right. Now, I think the other questions you can try. Right. Next. See, this is the most significant area when it comes to Companies Act. Namely, types of companies. Companies Act le verum T of the iceberg is only given to you, not even tip of the iceberg. Very, very limited areas are there for the company sec for you. So all the areas are very, very significant. Adaliyum, the most significant area from an examination perspective is only this types of companies. Section 8, types of companies. Right, next Section 8 company. Section 8 company we can say, or we can call it as charitable objects company, which is formed for the purpose of doing some social activities. Dharma Sthapanangal, Aranilayangal is what you call as charitable. If the charitable object should be registered as a company, a charitable object entity, can it be registered as a company? The answer is yes. And government is going to give them some special status if they register themselves as a Section 8 company. About what is a Section 8 company? Charitable objects company. Already we had made reference about Section 8 company in two places. Number one, a Section 8 company cannot be called as a small company. A Section 8 company will not get the status of a small company. We have discussed in small company definition. Number two, a Section 8 company cannot be a one-person company, which means in Section 8 company, it should be either a private company with 2 members, or it should be a public company with 7 members in the case of Section 8 company. Now, to call it as a Section 8 company, 3 conditions are to be satisfied. Number one, the company is formed for promotion of SARC press. This is an acronym for you to remember in the examination. The company is formed for promotion of SARC press: science, arts, religion, commerce, charity, press, protection of environment, research, education, sports, social welfare. Any of these 10 items or a combination of these 10 items should be the object of the company. It should be the object of the company. Number two, the company shall not distribute profit to its members and shall use the profits only for promotion of its object. So 3 conditions. Number one, the company is formed for promotion of SARC press. Number two, it is not supposed to declare profits to its members. That is, it is not supposed to declare dividend. And the profit should be used only for promotion of its object. So if I form a company for the purpose of promoting some arts, classical dance, then I should not distribute any profit to my shareholders as dividend. And even if I have got any surplus profits, I should not distribute it to some other companies which is having some other activities, science, research, religion. I should not do that. I should use it only for the promotion of classical dance. Then, when you make an application, when you satisfy these conditions and make an application, central government will give a license and the central government may impose some conditions. Central government may impose some condition. Now, this company, what is so special about this company? The company need not use the word limited or private limited at the end. See, even a Section 8 company will fall under the category of a private company or a public company only. It cannot be a one-person company. Either it should fall under the category of a private company or a public company. But if it is formed either as a private or as a public, it need not use the word limited or private limited. Instead, it will use the word associate, federation, or a trust, club, electoral trust, association. So, like this words, it can use association, federation, chamber of commerce, electoral trust. In the words, they will use instead of using the word limited or private limited. And even a firm can become a member of this Section 8 company, which means Section 8 company, normally in any company, a partnership firm cannot become a member, because to become a member, you should be a person. Company, 2 or more persons in the case of private company, 7 or more persons in the case of a public company. A firm is neither a natural person nor an artificial person. In the eyes of law, he is not at all a person. It is just a name. It is just a name. For example, there is a cricket team. Saidapeta Sura, there is a cricket team. Imagine there is a cricket team by name Saidapeta Sura, there is a cricket team. Is there anybody called as Saidapeta Sura? You go to Saidapeta and you keep screaming Saidapeta Sura, will somebody come? Nobody will come. This is a name which is given to a group of people. This is a name which is given to a group of people. Team is nothing but a group of people. Like that, firm name is nothing but a name which is given to a group of people. If, say, for example, you and I, we together carry on a partnership firm, then it is 2 people carrying on business together. When 2 people carry on business together, third person doesn't come into existence in a partnership firm. Unlike in the case of a company where a new person comes into existence. And normally in a company, a firm cannot become a member. But Section 8 company is an exception where even a firm can become a member. So very important points with respect to Section 8 company. Number one, the company is formed for promotion of SARC press. SARC press, you should not just write it as SARC press, but you should write fully. Science, arts, religion, commerce, charity, protection of environment, research, education, sports, social welfare. Number 2, the company should not declare dividend to its members, and surplus, if any, profits, if any, should be used only for promotion of its objects. If all these 3 conditions are satisfied, then the company can make an application to central government, and the central government will give a license. Once central government gives a license, you can register that company as a Section 8 company. Now, this company need not use the word limited private limited. Instead, it will use the word association, federation, club, chamber of commerce, electoral trust, etc. Then, even a firm can become a member. So, who gave you the license? Central government. Can central government revoke the license? Yes. When will the central government revoke the license? Where you are contravening Section 8. You are not respecting Section 8. Or when the central government gave you the license, it gave you some conditions. You are contravening the condition. Or you are violating the objects. Or the affairs are conducted in a fraudulent manner. Or the affairs are conducted prejudicial to the public interest. That company, religious company, Section 8 company, it is promoting some anti-national activities inside the country. So now this is prejudicial to the public interest. It is prejudicial to the public interest. Or it is no inducing some communal disharmony. இந்த குரூப் கிட்ட போய் பாத்தியா அப்படிங்க வேண்டியது, அந்த குரூப் கிட்ட வந்து பாத்தியா அப்படிங்க வேண்டியது, 2 குரூப்பும் சண்டை போட வேண்டியது. இந்த செக்ஷன் 8 கம்பெனி ஓகே, very happy because we have created an unrest inside country. About these are all things which are prejudicial to the public interest. There are so many NGOs. Recently also the government cancelled the license for so many NGOs who are trying to create this communal unrest within the country. Then affairs are conducted in a dash manner. Come on, it is conducted in a fraudulent manner. You are doing this to do some fraudulent activities, whatsoever may be the criteria. The government has got power to revoke the license. So, what are all the 5 grounds under which this license can be revoked? Either you are violating Section 8, or you are violating the conditions, or you are violating your own objects, or the affairs are conducted in a fraudulent manner, or it is carried out prejudicial to the public interest. In the words la maatadingo, prejudicial to public interest words la maatadingo, fraudulent word maatadingo, affairs are done wrongly, affairs are done opposite to public. இந்த மாதிரிலாம் எழுதக்கூடாது. எழுதினா அவ்வளோதான், அது அந்த purpose is defeated there. So now the central government can revoke the license. What will happen when central government revokes the license? Now the company will be there. When central government revokes the license, license will go, company will be there. What will happen to this company? Now the central government in its license will pass an order. Either this company should be carried on as a private company or a public company, or it will order for amalgamation of this company with any other company having similar objects. With any other company having similar objects. There may be one company for promoting classical dance. There may be another company for promoting classical dance. But their objects, the modus operandi may be different. He will say, I will promote classical dance by taking it to the rural masses. He will say, I will promote classical dance by providing scholarship to all those people who have already learned to dance and waiting for an opportunity. I will provide them scholarship. So this is also promotion of classical dance. This is also promotion of classical dance. The objects are not same, but the objects are similar. Now the central government can order that this company be merged with this company, or the central government can order for katam winding up of this Section 8 company, in which case assets will be sold, liabilities will be paid. If any surplus assets are there, it will be transferred to insolvency and bankruptcy fund. So any surplus to be transferred to insolvency and bankruptcy fund. Right. So we had just completed about this company called as a Section 8 company. To consolidate about the Section 8 company, this is a company where it is formed either for the promotion of SARC press, and it should prohibit payment of dividend to its members, and it should use its profits only to promote its objects. All these 3 conditions are satisfied. Make an application to central government. Central government will give you a license. Now this company can be registered as a Section 8 company. Need not use the word limited, private, limited. Instead should use the word association, federation, club, blah, blah, blah. Then even a firm can become a member of the Section 8 company. Then what will happen when under what grounds the license will be revoked? Contravening section 8, contravening the conditions, contravening your objects, affairs conducted in a fraudulent manner or prejudicial to public interest. Now license is taken away, company is there. What will happen to company? Central government can pass an order to carry on as a normal private company or a public company, or can order to amalgamate with any other company which is having similar, or can order to close the company, wind up the company. Any surplus asset should be transferred to insolvency and bankruptcy fund. Then dormant company. இதுக்கு ஒரே ஒரு கொஸ்டின் பார்த்துடலாமா? அதுவும் பெருசா இல்லை, பட் ஸ்டில் ஓகே. Nidhi company is not a Section 8 company. Nidhi company is not formed for the purpose of social welfare. It is formed for the purpose of mutual benefit among the people. So Nidhi company is not a Section 8 company. Right. Right, we'll try this question straight away. Harmony Foundation is a newly incorporated company focused on promoting education and healthcare in rural areas. The company is registered as a Section 8 company with a clear plan to reinvest all profits into its activities, and a license had been accorded by the CG. For FY 2024, the company earned a substantial profit and transferred some amount to Messrs. LMP Associates, a partnership firm and one of the member of the Harmony Foundation. Subsequently, on the complaint of one of the members, the central government, after giving an OBH, opportunity of being heard, which means before taking an action, I will first ask you also what happened. Please explain your point. So opportunity of being heard, directed the company to be wound up on the ground that a partnership firm cannot be a member of the Section 8 company and it cannot transfer any part of the profit to the firm. Explain the light of the provisions of the Companies Act whether the ground taken for winding up is sufficient. Come on. So there are two things, allegations made. Number one, that a firm is a member. Number two, the profits are being distributed to the member. So which is right, which is wrong? Firm being a member is permissible, but profit. So can the central government order for winding up? Yes, the central government can order for winding up, but not under ground 1, but only under ground 2. Like these questions will come in 4 marks. Laddua you can score. Write the provisions related to Section 8 company and write this facts abridged, right? Then write the conclusion. Yes, this can be done. This cannot be done. For what reason this can be done? For what reason this cannot be done? Super of 4 marks one can score in the examination. Shall we progress? Right. Right. In the matter questions. Then dormant company. The next concept is come on, dormant company. Dormant means inactive. Dormant means not doing any activities. Two scenarios. Newly a company is formed, that can be dormant, or an existing company also can become dormant. About dormant company, a new company can be dormant, an existing company can be dormant. Why existing company is dormant? Because it ceases to carry on the business or activities. It becomes dormant. I have been carrying on some activities. Some export I was doing. Some export of basmati rice I was doing. Government passes an order. For next 3 years, nobody should export basmati rice. Now what happened? The object of my company is now defeated for the next 3 years. So what do? I don't wind up the company. Suppose if the government is going to permanently ban the export of basmati rice, then there may be a ground for me to wind up. So now I am not going to wind up. What I'm going to do, I'm going to remain dormant for the next period of 3 years. Once this is lifted, once the ban is lifted, I will restart all my activities. Till then, I will be in a dormant mode. So this is an existing company becoming a dormant company. Alternatively, a new company can also become a dormant company, which means, say, for example, I have recently bought or 100 acres of land in a particular area. So that once that area gets developed, airport comes near that area, the area gets developed, then I can sell this at skyrocketing prices. But today, if I sell, there will be no use. So I have bought this land, I have registered this land in the name of the company, and I am going to sit quiet. I will wait for the time to make the price to rise, and then I will sell the land. I will fragment the land and I will sell the land. So Now, this is a company which is formed for the purpose of a future project or to hold an immovable property. Similarly, I can form a company to hold an intellectual, which means newly the company is formed. The asset is in the name of the company, but the asset does not have an immediate marketability, or the asset does not have an immediate extra profit earning ability. So I continue to hold the asset in the name of the company. The company does nothing for few time. This is called as a dormant company. Now, why should we register the company as a dormant company? If we form a company and keep the company idle, if no business activities are being carried on, ROC has got power to strike out the name of the company from register of companies. ROC இது inactive இருந்ததுன்னா போயிடுத்து போல் இருக்குன்னு நினைச்சிட்டு ROC என்ன பண்ணுவான்? He will strike out the name of the company. To avoid that, you should voluntarily make an application to ROC, request the ROC, please declare our company as a dash company, dormant company. Law permits a company to be dormant for a period of 5 years, which means if you declare the company as a dormant company, ROC will not take any action against the company for its no operations for a period of 5 years. If it continues to have no operations in the 6th year, ROC has every right to take an action for striking out the name of the company. So this is the reason behind why we should classify the company as a dormant company. An application should be made to ROC to declare the company as a dormant company. Mostly question will be whether this is a dormant company or not. So I classify the companies into two. It can be a new company which is not having any significant accounting transaction, or it is an existing company which has become inactive, which means a new company can also become dormant. An existing company can also be dormant. When a new company becomes dormant, where the company is formed for a future project, or to hold an intellectual property, or to hold an immovable property, and has no significant accounting transaction. If you miss this significant, you will miss significant marks, because the keyword here is significant accounting transaction. Or if it is an inactive company, it is not carrying on any business or operation, or there is no significant accounting transactions come on for a period of 2 years, or FS and AR. FS stands for financial statements. You all should know what is meant by financial statements. Balance sheet, P&L, all these things are financial statements. And annual returns. Annual returns means every year we should file a return under section 92 of the Act with ROC. So every year, every company, please understand, should file 2 documents with ROC. One is called as financial statements. The other one is called as annual returns. So when will a company be declared as a dormant company? Number 1, where the company is formed for the purpose of a future project or to hold an intellectual property or an immovable property and has no significant accounting transaction. Or the company ceases. Ceases means already it has been carrying on. Only then it can cease. I ceased studying CA. Like this, who can say? Only somebody who has already enrolled for CA can say. A person who never joined CA cannot say, I ceased to study CA. Suppose cease na, which means something which you are doing already and now you have stopped to do that. That is what you call as ceases. So it is not carrying on any business or operation, or there is no significant accounting transaction, or FS or AR is not filed for 2 years. Some clarity is given here. There are a few transactions which are accounting transactions, but not to be considered as a significant accounting transaction. Don't confuse between an accounting transaction and a significant accounting transaction. A few transactions are accounting transactions, not significant accounting transaction. To give an example, for the next 3 years, I am not going to carry on operations, but all my records, etc., are to be maintained. I have a small office space. I pay rent to that office space. So this payment of rent is an accounting transaction, but not a I appoint someone to clean that office space. But for maintenance, I pay something. This is an accounting transaction, but this is not a significant accounting transaction. In the meanwhile, what I'm doing in the second year end or so, I'm allotting some shares to my wife. Okay, you also become a shareholder. Now, this is an accounting transaction, but this is not a sign, which means he's essentially speaking about a transaction. No, where there is a huge purchase or sale, some investment, etc. is involved, he's considering it as a significant accounting transaction. If some normal recurring activities are being done just to maintain that company, that is not to be considered as a significant accounting transaction, though it is an accounting transaction. But the following are பொதுவாகவே allotment of shares in சொல்லிட்டதுனால we should take it no only. And not a significant accounting transaction. And SEBI will not permit for a dormant company to issue shares to public. You should have shown no profits in the last few years, only then the company can issue shares to public. Right. So if there is payment of ROC fees every year, whether you are alive or dead, whatsoever may be the scenario, whether breath is going in, coming out, whatsoever may be the scenario, ROC will expect two documents from you. One is called as financial statements and annual return. So these two documents, if you file, for that you should pay fees to ROC. Whatever documents you are filing with ROC, pay fees. Whatever documents you want to download from ROC, pay fees. So any payment of fees to ROC is not to be considered as a significant. It is an accounting transaction, but not a significant. Allotment of shares, not a significant accounting transaction. Payment of rent, no. No payment for maintenance of office and records is not to be considered as a significant accounting transaction. They are all dash accounting transaction, but they are not to be considered as a significant accounting transaction. So to consolidate, we are discussing, come on, what is a dormant company? Where a company is formed for the purpose of a future project or to hold an intellectual property or to hold an immovable property and has no significant accounting transaction, or where a company is not carrying on the business or operations, or no significant accounting transactions for a period of 2 years, or not filing the FSAR for a period of 2 years. These companies are to be regarded as a dormant company. Now, quickly, one question. Right. XYZ Limited was incorporated to hold the patent for a product. The company is expecting to start its commercial production within the next 2 years. In the meanwhile, for timely installation, the company has placed the purchase order for a plant and machinery with a down payment of rupees 1 crore. Referring to the provisions of the Companies Act, whether the company can acquire the status of a dormant company. Yeah, tell me. Very simple. Is this a new company or an existing company? New company. What is the definition for a new company? Where a company is formed for the purpose of holding an intellectual property or an immovable property or for a future project. Patent is an intellectual, immovable property. Yeah, no. Patent is an intellectual property. So therefore, this company is formed for holding an intellectual property and has no significant accounting transactions and has no significant accounting transaction. Here the company has made a purchase order and has made a down payment of rupees 1 crore. Does this fall under the list of no significant accounting transaction? This is not to be considered as significant accounting transaction. We studied one list: payment of rent, allotment of shares, payment of ROC fees, payment for office maintenance and records. This payment of 1 crore does not fall under those 4 things, correct? So therefore, this should be considered as a significant accounting transaction. So when you have a significant accounting transaction, you are not eligible to get the status of a dormant company. So what should be the answer? As the company has significant accounting transaction, it cannot be declared as a dormant company. Got it? Right. We'll proceed. Right. Now, listed public company, the other day we discussed, and foreign company also discussed. Only one thing is left over, namely, what is a government company? See, this government company definition is basically very simple. What is the definition of a government company? Government company, and we have read this so many times, Right from no, except LKG, UKG, almost in all classes we had this definition, I remember. Sorry. So what is a government company? It is a company in which not less than 51% of the paid up share capital is held by central government, state government, or a combination. Important word. Not less than 51%. Not less than 51. Not 50. Their holding subsidiary relationship more than half. More than 50 is not 51. 51 is more than 50, but more than 50 is not 51. For example, 50.25% is there. This is more than 50, but this is less than 51%. So 50 to 51 நடுவுல சில numbers are there. இருக்குப்பா சரி அப்போ where not less than 51% of the paid up share capital is held by whom? Central government, state government, or a combination, both by central government as well as state government. And a subsidiary of a government company is a government company. A subsidiary of a government company is also a government company. Very carefully you should be there. Government to the company. This you should apply the principles of 2 class 45, which means not less than 51% of the paid up capital. This government company to its subsidiary, this is to be determined as per 2 class 87, which means this should be more than 50% of the voting power. These are two distinct things. When a company gets the status of a government company, then to identify whether another company is its subsidiary or not, you should apply 2 class 87 to find out whether it is holding more than 50% of the voting power. Inge 51 தேவையில்லை. This government company to its subsidiary, there 51% இல்லை. There more than half only. Government to government company only more than at least not less than at least 51%, which means greater than or equal to 51%. So here it should be greater than or equal to 51%. Here it is greater than 50%. Friends, are you all following? Right. We will go through one question. Right. Question number 13. XYZ is a company incorporated under the Companies Act 2013. Paid up share capital of the company is held by others as on 31/3/2024 as under. Government of India is holding 20%. LIC, a public financial institution, is holding 8%. Government of Tamil Nadu is holding 10%. Government of Rajasthan is holding 10%. ABC Limited, owned by a government company, is holding 15%. As per the above shareholding, state whether XYZ Limited can be called as a government company. Quite an interesting provision, an interesting question. Right, so question number 13. So who is the man under question? XYZ. So in XYZ, central government is holding how much? He is holding 20%. LIC is holding how much? 8%. And no, state governments are holding how much? 20%. And a government company is holding how much? 15%. So totally, no, 15 plus 8, 23. So 63% only he has given. Balance, no, the balance 37% is being held by some other person. We are not bothered about that. Now, the question here is who and all we should take into consideration to determine XYZ as a government company. To call XYZ as a government company, there are only two possibilities. Possibility number one is government holding 51%, or possibility number two is a government company holding more than 50% of the voting power. Everybody, more than 50% of the voting power. Right? These are the two possibilities. So, இது ரெண்டுத்துக்கும் நடுவுல combination ஒன்றும் கிடையாது. இது either this or this. Which means now what is the government holding? Who are all the government? Central government is a government. State government is a government. So government holding is only 40%. So this holding is only 40%. So therefore, you should not bring LIC into picture here. LIC is a public financial institution, may be controlled by government, but it is not the government. Then Government company is a company, but it is not the government. So the first level holding, directly the holding should be by whom? Government, state government or central government. So here the holding is only 40%. Here the holding is only 15%. So this is neither falling under possibility 1 nor is it falling under possibility 2. இது ரெண்டுத்தையும் சேர்த்து ஒரு பஞ்சாமிர்தம் மாதிரி 40 plus 15 is equal to 55% government company. You should not blabber. So either this condition or this condition, both the conditions are not satisfied. Therefore, come on, XYZ is not a government company. Therefore, XYZ is not a government company. Got this? Right. The other questions, please try. Now, we'll start with the next area. Incorporation procedure. Right. So, here we should learn a very important concept, namely the definition of promoter. The general understanding of promoter is a person who conceives the idea of formation of company. Come on, promoter is a person who conceives the idea of formation of company. But Act No has given 3 definitions for promoter, whose name is mentioned either in the annual return or prospectus as a promoter. Who is named as such in the prospectus or annual return, he is a promoter. So if the prospectus is going to call somebody as a promoter, then he is a promoter. Number 2, who has control over the affairs of the company either as a director or shareholder. So any person who has a control over the affairs of the company, either as a director or as a shareholder, he is called as a promoter. Or as per whose aid means what? Advice, instruction, directions. The board of directors are accustomed to act. That fellow is to be called as a promoter, except the persons who are acting in a professional capacity. Very simple. Number 1, company in its annual return or prospectus declares somebody as a promoter. Number 1, he is a promoter. Number 2, who has control over the affairs of the company, either as a shareholder or as a director or otherwise, then that fellow is also to be considered as a promoter. The third point is the most interesting point. As per whose advice, instruction, directions the board of directors are accustomed to act. The board of directors are accustomed to act, habituated to act, used to act. Then that fellow is the promoter, which means I am not a promoter of the company, but my servants, my drivers, etc. put together, I have given them money and they have started a company. Now, these drivers and these servants, they will act as per my instruction, they will act as per my directions, they will act as per my advice. Now, officially, nowhere on the records of the company my name is appearing. But all these puppets are acting as per my instructions or directions. So, therefore, I should be considered as a promoter. I should be considered as a promoter. However, in my capacity as a chartered accountant, I give financial advice to so many companies. So, for those companies, the directors of the companies, they are acting as per my advice, instruction, directions for financial matters. Now, I am not to be considered as a promoter because I am acting only purely in my dash capacity, professional. But people who act in their professional capacity is not to be considered as a promoter, right? So, this is a very important definition. Has been quite a while since they tested the definition of promoter, may come in the examination, right? And I am not going to spend time in making you memorize the steps for incorporation. I have given it here. You yourself can memorize the steps for incorporation of the company. Now, memorandum. My dear friends, every company has got 2 important documents. One document is called as Memorandum of Association. The other document is called as Articles of Association. We call it as MOA, AOA. Memorandum, what it says. See, the definition given under Companies Act for memorandum and articles are almost identical. What is the definition? So, anywhere you write about MOA, first you will write the definition given under the Companies Act. and not a very profound definition. But the definition says what is memorandum? Memorandum means memorandum of association as originally framed or as altered from time to time. Originally framed means when you formed the company, you prepared a document called as memorandum. That is memorandum. Or every now and then you would have altered or amended the memorandum. That altered or amended memorandum is also memorandum. Memorandum means the memorandum of association as originally framed or as altered from time to time. Same is the definition for articles. Articles means articles of association as originally framed or as altered from time to time. Now, memorandum is the constitution and charter of the company. It defines and confines the scope of the company. What company can do, what company cannot do will be given in MOA. By telling what the company can be do in MOA, the MOA is forbidding the company from doing anything else. Which means if in your MOA, 3 matters are mentioned. You can carry on coaching centers, you can have hostels, you can conduct satellite virtual classes. These 3 matters are there in the memorandum of association, which means the company is forbidden from doing any other activity. Company cannot, say, for example, start a departmental store, cannot run a real estate activity, cannot engage in distribution of films, nothing can be done. When I say you can do this only, you are not supposed to do anything else. So memorandum defines what the company can do. By defining 3 matters, it is confining the company to the 3 matters and prohibiting the company from moving to any other matter. This is what we mean by defines and confines. Of course, now powers are there in the Companies Act to amend the object clause of the memorandum. But primarily, what is given in MOA, you are supposed to do only that, and you cannot deviate from that unless you amend the MOA. Then, a company cannot do any act which is outside the scope of its MOA. So, in case if they are going to ask you about MOA, what are all the points you will write? Number 1, you will write memorandum of association means, come on, memorandum of association as originally framed or as altered from time to time, either as per this act or that act, whatsoever it is. Number 2, memorandum is the charter, constitution, defines and confines the scope of the company. Come on, it is the charter, constitution, defines and confines the scope of the company. So a company cannot do a matter which is not given in the memorandum of association. Now, what matters will be there in the memorandum? Only these matters will be there in MOA and nothing else. Number 1, name clause. Name clause will have the name of the company. Number 2 is situation clause. It will have the state of the registered office. Number 3, we will have the object clause. Under object clause, we have the main objects of the company and the matters considered necessary in furtherance thereof. And the matters considered necessary in furtherance thereof. In furtherance thereof means in furtherance of the main object, which means for SmartLearn, what is the main object? The main object is to conduct classes. But for conducting classes, we need a premises. We need to enter into contract with people for taking the premises on rent. We need faculties. We need to enter into contract with faculties to take them on a professional remuneration. Matter powers will be there. About how will the in the powers matters considered necessary in furtherance thereof. Come on, matters considered necessary in furtherance thereof. So company will have objects which is called as main objects. Number 2, the matters which are considered necessary in furtherance, which means for achieving these objects, whatever matters are there, that is called as matters considered necessary in furtherance thereof. Then liability clause will have the liability of the members. The other day we discussed it. In the case of company limited by shares, the liability of the members will be limited by the memorandum of association to such an amount. And in the case of a company limited by guarantee, the liability of the members is limited by the memorandum of association to such amount which the members may undertake to contribute to the assets of the company at the time of binding. Right. Next, capital clause will be there along with breakup. What do we mean by breakup? What is the total number of shares? What is the face value of the shares? That is what you call as, come on, breakup. Which means if I have equity shares, I have preference shares. Equity shares, face value 10, face value 20. All these breakup should be there in the capital clause. This will be there with what capital? This capital is what we call as the authorized capital. Right. And association clause is nothing but signature clause. people who are there subscribing to the memorandum of association, signing the memorandum of association is called a subscription clause or association clause. And already we have seen in the case of 1% company, we will have a nominee clause, which means what will be the contents of the memorandum of association? A memorandum will have name, situation, object, capital, liability, capital, subscription. And in case of OPC, we will have the nominee clause, the name of the nominee. And anytime I can change the name of the nominee. Anytime I can change the name of the nominee. That changing the name of nominee is not equal to alteration of MOA. Though actually I alter the MOA, but this law says when I am changing the name of the nominee, that is not to be considered as an alteration of MOA. That is not to be considered, as an alteration of MOA. Just a moment. Right. Now, articles of association, the first line remains the same. What is articles of association? It means the articles of association as originally framed or as altered from time to time, either in pursuance of this Companies Act or previous whatsoever it is. Then articles deals with the internal management and bylaws of the company. Articles of association deals with internal management or bylaws of the company. Very simple. How a company can enter into transaction with outsiders, what transactions and how the transactions are to be entered into with outsiders will be given in the MOA. How the transactions are to be entered into within the insiders, namely the shareholders, directors of the company, what are their powers, rights, duties, this will be given in articles of association. So memorandum defines the relationship between company and outsiders. Articles of association defines the relationship between company and insiders. Articles defines the relationship between company and insiders. Right. So articles deals with the internal management and bylaws of the company. There are 2 points which I just want to add here with respect to articles of association. In articles of association, AOA, we have a concept called as entrenchment. We have a concept called as entrenchment. What is meant by entrenchment? It means certain provisions of AOA may be amended only when conditions which are much restrictive than special resolution is complied with. What is entrenchment? Entrenchment means certain provisions of the articles of association may be amended only when the conditions which are much restrictive, stricter than special resolution is complied with. My dear friends, entrench Padua means something which is deep rooted and which is difficult to change is what you call as entrench. Something which is deep rooted and which is very difficult to change. To give you an example, Women should not go home, should not leave house after no evening time or in the night time. This is something which is deep rooted in our tradition. Men means they should mandatorily be employed. We can no have a concept called as no housewife, but we should not have a concept called as house husband. Udyogam Purusha Lakshanam. Ibdinla people have told over a period of time. First point சொல்லும்போது some group laughed. So, see, very bad society. Second point சொல்லும்போது they understood the society is equally bad. Right. இப்போ இதுக்கு பேரு entrance-னு பேரு. Entrance-னா something which is deep rooted is what you call as, come on, entrance. பொண்ணுனா வெளில போகக்கூடாது. இது deep rooted in the society. ஆம்பளைனா நிச்சயம் வேலைக்கு போயே ஆகணும். He should be the breadwinner of the family. இதுவும் ஒரு entrancement தான். சரி, நான் வீடியோவில் பேசினா அப்புறம் கம்யூனல் இஷ்யூ ஆகிடும். சரி, இப்போ something which is deep rooted and very difficult to change, something which is deep rooted and difficult. அப்போ entrance simply means something which is difficult to change. Entrance means, come on, something which is difficult to change. இன்னொரு entrancement சொல்கிறேன். நம்ம சொசைட்டியில் பிடி பீரியட்னா நிச்சயம் மேக்ஸிமஸ் ஷுட் கம் அப்படின்னா திஸ் இஸ் டீப் ரூட்டட் இன் தி சொசைட்டி. ஃபஸ்ட் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்லேருந்து எல்கேஜி ஃபஸ்ட் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்லேருந்து 12th ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் வரைக்கும் எங்கேயாவது பிடி பீரியடு விட்றாங்கன்னு தோணிட்டுனா உடனே மோப்பம் முடிச்சுன்னு வந்துடுவாங்க மேக்ஸ் மிஸ்ஸு. அப்படி தானேப்பா? மேக்ஸ் மிஸ்ஸோ மேக்ஸ் சாரோ பார்த்தியா? ஸோ ஓவர் தி இயர்ஸ் இட் ஹஸ் ரிமைன் த சேம். அப்போ என்ட்ரன்ஸ்னா சம்திங் விச் இஸ் டீப் ரூட்டட். ஸோ AOA may contain provisions for entrenchment in the sense that certain provisions of the AOA can be amended. Only some conditions which are much restrictive than a special resolution is complied with. Let us understand basically what is meant by special resolution. Special resolution means greater than or equal to 75% majority. What is special resolution? Special resolution means greater than or equal to 75% majority in shareholders meeting. I am telling very bluntly, this has got so many issues we will discuss in CA Inter. So in a shareholders meeting, if 75% or more, if they give majority, then it is called as a special resolution. What is an entrenchment? You are having that certain provisions in AOA may be amended only when the conditions which are much stricter than a special resolution is complied with. For example, my AOA has got 100 clauses. We don't generally call it as paragraphs. We call it as clauses. Imagine my AOA has got 100 clauses. And in that, I have told clause number 50 and clause number 100, if it should be altered, then minimum 95% of the members should approve. Minimum 95% of the members should approve, which means generally AOA can be amended by passing a special resolution. Generally, AOA can be amended by passing a special resolution. But entrenchment means that some of the provisions of the AOA, some of the clauses of the AOA are locked specially that it is very difficult to change them, that it is much restrictive than a special resolution, much difficult than a special resolution, much restrictive or much difficult, come on, than a special resolution. So this is about entrenchment provision, which means now all the 100 clauses of my AOA can be altered by passing a special resolution. But this clause number 50 and clause number 100 alone cannot be altered unless I pass a resolution which is much restrictive, that is 95% only if they approve I can change this class number 50 and class number 100. Why, sir? Why entrenchment? Inter, right? So this is about entrenchment. Very simple. I want to change the AOA, I should pass a special resolution. But some paragraphs of AOA, I can say that I can change it only when I follow some procedures, conditions which are difficult than a special resolution. Special resolution is 75% majority. More than 75% majority, if they approve only, certain paragraphs can be changed. Like this, I can add in my AOA. This is optional. This is not mandatory. I can add in my AOA. Some paragraphs I can lock that more than special resolution is required to alter that. That is what you call as entrenchment. Right, now, see, model AOA. There is something called as model AOA, which is there in table F of schedule 1. We have model AOA, which is there in table F of schedule 1, which is there in table F of schedule 1. இப்போ AOA of the company, every company should have their own AOA, which is called as a registered AOA. Which is called as a registered AOA. What is the registered AOA? AOA of the company. Who should have registered AOA? Every company shall have registered AOA. Which means every company should have their own AOA. This registered AOA may be this way. It is model AOA is adopted. Which means you go to model AOA, make a control C, make a control V, copy, paste here. So this is one possibility, which means your AOA is nothing different from the model AOA. Or model AOA is not adopted. If model AOA is not adopted, next, the provisions of model AOA will apply if it is not excluded or modified by the registered AOA. The provisions of the model AOA shall apply if it is not excluded or modified by the registered AOA. Let me explain. Every company should have their own AOA. No excuse. Every company should have their own AOA. This company having their own AOA is what you call as a registered AOA. Sir, sondama we should write AOA va. Evlo kashtam theriyuma? Don't worry kanna. Make a control C, control V. Control C from model AOA. Paste it in your own AOA. Now that model AOA will become your own AOA. No, sir. Everything I will do it on my own. So you have your own registered AOA, which is not a copy paste of the model AOA. But some matters are not provided in your AOA. Your AOA is not speaking about certain matters. Now what to do with respect to those matters? Still, with respect to that matter, you can apply model AOA. If your registered AOA does not exclude the applicability of model AOA, which means your registered AOA, first line itself says, if any matters are not provided in this AOA, table F shall not apply and it shall be decided in the shareholders meeting. It shall be decided in the share, which means you have excluded the applicability of table F. When you have excluded the applicability of table F, you should simply follow only your registered AOA. And if answers are not there in the registered AOA, go to the shareholders for a conclusion. But if you have your own AOA and certain matters are not covered under the registered AOA, then you can go to model AOA and you can find an answer in that model AOA, which means E edichan copy, control C, control V you can do. Or you can have your own thing with the exclusion of table F, without the exclusion of table F. If you exclude table F provisions will not apply. Table F you varakudadunu sollite, ipo go to the shareholders and decide at the shareholders meeting. Or table F no is not excluded means if your AOA is silent, then you should look out for that matter from the table F. Table F, whatever it is telling, you should follow. So this is about the model AOA concept. This is about the model AOA concept. So we have just completed about AOA. Very simple. MOA speaks about the relationship between company and outsiders. AOA speaks about the relationship between company and insiders. Who are those insiders? Insiders is nothing but the company, the board of directors and the shareholders. Can the board of directors make calls on shares? Where will this be? MOA, AOA? This will be there in AOA. Can the company borrow money from the bank? Can the company borrow money from bank? From whom the company will borrow money? Bank. Bank is an insider or an outsider? Outsider. Any transaction between company and outsider governed by MOA. Company and insider. Forfeiture of shares. Forfeiture of shares. AOA. Winding up of company. AOA. AOA. Understood? Sure. Now, doctrines, my dear friends, in the MOA AOA topic or heart in the doctrines, the 3 doctrines we are going to study. Number 1 is the doctrine of ultra vires. Number 2 is the doctrine of constructive notice. Number 3 is the doctrine of indoor management. We'll try to start. First is the doctrine of, come on, ultra vires. Doctrine of ultra vires. Right. What is this doctrine of ultra vires? Ultra means beyond. Ultra means beyond. Which means intra means within. Sometimes you will use the word intra vires. Ultra means beyond. Intra means within. So ultra vires means beyond the powers. Ultra vires means, come on, beyond the powers. Intra vires means within the powers. So who give you power? So companies who give powers, basically 3 people give power. Number 1, Companies Act. Number 2, MOA. Number 3, AOA. So company ki powers come from 3 sources. Number 1, Companies Act. Number 2 is MOA. Number 3 is AOA. So if an act is ultra vires the Companies Act, come on, if an act is ultra vires the Companies Act, it is illegal because you are violating the act. Therefore, it is illegal. When I say illegal, it is punishable. It is punishable. Number 2, if an act is ultra vires the MOA, come on, if an act is ultra vires the MOA, it is void. It is not illegal. It is merely void. Number 3, if an act is ultra vires the AOA, it is also void. But the only difference is, if an act is ultra vires the MOA, it cannot be ratified by the shareholders. Come on, it cannot be ratified by the shareholders. On the other hand, if an act is ultra vires the AOA, it can be ratified by the shareholders. If an act is ultra vires the MOA, it can be ratified. Sorry, it cannot be ratified even by the whole body of shareholders. It cannot be ratified, come on, even by the whole body of shareholders. On the other hand, if an act is ultra vires the AOA, it can be ratified. If an act is ultra vires the AOA, it can be ratified. Which means simply, see, basically ratification means to approve a past transaction. What is ratification? Come on, to approve a past transaction. Once a past transaction is ratified, law sees that as a valid transaction. To simply put forth, you are going to go to Mahabalipuram or Pondicherry along with your friends. 2 steps are involved. Step number 1, first you should go home and you should get permission. Step number 2, you should do the transaction. First is permission, then is the transaction. What is the transaction? Roaming is the transaction. If you do this, everybody will be happy. Suppose you started to class, you never turned up to class. Directly you go to step 2. Evening, or 8:30, you go home. Parents are asking, where did you go? I received a call from your class that you were not there. Where did you go? He went there, my friends pestered me and they took me to Mahabalipuram. Now there are 2 possibilities, which means you did an act beyond your powers. You did an act beyond your powers. Now there are 2 possibilities. Possibility number 1, parents may say, okay, no problem here. I know him. Mahabalipuram, Pondicherry, wherever you go, no issues here. Parents may approve. You are telling, my friend spent rupees 800. Okay, no problem. I'll make the payment. Dad says. In classroom, we'll make so many assumptions. Right? So now dad has approved, which means dad has ratified. Or dad may even disown this. Oh, you went to Mahabalipuram. You went to Pondicherry. Superb. How was the climate there? Appa, the climate was very chill. Here also outside will be very chill. Sleep outside there. Appa now Appa is approving disapproving. Appo ratification means Step 1, step 2, if the vice versa, if the order changes, approval, then only transaction. If it happens the other way around, you do the transaction, then you come for an approval, it is called as a ratification. Supposing you get the approval, law sees this as a valid transaction. Come on, law sees this as a valid transaction. So, if an act is ultra vires the Companies Act, it cannot be ratified. If at all it should be ratified, it should be ratified only by the Parliament, because Parliament should now change the law. So if an act is ultra vires the Companies Act, suluk nichayam, it is illegal, suluk edukkapadum. If an act is ultra vires the MOA, it can never be ratified, because MOA is going to speak about the relationship between company and outsiders. So you cannot change something which is going to affect the outsiders' right. So therefore, any act ultra vires the MOA is void and it cannot be ratified. On the other hand, if there is an act which is ultra vires the AOA, come on, it is void. But if it is ratified, it is valid, because this speaks what is happening inside the company. This speaks about, come on, what is happening inside the company. You took 100 rupees from your dad's pocket without his permission. Evening, Appa comes and you say, Appa, very emergency, I took 100 rupees. Any issues? No issues. Appa says, next time, that's all. Okay, Pa. You took 500 rupees from your neighbor's pocket. Neighbors know at the hall, no, your hall and his hall is closed, door is open, shirt was hanging, you saw 500 rupees. No, top one, you took 500. Then evening you come and tell, uncle, sorry, uncle. Kartala konja kai arichithu eduthuten. Abdina, now this will get resolved. That will become into a big issue, correct? Apo outsider code deal pandra matters cannot be ratified. Insider code deal pandra matters may be ratified. I am not telling you it should be ratified, it may be ratified. So let us consolidate. Any act ultra vires the Companies Act is, come on, illegal. Any act ultra vires the Companies Act is illegal. Number 2, any act ultra vires the MOA is void, but it cannot be ratified. Number 3, any act ultra vires the AOA is again void, but it is valid once it is ratified. So this case law you are supposed to remember, my dear friends. Ashbury Railway Company Limited versus Ritchie. Ashbury Railway Carriage Company, Ashbury Railway Carriage and Iron Company versus Ritchie. Even if you write Ashbury Railway Company, I am happy. It was held in Ashbury Railway Company. I am very happy if you write it that way. So what is the object of the company? To make railway coaches. To make railway coaches. Then after making, what they will do? Conduct exhibition? No, they will either sell or they will give it on hire. Lend it on hire. So the object of the company was to make, sell or lend on hire railway carriages and wagons. Wagons means coaches. Number 2, to carry on the business of mechanical engineers and general contractors. To carry on the business of, come on, mechanical engineers and general contractors. The managing director of the company, Ritchie, one person approached and he told Ritchie, okay, I'll give you loan. The company will give you loan. Later, the auditor told you are not supposed to give loan because this is ultra vires your MOA. Matter went to the court. Ritchie is arguing, sir, this is within their power. See, there is general contracts. They can enter into general contracts. Court told nothing doing. General contracts, these should be the contracts which are related to their mechanical, which are related to their railway wagons, Therefore, the company should not have entered into a contract to give loan. The company should not have entered into contract, to give loan. What is the object of the company? To give loan. Is the object of the company to give loan? No. Is there power in the memorandum of association to give loan? No. When there is no power in the memorandum of association to give loan, how could the company have transacted to give a loan? So this is ultra vires the MOA. Therefore, this transaction is void. The managing director, I'll beg all the shareholders, I'll get their permission. Court told nothing doing. Because any act ultra vires the MOA cannot be ratified even by the whole body of shareholders. So what is the answer? Whether the loan can be given or cannot be given? Cannot be given. Even you might have entered into an agreement to give loan. Now the loan could not be given because this act is void. This act is void. So, that's the concept. Very good. Wait. Ritchie is asking, hello, how do I know what is written inside your MOA and AOA? I am after all an outsider. How do I know what is written inside your MOA and AOA? Ritchie is asking the Ashbury Railway Company in the next imaginary case. Richie is asking, how do I know what is written inside your MOA and AOA? I do not have access to your MOA and AOA. But please understand, here comes the next concept. When you incorporate the company, you file all the documents with ROC, Registrar of Companies. The office of the Registrar of Companies is a public office. The office of the Registrar of Companies, come on, is a public. Any document which is filed with the public office is a public document open for whose inspection? Public. Which means any company out of the 20 plus lakhs companies incorporated in India, any companies, any document which is filed with ROC, anybody can download and see. Which means what this constructive notice concept, what it says, already we have seen constructive delivery. Negotiation la, actual delivery or symbolic delivery or construct. Ipo constructive notice la, though notice is not given individually to all, the information is available with ROC. Any person who is entering into contract with the company, any person who is entering into, contract with the company is deemed to have read the MOA and AOA. Repeat, any person who has entered into contract with the company, repeat, any person who has entered into contract with the company is deemed to have read the MOA and AOA, is deemed to have read the MOA and AOA. Therefore, Richie cannot claim, I do not know whether this is within your powers of MOA, whether this is intra-vires or ultra-vires. This doctrine of constructive notice says every person dealing with the company is deemed to have read the MOA and AOA. He is supposed to have read the MOA and AOA before entering into contract with the company. If that outsider does not do, it is whose mistake? Outsider's mistake. If the outsider does not do, it is whose mistake? Outsider's mistake. Right? Right. Discuss this concept, namely indoor management. Maybe we'll take over a half an hour, 40 minutes, and we will complete this Companies Act. Tell me, do you have any priority? What is the next topic I should start with? SOGA? Okay, I'll start with SOGA. We were discussing about this concept of doctrine of ultra-vires, doctrine of constructive notice. Number one, doctrine of ultra-vires says any transaction which is ultra-vires the memorandum of association is void. And it cannot be ratified even by the whole body of shareholders. And as a corollary, we have this doctrine of constructive notice. How will an outsider know if a transaction is ultra-vires or intra-vires the company? Does he have access to the memorandum of association? The answer is yes. Every outsider has got an access to the memorandum of association, because the memorandum of association and articles of association, they are public documents. Therefore, anybody who is dealing with the company is deemed to have read the memorandum of association and articles before entering into transaction with the company. And in case if they fail to do that, it is their mistake for not having went through the MOA and AOA. So this is what is doctrine of constructive notice. Next is the doctrine of indoor management. Yes, it is true that every person who is dealing with the company should have read the MOA and AOA before entering into transaction with the company. But his duty ends there. If the MOA and AOA prescribes any internal procedures or internal formalities, the outsider need not verify that internal procedure or internal formalities. He can assume that all the internal procedures or formalities has been followed by the company. Because as an outsider, he does not have access to the internal affairs of the company. So which means some board approvals is to have been obtained. Some shareholders' approval should have been obtained. Some committee approval should have been obtained. Now the outsider need not come and verify whether all these approvals have been obtained or not. As an outsider, he can just assume that all these approvals has been obtained. Because he does not have access to the internal affairs of the company. He cannot come inside the company and he cannot verify all these approvals have been obtained or not, because as an outsider, he is a pakka outsider. He does not have access to what is happening inside the company. So this is indoor, inside the doors of the company, how it should have been managed. The outsider can assume that it has been managed that way. எப்படி நடந்திருக்கணுமோ அப்படி நடந்திருக்குன்னு outsider can assume that doctrine is what we call as the doctrine of indoor management. So this was held in Royal British Bank Limited versus Turkand. So what happened in this Royal British Bank Limited versus Turkand is a bank took loan and gave debentures. A bank took loan and gave debentures. But the board of directors took loan in excess of the limits which is permissible for them, for which shareholders' approval should have been obtained. The bank could have taken loan only to the extent of 30 lakhs. Say, for example, they took a loan to the extent of 70 lakhs, 40 lakhs outside their powers, which should have been approved by the shareholders. Now, as an outsider, Turkand can assume that the shareholders' approval has been obtained. If the bank had not obtained its shareholders' approval, the mistake is on the part of the bank. The mistake is not on the part of the outsider. About Turkand as an innocent outsider, he has every right to assume that whatever should have happened inside the company, namely the shareholders' approval, has been obtained. He has got no grounds to believe that the shareholders' approval has not been obtained. So this is a protection or an immunity which this doctrine gives to outsiders. On the other hand, doctrine of constructive notice is a doctrine which says, hey outsider, why didn't you read the MOA and AOA? Doctrine of constructive notice casts an obligation on the outsider, protects the company. Whereas doctrine of indoor management says, outsider, if you have read the MOA, AOA, good job. Beyond that, you are not expected to verify anything because you do not have access to the internal management or internal affairs of the company. So this is doctrine of indoor management. So whatever should have happened inside the affairs of the company, inside the doors of the company, the outsider can assume all those things had happened properly. However, this doctrine of indoor management will not apply in a few cases. Number one, this doctrine is available only to an outsider who does not have knowledge of what is happening inside the company. Which means if you are an insider, which means if you have a knowledge of what is happening inside the company, for you, doctrine of indoor management will not apply. For example, company is taking loan to the extent of 70 lakhs. Whereas the board has permission to take loan only to the extent of 30 lakhs. 30 lakhs intra vs the board's power, 40 lakhs is ultra vs the board's power, for which shareholders' approval should have been obtained. Shareholders' approval not obtained. Outsider can assume the shareholders' approval has been obtained because he cannot go and see whether shareholders' approval was given or not. But suppose if the person who gives the loan is one among the directors, then obviously he knows what is happening inside the company. Or if that person who is giving loan is one among the shareholders, Obviously, he knows that shareholders' approval was not obtained because he is also one among the shareholder. They did not get any approval from him. Therefore, approval for this transaction was not there. Which means this doctrine can be claimed only by an innocent outsider who does not have an access to the internal affairs of the company. If you are a director or if you are a shareholder, you have access to what is happening inside the doors of the company. Therefore, you cannot apply this doctrine of indoor management. Similarly, so this is where there is grounds for suspicion. Similarly, where there is a knowledge of irregularity or negligence. Hey, just a minute. A small change should happen here. This heading should go here. Everything is correct. But swap these headings. This heading should go here and this heading should come here. Right. So next is grounds for suspicion. Where you should suspect, you should suspect. Suppose company is there, you are a bank manager, company is there. The company director is coming and telling, sir, in our company, we have taken a decision. All checks in the name of company should be credited to my personal account. You cannot say, "Aye, super. You have decided SOGA, very good. Doctrine of indoor management." Now, any person of ordinary prudence, ordinary intelligence with an iota of common sense will obviously question this. How is that possible? How can we credit a check coming in the name of a company into the personal account of a director? How is that even possible? Like this, you should have a ground for suspicion. But where you should suspect, there you should suspect. Negligence na alatshiyam nartham. Negligence na where you should have suspected, where you did not care for what you should have nyayama cared for, then that is called as a negligence. So where there is a knowledge of irregularity or negligence, their doctrine of indoor management will not apply. That is what was held in this Underwood versus Bank of Liverpool, wherein the outsider, that is a customer, he came and he told, credit all the amount in the account of the company, whatever checks are coming in the name of the company, credit it to my personal account. This is not supposed to be done. If that fellow is doing this, the bank is doing this, he cannot apply the principle of doctrine of indoor management. Number 3, forgery. What is forgery? If the signature of a person is imitated, that is called as a forgery. Don't confuse between fraud and forgery. Fraud is a general word, forgery is a specific word. You can do many types of fraud. Forgery is a type of fraud. And this is not something new to us. We all have done this during our school days, either in the report cards or at least in the leave letter. Report card alog deri ollenal, at least in the leave letter, we would have imitated the signature of parent. Or at least we would have practiced at home. I will try Appa's signature, I will try Amma's signature. At least we would have practiced at home. This is forgery, faking the signature of a person, imitating the signature of a person. A company gave a share certificate where the director's signature was forged. The innocent shareholder, he took the share certificate, he went. Later, the company went into winding up. The shareholder came before the liquidator, presented the share certificate. Liquidator told this is not valid because the signature is forged. Shareholder is telling, how do I know? How do I know the director's signature? Doctrine of indoor management. Law says, the court says, forgery is a nullity. If anything is done but improperly done, then you can apply the doctrine of indoor management. But in the eyes of law, this is not even done. This is not a case of improperly done. This is not even something in existence. Share certificate. Where is the share certificate? Sir, this is the share certificate. Forgery is nullity. If something is forged, in the eyes of law, it is not even in existence. If something is forged, come on, in the eyes of law, it is not even in existence. That is what we call as, come on, forgery is a nullity. So doctrine of indoor management will not apply under these 3 cases. Number 1, where there is a knowledge of irregularity, where you are an outsider, but you know what is happening inside the doors of the company, then doctrine of indoor management will not apply. Number 2, where there is a ground for suspicion, then you should suspect. If you are not suspecting, then it is your mistake. Doctrine of indoor management will not apply. Number 3, if there is a forgery, that is nullity in the eyes of law, which means it never happened. It is not even happening. That is what you call as common forgery. Then forgery is a nullity. So these 3 circumstances, the doctrine of indoor management will not apply. So we will do a couple of questions here. Right, we will try this question number 1. The object clause of MOA of ABC Private Limited authorized the company to carry on the business of trading in fruits and vegetables. The directors of the company decided, and accordingly the company ordered for fish for the purpose of trading. FSH Limited supplied fish to ABC Private Limited worth rupees 36 lakhs. Members of the company convened an EGM and negated the proposal of the board of directors on the grounds of ultra vires. FSH Limited, being aggrieved of the said decision of ABC Private Limited, seeks your advice. So what was the power of this company? The power of the company is to deal only in fruits and vegetables. What did the company buy? The company bought fish. So simply applying the doctrine of ultra vires, simply applying, come on, the doctrine of ultra vires, this transaction is void. This transaction is void. Above, FSH Limited, being agreed of the said decision of ABC Private Limited, seeks your advice. Does FSH Limited, does it have any remedy? Yeah? What is the remedy? For simply no remedy. Why simply no remedy? Because this is something which is void. Number 2, applying the doctrine of constructive notice. As an outsider, you are supposed to have read this. This is the general principle. So which means, even under a contract act, you know, where if an agreement is discovered to be void, which means knowingly you enter into a void agreement, there is no relief. Unknowingly you enter into a void agreement, only there is a relief. However, there is an exception which is given in the institute study material, only with respect to ultra vires loan. Ultra vires loan, then the amount can be recovered. Where if it is an ultra vires loan, the amount can be recovered. I can sue for injunction. The amount can be recovered. Amount can be recovered. This is only for a loan which is given in institute study material. See, these are all different answers are possible. We will stick to the extent possible with respect to what is given in institute study material. So if it is a loan transaction where the company has taken a loan, where the company has taken a loan, and if it is ultra vires, the lender can sue and he can say the company is not the owner of that money, ask them to return the money back to us. That is only restricted to loan. For all the other transactions, it is void. Void means that's all. You do not have a right against me. I do not have a right against you. So this is question number 1. Question number 2, you can do it is straight away applying the principles of Royal British Bank versus Turkan. That is doctrine of indoor management. Question number 3 is a quite interesting question. X had purchased some goods from ABC Limited on credit. A credit period of 1 month was allowed to Mr. X. Before the due date, Mr. X went to the company and wanted to repay the amount due from him. He found only Mr. Z there, who was the factory supervisor of the company. Mr. Z told Mr. X that the accountant and the cashier were on leave and he is in charge of receiving the money and he may pay the amount to him. Z issued a signed and sealed money receipt. After 2 months, Messrs. ABC Limited issued a notice to Mr. X for a non-payment of the dues within the stipulated period. Mr. X informed the company that he had already cleared the dues and he is no more responsible for the same. He also contended that Mr. Z is an employee of the company to whom he had made the payment, and being an outsider, he trusted the words of Mr. Z as duty distribution is the job of the internal management. Analyze the situation, whether X is free from liability. I'll give you 10 seconds time, please go through this question. Right. So what had happened? ABC Limited is there and Mr. X purchased goods. And he went there to make the payment. And he found only Mr. Z there. He was the factory supervisor. He told accountant, cashier are on leave and I am in charge of receiving the money. In a company, if somebody is not there, somebody else will be delegated with that responsibility. So I am delegated with that responsibility. And this fellow, Mr. X, he made the payment to Z. Z issued a signed and sealed money receipt. After 2 months, ABC is telling X, where is the payment? X is telling, I gave it to Mr. Z. He told, he is not the cashier. Why did you give it to him? So now what is the position of Mr. X? Is his liability over or is liability still continuing? Did X do things properly? See, as Mr. X claims, applying the principles of doctrine of indoor management, duty distribution is whose job? Company's job. And to add to that, Mr. Z has given a money receipt. How can he give a money receipt? If he does not have an authorization, money receipt, then seal of the company should be there. Not the common seal, rubber stamp seal will be there. Then that money receipt book will be in the hands of the cashier only. So if money receipt is given, then that is an indication that he is the person who is in charge of receiving the money. How can a person who is not in charge of receiving the money issue a money receipt? Then who give that receipt book to him? So therefore, Mr. X is free from liability. Mr. X is not liable. Mr. X has got every grounds to believe that the Z has been delegated with that responsibility. So therefore, doctrine of indoor management will apply. Therefore, X is not liable. And you cannot claim this as a negligence. Maybe if there is an indication like Mr. Z refused to give the money receipt, etc., then you should have had a ground for suspicion. Or if it is a high value transaction and a low level management is involved there. Say, for example, the company is going to sell a land for rupees 5 crore. Cashier of the company signed the agreement for sale of land, which means now you should suspect whether the cashier is having that power, because cashier in the accounts department, he is the person who is lowest in the hierarchical category. But therefore, there should be a ground for suspicion. There is no such ground for suspicion because he has also given a money receipt. Right? So now, cashier sign இவர் போட்டு கொடுத்தாதான் forgery. இவரோட sign இவரே போட்டா அதுக்கு பேர் forgery ஆகாது. Right. Now, there is one kutti concept called as shares. Chuma namesake they have given in the institute study material. In fact, shares in all the other topics of Companies Act, they have given the T of the iceberg. Here they have given only the sleeping line of the T. So, romba chumma namesake they have given shares. We'll just run through what is shares. Share means a share in the total share capital of the company. Share is nothing but a share in the total share capital of the company, and it includes stock. So, which means in the overall share capital of the company, the smallest unit, the smallest part, the smallest portion is what you call as share. The share is a part, is a portion, is a share of the total share capital of the company, and it includes stock. So, what is a share? Share is nothing but as a member of the company, I will have so many rights in the company, indivisible rights in the company. I have a right to appoint X, I have a right to appoint director, I have a right to appoint auditor, I have a right to declare dividend. So many rights are there for a shareholder in a company. So that bundle of rights I am paying a money, that money is called as share. So share is not a sum of money. It is the bundle of rights are measured by a sum of money. That sum of money is what you call as a share. So share are movable properties and they are transferable in the manner which is given by AOA. Shares of a company, come on, they are movable property and it can be transferred. How it can be transferred in the manner which is given in AOA. What is stock? Because the definition says shares include stock. A group of shares put together is what you call as a stock. This is to facilitate easy trading in the stock exchange. This is to facilitate easy trading in the stock exchange, and that is why the exchanges, they got the name called as, come on, stock exchange. So today it is not that relevant, but still, what is a stock? Stock is nothing but a group of shares, bundled into a fund of equal value, which means if the nearby stock exchange says, in my stock exchange, you should deal only in multiples of 10 shares. Then what the companies under that stock exchange may do is that their shares, they will convert into stock. 10 shares, they will pack it into one stock. 10 shares, they will pack it into one stock. So therefore, you can go to the exchange and you can easily sell the stock. So because they are telling you should sell only in multiples of 10, one stock you can sell, or two stock you can sell, or three stock you can sell. So that like that way, what companies will do, companies will put no group of shares into a bundle that is called as stock. And this concept is applicable only for public companies. And first you should issue shares, and those shares should become fully paid up. Only then it can be converted. Into stock. Partly paid up shares cannot be converted into stock. About what is shares? Shares, these are the smallest unit of the capital. They are in units. What is stock? Stock is nothing but group of shares bundled into a lump sum. Can companies directly issue shares? Yes. Can companies directly issue stock? No. First they should issue shares, and the shares should subsequently be converted into stock. Shares, it can be fully paid up or partly paid up. But in case if you are going to convert the shares into stock, it should necessarily be fully paid up. And one share, I cannot transfer it fractionally. I cannot transfer 50% of one share. But if I have a stock, and the stock, inside that stock, if I am having 10 shares, I can now do a 40% stock transfer. What will I do when I do a 40% stock transfer? Out of 10 shares, 4 shares will get transferred to the other party. So in a stock, fractional transfer is possible, whereas in a share, fractional transfer is not possible. And both private and public companies have this concept called a share. Stock concept is there only for a dash company. It is there only for a public company, right? Then types of share capital. I don't want to humiliate you. Very simple. Preference share capital and equity shareholder. What is preference share capital? This is that part of the capital which have a preferential right. What is that preferential right? Preferential right, number one, for payment of dividend during the lifetime of the company, and for repayment of capital, come on, at the time of winding up. And this preference is a preference ahead of the equity shareholders. When I say preferential right, they do not have preference ahead of the creditors and all. So this is a preference just ahead of the equity shareholders, which means we cannot even have a company which has only preference shares. Why? Because preference, it is only in comparison with something else. So that something else is called as equity. And in comparison with whom you are having a preference, that share is called as preference share. In a house, if 2 children are there, one child will complain to Appa, Amma, you are always showing preference for the other. If there is only one child in the home, where is the question of telling you are always giving preference? To whom? No. So therefore, a company cannot have only preference shares. In fact, if the company says I am having only preference shares, those preference shares are the equity shares. Those preference shares are come on the equity shares, because preference itself is in comparison. You may not give a nomenclature called as preference shares, but if there are no equity shares, then these preference shares are the equity share. Then what is equity share? You will like this definition. The equity shares are those shares which are not preference shares. Either preference shares on the shares the equity shares. Then in equity shares, you can have different classes of equity shares. See, in preference shares, you have different types of preference shares. Cumulative, non-cumulative, convertible, non-convertible. What happens in a type? Type means the rights are different. Type means, come on, the rights are different. Example, convertible, non-convertible preference shares. Which means the rights of the convertible preference shares are different. The rights of the non-convertible preference shares are different. Convertible preference shares, it will get converted into equity shares. Non-convertible preference shares, it will not get converted into equity shares. Like that cumulative, non-cumulative. Cumulative means if the dividend is not paid in a year because there is no profits, then subsequently in whichever year there is profit, that year it will be paid. This is called as cumulative. Non-cumulative means this year profit is not there, this year dividend ho gaya for preference shareholder. Next year profit is there, next year dividend will come, but previous year dividend will not come. So which means the rights are different for different types. But in the case of a class, the rights are the same, but proportions are different. But proportions are different. Come on, in the case of a class, rights are the same, but proportions are different. Very simple. I'll give you an example. Face value 20, paid up value 20. Face value 10, paid up value 10. I have two equity shares. Face value 10, paid up value 10. Face value 20, paid up value 20. This equity shares have got dividend rights. This equity shares have got voting rights. Okay, yes. This equity share has got dividend right. This equity shares has got voting rights. Both of them have dividend rights. Both of them have voting rights, no doubt. But their proportion is different. Come on, but their proportion is different. This fellow will get a dividend on 20. This fellow will get a dividend on 10. This fellow will get one voting right. This fellow will get two voting right. The nature of the rights are the same, but the proportion is different. This is the difference between a type and a class. Whereas we can have different types of preference shares. In equity shares, we cannot have different types. We can only have different class. I cannot issue an equity share saying you do not have voting rights. You have only dividend rights. No. I cannot issue an equity share saying you do not have dividend rights. You have only voting rights. I cannot do so. The proportion can vary. For some, the dividend rates may be more. For some, the voting rates may be more. The proportion can be different. But no, you cannot completely do away with those rights. Then it becomes a different type. Equity share, different types are not possible. Only different classes. So with this, Companies Act comes to an end. My dear friends, we have completed Negotiable Instruments Act and Companies Act. Negotiable Instruments Act, as I told you, it is for roughly around 14 marks in the examination. Companies Act is for 21 marks in the examination. So roughly around 35 marks in the examination is now covered. Right, now comes SOGA, Sale of Goods Act. 21 marks in the examination. Right. So we will start with this SOGA. So this comes in question number 2, 5, 6. This comes in 3 places. SOGA, question number 2, question number 5, and question number 6. 20 or 21 marks. 7 plus 7 plus 6 or 7 plus 7 plus 7, whatsoever it is. Right. So we'll start simply with the definition of SOGA. See, in this question number 5 is predominantly a case study type of question. And more predominantly, it is on conditions and warranties. Generally, question number 5 is. The other questions are from the other topics, but predominantly question number 5 is from the area, namely conditions and warranties. Right. So definition of contract of sale. Section 4 defines what is a contract of sale, wherein it says a contract of sale of goods is a contract wherein there are two parties. One party is called as seller, the other party is a buyer. So a contract of sale of goods is a contract whereby the seller transfers or agrees to transfer the property in goods to the buyer for a price. So to simply put this, there is a party called as seller, the other party is called as buyer. Under this contract of sale, the seller transfers or agrees to transfer. What is he transferring or agreeing to transfer? Property in goods. To whom? Buyer. And what is the buyer doing in return? The buyer, he pays a price consideration. So the definition of sale of goods is very simple. There should be two parties. One party is seller, the other party is buyer. Seller, what is he doing? The seller transfers or agrees to transfer. So there are two words which are used here. Transfers or agrees to transfer. What is he transferring or agreeing to transfer? Property. Property means ownership. So the seller transfers or agrees to transfer the ownership in goods to whom? Buyer. For a dash consideration, price consideration. We will break this. In essentials of sale, number 1, there should be two parties. One cannot sell goods to oneself. So there should be at least two parties. Number 2, it should be for a dash consideration. It should be for a price consideration. Definition says price means money consideration, either in whole or part. Which means price means money consideration. Only if money is involved there, SOGA will come. If barter is coming, SOGA will not come. Why if barter comes, SOGA will not come? Because the definition says it should be for a price consideration. Price consideration means what consideration? Money consideration. That money can be in whole or in part. Which means it is a combination of barter and price. Still it will fall under SOGA. Because what is required for SOGA is there should be a price consideration, not required that the entire consideration should be price. And there should be transfer of property. Property is nothing but ownership. Or we can use the word title. Property is nothing but ownership or title. Or general property, which means the main objective of SOGA, the primary objective of SOGA is to speak about transfer of ownership and not transfer of possession. It speaks about transfer of possession, but that is incidental. The primary objective of SOGA is that it speaks about transfer of ownership. So there should be a transfer. It should be a transfer of ownership. It can be a present transfer or it can be a future transfer. It should be with respect to goods and it should be for a price consideration. What is being transferred should qualify as goods. What is earned in return should qualify as price. What is earned in return will get qualified as price if it is for a money consideration. கொடுக்கிறது goods-ஆ இருக்கணும், வாங்கிக்கிறது மணியா இருக்கணும். அப்போ இப்படி இருந்தா தான் அதுக்கு பேரு சேல். Either I can immediately transfer the ownership or I can make a deferred transfer of ownership. Either I can immediately receive the money or there can be a deferred receipt of money, whatsoever it is. But goods ownership should go there. Money should come here. Only then it falls under SOGA. If any of these things are not happening, for example, if I sell my immovable property to you, it will not fall under SOGA because goods means only movable property are to be considered as goods. Immovable properties are not to be considered as goods. So let us quickly consolidate this definition before we go on to the other aspects. What does this definition say? This definition say a contract of sale of goods is a contract, which means it says, come on, it is a contract, which means all the essential elements of contract is to be satisfied. That means no party should be competent to contract. There should be free consent. There should be lawful object. There should be lawful consideration. All those things are to be satisfied. So the seller transfers or agrees to transfer. What is he transferring or agreeing to transfer? Property. Property means what? Ownership. For a dash consideration, for a price consideration. Now, we will complete what is meant by transfer, what is meant by agrees to transfer. Then we'll come to this goods definition. Transfers called as present sale or immediate transfer. Transfers, now you either call it as a present sale or an immediate transfer. Or we can also call this as a sale. So, transfer is called as immediate transfer, or it is a present sale, or it can be an agrees to sell. And a definition says where he transfers or agrees to transfer, which means I enter into an agreement with you to transfer ownership in this pencil to you right now. This is a sale or a present sale. I enter into an agreement with you to transfer the ownership in this pencil after a period of 1 month. After a period of 1 month, that is called as a future sale, which means the ownership is not going to get transferred today. The ownership is going to get transferred in the future. Contract comes today, but ownership gets transferred in the future. You all should know a contract comes into existence the moment there is an acceptance. The moment acceptance is made, a contract comes into existence. Above, transfers or agrees to transfer. What is meant by agrees to transfer? He is telling more in depth. Agrees to transfer and the property gets transferred either on a future date or subject to conditions. Either on a future date or subject to conditions. Very simple. I am buying a painting from you and I am telling I will buy this painting from you if you add one more art to this. Which means, say for example, you already know, say for example, 6 horses you have drawn. In a chariot, 6 horses you have drawn. I am telling no, 6 horses is not sufficient. I will buy this. 6 is inauspicious number to me. I will buy this painting from you if you draw the 7th horse somewhere. So now you draw the 7th horse also. Now this is a conditional sale. Come on, this is a conditional sale. Which means I will buy this only when you add the 7th horse. This is a conditional sale. I am telling I will buy this dress from you if you alter the dress to suit my size and give it to me. This is a conditional sale. I will buy this frame from you if you add this type of lens to this frame. This is a conditional sale. But in a conditional sale, when ownership gets transferred, only when the conditions are satisfied. In a conditional sale, come on, the ownership gets transferred only when the conditions are satisfied. I will buy this chair from you if you add an extra feature of a foldable writing pad to this chair. I will buy this chair from you, which means this is a dash sale. Come on, this is a conditional sale. So a future sale can be 2 types. It is either dependent on a particular period or it is subject to some conditions. When it is subject to a certain period, On the lapse of that period, that future sale becomes a sale. That future sale, the ownership gets transferred, which means when I am going to sell an horse to you, and you tell, sir, when you sell the horse to me, you should have done these type of trimming in this horse, and then only you should sell the horse to me. Like this, you are telling. So, which means when will the ownership get transferred to you? The ownership will get transferred to you only when I do all those trimming. Until it is trimmed, the ownership will not get transferred. Suppose you are telling, okay, sir, I will buy the horse from you on 1st of September, or after my CA examinations are over, 1st of November, I will buy this horse from you. So today we have entered into an agreement, and the ownership in the horse is going to get transferred to you only on 1st of November. Apo, a future sale becomes a sale when the conditions are satisfied. A future sale becomes a sale. Come on, when the conditions are satisfied, or on the lapse of the time. Come on, or on the lapse of the time. So let us consolidate. Sale can be classified. A contract of sale can be classified into two. It can be a present sale or it can be a future sale. What happens in a present sale? The ownership gets transferred immediately. At once, the very moment the ownership gets transferred. But whereas in the case of a future sale, the ownership gets transferred only on the lapse of that time, or only when the conditions are satisfied. Until the conditions are fulfilled, the future sale continues to be a future sale and will not become a sale, So, having this in mind, I want you to go through this particular question. Right. So, Archana went to a jewelry shop. And what did Archana do? She asked the shopkeeper to show the gold bangles with white polish. Shopkeeper told, I am having so many gold bangles, but none with white polish. But if you select a gold bangle, I will do white polish and give. So Archana selected a set of designer bangles and paid for that. Shopkeeper requested to come after 2 days for delivery so that white polish can be done. When she came after 2 days, she noticed that the design of the bangles has been disturbed. Now she wants to avoid the contract and asked the shopkeeper to give her money back. But the shopkeeper denied the same. Can Archana recover the amount? What would be your answer if shopkeeper says that he can repair those bangles, but he will charge extra? So, this is a dash sale. Conditional sale. Every conditional sale is a future sale. What is Archana telling? I will buy the gold bangles if you do white polish. So she selected a set of bangles and she gave it to him for white polish. But when he white polished, the nature of the the design of the bangles itself got disturbed, which was not what she intended. Which means this is a conditional sale. In a conditional sale, the ownership will get transferred only when the conditions are satisfied. Only when the conditions are satisfied. As the conditions are not satisfied, ownership is not transferred to Archana. As ownership is not transferred to Archana, she is entitled to recover the money. She has already paid the money. She is entitled to recover the money. This is one way of answering. There could be an alternate answer also. See, under ICA and SOGA, multiple answers may be possible. See, specific goods in a deliverable state, we are going to read, but for those who already know, specific goods in a deliverable state, the ownership gets transferred at the time of contract. But if the specific goods are not in a deliverable state, the ownership gets transferred only when the goods are put in a deliverable state. So here she picked the bangles, therefore those bangles are specific goods. What is the deliverable state? White polishing is the deliverable state. As the goods are not put in a deliverable state, the ownership never got transferred. So we can either use this provision, that provision, but in examination to exhibit your eminence in the subject, you can write both the provision, saying that no, as per section 4, in a case of future sale, the ownership gets transferred only when the conditions are satisfied. Here, as the conditions are not satisfied, the ownership will not get transferred. Number 2, specific goods in a deliverable state, not in a deliverable state, the ownership will get transferred only when the goods are put in a deliverable state. As the goods are not put in a deliverable state, the ownership is not getting transferred. So therefore, Archana, can she recover the amount under the Sale of Goods Act? Yes. As the ownership is not transferred, she can recover the amount. As the ownership is not transferred, come on, she can recover the amount. The next part of the question is, what would be an answer if the shopkeeper says that he can repair those bangles, but he will charge extra for the same? So he can repair the bangles, but he cannot charge extra. He cannot charge extra. So Archana question. So SOGA Archana question. Sorry. Right. So number 1. In a future sale, subject to conditions, the ownership will get transferred. Come on, tell me. The ownership will get transferred only when the conditions are satisfied. As the condition is not satisfied. Why? When I say white polish, that white polish should be given in a way that should not tarnish the existing design. So they gave white polish. The na select பண்ணதுதானாங்கிறது தெரியாத அளவுக்கு அந்த design is getting disturbed na. Then you have not given white polish in a way in which it was intended in the contract. So therefore, as the condition is not satisfied, ownership is not transferred. The next part, the second answer is specific goods not in a deliverable state. Specific goods not in a deliverable state, ownership transfers only when it is put in deliverable state and notice is given. As the goods are not in deliverable state, ownership is not transferred. As the ownership is not transferred, Archana can recover the price. He will arrange the white polish. So the condition is that the Archana must select a design. Archana selected a design so that the condition is fulfilled. Selecting is not the condition there. White polishing is the condition there. நீ டிசைன் எடுத்து கூட உனக்கு நான் ஒயிட் பாலிஷ் போட்டு தரேங்கிறான். இவ ஒயிட் பாலிஷ் இருந்தா தான் வாங்குவேங்கிறா. நீ டிசைன் எடுத்து கூட ஒயிட் பாலிஷ் போட்டு தரேங்கிறான். அப்போ எது இங்க எசென்ஷியல்? ஒயிட் பாலிஷ். And the white polish is not done properly at the issue. Right. Then, so next part of the question, this is number 1. Number 2, if shopkeeper says that he can repair those bangles, shopkeeper can repair, but cannot charge extra. He cannot charge extra. நான் அப்புறம் அனுப்பிச்சு தர சொல்றேன். Then we'll also discuss price and then we'll go to goods definition. Please, we are still in section 4 only. What does section 4 say? Where there is a contract for sale of goods, the seller may transfer or agrees to transfer. We have now dissected transfer, agrees to transfer. Property in goods. Property means title or ownership. The property should be in goods. What is goods? Simply, as of now, goods means movable property. And it is transferred to the buyer for a dash consideration for a price. So there should be two parties. One is a seller, the other one is a buyer. Who is a seller? Who transfers or agrees to transfer. Who sells or agrees to sell. Who is a buyer? Who buys or agrees to buy. What? Goods. What is the seller transferring? Ownership. Technical word? Title or property. Now what is price? As I told you already, price is nothing but the dash consideration. Come on, it is the money consideration. Price is nothing but, come on, the money consideration. This price can be in 3 ways. It can be fixed in the contract. I will sell you 1000 kg of rice at rupees 50,000. I'll sell you 1000 kg of rice at rupees 50,000. So price is fixed in the contract. Or manner of fixation of price can be agreed in the contract. 1000 kg of rice after 3 months at then existing market price. Which means price is not given in the contract, but how to decide the price is given in the contract. Manner of fixation of price is given in the contract. Or it can be decided in the course of dealing between the parties. So I deliver the rice to you, I ask for payment, you give the payment, no issues. If none of these 3 things are done, either the price is not given in the contract or the manner of fixation of the price is not done, or no, it is not decided in the course of dealing, no price fixed in 3 categories. No price is fixed in these ways. Then SOGA says you shall pay a reasonable price. SOGA says, come on, you shall pay a reasonable price. Which means sometimes between ICA and SOGA conflict may come. If any conflict comes between ICA and SOGA, SOGA will prevail because SOGA is the specific law, whereas ICA is the general law. ICA will speak about everything. ICAக்கு 4 இருந்தா போதும், எல்லாத்தையும் பேசும். என்ன 4? Proposal, acceptance. Proposal plus acceptance gives you promise. Plus they should have consideration. Promise plus consideration gives you an agreement. Plus it should be enforceable. So agreement plus enforceable gives you a contract. So if ICA has got these matters, ICA will embrace everything. So it can be movable property, immovable property, goods, service. For example, SmartLearn teaching you students will not come under SOGA because there is no transfer of goods here. This is a transfer of services. Whereas if I am selling my law book to you, then that amounts to a sale. That will fall under SOGA because that is a goods. That is a goods. So SOGA will not speak about sale of services. It only speaks about sale of goods. Whereas ICA எல்லாத்தையும் கவர் பண்ணும். Movable property, immovable property, barter, price consideration, goods, services, everything will come under the purview of ICA. So ICA is a general law, SOGA is a specific law. Any conflict between the general law versus specific law shall apply. Specific law shall prevail over the general law. இப்ப பாரு, price is not given in the contract. Silent. The contract is totally silent about the price, which means this is an uncertain agreement. This is an uncertain agreement where if the terms of the agreement is not clear, then it is an uncertain agreement. ICA says uncertain agreement, section 29, it says it is void. But SOGA says it is valid. If price is not mentioned, it is valid. I tell you, you shall pay a dash price, you shall pay a this. Then, so section 9 says, number 1, price can be fixed in the contract. Manner of fixation of price can be in the contract, or it can be decided in the course of dealing between parties. If nothing is done, then you are supposed to pay a reasonable price. That reasonable price you should pay. Now, section 10 says even third party can fix the price. If it is agreed between the parties, third party can also fix the price. Now, if third party is fixing the price, what price should be paid? Price fixed by third party. I am having 1000 kg of rice. I am telling, I will sell this rice to you. But price is to be fixed by Mr. X. Mr. X will fix the price. Now X fixes the price, you should pay that price to me. Okay, fair. But if X refuses to fix the price, then the contract becomes void. And to the extent the goods are already delivered, for that reasonable price should be paid. To the extent the goods are already delivered, come on, for that what price is to be paid? Reasonable price. For that what price is to be paid? Reasonable price. So what is that we are discussing? We are discussing, can third party fix price? The answer is yes. When third party is going to fix the price, what price should be paid? You should pay the price which is fixed by third party. And if third party is going to refuse to fix the price, the contract becomes void. Because you told this is how it should be done, but now that becomes impossible. Supervening impossibility, the contract becomes void. However, if the goods are already delivered, to the extent the goods are delivered alone, you should pay a reasonable price. So you please don't write to the extent the goods are delivered, the contract is valid. Illa. The contract still continues to be void, but to the extent the goods are already delivered, you should pay a reasonable price. To the extent the goods are not delivered, you need not give it to the other person need not pay the price. So this is with respect to price. Simply to consolidate, price is the money consideration. Number 2, it is decided either in the contract or the manner of fixation of price is given in the contract, or it can be decided in the course of dealing. Nothing is done, you can pay a reasonable price. Then can third party fix price? Yes. If third party refuses to fix price, the contract becomes void. You don't say anything, SOGA comes to your rescue and says you should pay a reasonable price. You say something, but that is not quantifiable, that becomes impossible, then the contract becomes void and you should pay a dash price. Come on, you should pay a reasonable price to the extent the goods are delivered. If the goods are not yet delivered, nothing is delivered, that's all. You need not deliver, he need not make the payment, the contract becomes void. But to the extent the goods are already delivered, you are supposed to pay a reasonable price. Right. So you have a couple of questions, 3 questions here. Please run through these 3 questions. Tuck. Right. So, A contractor to sell his Swift car to B. Both must to discuss the price of the said Swift car. Later, Mr. A refused to sell his car to Mr. B on the ground that the agreement was void, being uncertain about the price. Does Mr. B have any right against Mr. A under the Sale of Goods Act? Come on, what price is to be paid? Very good. Reasonable price. Right. Then, Sony, a friend of Priya, wanted to buy her two-wheeler. Priya agreed to sell her two-wheeler to Sony, and it was decided that price of the two-wheeler will be fixed by Priya's father, who is an auto dealer. Priya immediately handed over the keys to Sony. However, Priya's father refused to fix the price as he did not want Priya to sell her vehicle. Priya expressed her inability to sell the two-wheeler to Sony and asked her for return, but Sony refused to return the same. Explain, can Priya take back the vehicle? Will your answer be different if Priya had not handed over the vehicle to Sony? So, answer to the first part, can Priya take back the vehicle? No. But can claim? Very good. But can claim reasonable price. Number 2, will your answer be different if Priya had not handed over the vehicle to Sony? Yes. Contract becomes void and Sony need not deliver. Sony need not pay and Priya need not deliver. Right. So this question, Karthik agreed to sell his laptop to Vasant for a price to be fixed by Kusum, a hardware engineer. However, before the delivery of the laptop, Karthik changed the mind and did not share any particulars and configuration with Kusum, which made her unable to do the valuation. She refused to do the valuation. Vasant needed the laptop for his project, so he promised Karthik that if the laptop is delivered to him, he would pay a reasonable price. However, Karthik decided not to sell his laptop to Vasant. Now, Vasant wants to know from you, being a legal expert, whether Karthik is bound by his promise, as he agreed earlier to deliver the laptop at reasonable price. If he does not agree to deliver, what is the other remedy available to Vasant? Advice referring to the provisions of SOGA, which means here, two parties, namely Karthik and Vasant. The laptop is to be, price is to be fixed by whom? Kusum. Karthik is not providing the information to Kusum for fixation of price, which means if one party prevents the third party from fixation of price, the contract still becomes void, but the other party can sue for damages. Apo, as price could not be fixed, the contract becomes void. Come on, as the price could not be fixed, the contract becomes void. And what happens? And Vasant can sue Karthik for damages as he prevented whom? Kusum from fixing the price. Right. So we have thoroughly threadbare read this definition, section 4, along with all the related sections. Section 4, a contract of sale is a contract whereby the seller transfers or agrees to transfer the property in goods to the buyer for a price. Now this makes it very imperative for us to learn what is a good. Definition of goods is very simple. Number one, goods means every kind of movable property. Anything which is movable is goods. Simply, anything which is movable is goods. This mic is a good, this camera is a good, this pencil is a good, this iPad is a good, everything is a good. Anything which is movable is good. Except human being. That will be against the constitution. But all cattle, etc. are goods only. No, all these, the puppies and all the dogs, cats, blah, 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 whatever. However, it excludes two things, money and actionable claim. When I say money, which money? A legal tender money. A legal tender money is not to be considered as goods. Meaning, I have 500 rupees note in my pocket. Is it transferable from my pocket to your pocket? You have 10 500 rupees note in your pocket. Is it transferable from your pocket to my pocket? No, Sari. Apo, movable dane. But this is not to be considered as goods. Even though money is movable, it is not to be considered as goods. And in South India, we have a custom, a practice. If somebody becomes immovable, then we keep this movable on that. So anything which is movable, including electricity. Electricity is movable. Yes. Switch light. Electricity is movable. If you don't believe me, go and touch a moving electricity. The person who touches the moving electricity, for a moment, he will also become movable. Later will become immovable. Seri. Apo electricity is movable. Water is movable. Both the regular water we drink as well as the government water, whatsoever it is. Any water, anything which is movable is to be considered as goods. However, it excludes money. Because all the other movable property should be for a price consideration under SOGA. This money is excluded from the definition of the word goods. Else this money will also be treated as goods. So therefore money is excluded from the definition of the goods. When I say money, it is only legal tender money. That is the currency which is in circulation. The currency which is not in circulation is not to be considered as goods. For example, this foreign currencies are there. Foreign currencies are there. Or the antique coins are there. Your grandpa, great grandpa used to know 5 paise coin, 1 paise coin, 1/8 of a coin, kalana, what about a kalana, what about a, go and ask your parents, they will say all these things. So idella antique coins, ANTIQUE. Antique coin illa, antique coins. Idukkalam peru. So in the antique coins, jubilee coins, etc. Idella are not legal tender money. Foreign currency, idella are not legal tender money. Which means they are not in circulation today in India. Therefore, they are not to be considered as money. If they are not money, they are goods. So if something is money, it is not goods. If something is not money, it is goods. Say for example, somebody for interest, they are collecting this 1 paise coin or that old 500 rupee note or the old 1000 rupee note. Then all those things are not legal tender money today. They are not to be considered as money. Therefore, they should be considered as goods. Edu money yo, adu goods illa. Edu money illayo, adu goods. And actionable claim. What is a claim? A claim is a receivable. Claim is a receivable. So this is nothing but a claim over a debt. Debtor. An actionable claim is nothing but, it is a debtor. If debtor is not making the payment, what would you do? Shoot him. Don't convert a civil law into a criminal lawyer. So if debtor is not making the payment, what will you do? Sue him. You take an action against the debtor. So debtor is nothing but a claim, a receivable. And if the claim is not being paid, you can take an action against that claim. So this fellow is whom you call as common an actionable claim. Actionable claims are covered by TOPA. Because they are covered by TOPA. What is TOPA? Transfer of Property Act. This is an act which covers everything other than the movable property. So actionable claim, this is covered under Transfer of Property Act. So because the actionable claims are being covered under TOPA, it should not be covered under SOGA. If something is covered under SOGA, it should not be covered under TOPA. And it includes, what does it include? Number one, it includes stocks and shares. Number one, it includes, come on, stocks and shares. So we just saw section 44 of Companies Act also says the shares of the company are to be considered as a movable property to be transferred as per the AOA. And the general principle under General Classes Act is if something is attached to an immovable property, that also gets the nature of an immovable property. We have a door here. The door is attached to the wall. Wall is an immovable property. Wall attached door is an immovable property. So now I enter into an agreement with you to sell this door. Now this door is immovable. But tomorrow, how will I deliver this door to you? I will remove this door and then I will sell it to you. Tomorrow I will remove this door and I will sell it to you. Which means even though at the time of contract this is immovable, for the purpose of contract, I am going to sever this, I am going to remove this, I am going to cut and deliver it to you. Now this is to be considered as goods, even though at the time of entering into contract, this is immovable. For example, suppose I already removed the door. There are certain shops where when they bulldoze a building, and the building and frames will be there. The window frames, doors and all will be there. They will get all those things. So you can go second-hand doors, you can get there. Doors are already removed. So the door is a movable property. That door is a movable property. But the door is still intact with the building. I enter into an agreement with you to sell the door. Which means at the time of entering into contract, this door is an immovable property. But subsequently, this is going to become movable. If something is cut and then sold, it becomes a movable property. Therefore, it is goods. If something is sold and then it is cut, then also it should be considered as goods, because you are going to sever that for the purpose of the contract. You are going to sever that command for the purpose of the contract. I have mango tree. Mango tree la mangoes are there. I enter into a contract with you to sell all the mangoes. Now at the time of entering into contract, mangoes are attached to the tree, which is immovable. How will I sell the mangoes to you? I'll pluck it and I'll give it to you. Even though the time of entering into contract, this is immovable. For the purpose of contract, after the contract, I'm going to make it movable. Therefore, this should be considered as goods. Contract enter பண்ணும்போது movable are goods. Contract enter பண்ணும்போது movable இல்ல. Contract enter பண்ணும்போது immovable இருக்கு. ஆனா contractக்கு அப்புறமாக contractக்காக அதை நம்ம வெட்டி கொடுப்போம் அப்படினால் then that is also to be considered as goods. Movable இல்ல. That is also to be considered as goods for the purpose of this SOGA. So this is the definition of goods. See, I am slightly indisposed of and I am stopping here. We will discuss in the next class types of goods, right? We'll meet in the next class. Bye-bye. We will be discussing on the types of goods. The other day we completed the definition of goods, which says goods means every kind of movable property. And it excludes money and actionable claims, and it includes growing crops, grass, stocks, shares, etc. Now, if these goods can be classified this way: existing, future, contingent. What is existing goods, what is future goods, and what is contingent goods? Existing goods is very simple. The goods which are existing with the seller at the time of contract is called as existing goods. Those goods which are existing with the seller at the time of contract is called as existing goods. And what is meant by future goods? These are those goods which are not existing with the seller at the time of contract. But after the contract, the goods will be manufactured or acquired or produced by the seller. Which means when I enter into a contract with you, I don't have that goods in my hand. But after entering into contract with you, I will manufacture the goods, or I'll acquire the goods, or I'll produce the goods. This is called as a future good. For example, you go into a showroom and you select a particular dress. You go to a textile showroom, you select a particular dress. It is a dash good, come on, it is an existing good. You say in the same design and size, I need 40 pieces. A function is happening. So I want all people to have the uniform dressing. Therefore, I need 40 pieces. The seller says, I don't have 40 pieces. You place an order, I'll get it for you. Now you place an order, you enter into a contract. You tell I need 40 pieces. He says, okay, you enter into a contract. But by the time you enter into contract, the goods are not with him. After the contract is entered into, he will either manufacture the goods or acquire the goods or produce the goods. Produce, you can keep it mostly for agricultural producers. So he will either manufacture the goods, or he'll acquire the goods, or he'll produce the goods. Now these goods are called as dash goods. Come on, they are called as future goods. Now the next category is called as contingent goods. So definition of future goods is very simple. What is future goods? These goods are not in existence with the seller at the time of contract of sale. Come on, these goods are not in existence with the seller at the time of contract of sale, but these goods will be, come on, manufactured, acquired, produced after the contract of sale. Contingent goods, the goods which may or may not come into the ownership or possession of the seller. The goods which may or may not come into the ownership or possession of the seller is called as, come on, contingent goods. For example, I enter into an agreement with you to sell 1,000 shirts. This is a future goods. But suppose if I tell I will sell you 1,000 shirts, if my ship reaches Chennai, then this is to be considered as a contingent good. My dear friends, please exercise abundant caution here. Anything which is going to happen in future is contingent only. For example, if I tell, in my farm, I have 25 mango trees. Whatever mangoes are going to come in the upcoming season, I will sell it to you. Now, if this is future goods, you may get an obvious doubt. The obvious doubt is, sir, tomorrow some pest comes and it destroys all the mangoes. Then what will happen, sir? Don't be worried about all those things. You and I will not decide whether something is contingent or not. The contract will decide whether it is contingent or not. Which means if I enter into an agreement with you saying that I will sell you all the mangoes to be reaped in my farm, if those mangoes are in good condition, like this if I tell you, then we can say that this is dash goods, come on, this is contingent goods. So if I tell you I will sell you 1,000 shirts if my ship properly reaches Chennai, then these goods are contingent goods. So in the case of future goods, suppose if I just tell you I will sell you 1,000 shirts. I was having in mind these 1,000 shirts are coming in a ship, and if the ship reaches Chennai, I will sell it to you. Now the ship does not reach Chennai. Now I have no excuse to you. I cannot say, sorry, my ship did not reach Chennai, therefore I will not sell this to you. No, I cannot say. But what am I supposed to do? I am supposed to acquire it from somewhere and then I should sell it to you. I am supposed to acquire it from somewhere and sell it to you. About contingent goods, now the goods which may or may not come into the ownership or possession of the seller is called as dash goods. Come on, contingent goods. Future goods, you are supposed to honor the future goods, but contingent goods you may honor, may not honor, depending upon what is the condition which is attached. If that condition doesn't happen, then you need not honor. If the condition happens, then you should honor. But there is no such excuse in the case of future goods. There is no such excuse, come on, in the case of future goods, which means future goods need not be performed, whereas contingent goods may or may not be performed. Sorry, future goods needs to be performed, whereas contingent goods may or may not be performed. You don't have an excuse for not performing in the case of future goods, but you are supposed to perform in the case of dash goods, come on, contingent goods. If that condition happens. If that condition doesn't happen, then you need not perform. Right. In the existing goods, number one, I can make a present sale of existing goods. Come on, number one, I can make a present sale of existing. What I have today, I can sell today. Number two, I can make a future sale of existing goods. What I have today, I can sell it to you tomorrow. Agreement is entered today, but I'm going to sell it to you tomorrow. Is this possible? Yes. So present sale of existing goods possible. Future sale of existing goods possible. Number three, future sale of future goods. What I'm going to get tomorrow, I enter into an agreement today, I will sell it to you tomorrow. இது இன்னைக்கு இருக்கா என் கையில? இன்னைக்கு விற்கலாமா? நாளைக்கு விற்கலாமா? அப்ப இன்னைக்கு இருக்கிறத இன்னைக்கு விற்கலாம், இன்னைக்கு இருக்கிறத நாளைக்கு விற்கலாம். There can be a present sale of existing goods, there can be a future sale of existing goods. Number two. What I'm going to get tomorrow, I can sell it tomorrow, but I cannot sell it today. Because I myself, I'm going to get ownership only tomorrow. Apo, there cannot be a present sale of future goods. There can only be a future sale of future goods. But suppose somebody, by ignorance, they enter into an agreement for a present sale of future goods. Law says, don't worry, I will treat it as a future sale of future goods. Where in an agreement, if there is a present sale of future goods, it shall be treated as a future sale of future goods. It shall be treated as an agreement to sell. It shall be treated as an agreement to sell. About a present sale of future goods shall be treated as an agreement to sell. Agreement to sell. So these are the points which requires your attention. Right. Now, these existing goods can again be classified into following. Come on, specific, unascertained, and ascertained. This is very, very important to identify when ownership gets transferred. Very sincerely listen. Specific, unascertained, ascertained. Very simple. At the time of contract, there are two possibilities. Possibility 1, possibility 2. The exact goods are identified. No. The class of goods are identified. See, at the time of entering into contract, you should anyways identify the goods only. You cannot enter into contract and later say, enna goods vangala? We cannot say. About when we enter into contract, we will mention the goods. But if the exact goods are identified, then that is possibility 1. No, the class of the goods are identified either by description or sample. This is possibility 2. For example, I go to a watch showroom, I pick a watch and I tell I need this watch. Come on, this is a dash goods. Come on, this is exact goods are identified. I go to a bike showroom and I say I need Royal Enfield Classic 350 Black. Now, when I say Royal Enfield Classic 350 Black, there are so many Royal Enfield Classic 350 Black over there. There are 20, 25 Royal Enfield Classic 350 Black there. So now I have not identified all those for my contract, but I have identified Royal Enfield Classic 350 Black as the class of goods for the purpose of our contract. Now, which means the exact goods are not identified at the time of contract. Out of this 25, which 25 is mine? I do not know. So the class of goods are not, the class of goods are identified at the time of contract. The exact goods are not identified at the time of contract. Then these goods are called as unascertained goods. These goods are called as, come on, unascertained goods. எந்த குட்ஸ் நான் வீட்டுக்கு எக்ஸாக்டா எடுத்துட்டு போறேனோ அந்த குட்ஸையே கான்ட்ராக்ட் போது ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணேன்னா அதுக்கு பேர் என்ன குட்ஸ்? ஸ்பெசிஃபிக் குட்ஸ். இல்ல சார், நான் எக்ஸாக்டா எந்த குட்ஸ் வீட்டுக்கு எடுத்துட்டு போறேங்கிறத கான்ட்ராக்ட் போது ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணல, எந்த கேட்டகரி ஆஃப் கூட்ஸை நான் வந்து வீட்டுக்கு எடுத்துட்டு போறேங்கிறது தான் இஸ் ஐடென்டிஃபைடு. அப்போ எப்படி கூட்ஸ் எப்படி கான்ட்ராக்ட் என்டர் பண்ண? ஐ என்டர்ட் இன்டு கான்ட்ராக்ட் நாட் ஆன் த பேசிஸ் ஆஃப் த எக்ஸாக்ட் கூட்ஸ் டு பி டெலிவர்ட், but I identified the goods on the basis of the class or description. I identified the goods, come on the basis of the description or sample. இப்படிப்பட்ட goodsனு சொல்லி ஒரு கான்ட்ராக்ட் என்டர் பண்ணேன். Then this is called as dash goods, come on, this is called as unascertained goods. This is called as, come on, unascertained goods. அதாவது எக்ஸாக்ட் கூட்ஸ் ஐடென்டிஃபைட்னா அதுக்கு பேர் என்ன கூட்ஸ்? ஸ்பெசிஃபிக் கூட்ஸ். கிளாஸ் ஆஃப் தி கூட்ஸ் ஆர் ஐடென்டிஃபைடுனா அதுக்கு பேர் என்ன கூட்ஸ்? அன்அசர்டைன்ட் கூட்ஸ். அப்போ அன்அசர்டைன் பண்ணா the purpose is not yet achieved. There are 25 classic, no, Royal Enfield Classic 350 black. The 25 I am not going to buy. I am going to buy only one. அப்போ out of this unascertained goods, the exact goods to be delivered are to be picked after the contract, which is called as, come on, ascertained goods. Which means both specific goods and ascertained goods are identified goods. Come on, both specific goods and ascertained goods are dash goods. Come on, they are identified goods. The only difference lies at the point of identification. If it is identified before the contract or at the time of contract, it is called as specific. Whereas at the time of contract, the exact goods are not identified, but the class or category of the goods are identified. Then it is called as, come on, unascertain. Post the contract, out of that unascertain goods, the exact goods are identified. Now this same unascertain goods will now get the nomenclature called as, come on, ascertained goods. ரொம்ப சிம்பிளா பண்ணா எப்ப ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணும், எப்படி ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணும்? கான்ட்ராக்ட் முன்னாடியே ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணா அதுக்கு பேர் என்ன கூட்ஸ்? ஸ்பெசிஃபிக் குட். இல்ல சார், நாங்க கான்ட்ராக்ட் முன்னாடி ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணல, அப்ப எப்படி கான்ட்ராக்ட் என்டர் பண்ண? அதோட கேட்டகரி பேஸ் பண்ணி கான்ட்ராக்ட் என்டர் பண்ணேன் சார், அதோட டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் பேஸ் பண்ணி கான்ட்ராக்ட் என்டர் பண்ணேன் சார், அதை சாம்பிள் பேஸ் பண்ணி கான்ட்ராக்ட் என்டர் பண்ணேன் சார். அப்போ ஐ ஐடென்டிஃபைடு தி கூட்ஸ், not the exact goods, but the class of the goods. I identified, come on, class of the goods. Now this entire class is called as unascertain. And unascertain lend subsequently the seller will do something called as, come on, ascertain. Kadaisiya, you are going to get the goods in hand. If it is picked before the contract, it is called as specific. If it is picked after the contract, it is called as ascertain. Generally, specific goods are identified by the buyer. Ascertain goods are identified by the seller. Ascertain goods are, come on, identified by the seller. So this is no specific, ascertain and unascertain, which means though we say there are three types of goods, specific, ascertain and unascertain, at the time of entering into contract, the goods are only two types. Either they are specific or they are unascertain. Either they are identified or they are not identified. If they are identified, you call it as, come on, specific. If they are not identified, you call it as unascertain. Right. Now quickly these 5 questions try, please. Right. So X entered into contract for sale of the entire crop of rice that would yield on his farm. What goods? What goods? Future. The question of ascertained, unascertained, everything will happen only when the goods are dash goods. Come on. Existing goods. Existing goods are we classify into specific, ascertained, and unascertained. Future goods on the classification, it is not there. So the crop is there. Entire crop of rice that would yield on his farm, which means today that rice is not there. Tomorrow that rice is going to come. Therefore, this is dash goods. Come on, this is future goods. So if it is going to be a future goods, tell me what is the nature of contract? Future sale. There is an agreement to sell. Number 2. A wholesaler of cotton has 100 bales in his godown. He agrees to sell 50 bales and these bales were selected and set aside. So this 100 bales is, in the 100 bales is unascertained. And out of that, the 50 bales are, come on, ascertained. Fine. Then X entered into a contract for sale of painting only if Z, its present owner, sells it to him. So the moment you find this word if, then you can, blindfoldedly, you can go ahead and you can say this is dash goods. Come on, continue. Whenever there is going to be a contingent goods, come on, we can only call this as a dash sale, agreement to sell. X agrees to sell all the goods in his godown to Y. All the goods in his godown to Y. I have 40 products in my godown. All 40 products I'm going to sell it to you. What is this? Specific. So don't think specific means only one good is called as specific. If I've got 200 packets of lace chips and I tell no to you, I'm going to sell all these 200 packets, then this entire 200 packets is nothing but, come on, specific. So specific goods, what is the nature of contract? Generally, specific goods, it can be a present sale. Specific goods, come on, it can be a present sale. Anna, sorry, just a moment. Inge the question itself says, X agrees to sell. Therefore, this is an agreement to sell. Okay, then X agrees to sell to B 1 packet of salt out of the lot of 100 packets lying in a shop. So now you tell me this entire 100 packets is, this entire 100 packets is unascertained. Come on, this entire 100 packets is, come on, unascertained. And this one packet, there is no indication that this one packet has been picked. If this one packet is picked, then this becomes ascertained. Appo, nalla purunjuko. Goods, we are classifying it into 3. Specific, existing, future, contingent. Existing goods, we again classify it into 2. Specific, unascertained. Friends, always understand. For contingent goods, there is only an agreement to sell. For contingent goods, come on, it is only an agreement to sell. Because there cannot be a present transfer of ownership. Because I am not sure whether I myself will become the owner of the goods or not. And the goods varuma varadane theriyadu. Adukku na eppadi owner aga mudiyum? Vandadukku apparama da naane owner aguven. Na owner aanadukku apparama da I can make you the owner. Contract of sale of goods is a contract whereby the seller transfers or agrees to transfer the property. Which means I can make you the owner only when I become the owner. When I don't become the owner, I cannot make you the owner. So therefore, a contract for sale of a contingent goods is always an agreement to sell. Similarly, a contract for sale of future goods is also an agreement to sell. Because I myself am going to get ownership in the future. Here there is a certainty I will get ownership in the future. So I cannot transfer ownership to you today because I am going to get the ownership only tomorrow. But there can only be a future sale of future goods. And unascertained goods, ownership will not get transferred until the goods are ascertained. Unascertained goods also, ownership will not get transferred until the goods are ascertained. So, whether it is an unascertained goods, or it is future goods, or it is contingent goods, there can only be an agreement to sell. If at all there is a possibility for a present sale, that is only in the case of specific goods. Come on, if at all there is a possibility for a present sale, that is only in the case of dash goods. Come on, in the case of specific goods. It is only in the case of common dash goods, specific goods. Right? Now, this effect of destruction I will discuss now. மொத்தம் என்கிட்ட 100 பேக்கெட்ஸ் இருந்ததா? நீ அந்த 100 பேக்கெட்ஸ்ல பேட்ச் நம்பர் 273 சீரியல் நம்பர் 3576 சால்ட் பேக்கெட் எடுன்னு கேட்டியா? இல்ல. அப்படி கேட்டிருந்தா ஸ்பெசிஃபிக் குட்ஸ். நீங்க என்ன கேட்டீங்க? ஒரு பாக்கெட் கொடுன்னு சொன்னேனா? என் கையில் அப்போ எவ்வளோ இருந்தது? 100 இருந்தது. 100ல் நீங்கள் ஒரு பாக்கெட் கொடுன்னு சொன்னீங்களா? இந்த 100 அன்அசர்டைன். இப்போ நீங்கள் எப்படி ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணீங்க? இப்போ சால்ட்னு ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணீங்க. சால்ட் தானே அது? சால்ட்னு ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணீங்க. அப்படின்னா ஐடென்டிஃபைடு தி குட்ஸ் பை இட்ஸ் டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன். Salt identify பண்ணீங்க. அப்போ you have identified the goods by description. You have only identified the class of the goods, not the exact packet. You have identified only the class of the goods. Now later what am I doing? Out of that 100 packets, I pick a packet and I give it to you. So this 100 is uncertain. That which is picked, it becomes ascertain. Right. Now, what is the effect of destruction of goods? What will happen when the goods they get destroyed? Very simple. My dear friends, listen. This is applicable only for dash goods. This is applicable only for identified goods. Very simple. This you all know already. This is date of contract. And this is date of transfer of ownership. Come on. This is date of contract and this is the date of transfer of ownership. Now, my question to you under different scenarios. What if the goods are destroyed at this stage? What if the goods are destroyed at this stage? And what if the goods are destroyed at this stage? We are going to discuss what will happen when the goods are destroyed at different stages. Come on, number one, when the goods are destroyed before the date of contract. So this is the date of contract. Before the date of contract, if the goods are getting destroyed. Before the date of contract, come on, if the goods are getting destroyed. It is a case of dash goods. Come on, it is a case of dash contract. Come on, the agreement is void ab initio. Why is the agreement void ab initio? The agreement is void ab initio because even at the time of entering into agreement, the subject matter is destroyed. Even at the time of entering into agreement, the subject matter is destroyed, which is what we call as, come on, initial impossibility. Because of initial impossibility, at the time of entering into agreement itself, the subject matter is destroyed. Therefore, this agreement is void ab initio. Suppose if the goods are getting destroyed when after the date of contract, but before the date of transfer of ownership. At the time of contract, the goods were in existence, but before the ownership could be transferred, the goods got destroyed. Come on, what is the fate of this contract? Now this contract becomes void. This is because of the principle of subsequent impossibility. This is because of the principle called as, come on, subsequent impossibility. So when the goods are destroyed before the date of contract, then it is an initial impossibility. If the goods are destroyed after the date of contract, but before the date of transfer of ownership, that is in the case of an agreement to sell. In the case of an agreement to sell, then it is a subsequent impossibility. The contract becomes void. And if the goods are destroyed after the date of transfer of ownership, come on, if the goods are destroyed after the date of transfer of ownership, Sale of Goods Act, what is the main purpose of Sale of Goods Act? Is to transfer ownership. So once if the ownership is transferred, the purpose under SOGA comes to an end. So therefore, here the contract is valid. Come on, here the contract is valid. Now we'll move to the next part, the most significant part. When ownership gets transferred. Kana, when ownership gets transferred. We are going to discuss when ownership gets transferred in the case of specific goods and when ownership gets transferred in the case of unascertained goods. So please understand, in the case of specific goods, ownership gets transferred. This is subject to the contract. Abdina, the simple provision is in case of specific goods, step 1, ownership gets transferred when parties intend to transfer. If step 1 fails, then you should follow what is given here. Come on, we are discussing when ownership gets transferred in the case of specific goods. In specific goods, the ownership will get transferred as per the intention of the parties. Whenever parties intend to transfer the ownership, only at that time the ownership will get transferred. Whenever parties intend to transfer ownership, at the time the ownership will get transferred, which means I have an horse. I enter into an agreement to you to sell the horse. And we agree that the ownership should get transferred on 1st of April 2026. Ownership should get transferred on 1st of April 2026. Now, regardless of whether I deliver it to you today or tomorrow or 2026 or 2028, regardless of whether you pay me today or yesterday or in 2026 or 2028, very simple point is that ownership transfers when parties intended to transfer. Which means the ownership will get transferred. When will it get transferred? It will get transferred on 1st of April 2026. But please understand, ownership will get transferred when parties intend to transfer. When parties, come on, intend to transfer. Suppose if the parties' intention is not clear in the agreement. Suppose if the agreement does not say what is the intention of the parties, the next provision will apply. We should ask 2 questions. Are the goods in a deliverable state? Come on, are the goods in a deliverable state? Yes, the goods are in a deliverable state. Next question. Is the overall price fixed? 2 questions you should ask. What is question number 1? Are the goods in a deliverable state? Question number 2, whether the overall price is fixed. Simple provision is when these 2 conditions are satisfied, the ownership will get transferred. Come on, in case of specific goods, where there is no intention of the parties, when will the ownership get transferred? The following 2 conditions should be satisfied. Condition number 2, condition number 1, the good should be in a deliverable state. Condition number 2, the overall price is fixed. If these 2 conditions are satisfied, the moment these 2 conditions are satisfied, ownership will get transferred. If these 2 conditions are satisfied at the time of contract, ownership gets transferred at the time of contract. If these 2 conditions are not satisfied at the time of contract, whenever these 2 conditions are satisfied, at the time the ownership will get transferred. But you should intimate the buyer that I have satisfied the conditions. If it is not in a deliverable state, whenever you put it in a deliverable state, you should intimate the buyer that I have put it in a deliverable state. You should give notice to the buyer that you have put it in a deliverable state. Suppose if overall price is not fixed, as and when you fix the overall price, you should intimate to the buyer, you should give a notice to the buyer that the overall price is fixed. Very simple. Very, very simple. All these provisions will be applicable only in the case of dash goods. Come on, only in the case of specific goods. Very structured approach for specific goods. Question number 1. What is the intention of parties? Sorry. Is there anything in the contract which shows the intention of the parties? Yes. Then go as per the intention of parties. Sir, intention of parties, there is no indication in the contract. Then ask question number 1. Are the goods in a deliverable state? Yes, sir. Then ask question number 2. Is the overall price fixed? Yes, sir. If these two conditions are satisfied, ownership gets transferred at the time of contract. Sir, no, sir. The goods are in a deliverable state, but overall price is not fixed. Now, what should you do? You should weigh the goods, measure the goods. Now, do something and fix the overall price. Whenever you fix the overall price, the ownership will get transferred. Sir, no, sir. My goods are not even in a deliverable state. Put it in a deliverable state. Give notice to the buyer. Ownership will get transferred. So, very simple. See, say for example, there is a heap of rice. Come on, there is a heap. Heap no, or kumiyal. Or kuviyal. There is a heap of rice. You ask the seller, I want this heap of rice. Seller says, per kg, 60 rupees. How much ever is there here, I will give it to you. Nothing more, nothing less. So now, sir, what about packing? You should bring your own bag. You go, gudu, you go home, you bring the bag. You tell, I want this particular heap of rice. Are the goods in a deliverable state? Yes. What is meant by deliverable state? Deliverable state, the state in which the buyer should take delivery. The state in which the buyer is going to take delivery is called as dash state, deliverable state. Abdina, yesterday I told you. What did I tell? Somebody bought bangles. Bangles, they asked for white polish. The seller told you select the bangle, I will do the white polish. So the buyer selected the bangle, but the seller has not yet done the white polish. But when is the buyer bound to take delivery? The buyer is bound to take delivery only if white polish is done. So the goods will become in a deliverable state only after the white polish is done. Until white polish is done, the goods is not in a deliverable state. So which means something should be done to the goods so that the buyer gets an obligation to take delivery. That is what you call as deliverable state. Buyer packing pannan solran. Avan sonna mari packing pannada the goods are in a deliverable state. Buyer stickering pannan solran. Avan sonna mari stickering pannada the goods are in a deliverable state. Buyer vaankiren paint adichu kudutha vaankiren solran. You go to a scrap shop. And the scrap shop a good, of good quality, a cupboard is there. A steel cupboard is there. Iron cupboard is there. You tell him, I'll buy this, but you should paint and give it to me. Now, if this is a conditional sale, the goods are not in a deliverable state until painting is done. So when are the goods in a deliverable state? Only when the painting is done. So the goods, if it is in a deliverable state, the next question is the overall price fixed. So now in this heap of rice example, is it specific goods? He's having so many heaps of rice. I pointed out to one heap of rice and I told I want this heap. Is this specific goods? Yes. Is this in a deliverable state? Yes. Is this in a deliverable state? Yes. Is the overall price fixed? No. We have only fixed price per kg to be 60 and I do not know how many kgs are there here. It could be 5 kg, it could be 8 kg, it could be 9 kg, it could be 9.5 kg. Now what is expected of the seller? What should the seller do? The seller should weigh this. He should weigh this and then he should sell it to me. So when the goods are not in a deliverable state, then first you should put it in a deliverable state. Supposing if the goods are in a deliverable state, then the next question is whether the overall price fixed. When will the ownership get transferred? Only when the overall price is fixed. Only obviously, then what should be given? Notice. But please be mindful when it is happening in buyer's presence. When it is happening in buyer's presence, notice is not required. When it is happening, buyer's presence, notice is not required. So that is what is given in this chart. So friends, please understand. We are discussing when ownership gets transferred in the case of dash goods, ownership gets transferred in the case of specific goods. In case of specific goods, if the ownership should get transferred, question number 1, what is the intention of the parties? When parties clearly mention in the agreement, we will transfer ownership on this day, on that day, blah, blah, blah. Whenever they say the ownership should get transferred, that time ownership will get transferred. If parties are silent, then the next 2 questions you should place is, number 1, are the goods in a deliverable state? Now, if I am very consciously, repeatedly telling deliverable state, deliverable state, deliverable state, I am not telling the goods should have been delivered. Deliver is different. Deliverable state is different. அது என்ன கண்டிஷன்ல இருக்கு வந்த உடனே நீ டெலிவரி எடுத்துக்க வேண்டிய ஆப்ளிகேஷன் இருக்கோ அதுக்கு பேர் டெலிவரபிள் ஸ்டேட். அப்படினால் say for example you know enter into an agreement with a person to buy 100 kgs of rice or wheat, and you tell him I will buy this 100 kg of wheat from you if you are going to grind it into a flour and give it to me. If you are going to grind it into a flour and give it to me. Now, the moment he grinds it and makes it into a flour, the goods are in a deliverable state. But when you go there and then you take the goods, only then it is called as a delivery. So there can be a time gap between the goods being put in a deliverable state and the goods being actually delivered. Adhe mari da next point. Overall price should have been fixed, and it is not mentioned the overall price should have been paid. It is only telling the overall price should have been fixed. Ownership gets transferred when the overall price is fixed and not when it is paid. அப்போ சோகாவோட இன்டென்ஷனே பார்த்தா there is no connection between delivery and transfer of ownership generally. There is no connection between payment and transfer of ownership separately. அப்போ பேமெண்ட்டுக்கும் transfer of ownership சம்பந்தம் இல்லை. This we already know. For example, in the case of credit sale, when we buy the goods on credit sale, I buy the goods today, ownership gets transferred to me today, but I am going to make him payment only after some few days. So don't connect payment of price and transfer of ownership. Generally under SOGA, payment of price and transfer of ownership is not connected unless you specify so in the contract. Contract you clearly mention ownership will get transferred when the price is paid. Whenever parties intended to transfer. Whenever parties intended. Suppose if the intention of the parties is silent, SOGA does not connect payment of price and transfer of ownership. SOGA only fixes fixation of price and transfer of ownership. Ascertainment of price and transfer of ownership தான் லிங்க் தவிர்த்து பேமெண்ட் ஆஃப் பிரைஸ்க்கும் transfer of ownership சம்பந்தம் இல்லை. அதே மாதிரி டெலிவரபிள் ஸ்டேட் ஆயிடுச்சுனாலே ஓனர்ஷிப் டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர் ஆயிடுமே தவிர்த்து டெலிவரி ஆகணும்னு அவசியம் இல்லை. இதுதான் தி ப்ரொவிஷன்ஸ் அண்டர் SOGA. So where there is an unconditional contract for sale of specific goods which are in a deliverable state, ownership transfers at the time the contract is made. That is, it is in a deliverable state, then ownership gets transferred. However, if the seller must weigh or measure for ascertaining the price, ownership transfers when he does it and gives notice to the buyer. And if the goods are not in a deliverable state, ownership transfers when the goods are put in a deliverable state and notice is given to buyer. So, you can try these questions right away. You can try these questions right away to get a clarity. Right. X goes into a shop and buys a television and asks the shopkeeper for its home delivery. Shopkeeper agrees to do it. When is the ownership transferring? When does the ownership transfer? After delivery, after payment, or after he buys? Very simple. Look at the chronology in the question. X goes into a shop, buys a television, and asks for its home delivery. Buys a television and asks for home delivery, which means what is the first event which is happening? Buying. Which means at the time of buying, delivery is a condition or delivery is not a condition. At the time of buying the television, look at the order here. At the time of buying the television, delivery is a condition or delivery is not a condition. When delivery is not the condition at the time of buying, then it is an unconditional contract. It is an unconditional. Unconditional contract, when will the ownership get transferred? Number one, are the goods in a deliverable state? The TV is in a deliverable state. You need not do anything to the TV to make it into a deliverable state. Upon ownership transfers at the time of contract. அதான் சொல்றேன், டெலிவரிக்கும் டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர் ஆஃப் ஓனர்ஷிப்புக்கும் சோகால சம்பந்தம் இல்லை. சோகா டெலிவரபிள் ஸ்டேட் தான் சொல்றானே தவிர்த்து டெலிவரி ஆகணும்னு சொல்ல. ஆனா கான்ட்ராக்ட்ல நீங்க அப்படி சொல்லியிருந்தீங்கன்னா ஆஸ் பர் இன்டென்ஷன் ஆஃப் பார்ட்டிஸ். அப்போ அவன் சப்போஸ் கான்ட்ராக்ட்ல ஐ வில் பை திஸ் ஃப்ரம் யூ இஃப் யூ டெலிவர் இட் டு மீ ஆர் ஓனர்ஷிப் வில் கெட் டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர்ட் ஒன்லி when you deliver it to me னு கான்ட்ராக்ட்ல சொல்லியிருந்தால் then the ownership will get transferred only at the time of delivery. But all those conditions were not put at the time of contract. Subsequently, those conditions were put. Right. Now, Peter buys a laptop if the seller installs an operating system. The laptop is identified, but operating system is not yet installed. Is the laptop identified? But therefore, this is a dash goods, specific goods. When ownership will get transferred? Number one, it should be made into a deliverable state. What is the deliverable state? So, once the OS is installed and notice given to whom? Buyer. Ownership transfers. Then, X bought a book from a bookshop and billed it. He promised to take delivery by that evening, and by the time he returned, the whole shop got destroyed by fire. Should he pay the price? Very simple. What goods? X bought a book and billed it, which means obviously this is dash goods, specific goods. Any condition attached? Any condition attached? No. Is the book in a deliverable state? Yes, the book is in a deliverable state. Is the price fixed? Obviously, in bill, the price would have been mentioned. So, which means at the time the bill is made, the goods are identified. The goods are in a deliverable state. The overall price is also fixed. Therefore, the ownership transfers at the time of contract, which means now when did the goods get destroyed? The goods got destroyed before the contract or after the contract? The goods got destroyed, come on, after the contract, after the transfer of ownership. But therefore, who should bear the loss? Who should bear the loss? Buyer. Should the buyer make the payment? Should the buyer make the payment? Yes. So, as buyer is the owner at the time of loss, he shall bear the loss. Therefore, price must be paid. Right. So, to quickly consolidate, we had just completed when ownership gets transferred. Come on, in the case of dash goods, in the case of specific goods. So, the following are the points to be noted. Number one, whenever parties intended to transfer. If parties, there is no intention to transfer, then you should ask two questions. Number one, are the goods in a deliverable state? Deliverable state means it is the state in which the buyer is bound to take delivery. The state in which the buyer is. Number two, is the overall price fixed? When these two conditions are satisfied, ownership gets transferred. If these two conditions are not satisfied, whenever these two conditions are satisfied, the ownership gets transferred. Right. Next, when will the ownership get transferred in the case of unascertained goods? This is even more simple. In the case of unascertained goods, the ownership will get transferred. Step number 1, the goods should be ascertained. So out of 25 Royal Enfield bikes, when will the ownership get transferred to me? Step number 1, out of 25, they should pick one. That is called as ascertained. Number 2, the goods should be in a dash state. Come on, it should be in a deliverable state. And the goods are unconditionally appropriated. That is, it is set aside for the purpose of contract. First, step number 1, the goods should be ascertained, identified. Number 2, they should make the goods into a deliverable state. Number 3, they should set aside, appropriate, keep it for my contract unconditionally. They should keep it for my contract. Come on, unconditionally. I'll give you the same Royal Enfield example. I'll tell you. I buy a Royal Enfield bike. They have 25 Royal Enfield Classic 350 black. And I tell I need one. And I tell them I will buy it from you only if you complete the registration process and give it to me. So what is step number 1? Step number one is out of this 25, they should pick one, which is called as asset. Step number 2, they should make it into a deliverable. Here, what is that making it into a deliverable state? They should complete the registration. So they should complete the registration. So that is step number 2. Step number 3, they should keep it aside for the purpose of my contract. In this example, when they register the bike in my name, it means it is appropriated, set aside for the purpose of my contract, but that it should be an unconditional appropriation. Come on, it should be an unconditional, which means I am yet to pay them balance 40,000 rupees. Out of 2.5 lakhs, I have paid them 2,10,000. I am yet to pay them balance 40,000 rupees. So they have set aside this for the purpose of my contract on a condition that pay the balance, take the bike. So step number 1, identified. Step number 2, send for registration and it is made into a deliverable state. Step number 3, set aside for the purpose of my contract. But what is important is not merely setting aside for the purpose of my contract. It should be an unconditional appropriation. Come on, it should be an. So is this unconditionally appropriated? No. What appropriation they have made? They have made only a conditional appropriation, saying that if and only when you pay that balance amount of rupees 40,000, ownership will get transferred. So therefore, this is a dash appropriation conditional. So now ownership will not get transferred. When will the ownership get transferred? The ownership will get transferred. Come on. Only when I make the payment, balance payment of 40,000, the ownership will get transferred. Suppose if the agreement is not so, that is, the agreement is not that I should pay that 40,000 and only then take delivery. Abdi agreement. But what happens? When will the ownership get transferred? Number 1, when it is sent for registration and registered in my name, there itself, number 1, the goods are in a deliverable state. Number 2, the goods are appropriated, set aside for the purpose of my contract. How is it set aside for the purpose of my contract? Unconditionally appropriated, ownership gets transferred. So, in the case of an unascertained goods, come on, in the case of unascertained goods, are you all awake? So in the case of, come on, unascertained goods, when will the ownership get transferred? The ownership will get transferred if and only if the following 2 conditions are satisfied. Condition number 1, the goods are to be ascertained. Condition number 2, the goods should be appropriated. How should it? Number 2, it should be in a deliverable state. Number 3, the goods should be appropriated. How should it be appropriated? It should be unconditionally appropriated. How should it be appropriated? Say, for example, you have 1,000 kgs of wheat. You have 1,000 kgs of wheat, rather paddy. You have 1,000 kgs of paddy. So I tell you, I'll buy 100 kgs of this paddy, provided you clean the husk. Paddy na nillu pa. Nillu kulla enna irukum? Arisi irukum. Theriyuma? Seri. நெல் இருக்கும் நெல்லுக்குள்ள என்ன இருக்கும் அரிசி. So I tell them I will buy 100 kg from you, 100 kg of paddy from you, but you should clean that, remove that husk, and husk na அந்த மேல இருக்கிற அந்த தோல் இருக்கு இல்லையா, you should remove that husk and then you should give it to me. And I deliver them bags. I deliver them bags. I deliver them 3 bags. Each 25 kg, 25 kg, 25 kg. So 100 kg, when they remove the husk, that will become 75 kg is my expectation. So step number 1, out of the 1000 kg of paddy, first they should identify 100 kg. This is ascertained. Then they should feed it into the machine. They should make it as rice, which is nothing but deliverable state. Number 3, it should be put in my bag, which is deliverable state as well as appropriation, which is deliverable state as well as appropriation. And how should this be appropriated? Unconditioned. So they put it in the bags. They had already given me a credit period of 45 days. They put it in the bags. They called me, sir, goods are ready. They kept the phone. Next moment, swaha, goods got destroyed by fire. Now who should bear the loss? Who should bear the loss? Seller, buyer. Depends upon whether ownership is transferred. Here, tell me whether ownership is transferred or not transferred. Is the ownership transferred? Yes. Appa who should bear the loss? Buyer. Who should bear the loss? Buyer. If ownership is not transferred, who should bear the loss? Seller. So, 3 conditions for unascertained goods. Number 1, the good should be ascertained. Come on, quick. Number 1, the good should be ascertained. Number 2, the good should be in a deliverable state. Number 3, the good should be unconditionally appropriated. It should be set aside for the purpose of this contract. It should be unconditionally appropriated, means it should be set aside for the purpose of this contract. Now, when can we say the goods are conditionally appropriated? My dear friends, when can we say the goods are conditionally appropriated? Because when the goods are conditionally appropriated, ownership is, tell me, when the goods are conditionally appropriated, ownership is transferred or not transferred? Ownership is not transferred when there is going to be a dash appropriation, when there is going to be a conditional appropriation. Now, when will the ownership get transferred? The ownership will get transferred only when there is going to be an unconditional appropriation. Ownership will get transferred, come on, only when there is an unconditional appropriation. When will the ownership not get transferred? When there is a conditional appropriation. When there is a conditional appropriation. Number 1. Yep, there is a conditional appropriation. Number 1, when the seller imposes any condition. Make the payment, take the goods. Abdina, he has appropriated the goods, but this is a dash appropriation, conditional appropriation. He's telling, make the payment, take the goods. Has he set aside the goods? Has he set aside the goods? Has he set aside the goods for the purpose of my contract? How has he set aside the goods? Conditionally or unconditionally? Conditionally. Appa now ownership transferred or not transferred? Not transferred. Number 2. When the document of title to goods, meaning when I am sending the goods to you, say for example by rail, I will deliver the goods to the railway company and they will give a document called as railway receipt. They will give a document called as, come on, railway receipt. This railway receipt is a document of title to goods. Come on, this railway receipt, come on, is a document of title to goods. If this railway receipt is taken in my name, that is the seller name or his agent's name, who is the owner of this goods? My goods. I sold the goods to you. I am now sending the goods to you. Document is taken in my name. Document is taken in my name. Me means whom? Seller. Now, when the document is taken in the name of the seller, repeat, when the document is, come on, this is a dash appropriation. Conditional appropriation, because who is now the owner of this goods? Seller. Who has got control over the goods? Seller. Thus, control is not passed to the buyer. But therefore, this is a dash appropriation condition. No, sir. I am a good fellow. I took it in whose name? Buyer's name. But I did not send it to buyer. It is in my hands. Which means, when will the buyer get right over the goods? When can the buyer claim the goods from the transport operator? The buyer can claim the goods from the transport operator. Come on, only when buyer can claim the goods from the transport operator, only when the goods are in whose name? Buyer's name. And the document is delivered to the buyer. Yo, romba simple concept. I am here in Chennai. The buyer is in Rajasthan. I am sending the goods from Chennai to Rajasthan by train. I am sending goods from Chennai to Rajasthan by train. So the document is there, railway receipt is there. That is called as document of title to goods. Now this is taken in buyer's name, sent to buyer. Do I have any control over the goods? But now the goods are conditionally or unconditionally? Unconditionally appropriated. The rail derails. Rail derails. Now who is the owner? Buyer. Who should bear the loss? Buyer. Very simple. Next. The document is taken in my name. Who am I? Seller. The document is taken in my name. And I tell the buyer, boss, the goods are in transit. Transfer the amount to my name. I will endorse this document. Transfer the amount to my name. I will endorse this document. Before he could transfer and I could endorse, the rail derails. Now tell me, the ownership is with whom? Seller. Because number one, the goods are identified. The goods are in a deliverable state. The goods are appropriated. But how is it appropriated? Conditionally. I have not yet transferred the document in the name of the buyer. I have not yet transferred the document in the name of the buyer. So if the document is in the name of the seller, which document? Document of title to goods. So if the document of title to goods is in the name of the seller, or if the document of title to goods is in the name of the agent of the seller, or if the document is in the name of the buyer, but it is in the seller's possession. If the document is in the seller's possession, under these circumstances, the goods are said to be dash appropriated, conditionally appropriated. When the goods are conditionally appropriated, ownership is transferred, ownership is not transferred, ownership is not transferred. If something happens to the goods, who should bear the loss? Seller. Something is happening to the goods, who should bear the loss? Seller. So let us consolidate. In the case of unascertained goods, come on, in the case of unascertained goods, when will the ownership get transferred? The ownership will get transferred when the following three conditions are cumulatively satisfied. What are all the following three conditions to be cumulatively satisfied? Number one, the goods are ascertained. Number two, the goods are in a deliverable state. Number three, the goods are unconditionally appropriated. If these three conditions are satisfied, then we can say the ownership will get transferred. We understood what is meant by ascertaining. We understood what is meant by deliverable state. We should understand what is meant by unconditional appropriation. Law says the goods are conditionally appropriated when the seller imposes any condition. Kaila kasu, kaila goods. Abdin seller sonana, then this is a dash appropriation, conditional appropriation. Or if the document is taken in the name of buyer, but the document is in the hands of the seller, or the document is taken in the name of the seller himself. The document is taken in the name of the seller himself. Here also the goods are conditionally appropriate, which means ownership will not get transferred. Ownership will not get transferred. Very good, very good. Come on, quickly run through this question. Right. So MNO Limited, a supplier of electronic components, entered into a contract on August 1, 2023 with PQR Enterprises for sale of 1,000 units of microchips. The contract specifically identified the microchips by serial numbers and confirmed that they were in a deliverable state, stored in MNO Limited's warehouse. The contract stipulated that the goods would be delivered on September 1, 2023. On August 10, 2023, a flood occurred, damaged the warehouse and destroyed the entire stock of microchips, including the 1,000 units intended for PQR Enterprises. Examine with reference to the provisions of SOGA who shall suffer the loss. What will be your answer if the microchips are not specifically identified and marked for PQR Enterprises at the time of contract? So very simple. So if it is identified when at the time of contract, then it is dash goods, specific goods. Come on, this is dash goods. Come on, specific goods. Very good. And they were in a deliverable state. And there is no indication about price, correct? So which means we should take the price as being fixed. There is nothing like weighing. You don't weigh the microchips and determine the price. You don't measure the microchips and determine the price. Maybe per unit price would have been there, 1,000 into per unit, blah, blah, blah. But therefore, ownership transfers when? Ownership transfers when? On the date of 1st August, that is contract. On the date of contract, that is 1st of August. Because on 1st of August, on the date of contract itself, the goods are in a dash state, come on, the goods are in a deliverable state. Therefore, the ownership will get transferred, come on, at the time of contract. But therefore, on 10th, when the goods are destroyed, come on, PQR shall bear the loss. Please don't get confused by this phrase. What is that phrase? That the goods would be delivered on September 1st. Sir, delivery anadana, sir, ownership will get transferred. That's a layman understanding. That's not a lawman understanding. That's a layman understanding. Delivery kum, ownership kum, SOGA, there is no relationship. SOGA only focuses on deliverable state. It is not focusing on delivery. Sorry, what if the goods are not identified? What will be your answer if the microchips are not specifically identified and marked for PQR Enterprises? Come on, tell me. So if the goods are not identified, come on, then it becomes dash goods. Unascertained goods. Very good. So my dear friends, you tell me, in the case of unascertained goods, ownership transfers, ownership not transferred. Ownership is not transferred. When will the ownership get transferred? When will the ownership get transferred? Number 1, it should be ascertained. Number 2, it should be in a deliverable state. Number 3, unconditionally appropriated. So there is no such information which is given as to whether it is ascertained or not. So therefore, the ownership is not transferred. Therefore, who should bear the loss? Namely, seller. Who? MNO Limited shall bear the loss. See, the question would have been even more interesting had I asked one more question. Is MNO Limited bound to deliver the goods again? Is MNO Limited bound to deliver the goods again? The answer is, in the first case, the answer is no. In the first case, come on, the answer is no. Second case, the answer is yes. Because effect of destruction of goods will apply only in the case of dash goods, identified goods. That is in the case of identified goods. Specifico, ascertained, whatsoever is only in the case of identified goods. When unidentified, when unascertained goods are destroyed, come on, when unascertained goods are destroyed, seller is not discharged. He should supply. Seller is not discharged. He should supply. Because effect of destruction of goods we saw only for dash goods, only for identified goods. That is for specific or ascertained goods, only for identified goods and not for unascertained goods. So here the goods are unascertained. When the goods got destroyed, the goods are unascertained. Therefore, contract is not discharged. Therefore, contract is not discharged. That is a point which you should understand, right? So with this, we have discussed when ownership gets transferred, come on, in the case of dash goods and dash goods in the case of specific goods and unascertained goods. Now, this is again a very frequently tested area in the examination. Goods which are sent on sale or return basis. What will happen? Come on, when the goods are sent on dash basis, when the goods are sent on sale or return. My dear friends, there is a concept called as sale or return. When the goods are sent under sale or return basis or sale on approval basis, three things constitute a sale. Either when he make an express acceptance, or he makes an implied acceptance. Right, sorry. Either when he makes an express acceptance or he makes an implied acceptance, or when there is going to be a lapse of time. Come on, where the goods are sent under sale or return basis, three things constitute sale. Number one, where if there is going to be an express acceptance. Number two, where there is going to be an implied acceptance or where there is going to be a lapse of time. Which means when I send the goods to you on sale or return basis, 10 days. On third day, you say, okay, I will take the goods. This is an express acceptance. On third day, you sell the goods to somebody else, which means this is an implied acceptance. How can you sell the goods unless you accept that the goods are your goods? Or you pledge the goods. You use the goods. You do something to show your acceptance. How can you pledge the goods unless you are the owner? How can you use the goods unless you are the owner? When you use the goods or pledge the goods or you sell the goods to somebody else, this is an implied acceptance. Or 10 days time limit is over. Even after 10 days, there is no response from you. 10 days time limit is over. This is called as lapse of time. This is also considered as a sale. This is also considered as a sale. Either an express acceptance or an implied acceptance. Number three, where there is a lapse of time. Right? You can try this question at home. This no wholesale deal of basmati rice. You can try this question at home. Nothing big. Next. Risk passes with ownership. There is this concept called as, risk passes with ownership. Who should bear the risk? Who should bear the loss? It is only the owner. I generally used to say this risk is like a hutch dog. This hutch dog will always follow the owner. So who should bear the loss? In the risk or நாய்க்குட்டி மாதிரி பின்னாடியே போகும். யார் பின்னாடியே போகும்? ஓனர் பின்னாடியே போகும். அப்போ ஓனர்ஷிப் ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா இந்த நாய்க்குட்டியும் ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் ஆயிடும். எந்த நாய்க்குட்டி? ரிஸ்க். ரிஸ்க் will transfer along with ownership. Come on, risk will transfer along with ownership. However, there are some exceptions. Exception number one, if there is an agreement to the contrary. What is meant by there is an agreement to the contrary? If the agreement clearly says risk and ownership is to be separated, then risk and ownership will get separated. Which means, I am sending the goods from Chennai to Rajasthan. Contract clearly says, a document will be taken in the name of buyer and sent to buyer. But until the goods reach Rajasthan, the risk will be on the seller. Which means when the document is taken in the name of the buyer and sent to buyer, the goods are unconditionally appropriated. Ownership passes to the buyer. But I clearly say, until the goods reach Rajasthan, the risk is with the seller. When the goods are in transit, ownership is with the buyer, risk is with the seller. We separated this no ownership and risk. Number two, delayed delivery. Whoever is responsible for a delay in delivery, such person should bear the loss. If the seller is responsible for delay in delivery, seller should bear the loss. Buyer is responsible for delay in delivery, the buyer should bear the loss. Whomsoever may be the owner. Delivery பண்றதுக்கு யார்? இப்போ say for example, the seller told, I buy air conditioner from Vasant & Co. He tells, sir, free home delivery. I tell, please deliver. Identified the air conditioner, deliverable state. Specific goods, deliverable state. Price is fixed. Which means when the billing is done, ownership is transferred to me. Specific goods, deliverable state, price is fixed. And he promised to deliver me by this evening. He delivered to me after 1 week. Or 1 week is over, he has not yet delivered to me. Fire happened at Vasantanko. The entire branch got destroyed by fire. Who should bear the loss? Seller. Even though I am the owner. Even though I am the owner. Vice versa. Where the buyer makes a delay in taking delivery, the buyer should bear the loss. So this is this concept called as risk passes along with ownership and its exceptions. பொதுவா யார் risk bear பண்ணணும்? Owner. சில சந்தர்ப்பங்கள்ல யார் risk bear பண்ணுவா? ஓனர் அல்லாதவன் risk bear பண்ணுவான். எப்போ அக்ரிமெண்ட் அந்த மாதிரி சொல்லிட்டுனா அப்போ. நம்பர் 2, delay in delivery. யார் டெலிவரிக்கு டிலேக்கு காரணமோ அவன். Then this is the next oft tested area in the examination, namely sale by non-owners. Friends, you might have heard this concept. We had a similar reference even in Negotiable Instruments Act. Who can transfer ownership? Only owners can transfer ownership. By this principle called as nemo dat code non-habet. Nemo dat code non-habet means if I have ownership, I can transfer ownership to you. If I do not have ownership, I cannot transfer ownership to you. This is the principle of nemo dat code non-habet. Only owners can transfer ownership. Non-owners cannot transfer ownership. This is the basic principle. Which means I steal a chain from you, sell it to somebody else. That somebody else will never become the owner. Because how did I get the goods from you? By stealing. But if you are not the owner, you cannot transfer the ownership. However, there are some exceptions. Under exceptions, we are going to study when non-owners can transfer ownership. Poduva, only dash can transfer ownership, only owners. Who cannot transfer ownership? Non-owners cannot transfer ownership because he is not the owner. However, there are some exceptions. In exceptional circumstances, even non-owners can transfer ownership. What are those scenarios? So, nemo dat code non-habet says that non-owners cannot transfer ownership and only owners can transfer ownership. However, there are certain exceptions. Dear friends, there are totally 10 exceptions. And only under these 10 cases, non-owners can transfer ownership. In other cases, non-owners cannot transfer ownership. In other cases, non-owners cannot transfer ownership. Adila 5 cases good faith is a mandatory criteria. 5 cases good faith is a mandatory criteria. But when I say good faith is a mandatory criteria, you should apply good faith only in these 5 cases. Whenever you see some good faith cases, you should not apply the concept of good faith and say, yes, no, the transferee gets a good title. No. So which means there are totally 10 exceptions. Out of this, 5 exceptions are normal cases and 5 exceptions are good faith cases. Number 1, sale by a pani. I pledge the goods. I am called as pledger and the other party is called as pledgee. I am called as panar. Other party is called as pani. When I pledge the goods, I am the owner. I don't transfer the ownership. I only transfer the possession as a security. Set கடையில போய் செயினை வெச்சோம்னா Seth is not the owner. We are the owner. Seth, we are only giving possession. This possession is given to him as a security. Now, if we don't make the payment, what will happen? If we don't pay the EMI, etc. properly to Sethji, what Sethji can do? Sethji can sell. Even though Sethji is not the owner, Sethji can sell. So, this is sale by pani. Number 2, sale by an unpaid seller. We will discuss in a short while. In unpaid seller topic, we will discuss sale by an unpaid seller. Sale by finder of lost goods. There under quasi contract, also there under special contracts, bailment. A finder of lost goods means if somebody dropped some goods there and I take the goods, I am called as finder of lost goods. And I take steps to find out the owner. Owner found out that stingy fellow is not making payment to me for all the expenses I have incurred. I kept this diamond chain I got, diamond necklace I got. I kept this diamond necklace in a safe locker, bank locker, and I paid rent to the bank for that locker. And I gave some local newspaper advertisement to find out the owner. I paid to the local newspaper company some amount. So now the true owner comes and the true owner is telling this is mine. Okay, well and good. Now what should he do? He should pay my expenses. I cannot claim any remuneration and all. He should pay my expenses and no, I will return it to him. In case if that stingy fellow is not making the payment of expenses to me, law gives me a right to sell this. Law gives me a right to come on to sell this. But now who am I? I am a finder of lost goods. A finder of lost goods can sell. Then, sale by an official assignee. If a person becomes insolvent, suppose if Mr. A is there, Mr. A, he becomes insolvent. My dear friends, when Mr. A becomes insolvent, A will be having certain assets. In the assets will be sold by a person called as assignee. In the assets will be sold by a person called as, assignee. Who is the owner of this asset? The owner of the asset is Mr. A. Whereas the sale of this asset is being effected by an assignee. Assignee is basically, he is not an owner. Now, a question may come, is assignee the agent of A1? The answer is a clear no. Because an agent is supposed to act as per the instructions of the principal. The A in the assets, every deal had A known, he would not have even become insolvent. ஒழுங்கா assets எப்படி டீல் பண்ணணும்னு தெரியாதனால தான் இந்த டோமர் became insolvent. அதனால A cannot instruct the assignee how to deal with the assets. So A will continue to be the owner, but who will sell the assets? It will be by assignee. So this is again sale by a non-owner. So we have discussed 4 cases of sale by non-owner. Number 1, sale by Pani. Number 2, sale by an unpaid seller. Number 3, sale by finder of lost goods. Number 3, sale by an official assignee. Then owner by estoppel. Who is an owner by estoppel? A person who represents himself as owner with the knowledge, himself as owner to a third party with the knowledge of the true owner. This is very key. Where a person represents himself as an owner to the third party with the knowledge of the true owner, then the person who so represents, he becomes an owner by estoppel. A person representing himself as an owner to a third party with the knowledge of the true owner, which means I have a chain. I give that chain to Ranga. I give that chain to Ranga. In my presence, Ranga goes around and he tells that he is the owner of this chain. Ranga goes around and says that he is the owner of the chain. And I am a silent spectator to this. Tomorrow in my absence, Ranga is selling this to some other person. Now, I cannot go and tell the some other person, see, Ranga is not the owner, I am the owner. I cannot say because yesterday I did not say, today I cannot say. Yesterday I did not stop Ranga from saying that he is the owner. Today I cannot make the outsider believe that Ranga is not the owner. If Ranga was not the owner, yesterday itself the true owner should have told that Ranga is not the owner. Caution, caution. Suppose if I give the chain to Ranga, Ranga goes around everywhere. In my absence, Ranga goes around everywhere and says that I am the owner, I am the owner, I am the owner, and sells it to some person. Even a person in good faith will not become the owner. Person in good faith will not become the owner. Please understand this owner by estoppel very clearly. The person should claim himself as an owner with the knowledge of the true owner. Come on, with the knowledge of the true owner. True owner ku therinju ivan avana owner nu sollindatha we can call him as an owner by estoppel. So where Ranga with my knowledge goes around and tells that he is the owner, and I do not stop Ranga now. Now, Ranga, if he sells it to a third party, the third party will get a good title. But this concept is only when Ranga is claiming himself as an owner with my knowledge. If Ranga is going to claim himself as an owner without my knowledge, then I am not to he. Ranga is not to be called as an owner by estoppel. Ranga is not to be called as an owner by estoppel. Then, now good faith cases. There are 5 good faith cases. This is a boon as well as a bane, because boon, if you remember this properly, no sure shot you can score good marks in the examination. Bane, if you have a half-baked knowledge on this, wherever you see good faith, good faith, okay, ownership transferred. No. 5 cases of good faith, only 5 cases of good faith. Nothing more, nothing less. Sale by a mercantile agent exceeding his authority. Come on, sale by a mercantile agent exceeding his authority. I ask my agent to sell my car for 2 lakhs. Now my agent should sell the car for 2 lakhs. The agent is acting as per the principal's direction. There is a valid contract with the third party. An agent creates a contract between principal and third party. Now there is a valid contract between the principal and third party because the agent has acted as per the instructions of the principal. Suppose if the agent is going to sell this for 1.5 lakh rupees. Agent signs an agreement with third party on my behalf saying that he is selling it for 1.5 lakhs. Technically, he is not acting as per my directions. His actions will not bind me technically. But here exception. What exception? If that buyer happens to be a buyer in good faith. Come on, if that buyer, happens to be a buyer in good faith. Repeat, if that buyer happens to be a buyer in good faith. Now what will happen? The buyer will get a good title. So I can recover from the buyer only an amount of 1,50,000, transfer the car. Later sue this agent for an amount of rupees 50,000. I can sue the agent for an amount of rupees 50. So where a mercantile agent is exceeding the authority, where is exceeding the authority and he is selling it to a buyer in good faith. Now the sale is valid. Buyer in good faith will get a good title and the principal can sue the agent for any loss. Same concept, sale by joint owner. This is not principal-agent relationship, joint owner. I am also owner of the car. He is also the owner of the car. Ranga and I, we jointly put money and we buy a car. Now Ranga is using the car. Ranga, without my knowledge, he is not supposed to sell this car because we are joint owners. Both of us agree only we can sell the car. But suppose if Ranga is selling this to a buyer in good faith, suppose if Ranga is selling this to a buyer in good faith, that buyer in good faith will get a good title. Number 3, sale by a person in possession of goods under voidable contract. You know, voidable contract will come where there is going to be coercion, undue influence, fraud, misrepresentation, mistake varad. Mistake it is either valid or void. Where there is a coercion or an undue influence or a fraud or a misrepresentation, then that contract is called as a dash contract, voidable contract. I'll give you a simple example. X sells goods to Y. And how did Y obtain the goods? How did Y buy the goods? By exercising fraud. Now the contract between X and Y is a dash contract. This is a voidable contract. Now the contract between X and Y, this is a dash contract. This is a voidable contract. Now Y is a person in possession of the goods which was obtained under a voidable contract. Y is now selling this to Z, who is a buyer in good faith. To Mr. Whom? To Mr. Z, who is a buyer in good faith. Much similar to our holder in due course concept in Negotiable Instruments Act. So Y is selling this to Z, who is a buyer in good faith. Now Z will get a good title. Even though Y had a defective title, Z will get a good title. Z will get a good title. So this provision says, where there is a person who is in possession of goods under a voidable contract, that is the contract which is influenced by coercion or undue influence or fraud or misrepresentation. And if that fellow is going to sell the goods to a buyer in good faith, the buyer in good faith will get a good title. Ana understand panikyo, very important. If the agreement between X and Y is, imagine, influenced by mistake. Imagine it is influenced by bilateral mistake. About the agreement between X and Y is void ab initio. We all know if there is going to be a bilateral mistake, then the fate of the agreement is, come on, void ab initio. Now, if Y transfers this to, sells it to, if Y sells this to Z, a buyer in good faith, Y has no title. Z also has no title. Yena, this contract between X and Y is, come on, void. Only if the contract is voidable, the buyer in good faith will get a good title. Only when the contract is voidable, the buyer in good faith will get a good title, not when the contract is, the agreement is void. The next 2 points are konjo too much level, but once it was tested in the examination, so I am discussing that. Sale by a seller in possession after sale. Sale by a buyer in possession before sale. Nyayama seller, how long will he have possession? Seller kaila goods எவ்வளவு நேரம் பார்க்கும்? செல் பண்ற வரைக்கும் இருக்கும். செல் பண்ணியாச்சுன்னா goods யார் கையில இருக்காது? செல்லர் கையில இருக்காது. யார் கையில போய்டும்? buyer. Suppose if a seller is having possession after sale. Come on, seller is having possession after. For example, there is a last piece of LG television available in the showroom. There is the last piece of LG television available in the showroom. 1 o'clock, I go and I buy the television. Salesman X is there, I go and I buy that television. Billing is done. I tell sir, I'll come by evening and I'll take delivery. To the same shop, you go by 1:30. You buy the same television. Technically, by 1 o'clock, when this television was billed to me, specific goods, deliverable state, price is fixed, I become the owner. 1 o'clock, when I went out of that showroom, I went along with that dog. Which dog? Risk dog. Technically, I am the owner. But when you came by 1:30, the seller, okay, let us see, or some other different salesman was there. That salesman, he sold the television to you, you took delivery and you went. Now, technically, the seller is not the owner after 1 o'clock. So the sale took place at 1 o'clock. After 1 o'clock, the seller is not the owner, but he is having possession. Which means by then, by 1:30, I am the owner. The first buyer is the owner. Now law says the second buyer will get a good title. Even though the seller did not have title at the time of transfer of ownership, the second buyer will get a good title. But what will happen to the first buyer? Nyayama, the first buyer should sue the seller, either for same goods or for repayment of price. This is sale by seller in possession after sale. Idoda ulta, sale by a buyer in possession before sale. For example, I have a car. I have a car. And I am selling the car to you. I am selling the car to you. But I am telling, see, I am a businessman. Technically, we will change the name, etc. next year, 1st April. Because this year, I want to enjoy the depreciation benefit for the car. So I gave the car to you. You are having the possession, but ownership is still in my name. You are having the possession. Now, who are you? You are a buyer in possession of the car before sale. You are a buyer in possession of car, come on, before sale. Because sale means what? Present sale, which means ownership transfer, which means here the ownership is transferred or ownership is not transferred. Not transferred. When will the ownership get transferred? 1st of April. When will the ownership get transferred? 1st of April. Today we are in August. About August, I gave you possession. Now you are a buyer in possession before sale. Before you get ownership, you are in possession. Suppose if you sell it to a buyer in good faith, that buyer in good faith will get title. Buyer in good faith will get title. The last 2 points are really difficult to understand. Hope you understood. Whether you understood properly or not, try these 4 questions. You will surely understand. Or any doubts, get back to me. Right? Bye-bye. Hi. So good morning. So we will discuss about this topic. We'll continue with SOGA, delivery of goods. Delivery is a very simple concept. See, there are 2 parties in a contract of sale. Seller is there, buyer is there. What is the duty of the seller? The duty of the seller is to transfer the ownership and he should deliver the goods to the buyer. And what should the buyer do? The buyer should pay the price. So there are 2 duties, one for the seller and one for the buyer. The duty of the seller is to deliver the goods and the duty of the buyer is come on to pay the price. Now, what is delivery? My dear friends, when I say delivery, it means voluntary transfer of possession. Come on, when I use the word delivery, what is that I refer to? I refer to, come on, voluntary transfer of possession. Which means the transfer should be, come on, voluntary. It should not be through some unfair means and all. Buyer is not making the price payment of price to the seller. Seller is not delivering goods. Buyer is sending some gundas and trying to take the goods from the seller. Now, this is not to be considered as a delivery. When I say delivery, there should be a voluntary transfer of possession. Types of delivery. It can be an actual delivery. What is meant by actual delivery? A physical delivery is called as actual delivery. Which means when the goods are physically delivered from the seller to the buyer, it is called as an actual delivery. Number 2 is symbolic delivery. When something which symbolizes the goods are delivered. Come on, when something which symbolizes the goods are delivered. That is, for example, delivering key of a car. About the key symbolizes the car. So this is called as symbolic delivery. The third is the case of, constructive delivery. This is a delivery without, W bar O means without any change in physical possession. This delivery is also called as a delivery by acknowledgement. Why do I call this as delivery by acknowledgement? For example, I am the seller, somebody else is the buyer. My agent is holding the goods on my behalf. I am telling my agent, deliver the goods to the buyer. The buyer is asking the agent, will you also act as my agent and will you take care of the goods? My agent agrees. Which means now, even though physically the goods have not moved from my agent to the buyer, in fact, the goods have moved from my agent to the buyer's agent, but incidentally, both happens to be one and the same. Above, avanoda capacity la there is a change. My agent who was earlier acting as my agent, henceforth he is going to act as the buyer's agent. Upon capacity la there is a change. This is called as a dash delivery. This is called as a constructive delivery. A delivery without any change in physical possession is called as a dash delivery. It is called as a constructive delivery. So, physical possession is not important because in the case of constructive delivery, if you see, physically the goods are not moving from the seller to the buyer. So, physical transfer of goods is not important. And the delivery should not have been obtained by unfair means, which means the delivery should have been obtained by dash means, it should have been obtained by fair means. Now, rules of delivery. Number one, payment and delivery are concurrent conditions. Which should happen first? Should payment happen first or delivery should happen first? Please understand all these rules of delivery are subject to the contract. All these rules of delivery are subject to the contract, which means the first priority should be given only to the contract. If and only if the terms of the contract is silent, all these rules will apply. Generally, these rules will not apply when the terms of the contract clearly says what needs to be done. If the terms of the contract is silent, then the provision says payment and delivery are concurrent conditions. Epo payment panano when the other party is ready to deliver the goods. Epo deliver panano when the other party is ready to make the payment. So the provision says payment and delivery are concurrent conditions. That is why I told you there are three things. One is ownership transfer. The other is possession. The other is the price. Possession means this possession can happen through delivery. While ownership and possession are not linked to, ownership and possession are not linked, and ownership and price are generally not linked. The delivery and price are generally linked. Transfer of ownership is independent of possession of goods, transfer of possession of the goods, and delivery and payment of price. Price pay பண்ணாம கூட ownership transfer ஆகலாம். நம்ம போன கிளாஸ்ல பார்த்தோம். If the goods are in a deliverable state and if the price is fixed, அப்படிதான் சொன்னா. If the goods are delivered and the price is paid ன்னு சொல்லல. If the goods are in a deliverable state and if the price is fixed, ownership will get transferred. அப்போ ownershipக்கும் deliveryக்கும் சம்பந்தம் இல்லை. ஆனா ownershipக்கும் priceக்கும் சம்பந்தம் இல்லை. ஆனா there is a link between delivery and payment of price. So if the terms of the contract is silent, then the payment and delivery are dash conditions. They are concurrent conditions. They are simultaneous conditions. Then modes of delivery, how should we deliver? You can do any form of delivery, but you should have the effect of putting the goods in whose possession? Buyer's possession. When I say buyer's possession, it also includes the buyer's agent. It also includes the buyer's agent, because buyer and his agent are not two different persons. They are one and the same. Then buyer to apply for delivery. So it is the duty of the buyer to make an application to the seller to deliver the goods, and the seller should deliver the goods. So the seller is not bound to deliver unless the buyer applies for delivery. So the buyer should request the seller, sir, please deliver the goods. Then the seller should deliver the goods. At which place delivery should happen? In the case of existing goods, the delivery shall happen at the place where the goods are located at the place where the goods are located at the time of contract of sale. Karna cost na enna sin theta cos theta அப்படி ஏதாவது தப்பா புரிஞ்சுக்காத. Cost அப்படினால் contract of sale. So at the place where the goods are located at the time of contract of sale, that delivery should happen in the case of existing goods. If it is going to be future goods, then the delivery shall be at the place of manufacture or production. Come on, if it is going to be existing goods, எந்த இடத்துல delivery பண்ணணும்? Delivery shall happen at the place where the goods are located at the time of contract. Suppose I buy a refrigerator from Vivek showroom. Where should the delivery happen? The delivery should happen at Vivek showroom. If the goods are located at Vivek showroom at the time of contract. If the goods are located in Vivek's godown, then I am supposed to go and take delivery from Vivek's godown, because at the time of contract, where is the goods? The goods are at showroom. Now, don't ask me, sir, home delivery only they will do. No, sir. I have already told you, all these are subject to the contract. Contract la ஒண்ணுமே சொல்லலைன்னா என்ன பண்ணணும்ங்கிறது தான் சோகா சொல்றான். சரி, அப்போ future goods are இருந்தா where should we go and take delivery? We should go and take delivery, come on, at the place of manufacture or production. At the place of, come on, manufacture or production. Time of delivery. What time the goods are to be delivered? My dear friends, if the contract provides for the date, if the contract provides the date, then you should deliver on such date during business hours. Or you should deliver it within a reasonable time. Come on, if the contract provides date, you are supposed to deliver the goods on that date, but the delivery shall happen during the business hours. Suppose if the contract is not providing for the date, then you should deliver the goods, come on, within a reasonable time. Then, expenses of putting the goods in a deliverable state shall be borne by the seller. I have already explained you what is meant by deliverable state. Packing the goods, etc., etc., is what you call as, come on, deliverable state. The state in which the buyer is bound to take delivery is called as a deliverable state. All the expenses of putting the goods in deliverable state, it should be borne by whom? Come on, it should be borne by the seller. Again, this is subject to the terms of the contract. அப்போ packing பண்ற expenses-லாம் யாரு பார்த்துக்கணும்? It should be borne by the seller. So say, for example, I go and tell the seller, sir, I would like to buy this product. A beautiful craft I'm going to buy. I would like to buy this product, but I want you to pack this in such a way so that I can directly send this consignment to England. Now, the cost of making that specific packing should be borne by whom? By the seller. But if the seller says, okay, I will do that for you, but packing charges shall be extra. If you are okay, then we'll go ahead with the contract. You say okay, which means now the cost of putting the goods in deliverable state shall be borne only by the buyer. Then, delivery of wrong quantity. What is meant by delivery of wrong quantity? You ordered 1000 kg, you were delivered something other than 1000 kg is what you call as wrong quantity. It can be a short quantity or it can be an excess quantity. What is meant by short quantity? I ordered 1000, I was delivered 800. This is called as dash quantity short. I was ordered 1000 and I was delivered 1100. This is called as excess. I ordered quality X goods. I was delivered some portion of quality X and some portion of quality Y. This is what you call as a mixed quantity. Above, what will happen if it is going to be a short quantity? Then the buyer has got two options. He can either accept the goods or he can reject the goods. Which means, in case if the buyer is delivered 800 kg, the buyer can either accept that 800 kg, pay for 800 kg, katam, or he can say, no, unless you give me 1000, I will not be able to take this goods. He can either accept the goods or reject the goods. And in the case of excess quantity, the buyer has got three options before him. He can either accept the whole or he can reject the whole, or he can accept the contracted quantity and reject the excess. I ordered 1000, I was given 1200. So ordered 1000, I was delivered 800 kg. What can I do? Accept 800 kg and pay for 800 kg, or reject the 800 kg. Suppose I was delivered 1200 kg, I can accept 1200 kg and pay at contract price. For this 1200 kg, that is for this 1200 kg, how much payment should I make? I can pay it at the contract price. That is for 1 kg, if 80 rupees is agreed, then for 1200 kg, I will pay 80 rupees. Or I can reject the whole 1200 kg. Or I can accept 1000 kg and I can reject the 200 kg. These are the options which are available in the case of no excess quantity. Number 3, if it is going to be a mixed quantity. What is meant by mixed quantity? I ordered for 1000 kg of basmati rice. I was given 700 kg of basmati rice and 300 kg of normal rice, separate bags. This is what you call as mixed quantity. Now what can I do? I can accept the contracted goods and reject the excess, or I can reject the whole. See, please understand, in mixed quantity, you cannot accept the whole. Sir, here alone, how did you say that no 1200, entire 1200 kg can be accepted? The subject matter of contract remains the same. There is a deviation only in the quantity. Therefore, you can accept there. But here, the subject matter of the contract itself is undergoing a change. Now, the basmati rice, he is supplying me 700 kg of basmati rice and 300 kg of some other rice. So now what am I supposed to do? I can either take the 700 kg and reject the 300 kg, or I can reject the whole. I can reject the whole. So this is about delivery. The next important topic is, come on, unpaid seller. I have tried to make this as small kuti charts for your easy understanding. Let us start with this topic called as unpaid seller. See, the definition of unpaid seller is very simple. As you all understood, unpaid seller means what? He is a seller to whom the price is not paid. In the seller ki price pay pannalayo, and the seller is called as an unpaid seller. Law uses the word towards whom whole of the price is not paid. This is a keyword. So towards whom whole of the price is not paid, which means if you have not paid the total price, then that fellow is to be called as a dash seller, unpaid seller. Which means you are supposed to pay him 6 lakhs, and if you have paid only 5 lakhs, then 1 lakh is not yet paid, which means whole of the price is not paid. Therefore, that fellow is to be called as an unpaid seller. If the whole of the price is not paid or is not tendered, which means I am supposed to pay the other party, I am the buyer, I should pay the seller 6 lakhs. I paid the seller 5 lakhs, but I am not paid this amount of rupees 1 lakh. Now that seller is to be called as a dash seller, unpaid seller. Imagine I was ready to pay that 6 lakhs to that fellow. I went to his place and I gave that 6 lakhs, but he refused to accept that 6 lakhs. This is called as tender. I am ready to perform, but the other party is not ready to accept my performance. This is called as tender. Now, this fellow is not to be called as an unpaid seller because I was ready to perform. It is only because of that person's mindset. No, he was not ready to accept the performance. So there is no mistake on the buyer's part. Now this fellow will not get the rights of an unpaid seller. So out of 6 lakhs, if I have paid the entire 6 lakhs, then that fellow will not be treated as an unpaid seller because the entire amount has been paid. Similarly, I gave a check or a promissory note, etc. The moment I give a check to him, that's all. I debit his account, I credit my bank account, no, he is no more an unpaid seller the moment I make the payment. But subsequently, if it gets dishonored, it is not discharged, subsequently it gets dishonored. Now, subsequently, when the negotiable instrument is getting dishonored, now that seller will again get the status of an unpaid seller. Today, I accepted a bill of exchange. What entry will I pass in the books of accounts? Today I accepted a bill of exchange. What entry I will pass in the books of accounts? Creditors account debit to bills payable. When I accept a bill of exchange, I have a liability to pay this bill. So what will happen now? He is not an unpaid seller because his account has been debited. But I should still call him as an unpaid seller tomorrow if this instrument gets dishonored. Tomorrow if this instrument gets dishonored. So some important observations. If the whole of the price is not paid, then that fellow is to be called as an unpaid seller. Which means out of 6 lakh rupees, even if 5,90,000 rupees is paid and 10,000 is not paid, that fellow should still be regarded only as an unpaid seller. Only when the whole of the price is fully paid, he will be discharged. He will get the status of a paid seller. So, which means we can understand it this way. Even if a part of the price is remaining unpaid, the seller is to be called as an unpaid seller. Even if a portion of the price is remaining unpaid, the seller is to be called as an unpaid seller. And only when the price is remaining outstanding, you will call him as an unpaid seller. When expenses, etc. are outstanding, he is not to be called as an unpaid seller. Only when the price is outstanding. Only when the price. Which means I have bought goods for rupees 5 lakhs. And 1 lakh rupees is, say, for example, for taking care of the goods. I am taking the goods, a delayed delivery after 1 month. I am telling, sir, I will buy, but I will take delivery only after a period of 1 month. So 1 month he is taking care of my goods. So he is charging me 6 lakhs, 5 lakhs for the goods cost, 1 lakh for taking care of the goods. Now he is to be called as an unpaid seller only to the extent of rupees 5 lakhs. Because the definition says when the whole of the price is not paid, if and only when the price is remaining unpaid, if and only if the price is remaining unpaid, he is to be called as an unpaid seller. When expenses are remaining unpaid, he is not to be called as an unpaid seller. You can sue him, but whatever powers are given for an unpaid seller under the SOGA, all those rights cannot be exercised by him. Unpaid seller define define why is he defining unpaid seller? Because he is going to give a set of rights to the unpaid seller. He is going to give a set of rights to the unpaid seller. That is why he is defining who is an unpaid seller. So then, all these points which I already told you is there here. So which means who is an unpaid seller? An unpaid seller is a seller. Towards whom? The whole of the price is not paid or tendered. Or a negotiable instrument is given towards discharge of price and subsequently that negotiable instrument gets dishonored. Then that fellow is to be called as an unpaid seller. And if and only when the expenses are outstanding, price is outstanding, he will be called as an unpaid seller. If any expenses are outstanding, he is not to be called as an unpaid seller. However, an unpaid seller will not get the rights of an unpaid seller during the credit period, obviously. When credit period is given, during the credit period, he cannot exercise the rights of an unpaid seller. Exception. If during the credit period, the buyer becomes insolvent, then the unpaid seller can exercise the rights of an unpaid seller. We are going to discuss a series of rights to the unpaid seller. Unpaid seller ku nariya rights discuss panna porom. Ana, and the rights he cannot exercise those rights during the credit period because, hey seller, it is you who gave the credit period. So during the credit period, the seller is not supposed to exercise the rights of an unpaid seller. However, if during the credit period, the buyer becomes insolvent, if and only in this particular case alone, that is if during the credit period, the buyer becomes insolvent, then the seller can exercise the rights of an unpaid seller. And obviously, after the expiry of the credit period, if the price is still remaining outstanding, then the seller can exercise the rights of an unpaid seller. Or simple pa. Normally, unpaid seller can exercise his rights, but not during the credit period. But during the credit period, whatever exceptional circumstance, when during the credit period, the buyer becomes insolvent. What rights are available to the unpaid seller? So we will try to discuss here. The following rights are available to the unpaid seller. Number 1, he has got a right of lien, right of stoppage in transit, right of resale. This is when the ownership is transferred. When ownership is not transferred, he has the rights called as right of withholding delivery. This is also a quasi-lien. I'll explain what is this. First, we should complete all these things, then we'll come to this. So, the unpaid seller is having the following rights. Number one, if ownership is transferred to whom? Buyer. When ownership is transferred to buyer, when ownership is not transferred to buyer. When ownership is transferred to buyer, what are all the rights he is having? Come on, number one, right of lien. Number two, right of stoppage in transit. Number three, right of resale. If ownership is not transferred, what right is he having? He is having a right called as, come on, right of withholding delivery. Let us understand each of these points individually. Number one, right of lien. Friends, this is a word which we all know. What is meant by lien? Lien is nothing but the right to retain possession. Very simple. What is lien? Lien is the right to retain possession. Very simple right. Now, to exercise lien, the possession should be in whose hands? The possession should be in the hands of the seller. If the possession has gone into the hands of the buyer, you cannot exercise lien. About lien, the ownership is with the buyer and the possession is with whom? Seller. Lien, what is the keyword? The ownership is with the buyer and the possession is with the seller. But now seller will say a very simple thing. Until you make the payment of the price, whatsoever may be the scenario, until you pay the price, I will not deliver the goods. This is right of lien. Kaila kaasu, kaila goods. That is the right of lien. Kaila kaasu, kaila goods. That is the right of lien. So what is right of lien? It is the right to retain possession till the price is paid. Now keep this as a key statement in your mind. Right of lien can be exercised by the seller so long he is having possession. Whatsoever may be the scenario, he can exercise the right of lien. Very simple. But now seller against the buyer, he can file a case to recover the price. He can file a suit to recover the price. So seller is exercising right of lien. Seller is also suing the buyer for price. And the court passes an order. Hey buyer, you should make the payment. I'll give you maybe another 10 days time, 30 days time, 40 days time. I'll give you some time, and within that time limit, you should make the payment. Who tells to whom? This is being told by court to the buyer. Now this is called as a decree. Come on, this is called as a decree. Decree is nothing but a court order. There is a small difference, but yet at this moment it is sufficient if you understand it this way. Decree is nothing but, come on, a court order. So now the buyer comes and pleads the seller. Seller, nyayama. You have exercised right of lien. You have also obtained a decree for price. Anyways, as per the court instruction, I am going to make the payment only. No. Please release the goods. I will at least sell the goods and then I will make the payment. Seller is standing on one foot. What is that? She is telling, no, I will not release the goods. Now tell me whether seller can exercise the right of lien. Tell me whether seller exercise the right of lien? Yes. Even now the seller can exercise the right. I told you, keep this in mind. Kaila kaasu, kaila goods. Adu varikkum the seller will exercise the right of lien. Other seller will exercise, come on, the right. So the right of lien can be exercised even when a decree for price is obtained. Come on, even when a decree for price is obtained. And in case of part delivery, that is, part of the goods are delivered, can I exercise lien over the remainder? Yes, in case of part delivery, I have delivered to you 1,000 bags of rice. Over the balance 1,000 bags, can I exercise right of lien? The answer is yes. However, if this part delivery is made with a mindset to waive the right over the balance part also, then you cannot exercise the right of lien. So part delivery, right of lien on balance goods is possible unless it is done with an intention to waive the lien. About where the circumstances indicate that this part delivery is made with an intention to waive the right of lien, now the seller cannot exercise the right of lien. Kana, I should supply you 2,000 bags of rice. Whereas I have supplied you 1,000 bags of rice, I am yet to supply you 1,000 bags. Now if the circumstances indicate That part delivery has been made with an intention to completely give up the right over the balance part also. Now you cannot exercise the right of lien over the balance 1000 bags. But generally, when you make a part delivery, it is assumed that no, you want to separate this. That is why partially you have delivered and partially you are keeping it in hand. Now you are entitled to exercise the right of lien over the undelivered goods. பாதி கூட்ஸ் கொடுத்தாச்சு, பாதி கூட்ஸ் இன்னும் கொடுக்கல. அந்த கொடுக்காத கூட்ஸ் மேல லீன் எக்ஸசைஸ் பண்ணலாமான்னா the answer is yes. So please keep this in mind. So long as the seller is having possession, whatever capacity he is having possession, seller agent எப்படி வேணாலும் இருக்கலாம், so long as the seller is having possession, he can exercise the right of lien. He can exercise the right of lien. அதுக்கு இப்போ டைம் இந்த பேட்ச்ல அதுக்கு டைம் இல்லைப்பா. சரி. Now, when right of lien is not possible, in some cases right of lien is not possible. Epo lien is associated with the dash. Come on, lien is associated with possession, which means the moment you lose possession, you lose the right of lien. Lien is a possessory right. Come on, lien is a dash right. Come on, it is a possessory right. நீ எவ்வளோ காலம் அந்த ரைட் எக்ஸசைஸ் பண்ணலாம்னா எவ்வளோ காலம் உன் கையில் பொசஷன் இருக்கும். So long as you are having possession, you can exercise the right of lien. This is called as possessory right. But the moment the goods are delivered to the buyer or agent, come on, the moment the goods are delivered to the buyer or agent, or the seller waives the right of lien. Come on, the seller waives the right of lien. The seller gives up the right of lien. Or the goods are delivered to the carrier without reserving the right of disposal. அப்படின்னா what is meant by without reserving the right of disposal na என்ன? The DOTG is taken in buyer's name and delivered to buyer. Do you remember document of title to goods? அப்படின்னா no, when we were discussing unascertained goods, when ownership will get transferred, அப்ப we use the word called as document of title to goods, conditional appropriation, unconditional appropriation. So what is he telling here? If the goods are delivered to the carrier, carrier means transport operator, without reserving the right of disposal, again same principle. Lien is a dash right. Come on, it is a possessory right. Now I am the seller, you are the buyer. I am here in Chennai, you are there in Andhra Pradesh. I am sending the goods through lorry. Lorry receipt is taken in your name and given to you, which means now I do not have any possession. The possession is in the hands of the carrier and I do not have any control over the goods because the document is taken in your name and delivered to you. But therefore, because the seller has lost the possession, repeat, because the seller has lost the possession, he cannot exercise the right of lien. But lien is a dash right. Come on, it is a possessory right. Either the seller delivers it to the buyer, or he delivers it to a carrier, then he loses the right of lien, because lien is a dash right. Come on, it is a possessory right. Or the seller gives up the right of lien, he waives the right of lien. Now the buyer sells with the seller's consent. Come on, the buyer sells with whose consent? Come on, with the seller's consent. Right, okay, I'll explain this. Illustration 1. Seller sells the goods to the buyer. Come on, seller sells the goods to the buyer, which means the seller is having possession and the buyer is having ownership. Because buyer is the owner, he is now selling the goods to B2, buyer 2. And now buyer 2 becomes the owner. As you know, applying the principles of Nemo.code non-habit, owner can transfer ownership. So because B is the owner, B can transfer ownership to B2. B is having a defective title or no, he is having a good title. So therefore B2 will also get a good title. Now the question is, can B2 claim the goods from whom? Seller. Can he claim the goods from seller? B2 comes to seller and says, bloody, I am the owner. Release the goods. Can he claim the goods? The answer is conditional How did B1 sell this to B2? If B had sold with yes consent, come on, if B had sold with yes consent, or B sold without yes consent. Come on, two possibilities are there. Possibility number one is B is selling this with yes consent. Possibility number two is B is selling this without yes consent. If B is selling this with yes consent, yes only permitted B to sell this. Now right of lien is lost. Which means yes should give possession to whom? Yes should give possession to B2. Suppose if B sold this without yes consent, now what will happen? The right of lien continues. Which means yes can retain the possession. Yes need not give the possession to whom? Need not give the possession to B2. Yes can retain the possession. So these are the two scenarios, my dear friends, where if the buyer is going to effect a sale with the consent of the seller, without the consent of the seller. If it is going to be with the consent of the seller, then the seller only gives permission to the buyer to sell the goods. Now the seller cannot exercise the right of lien. If it is without the consent of the seller, no, the seller, he has not yet received the price, therefore the seller can continue to exercise the right of lien. So long as the seller has possession, he can exercise the right of lien. Where in a scenario or in scenario. In a scenario, the solution. So long as the seller is having possession, he can exercise the right of lien. Ana எப்போ right of lien na ivane possession கொடுத்துட்டான் right of lien போச்சு. This fellow says I am not going to exercise right of lien. Chalo அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டானா right of lien போச்சு. Or he permits the buyer to sell it to somebody else. Again right of lien is lost. In all the other cases, whether degree is obtained or not, seller is he having as an unpaid seller or as an agent, whatsoever may be the scenario, he can exercise the right of lien. The next concept is a slightly advanced concept, namely come on right of stoppage in transit. For this right of stoppage in transit, the following conditions are to be satisfied. Number one, the goods are in possession with an independent carrier. Who is a carrier? My dear friends, carrier means he is a transporter. So the goods are in possession with an independent carrier. Carrier na yaare? Transporter. Up I get a bad news. What is that bad news? The goods got destroyed. That is not a bad news. I would have taken insurance. What is the bad news? The buyer is dead. That is again not a bad news, because where a party to the contract is dead, the legal representative should perform. அப்ப எது எனக்கு இருக்கிறதுலயே bad news na when the buyer becomes insolvent, because now there is nobody to make the payment. அப்ப என்ன சொல்றான்? Under right of stoppage in transit, the following two conditions are to be satisfied. What are the following two conditions to be satisfied? Number one, the goods are in transit. Number two, the goods are in transit with an independent carrier. Independent carrier. Carrier means whom? Transport operator. And when the goods are in transit with an independent carrier, we get a bad news. What is that bad news? The buyer has become insolvent. So insolvent means whom? Insolvent means he has ceased to make the payment of the debt. Commercially insolvent. Abdina, not necessary that the court should have declared him as insolvent. Not necessary that there should be a legal insolvency. Even if he is commercially insolvent, that is to be called as an insolvency. So, come on, repeat. Right of stoppage in transit. How many conditions are to be satisfied? Two conditions. Condition number one, the goods are in transit. The goods have lost the possession of the seller. The goods are in possession of a carrier. What carrier? Independent carrier. And when the goods are in possession with an independent carrier, I get a bad news. The bad news is that, come on, the buyer has become insolvent. Insolvent means he has ceased to make the payment. He ceases to make payment. In the ordinary course, he ceases to make payment. Not legally insolvent, commercially he is insolvent. Now, what is the significance of this word that he should be an independent carrier? What is the significance of this word? Come on, that he should be an independent carrier. My dear friends, please understand. Imagine the carrier. Carrier na whom? Carrier, he is a transporter. Imagine the carrier is an agent of the seller. He is an agent of the seller. Imagine he is an agent of the buyer. Or he is independent. Three possibilities. The transporter is an agent of the seller. The transporter is an agent of the buyer. Number three, the transporter is, come on, independent. In case if the transporter is an agent of the seller, then who is having possession of the goods? Seller. Whether I have possession or my agent has got possession, both are one and the same. When the transport operator is an agent of the seller, that right is called as, come on, right of lien. What is right of lien? Lien is a dash right, come on, it is a possessory right. So long as you have possession, you can exercise the right of lien. Now, who is having possession? My agent is having possession. When my agent is having possession, I am having possession. Therefore, right of lien can be exercised. And not right of stoppage in transit. Right of lien, முடிஞ்சதுக்கு அப்புறமா தான் right of stoppage in transit will start. If and only when right of lien comes to an end, come on, right of stoppage in transit will start. Suppose if this fellow is an agent of the buyer, then no right over the goods. Why? Because the goods have already reached the buyer. No, sir, the goods did not reach buyer. Buyer is in Rajasthan. Here, the agent of the buyer, I gave it to him now. The moment I give it to him, when I deliver it to the agent, it is as good as delivering it to the principal. Therefore, when I deliver it to this agent, I'm sakshat seeing the buyer here. So, which means the goods have gone into the possession of the buyer. No right can be exercised. No right can be exercised. Whereas if the carrier happens to be an independent carrier, that is, he is neither an agent of the seller nor is he an agent of the buyer. So, when he is neither an agent of the seller nor an agent of the buyer, then you can exercise this right called as right of stoppage in transit. But when can the seller exercise the right of stoppage in transit? The seller can exercise the right of stoppage in transit. Number one, seller should have lost possession. Number two, the goods are in possession with an independent carrier. என் கையை விட்டு போயிடுத்து independent carrier கையில goods இருக்கு. And I get a bad news that the buyer has become insolvent. Only when these conditions are satisfied, we can exercise the right of stoppage in transit. And other conditions, in other cases, right of stoppage in transit cannot be exercised. So that is the significance of the word that the carrier should be a dash carrier. Come on, he should be an independent carrier. But let us consolidate. We are discussing right of stoppage in transit. What is right of stoppage in transit? The goods are in transit. Number one, the goods have gone out of the possession of the seller. The goods are in possession with an carrier. What carrier? Independent carrier. And we get a bad news that the independent carrier has become insolvent. Sorry, the buyer has become insolvent. Now, what is that I can do? I can call the carrier, stop the goods. Stop the goods. Take back the goods. I will now stop the carrier. Who is carrier means whom? Carrier means transporter, independent carrier. I will call the independent carrier. Boss, please stop the goods. Bring back the goods. Now the carrier will bring back the goods. This is called as right to regain possession. This is a right to, come on, regain. Now, once I exercise right of stoppage in transit, போயிட்டு இருக்கிற goods நிறுத்தினேன்னா பின்னாடி என்ன பண்ணுவேன்? திருப்பி அந்த goods எடுத்துட்டு I will now exercise right of lien. Come on, when I exercise right of stoppage in transit, ultimate objective of exercising right of stoppage in transit is only to exercise right of lien. Or it may get developed to right of resale. Which means இது ஒரு தனி ரைட் கிடையாது. இந்த ரைட்டை வச்சு நான் ஒன்றும் பண்ண போறது இல்லை. இந்த ரைட் மூலமாக through this right I am going to exercise either of the other two rights, namely right of lien or right of resale. About this right is called as right to regain possession. This is a right to, come on, regain possession. இது right to retain possession. இது right to regain possession. When does transit start? I'll ask you a simple question. Today I deliver the goods to the carrier. Carrier says tomorrow morning only I will start the vehicle. When does the transit start? Today, tomorrow. Transit starts today, tomorrow. Sir, tomorrow only he will keep lemon under the wheels, he will start the vehicle. Tomorrow only the wheel moves. No. You know what layman will say. But we are all lawmen. Very simple. The moment the seller has lost the possession, the moment the transit, don't be thinking the goods should be moving. About then what conclusion we may have to come? Okay, today I gave the goods, tomorrow the wheel start moving. Tomorrow transit starts. Tomorrow morning 6 o'clock the transit starts. 8:30 the driver is stopping the vehicle for nasta. Breakfast. Sir, transit came to an end. Again transit started. அதுக்கப்புறம் லஞ்சுக்கு 1:30 நிறுத்துறாரு சார் டிரான்சிட் கேம் டு என் அகைன் டிரான்சிட் நோ அப்ப டிரான்சிட் இஸ் நாட் தி கூட்ஸ் பிசிக்கலி மூவிங் தட் இஸ் நாட் வாட் வி கால் as transit. The transit is the scenario where the seller has lost the possession and the goods have not yet gone into the hands of the buyer. என் கையை விட்டு போய் அவன் கைக்கு இன்னும் போகாத அந்த கேப் தான் we call it as a transit. The goods have lost the possession of the seller. The goods have not gone into the possession of the buyer. That period is what you call as transit. Transit is a period. Transit is not an activity. Transit here is not an activity. Transit is a period. Appo, transit starts when the seller loses possession and transit ends when the buyer gets possession. Appo, the moment the buyer gets possession, transit comes to an end. So, this is what we are discussing here. When transit ends, when the buyer or agent obtains the delivery at the destination or there is going to be an interception by the buyer. Romba simple. I deliver the goods to be delivered to Rajasthan. Buyer or his agent takes possession in Rajasthan. Transit comes to an end. Buyer or his agent, they come down to Maharashtra and Maharashtra, they are stopping the goods. One day, they are stopping the goods and they are taking possession. But now when the transit comes to an end, yes, this is called as interception. Come on, this is called as an interception. Or if you find this word to be difficult, which I don't think is so, but if you find so, then what you can write, where the buyer or his agent obtains possession at the destination or before the destination. Anyway, the moment the goods go into the hands of the buyer, the transit comes to an end. Or at destination, the carrier acknowledges that he holds the goods on behalf of the buyer. The transporter acknowledges, that he holds the goods on behalf of the buyer. Now, my dear friends, when the transporter, he acknowledges and he says, I'm holding the goods on behalf of the buyer. The moment he calls the buyer and says, Buyer Saab, I'm holding the goods on your behalf, that moment he becomes an agent of the buyer. That moment he becomes the agent of the buyer. What we have studied as constructive delivery. What we have studied as, constructive delivery. But the moment he becomes the agent of the buyer, now the goods have gone into whose possession? The goods have gone into the possession of the buyer. Then, or the carrier wrongfully refuses delivery to the buyer. Come on, when the carrier is telling, I will not deliver. This is not going to happen very frequently. Very extreme cases. பைத்தியமா அவன் இங்கேருந்து அவ்வளோ தூரம் எடுத்துன்னு போயிட்டு அங்கே போயிட்டு கொடுக்க மாட்டேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்றதுக்கு இது ரொம்ப எக்ஸ்ட்ரீம் கேசஸ் வேர் த கேரியர் wrongfully refuses to deliver the goods to the buyer, or where there is a part delivery with an intention to give up the possession of the whole. Same principle as what we studied under right of lien. When you make a part delivery with an intention to give up the possession of the whole, then the right of lien or right of stoppage in transit cannot be exercised. But if you have made a part delivery not with an intention to give up the possession of the whole, then to the extent of the goods not delivered, on that you can exercise right of lien or right of stoppage in transit. Same concept I am applying here also. 2,000 bags are being sent. 1,000 bags are sent by one mode, 1,000 bags are sent by other mode. First 1,000 bags reach the buyer. Then I get a bad news that the buyer has become insolvent. Second 1,000 bags, can I stop? The answer is yes. Unless there is some extreme scenario where the second 1,000 bags were delivered with an intention to give up the right of stoppage in transit. Apo, we are discussing under what circumstances right of stoppage in transit cannot be exercised. My dear friends, under the following circumstances, right of stoppage in transit cannot be exercised. What circumstances? When transit comes to an end. If transit comes to an end, you cannot exercise the right of stoppage in transit. When does the transit comes to an end? When does the transit come to an end? The transit comes to an end, number one, when the goods are delivered to the buyer. Is the essence. Goods are delivered to the buyer or his agent, either at the destination or interception or before destination. Or the carrier acknowledges that he is holding the goods on behalf of the buyer. That very moment, the carrier, he becomes an agent of the buyer, which means again the goods are delivered to the buyer. And when I make a part delivery with an intention to give up the control over the balance, then also right of stoppage in transit comes to an end, just like what we studied in right of lien. Then there is one more section 53 which we should discuss here. Where document of title to goods. What is DOTG? Document of title to goods is transferred to any buyer in good faith and consideration, then right of lien and right of stoppage in transit cannot be exercised. I'll explain what is this. This is again a scenario under which right of lien and right of stoppage in transit cannot be exercised. Where if the document of title to goods is transferred to a buyer in good faith and for a consideration, then right of lien and right of stoppage in transit cannot be exercised. Let me explain what is this. Very simple. Seller send the goods to buyer by railways. Seller send the goods to buyer by railways. Now the buyer is having ownership. Now railways is having possession. Who is railways? He is a carrier. What carrier? Independent carrier. Am I running the railways? No. So you can't call generally he is on my behalf. He is my agent. Solla mudiyadhu. Because I am telling him, see, railways don't go through this route here, go through that route. If I instruct him, he will not be in a position to obey that. In whatever route he is going, I should put the goods. He will not flex his route for my goods. Above, the railway is having the possession. B is having the ownership. The railway receipt is in whose name? B's name. So therefore, we know that B is dash, B is the owner. Now, seller cannot exercise right of lien. The possession is not in the hands of the seller. So this is scenario, this is event number 1. Now B, he transferred the document of title to goods to B2. Ka matlab B endorsed this instrument to B2. B endorsed this, no, this railway receipt to whom? B2. Listening? Now, what happens to B? B, he becomes insolvent. B, come on, he becomes insolvent. Now the section 53 says, if this B2 is acting in good faith, GF means what? Good faith. If B2 is acting in good faith, yes, cannot exercise right of stoppage in transit. Nyayama, yes, there is a right of stoppage in transit. Yeah, all the conditions are satisfied. In the goods are in possession. The seller has lost the possession. The goods are in possession with an independent carrier. And when the goods are in possession with an independent carrier, the buyer has become insolvent. Nyayama, now the seller can exercise the right of stoppage in transit. But because here, the document of title to goods is transferred to a buyer in good faith for a consideration. நம்ம ஏற்கனவே படிச்சிருக்கோம் holder in due course concept மாதிரி, where it is transferred to a buyer in good faith and for a consideration. Now right of stoppage in transit comes to an end. But when right of stoppage in transit cannot be exercised, where there is a transfer of document of title to goods in favor of some other person, where there is a transfer of DOTG, come on, in favor of some other person. Under these circumstances, right of stoppage in transit cannot be exercised. So we have just completed what is come on right of lien and what is right of stoppage in transit. Ultimately, somebody asked a question to law. Day, I am the seller. ownership in the goods are transferred to the buyer. I am having possession. What will I do with these goods? How can I recover the price? Maximum I can tell the buyer, hey, I'll exercise right of lien. Buyer says, okay, do it. Now this is my money. These goods are my money, but I am not the owner. Place is my place, but the goods are not my goods. I am trying to exercise right of lien. I am caught in a fix here. I cannot deliver the goods to him because I am not sure whether he will make the payment. I cannot dispose of these goods because in the goods based money, I should recover the money from him. I cannot do away with these goods because that person is the owner. I am having possession. I am now technically a bailey who should properly take care of the other party's goods. But this fellow is not making the payment. இப்போ நான் goods கொடுக்கவும் முடியாம வெச்சுக்கவும் முடியாம ரொம்ப ஒரு தர்ம சங்கடமான நிலைமையில இருக்கேன். அப்ப லா சொல்றான் next right you can sell. ஐயோ I am not the owner. Nemodat code non-habit says only owner can sell the goods. I give you an exception. Under exceptions to Nemodat code non-habit, we saw sale by an unpaid seller. But an unpaid seller can sell the goods. That is the last resort which is given to the unpaid seller. Edutone coach and he cannot sell the goods. Number one, he should first try to exercise the right of lien. Then only he should go for right of resale. So right of lien exercise பண்ணி உடனே right of stoppage in transit வர வேண்டாமோன்னு கேட்கக்கூடாது. பைத்தியமா அவன் கையிலேயே கூட்ஸை வச்சுட்டு இதுக்காக ஒரு கேரியரை கூப்பிட்டு குட்டி யானை கூப்பிட்டு இருந்தா இது ஒரு சுத்தி எடுத்துட்டு வா அப்படிம்பானா? நோ. அப்போ ரைட் ஆஃப் லீன் அதோட நெக்ஸ்ட் ரைட் இஸ் ஒன்லி ரைட் ஆஃப் ரீசேல். இதுதான் ரெண்டு பேஸ் ரைட்ஸ். Right of stoppage in transit is an emergency right. Why? I thought that fellow was solvent. I thought that the fellow will make the payment. I delivered the goods. Then I get this bad news that the fellow became insolvent. So though we read right of lien, right of stoppage in transit and right of resale, normally there are only two rights which are available to the seller. That is right of lien and right of resale. Stoppage in transit is an emergency right. It is not a regular event. It is an emergency right. That is when the transit, see how many conditions should get satisfied there. Transit is a small duration. On the time you should get a bad news that the buyer has become insolvent. This is highly unlikely. But if that unlikely even happens, what needs to be done is given in right of stoppage in transit. So basically there are only two rights to the unpaid seller. Number one is the right of lien. Kaila kaase, kaila goods. Kaila kaase varalaya, then I will sell the goods. Ochucho, you are not the owner. How can you sell the goods? Law says, okay, you can sell the goods. That is the next right, namely come on, right of resale. Under what circumstances can right of resale be exercised? Number one, when the goods are perishable goods. Come on, number one, when the goods are dash goods, come on, perishable goods. Or the agreement provides for the right of resale. As in a far ROR, a spelling mistake, ROR na right of resale. Or notice is given to buyer. Under three circumstances, right of resale is possible. Circumstance number one, in the agreement, the goods are dash goods, come on, perishable goods. Perishable goods, now whether the goods are in your hands or the goods are in my hands, come on, you should make the payment and you should take the delivery ASAP. So in case if you are not making the payment, even without telling you, I will sell it to somebody else. Number two, the agreement provides for right of resale. When the agreement clearly says that the seller is having, come on, a right of resale, seller can exercise the right of resale. Or number three, when notice is given to whom? Buyer. Number three, when notice is given to buyer. Seller tells the buyer, I waited enough. You have not made the payment. I'm going to sell the goods. Now, imagine I have the goods. I sold those goods to you for rupees 2 lakhs. You have not yet made the payment. A month later, I am sending you notice and I am going to sell this in the market. Today in the market, I was able to sell these goods only for 1.8 lakhs. You should pay me 2 lakhs. But today when I sell this in the market, I was able to fetch only 1.8 lakhs. Therefore, I suffer a loss of 20,000. Now, who should bear this loss? Buyer or seller? Buyer. If the seller had acted properly, what is that the seller had acted properly? If the seller had given notice. So, if notice is given, then the loss on resale belongs to whom? The loss on resale belongs to whom? Buyer. Okay. You should pay me 2 lakhs. I sell these goods in the market for rupees 2.6 lakhs. Then you come to me. Sold? Sold. Actually, I am the owner now. You sold. Okay, it's not a problem. How much I should pay you? 2 lakhs. How much did you sell it for? 2.6 lakhs. Okay. 2 lakhs you take. That 60,000 you or 10,000 commission vachiko. I am the owner. No. Now you acted as my agent to sell the goods. No. Balance 50,000. Give it to me. Abdin you are coming and asking. Nothing doing because you have made a mistake. And when somebody makes a mistake, they should only stand to lose and they cannot stand to gain. One cannot make a profit out of his own mistake. One cannot make, a profit out of his own mistake. அப்போ இங்க ப்ராஃபிட் யாருக்கு? ப்ராஃபிட் இஸ் ஃபார் த செல்லர். மொத்தம் 2.6 lakhs எனக்கு தான். சரி, ஆனா என் சைட்ல தப்பு இருந்ததுன்னா, தட் இஸ் when notice is not given. Loss is for whom? The loss is for the seller. Profit is for the buyer. That's all. So, right of unpaid seller, this topic is almost over. Ownership is not transferred na, and the right of withholding delivery. It is the same as right of lien. Very simple. Same girl only. Before marriage, you call her as a girlfriend, bestie, fiancee, yedo you call before marriage. After marriage, you call her as a wife. ஏண்டா ஒரு மாதிரி பார்க்குறே? அதெல்லாம் பிளான்லேயே இல்லை சார். 3-4 பெஸ்டி, ஒரு வைஃப், டிஃப்ரெண்ட் பர்சன்ஸ் அப்படி ஏதாவது. சரி, ஓகே. ஸோ இப்போ முன்னாடி அந்த ஈவெண்ட்டுக்கு முன்னாடி அவளுக்கு ஒரு பேர், ஈவெண்ட்டுக்கு அப்புறம் அவளுக்கு ஒரு பேர். இந்த நேம் ஷுட் நாட் கெட் டிரான்ஸ்போஸ்ட். பிஃபோர் மேரேஜ் யூ ஷுட் நாட் கால் ஹர் எஸ் வைஃப். ஆஃப்டர் மேரேஜ் யூ ஷுட் நாட் கால் ஹர் எஸ் பெஸ்டி. இன்ட்ரோடியூஸ் பண்ணுவோம், இதுதான் என்னோட பெஸ்டின்னா ஒரு மாதிரி பார்க்கும். அப்போ அதே மாதிரி அந்த ஈவெண்ட் தான் முக்கியம். இங்கே எது அந்த ஈவெண்ட்? டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர் ஆஃப் ஓனர்ஷிப். Ownership is with the seller, buyer, possession is with the seller, na, and the right is right of lien. Ownership is also with the seller, possession is also with the seller, na, and the right is right of withholding delivery. Right is one and the same. Ownership transferred, ownership is not transferred. Goods pati pesaren. Sorry, ownership is transferred, ownership is not transferred is the key thing to be seen. Can you understood this concept of right of lien and right of withholding delivery? Yeah. Ipo சில குட்டி ஏரியாஸ் ஆர் தேர். ரைட் அகெயின்ஸ்ட் த பையர். வாட் ஆர் த ரைட்ஸ் ஹி இஸ் ஹேவிங் அகெயின்ஸ்ட் த பையர்? திஸ் இஸ் அ ரைட் அகெயின்ஸ்ட் த பையர் பர்சனலி. இந்த ரைட்ஸ்க்கெல்லாம் பேரு ஜஸ் இன் பர்சோனம்னு பேரு. Come on, these rights are called as just in personam. That is right against the buyer, person. Right against a person is called as, come on, just in personam. So what are the rights of the unpaid seller against the buyer? Number one, he can sue for price. He can sue for interest at the rate fixed by court. So the seller can sue the buyer for price. He can sue the buyer for interest. Interest when? Because there is a delay in payment. When there is a delay in payment, he can sue him for interest. And he can sue damages, for damages for non-acceptance of the goods. I delivered the goods to you, you were not ready to accept the goods. I am now filing a suit against you for non-acceptance. I am now filing a suit against you, come on, for non-acceptance. Or even before I deliver the goods, you told, sir, vanda sir. நம்ம முடிச்சுக்கலாம் சார் கான்ட்ராக்டை அப்படின்னு சொல்றான். Repudiation of contract. So I can sue you for repudiation of contract also. Damages for repudiation of contract, which means the following are the rights of the unpaid seller against the buyer. Number one, if ownership is transferred, I'll sue you for price. If there is a delay in payment, I'll sue you for interest. And if I deliver the goods and if you are not accepting the goods, I'll sue you for non-acceptance. And if even before I deliver the goods, if you cancel the contract, I'll sue you for repudiation. I will sue you for repudiation. There are some similar rights for the buyer against the seller. What are the rights of the buyer against the seller? He can sue for damages for delay in delivery. Similarly, he can sue for specific performance. That is, where if the seller is telling, I will not deliver the goods, the buyer can sue the seller. Adallam mudiyadhu, you should deliver the goods. And he can sue him for interest. And he can also sue him for breach of warranty. What is breach of warranty? Next topic, conditions and warranties, we will discuss. So what are the rights which the buyer is having against the seller? Seller is not delivering goods. Can I ask him for refund of price? Yes. But that refund of price should happen along with interest. Seller is making a delay in delivery. For the delayed delivery, I can sue him for damages. Or if he is refusing to deliver the goods, I can coerce him and I can say, bloody, you should deliver what you promised to deliver. But that is only in extreme cases. 10 kg ரைஸ் கொடுக்குறேன்னு சொன்னா கொடுக்க மாட்டேன் ஒழுங்கா கொடுறா அப்படின்னு ஸ்பெசிபிக் பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ்லாம் அங்கே போக முடியாது. அங்கே only damages தான். And you can also sue him for breach of warranty. What is breach of warranty? That we will be discussing now. Conditions and warranties. So with this, the topic unpaid seller comes to an end. These questions are straightforward questions. Whatever we discussed in the classroom is only there here. One is about part delivery. Can he exercise right of stoppage in transit? The other is where the transport carrier acknowledges the possession. This is transfer by DOTG. So all these are through illustrations we have already discussed. Replication unnecessary, but you can try it on your own, all these things, right? Right. So friends, the next topic that we are studying is the topic, namely conditions and warranties. What is a condition and what is a warranty? See, when parties enter into contract, they make so many representations. Seller, when he's showing his goods, நிறைய உருட்டுவான், நிறைய representations பண்ணுவான். Some of these representations are very, very essential to the contract. Some of these representations are not essential to the contract, but they are collateral to the contract. Say, for example, you go to the seller and you say, I want a car. Now he tells, super car, sir. Blah, blah, blah. You buy the car, you start driving the car. The car is stopping in between. Then somebody should push it from behind. Then again, the car will stop. So you have to take a driver not to drive the car, but to push. You should take a pusher with you, not a drive. இப்போ இந்த காரை வச்சுட்டு என்ன பண்றது? அப்போ the very purpose of entering into the contract itself becomes waste. அப்போ there are certain matters which are very essential to the contract. Come on, there are certain matters which are very essential to the contract. There are a few matters which are collateral to the contract. Those matters which are very essential to the contract is what you call as a condition. Those matters which are collateral to the main purpose of the contract is what you call as a warranty. Abdina, say for example, somebody is buying a car. Everything is pakka in that car. Engine alone is not working. Everything is okay. Beautiful seats, beautiful seat belts. Beautiful, some covers, wrappers for the steering. Superb. Everything is superb. காருக்குள்ள போய் உட்காந்தாலே சொகுசா சூப்பரா இருக்கு. பட் மெயின் பர்பஸ் சாட்டிஸ்ஃபைடா நாட் சாட்டிஸ்ஃபைடா? எல்லாம் இருக்கு சார், ஓட தானே சார் இல்லை, அதனால என்ன சார்? அப்போ the main purpose is satisfied or not satisfied? Not satisfied. But this is a breach of a condition. Say for example, everything is proper, but no, the indicator is not working properly. Mirror is not there. Or horn is not giving proper sound. நீ கீன்னு இருக்கும் நினச்சா அது மாதிரி ஒரு மாதிரி கரகரன்னு கேட்குறது. இந்த ரேடியோ சேனல்ஸ்ல எல்லாம் டியூன் வந்து பண்ணலைன்னா ஒரு மாதிரி குறைன்னு ஒரு சத்தம் கேட்கறதுல, அந்த மாதிரி இட்ஸ் ஸ்கிராச்டு ஹார்ன். ஆர் மிரர் இஸ் நாட் தேர் ப்ராப்பர்லி, ரியர் வியூ மிரர் இஸ் நாட் தேர். யூ டெல் திஸ் பிளடி ஐ பாட் தி கார் ஒன்லி ஃபார் தி பர்பஸ் ஆஃப் மிரர். ஏன் மூஞ்சி அழகு பார்த்துக்க முடியலன்னா அப்படி ஒரு கார் எனக்கு எதுக்கு? மெயின் பர்பஸ் இஸ் நாட் சாட்டிஸ்ஃபைடு. நோ. ஆர் கண்ணாடி திருப்பினா தான் ஆட்டோவே ஓடும், காருக்கும் அதே பிரின்சிபல் தான் அப்படின்னா நான் இதெல்லாம் எசென்ஷியல் டு தி கான்ட்ராக்டா கொலாட்ரல் டு தி கான்ட்ராக்டானா? கொலாட்ரல் டு தி கான்ட்ராக்ட். அப்போ இட் டிபெண்ட்ஸ் ஆன் தி கான்ட்ராக்ட். கார்ல எவ்ரிதிங் இஸ் தேர் ப்ராப்பர்லி, இன்ஜின் இஸ் ஆல்சோ தேர் ப்ராப்பர்லி, பட் ஆக்சிலேட்டர் பெடல் இஸ் நாட் தேர். உடனே வாட் யூ டூ, அந்த கேபிளை பிடிச்சி இழுத்து வாயில் வச்சுன்னு இப்படி ஓட்டுங்க சார், நாளைக்கு நீங்களும் பெரிய பாலிட்டிஷியன் ஆயிடலாங்கிறான். இப்போ now tell me my dear friends, இதெல்லாம் எசென்ஷியலா கொலாட்ரலா? எசென்ஷியல். மிரர் இஸ் நாட் ஒர்க்கிங் இஸ் ஓகே சார், ஆக்சிலேட்டர் பெடல் இஸ் நாட் தேர்னா அது எசென்ஷியலா கொலாட்ரனா? இது எசென்ஷியல். அப்போ லா சிம்பிளி சேஸ் if something which is very essential to the contract is not there, then you can cancel the contract. If something very essential to the contract is not there, come on, you can cancel the contract. But whereas if something collateral to the contract is not there, now you should not cancel the contract, but you can only claim for damages. You can only claim for damages. But what is a condition? A condition is a stipulation which is essential to the main purpose of the contract. A warranty is a stipulation. It is also a stipulation, but it is collateral, incidental to the main purpose of the contract. So what if there is a breach of condition? You can cancel the contract. Sir, engine is not there, accelerator pedal is not there, or accelerator is not working properly. Accelerator கொடுத்தா திடீர்னு it is racing, இல்ல அப்படியே இருக்கு, மிதின்னு மிதிக்கிற நவுறவே மாட்டேங்குது. திடீர்னு in a fraction of a second, no, it starts moving, jerking. அப்போ now இதெல்லாம் breach of a condition. What can you do? You can cancel the contract. Whereas if it is a breach of warranty, sir, indicator is not working, mirror is not there, horn is not working properly, அப்போ இதுக்கு பேர் என்ன? இது breach of warranty. அப்போ if it is going to be a breach of warranty, you cannot cancel the contract, but you can claim for damages. அப்போ we had just understood what is a condition and what is a warranty. A stipulation which is essential to the main purpose of the contract is called as a condition, which is collateral to the main purpose of the contract is called as a warranty. If there is a breach of condition, you can cancel. Whereas if there is a breach of warranty, you cannot cancel the contract. You can only claim for damages. And a buyer may treat the breach of condition as a breach of warranty. Come on, a buyer may treat a breach of condition as a breach of warranty. You are telling, oh, engine is not there, engine is not working. Yeah, no problem. How much should I pay you? 6 lakhs. Okay, I will pay you 2 lakhs. For all the other extra fittings, 2 lakhs. Main component is only engine, so I will pay you 2 lakhs. 4 lakhs I will deduct as damages. Is that okay for you? Now the buyer may treat the breach of condition as a breach of warranty, and he can just claim for damages. But reverse is not possible. What reverse is not possible? Indicator is not working, or no, horn is not there properly. Now you are telling this is a breach of warranty. This breach of warranty, I treat it as a breach of condition, and I would like to cancel the contract. No. A breach of condition may be treated as a breach of warranty, but vice versa is not true. A breach of warranty cannot be treated as a breach of condition. So this is the introduction to conditions and warranties. What is a condition? Condition is a stipulation which is, essential to the main purpose of the contract. Warranty is also a stipulation, but it is collateral to the main purpose of the contract. Breach of a condition gives a right to cancel. Breach of warranty gives a right to claim for damages. A breach of condition may be treated as a breach of warranty, but a breach of warranty cannot be treated as a breach of condition. Now, these conditions and warranties can be classified into two. It is either express conditions and warranties or implied conditions and warranties. Express conditions and warranties means those conditions and warranties which are agreed between the parties. You are going and asking the seller, I will buy this bike from you if this bike will give a mileage of 65 to 70 kilometer per liter. He is saying, okay, you are buying. For every 15 kilometer, you should fill the fuel. Now he told you that this will give 65 to 70 kilometer per liter. But for 15 to 20 kilometers, you should fill the fuel. Now the main purpose is satisfied or not satisfied? Not satisfied. But mileage is a condition which is agreed between the parties. This is an express condition. Come on, this is an express condition. Sir, mileage nale condition, correct? Not necessarily. Mileage can also be a warranty. It depends upon the construction of the contract. Come on, it depends upon the construction of the contract. Say, for example, I am buying a car from you. In that car, the horn is not working properly. Horn அடிச்சா ஏதோ கதவு கிடுக்கல மாட்டின எலி மாதிரி ஒரு மாதிரி கீன்னு கத்துறது. அப்போ இங்க இது கண்டிஷனா வாரண்டியா? இது கண்டிஷனா வாரண்டியா? வாரண்டி. ஏப்பா எந்த முண்டமாவது காரை ஹார்ன் சத்தத்துக்காக வாங்குமா? எதுக்குப்பா கார் வாங்குற? சும்மா ஹார்ன் அடிச்சு பார்க்க. அப்போ இங்க ஹார்னுங்கிறது இது கண்டிஷனா வாரண்டியா? வாரண்ட். Now you want to replace this horn. You go to a service shop or you go to a spare part shop and you are buying the horn. அந்த ஹார்ன் அமுக்கினா அது ஒரு மாதிரி கீன்னு கத்துறது, ஒழுங்காவே இல்லை. அப்போ அங்க அந்த ஹார்ன் நாட் ஒர்க்கிங் ப்ராப்பர்லிங்கிறது அது கண்டிஷனா வாரண்டியா? கண்டிஷன். ஏன்னா அதுதான் மெயின் பர்பஸ் ஆஃப் த கான்ட்ராக்ட். அப்போ ஹார்ன் நாட் ஒர்க்கிங் ப்ராப்பர்லி வாரண்டின்னு சொல்ல முடியாது. Depends upon the terms of the contract. Depends upon the construction of the contract. Come on, it depends upon the construction of the contract. Same matter, in some contract may be a condition, in some other contract it can be a warranty. Come on, it depends upon the construction of the contract. Now, these conditions and warranties are express conditions and warranties, or it can be implied conditions and warranties. Implied are those conditions and warranties which are given under SOGA. Implied conditions and warranties. Come on, these are the conditions and warranties which are given under Sale of Goods Act. Which are given under, come on, Sale of Goods Act. Now we will discuss what are the implied conditions and warranties which are there under Sale of Goods Act. We have 7 conditions and 3 warranties. We have 7 conditions and 3 warranties. First, let us by heart the heading of all these conditions. Number 1 is condition as to title, sale by description, sale by sample, sale by sample and description, condition as to wholesomeness, condition as to merchantability in vechiko. This merchantable quality na aduthalli quality varum, you may get confused. This is merchantability. Condition as to quality or fitness. So these conditions and warranties can be classified as condition as to title, sale by description, sale by sample, sale by sample and description. Condition as to wholesomeness. All these 5 conditions are very simple. Next, condition as to merchantability, condition as to quality or fitness. What are these? Now, you buy the goods. Why do you buy the goods? You buy so many goods, no pa? Why do you buy the goods? To use the goods. But if my prime objective is only to use the goods, I could have taken that goods on rent also. Then why am I buying the goods? I am buying the goods only to become the owner. About title, ownership is an implied condition. That is, buyer buy the goods only to become the owner. If for some reason the buyer is not going to become the owner, then this is a breach of a condition. This is a breach of a condition. For example, I have some stolen jewels with me. I sell the stolen jewels to you. Now you are not going to become the owner. You are not going to become the owner. Sir, good faith concept will not come here. Good faith concept will come only for the mercantile agent, joint owner, person in possession under voidable contract. You are not going to become the owner. My dear friends, when you are not going to become the owner, then what will happen? If you are not going to become the owner, the purpose of contract itself is defeated. But therefore, first implied condition is that the condition as to title. Title means, come on, ownership. Every buyer buys the goods only to become the owner. Repeat, every buyer buys the goods, come on, only to become the owner. This need not be mentioned in the contract. As a buyer, I am buying the goods to become the owner. Law implies all these conditions being present in every contract. Ella contract in the conditions la eidinalum, eludalenalum, it is deemed to be present. It is implied to be present in each and every contract. That is why this is called as implied conditions and warranties. So, first condition is condition as to title. The seller has a right to sell the goods. If he doesn't have, the buyer can cancel the contract. So as a buyer, I buy the goods from you only on the belief that you as a seller, you have a right to sell the goods. If you do not have a right to come on sell the goods, then I as a buyer, what I can do? Come on, I can cancel the contract. Then sale by description. What is the sale by description? When I sell the goods by description, come on, when I sell the goods by description, this is that goods. This is a 1-year-old iPad. This is a 5-year-old bike. This is imported dates. Appo inga edu description? 1-year-old iPad is a description. 5-year-old bike is a description. Imported dates is a description. Appo, if this description and the goods, if they are not matching with each other, buyer can cancel the contract. Come on, if the description and the goods are not matching with, come on, each other, buyer can cancel the contract. Appo nee enna solriya, what you describe and what you supply should match with each other. The description and the goods supplied should match with each other. If it is not matching with each other, what is that the buyer can do? Come on, the buyer can cancel the contract. Buyer can cancel the contract. Then sale by sample. If I am showing some goods to you as a sample, then the sample and the goods supplied should match with each other. Imagine you are going to buy some cloth for the purpose of stitching a dress. So I come to you, you come to me and you are asking, I need some 20 meters of cloth. Okay, you are telling show sample. I am showing you various samples. And you selected one sample, a very fine texture cloth you chose. I told, okay, sir, tomorrow you come, I will cut and keep. Tomorrow when you come, I have packed everything and giving it to you. You go home, you open it, and you find that, what I showed to you was a very fine texture cloth, but what was delivered to you is a very coarse texture. Coarse na sorasoran irukku. Dress எப்பவுமே எப்படி பார்க்கணும்? சாஃப்டா ஃபைனா இருந்தா தான் அது யூஸ் பண்றவனுக்கு அதுல ஒரு கம்ஃபர்ட் இருக்கும். இல்ல ரொம்ப சொரசொரன் இருந்ததுன்னா ஸ்வெட்டர் மாதிரி ஆயிடும். அதனால you are now coming telling, sir, I picked a fine texture cloth, whereas you are showing me a coarse, C-O-A-R-A-C. You are showing me a coarse texture cloth. So therefore, I don't want the goods. Can you say yes or no? Yes, because what was shown to you as a sample was a fine texture cloth. Now the sample and the bulk should match with each other. Come on, the sample and the bulk should match with each other. If it is not matching with each other, what is it the buyer can do? The buyer can cancel the contract. Also, the bulk should be free from hidden defects, latent defects. It is called as dash defects. Come on, latent. எந்த defects பார்த்த உடனே கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியாதோ, that defects which cannot be identified on examining the goods is called as dash defect late. Which means you came to me and you ordered for 100 kgs of rice. I had so many rice bags. I asked you to verify which rice you want. You selected one particular bag and told, from this variety, I need 100 kg of rice. I gave you 100 kg, 250 kg bags I gave you. Now the goods which I give it to you is called as bulk. And the goods which I showed to you is called as sample. In the sample, bulk should match with each other. Now, the next day when you open on the top, the rice is good. After you take 1 or 2 kgs inside, the rice, full of fungus is there. Now the goods are not free from latent defect. How can you find out? Can you just inspect each and every bead of rice? Over rice, this okay, this selected, this rejected, this selected, this rejected. No. About the good should be free from dash defect, it should be free from latent defect. But this is sale by sample. The bulk and the sample which is shown should match with each other. If it is not matching with each other, what is it the buyer can do? Come on, the buyer can cancel the contract. The buyer can, cancel the contract. Next, the third condition, sale by sample and description. If you are selling the goods both by description as well as by sample, now the bulk should match not only with the sample but also with the description, not only with the description but also with the sample. Enna solriyo, enna kaatriyo, enna kudukriyo, moonume should match with each other. If it is not matching with each other, buyer can cancel the contract. So these 3 points are very simple. Sale by description, come on. Sale by sample, sale by sample and description. Description and the goods supplied should match with each other. The sample and the bulk should match with each other. If the goods are sold both by sample as well as description, sample, description, bulk, everything should match with each other. Next, condition as to wholesomeness. This wholesomeness concept will come, my dear friends, only in the case of eatable and edible products. This will come only in the case of dash products. Come on, eatable or edible products, this wholesomeness will come. This will not come in any other product, only in eatable products, this will come. You are buying a bottle of Coke. Inside, a cockroach is learning how to swim. Now tell me, is it fit for consumption or not fit for consumption? Not fit for consumption. It should be fit for consumption. In one case, what happened? A husband went to the shop, bought a packet of milk, gave it to wife. Wife got fever, typhoid fever. When they verified, and the milk had typhoid germs. But now this milk is fit for consumption or not fit for consumption. This is a breach of condition. Condition as to wholesomeness. You tell me what will happen when there is a breach of condition. The buyer can cancel. But when he cancels the contract, he should return back the goods. He should return. Milk is already consumed. Can he return back the goods? No. But where the goods are consumed, a breach of condition shall be treated as a breach of warranty. If restoration is not possible, if returning the goods is not possible, come on, a breach of condition shall be treated as a breach of warranty. Generally, I told you, a breach of condition may be treated as a breach of warranty. But if the goods are consumed, if restoration is not possible, a breach of condition shall be treated as a breach of warranty. So 5 implied conditions, very simple conditions. What are they? Number 1, condition as to title. Then sale by description, sale by sample and description. Condition as to wholesomeness. Description, he will say, if you contract to sell peas, you cannot compel the buyer to take beans. Peas, peas no pa? Patani. Beans it is a common word for any of these known the bean varieties. Rajma, soya bean, kidney bean. And the sundal item la irukliya adu ellathukkum poduva vaikira peru bean. Adu ellathukkum avan poduva vaikira peru bean. B-E-A. Bean na nama amma inda neatama or kaaya vetti பண்ணுவாங்களே அந்த bean இல்ல. அந்த பீன்ஸை பற்றி இப்போ பீன் பேக்னு ஒன்று இருக்குல்லப்பா, அந்த பீன் பேக்குள்ள என்ன அந்த குச்சியா போட்டு வச்சுருக்காங்க, குச்சியா இருக்கிற பீன்ஸு கும்பி பாகம் ஆயிடும். ஸோ அப்போ அங்கே பீனுன்னு சொல்றது அந்த அந்த வட்டமாவோ இருக்கிற அந்த ஒரு பதார்த்தத்துக்கு பேர் தான் வந்து பீன். அப்போ இஃப் யூ என்டர் இன் டு அ கான்ட்ராக்ட் டு செல் பீஸ், யூ cannot செல் பீன்ஸ். அப்போ வாட் யூ டிஸ்கிரைப் அண்ட் வாட் யூ சப்ளை ஷுட் மேட்ச் வித் ஈச் அதர். அண்ட் சேல் பை சாம்பிள். In the case of sale by sample, the bulk should correspond to the sample and the goods shall be free from dash defects. Come on, the goods shall be free from latent. I told you what is meant by latent defects. The hidden defects is what you call as, come on, latent defects. Then sale by sample and description. Both sample and the description should match with the bulk. And the wholesomeness will come in the case of eatable or edible products. See, condition as to merchantability, condition as to quality or fitness. Generally, this is the place where students, they get confused. What is meant by merchantable? Very simple concept. Merchantability means the good should be fit for the general, common, regular, popular purpose. Good shall be fit for general, common, regular, popular purpose. You buy a pen. Why do you buy a pen? To write. You buy a pen. Why do you buy a pen? To write. I will tell you a simple story. You buy a pen. Pen is not writing. What can you do? Can you return the pen? Yes. Can you cancel the contract? Yes. Correct. Sorry. Imagine your grandpa has got an habit. You buy a pen. Once the refill is over, he will collect all the refills and keep. Tomorrow for him, if his ears are itching, he will take the refill and then he will clean his ears using that refill. When he is doing, because the backside of the refill is very sharp, it pierced inside his eardrum. Tata kada nondu modu adu kuttiduthu. Ipo can you go to the court of law? Yes sir, no va. No, because what is the general purpose of pen? என்ன இது ஷார்ப்பா பண்ணிருக்கீங்க, காதே நோண்ட முடியல சார். அது காது நோண்டுறதுக்காக பண்ணல. அது பண்ணது எதுக்காக? எழுதுது. அப்படியா? நான் 15 வருஷமா அது காதை தான் நோண்டிருக்கேன். அப்போ the general purpose of pen is what? To write. You buy a watch. வாட்சோட general purpose என்ன? டைம் பார்க்கறது. ஆமா தானப்பா. You buy a spectacle. Spectacleோட general purpose என்ன? It should help you see people who have problem with their eyesight, and the proper lens on it should help you see. இதெல்லாம் தான் இதோட dash purpose, general purpose. இதெல்லாம் தான் இதோட என்ன purpose? General purpose. You buy a car. What is the purpose of car? Right. அப்போ car should move. அப்பதான் அதுக்கு பேரு கார். ஆமா தானடா. காரா உள்ள உட்காந்து பின்னாடிலேருந்து 2 பேர் ஏலேலோ ஐலசா அப்படின்னு தள்ளி விட்டானா அதுக்கு பேரு then the general purpose is satisfied, general purpose is not satisfied. Not satisfied. அப்ப என்ன சொல்றான்? Merchantability, the good should be fit for the regular purpose, common purpose, popular purpose. A man of ordinary prudence should accept them as goods of that description. Any person who is having an ordinary intelligence, not extraordinary intelligence and all, ordinary intelligence, அவன் அதை அதுன்னு ஒத்துக்கணும். பெண்ணை எப்போ பெண்ணுன்னு ஒத்துப்போம்? ரைட்டிங் பெண்ணப்பா. ரைட்டிங் பெண்ணை எப்போ பெண்ணுன்னு ஒத்துப்போம்? எழுதினாதான் அதை பெண்ணுன்னு ஒத்துப்போம். ஆமா தானே. வாட்ச் எப்போ வாட்ச்னு ஒத்துப்போம்? டைம் காமிச்சாதான். டிவி எப்போ டிவின்னு ஒத்துப்போம்? அதுல ப்ராப்பர் இமேஜ் வந்தாதான். ஆமா தானடா. அந்த டிவிலேயே ஒருத்தனுக்கு வாய் கோணலாகவும் ஒருத்தனுக்கு கை கோணலாகவும் இந்த மாதிரி வந்ததுன்னு வச்சுக்கோ எல்லா ஸ்க்ரீன்லையும். அப்போ அதை டிவின்னு ஒத்துக்க மாட்டோம். அப்போ merchantability it should be fit for the common purpose, regular purpose, popular purpose. If it is not fit for that purpose, then the goods are not merchantable. If the goods are not merchantable, what the buyer can do? Come on, the buyer can cancel the contract. Buyer can come on, cancel the contract. Now say for example, you buy a water bottle. Why do you buy a water bottle? To store water. கரெக்டாப்பா. இப்போ அதில் நீ வாட்டரை ஊற்றி வைக்கிற, மேலே ஊற்றினோடனே கீழே அந்த சிவபெருமானுக்கு தலையில் சொட்டுமே அந்த மாதிரி சொட்டிகிட்டே இருக்கு. அப்போ இது merchantable, இது not merchantable, not merchantable. அப்போ you basically understood what is meant by merchantable. No. Quality or fitness is different from merchantability, where the goods are fit for the regular purpose, popular purpose, but you are going to use the goods for some other purpose. Come on, you are going to use the goods, come on, for some other purpose. A purpose different from the popular purpose. You are going to use the goods for that particular purpose. Now the seller is responsible, seller is not responsible. Seller is not responsible. Come on, seller is responsible, seller is not responsible. Not responsible. For example, Even in the rocket launching, etc. is happening now. Anga time is very, very important. But they will use some clocks which are very advanced than our normal clock. இப்போ நார்மல் கிளாக்கை கொண்டு வந்து அங்கே டைமரை செட் பண்ணிட்டு என்ன இது ஒழுங்காகவே வேலை செய்யல 2 seconds லேப்ஸ் வருது அப்படின்னா இதில் அதுக்கு யூ ஷுட் யூஸ் சம் ஸ்பெஷல் கிளாக். அப்போ குவாலிட்டி ஆர் ஃபிட்னஸ்னா வேர் எவ்ரிபடி ஆர் யூசிங் தி கூட்ஸ் ஃபார் அ பர்டிகுலர் பர்பஸ், பட் யூ ஆர் கோயிங் டு யூஸ் தி கூட்ஸ் ஃபார் அ டிஃபரெண்ட் பர்பஸ். தென் த செல்லர் இஸ் நாட் ரெஸ்பான்சிபிள் unless the buyer discloses the purpose to the seller. Come on, the buyer discloses the purpose to the seller. The seller regularly deals in those goods and the buyer relies on the skill of the seller. Come on, the buyer relies on the skill of the seller. For example, you want a racing bike. Why do people buy bike? Why do people buy bike? People buy bike only to ride, not to race. Somebody buys bike to race, appa. அதான் ஆர்டினரி ப்ரூடன்ஸ் தானே. சரி, பீப்புள் பை பைக்கு எதுக்கு? டு ரைட். பட் யூ வாண்ட் டு பை அ பைக் டு பி யூஸ்ட் இன் ரேசிங் ட்ராக். யூ வாண்ட் டு பை அ பைக் டு பி யூஸ்ட் இன் ரேசிங் ட்ராக். ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணோடனே இன் ஃப்ராக்ஷன் ஆஃப் தி செகண்ட் இட் வில் கோ ஃப்ரம் 0 to 40-50. இன் நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒரு 2 secondsக்குள்ள இட் வில் டச் 140. அதுக்கப்புறம் அது 140லேருந்து மேலே அது 180, 200 அந்த மாதிரி இருக்கும். நீ போய் ரேசிங் பைக் தான் வாங்கணும் உனக்கு. யூ கோ டு தி ஷாப் கீப்பர் அண்ட் யூ டெல் ஐ வாண்ட் அ பைக். ஹீ இஸ் கிவிங் யூ இன் த ஹீரோ ஸ்ப்ளெண்டர். அது 80 தொடணும்னா இட் வில் டேக் மினிமம் ஒரு 3 minutes. அது 120க்கு மேலே போச்சுன்னா பின்னாடி ஹோமம் நடந்துட்டு இருக்கும், புகையா வரும். 140 எல்லாம் போச்சுன்னா இன்ஜின் தனியா, வீல் தனியா, ஒன்னொன்னு ஒரு பாகம் தனித்தனியா ஓடும். You buy a bike, you tell the seller I want a bike, he is giving you a splendor bike. 2 நாள் கழிச்சு கையில எல்லாம் கட்டு போட்டுன்னு போறேன். ரேசிங் ட்ராக்ல பின்னாடி வந்து நான் எவ்வளவு அவமானப்பட்டான் தெரியுமா? Hey, you bought it for the purpose of racing. Yes. This is not serving my purpose. I would like to cancel the contract. You can cancel. I cannot cancel. ஒரு கன்னி பேக்ல எல்லாத்தையும் போட்டுன்னு வரேன். எனக்கு வேண்டாம் இது. I would like to cancel the contract. Yes or no? You can cancel. I cannot cancel. I cannot cancel. Why? Because you are using the bike for a different purpose other than the common purpose. Now, if you go to the seller and you tell the purpose to the seller, sir, I want a bike which can be used for racing. From 0 to 3 seconds, it should touch 80. In next or 10 seconds, it should touch 140. Abdin, you go and tell seller, oh, super. Seller is an expert, regularly deals in this motor vehicles. Oh, super, he is giving you hero bike. Now seller is liable, seller is not liable, liable, because the buyer had disclosed the purpose to the seller. But you need not disclose the purpose if the goods are going to be used only for one purpose. You are buying an air conditioner and you tell the seller, do you know why I am buying this air conditioner? Cool air should come. Will cool air come from this air conditioner? He will tell, get lost, bloody, I don't enter into agreement with unsound mind. ஏசி வாங்கிட்டு ஜில் ஜில்னு காத்து வருமானு வேற கேட்கறது. அப்போ வேர் இஃப் தி கூட்ஸ் ஆர் ஹேவிங் ஒன்லி ஒன் பர்பஸ், யூ நீட் நாட் டிஸ்க்ளோஸ் த பர்பஸ். யூ நீட் நாட் டிஸ்க்ளோஸ் த பர்பஸ். ஃப்ரிட்ஜ் வாங்கிட்டு சார் உள்ள கூலா இருக்குமா, வேணா உட்காந்து பாரு 2 நாள். அப்போ வேர் இஃப் தி கூட்ஸ் குட் பி யூஸ் ஃபார் ஒன்லி ஒன் பர்பஸ், then this implied condition as to quality or fitness, you need not tell the purpose. About when will this quality or fitness apply? Generally, the seller is not responsible when the buyer is going to use it for some different purpose. Only when the buyer is going to use for dash purpose, general purpose, the seller is responsible. Appo merchantability ki da seller is responsible, not for the quality or fitness. There is no implied condition as to, come on, quality or fitness. However, if the buyer discloses the purpose to the seller, and the seller regularly deals in them, அப்படின்னா சும்மா போற போக்குல he is not dealing in that. Regularly he is a professional dealing in that goods, and the buyer relies on the seller's skill. Now the seller is responsible. அப்படின்னா you go to the seller and you tell, I want a bike which can be used for the purpose of racing. Seller gives you some TVS XL bike. Now can you sue the seller? Yes. And This implied condition as to merchantability, quality, or fitness. I will ask you one question. You can keep this in mind, this example in mind to apply for both the concepts. You see the advertisement. You drink our health drink. Grow taller, stronger, sharper. ஏதோ something is coming no pa. அதை பார்த்துட்டு நீ ஓ பாரு இதை வந்து 3 months if I drink I will also become taller. அதுக்கப்புறம் சொல்ற brain will become sharper. நான் இதை குடிச்சே சி எக்ஸாம் பாஸ் பண்ணிடுறேன்னு சொல்லி you go to the shop, you buy that. கார்த்தால மத்தியானம் சாயந்தரம் in liquid form, solid form you are consuming that. Nothing is happening. In another 2 months sugar only will come. Now you go to the seller. Medical shop person is there selling that product. You can, அண்ணா நான் 2 months முன்னாடி வந்தேன் அப்பவும் எம்பிஎம்பி தான் பார்த்தேன். இப்போ 2 monthsக்கு அப்புறமா வரேன், இப்பவும் எம்பிஎம்பி தான் பார்க்குறேன். ஆனால் உங்ககிட்ட 20 பாக்கெட் வாங்கிட்டேன் இந்த கேப்பில். இதை சாப்பிட்டு எந்த இம்ப்ரூவ்மெண்ட்டும் எனக்கு இல்லை. ஐ வுட் லைக் டு சூ யூ அப்படின்னு யூ ஆர் சூயிங் த மெடிக்கல் ஷாப் பர்சன். பாசிபிளா நாட் பாசிபிளா? நாட் பாசிபிள். Because you are relaying the brand name. Come on, you are relaying the brand. அப்போ இந்த brand name க்கு quality or fitness condition will not apply for the immediate seller. It will apply only to the brand. Maybe you can sue the brand. Come on, you can sue the brand, but not the immediate seller. But it should be merchantable. You buy this pocket and the health drink pocket. You come, you amma shakes it. Pata, there is a big stone inside. You know, all these health drinks, etc., all these powdered things, if it is not properly sealed, immediately it become like a stone. Open பண்ணி பார்த்தா உள்ளுக்குள்ள தூள் தூளா இருக்குன்னு பார்த்தா மொத்தமா ஒரே ஒரு கட்டியா இருக்கு. Now can you go to the seller and can you return this back to the seller? Yes, because this is not merchantable. அப்போ merchantability you need not look out for the brand name, trade name and all. அப்போ merchantability this concept merchantability is applicable even when you are buying the goods under brand name and trade name. But condition as to quality or fitness is not applicable when you are buying the goods under brand name or trade name. So these are the 7 implied conditions, my dear friend. What are all the 7 implied conditions? Come on, condition as to title, sale by sample, sale by description, sale by sample and description, condition as to wholesomeness. In the inju romba easy. Next the mukkiyam merchantability. First question you should ask is, are the goods fit for the regular purpose, common purpose? Suppose if the question is telling something like, the buyer asked the seller, I need this measurement for this purpose, general la வைக்கிறதுக்கு வேணும், மாடியில வைக்கிறதுக்கு வேணும், மொட்டை மாடியில வைக்கிறதுக்கு வேணும், பூமி கடியில வைக்கிறதுக்கு வேணும், இப்படி எல்லாம் ஏதாவது சொல்லினாலே you should understand that he is testing about dash. Quality or fitness. If the buyer has got any specific purpose, the buyer should disclose the purpose to the seller, and the seller should be a person who regularly deals in those goods. Then the condition as to dash will apply, quality or fitness. Then 3 implied warranties are there. Warranty as to quiet possession. Very simple concept. Sale of goods actually, the main objective under SOGA is transfer of dash ownership. Incidental is transfer of possession. அப்ப அதனால தான் condition as to title is a condition. Possession is a warranty. அப்போ when title is not getting transferred, you can cancel the contract. If possession is not getting transferred, you can only claim for damages. Then the goods should be free from encumbrance. அதாவது there should be no loan against the goods. What is meant by free from encumbrance? There should be no loan against the goods. And the goods which the previous buyer should not have taken any loan. Adhe mari, the seller should disclose the dangerous nature of the goods. If the goods are having any dangerous nature, come on, if the goods are having any dangerous nature, the seller should disclose the dangerous nature of the goods. To whom? Buyer. So 3 implied warranties. Warranty as to quiet possession, free from encumbrance, and to disclose the dangerous nature. Then you all know that there is a concept called as doctrine of caveat emptor. Caveat emptor says who should be careful? Buyer. But this doctrine will not apply in certain cases where in a latent defect, where there is a misrepresentation in all the above implied conditions, doctrine of caveat emptor will not apply. And I have already discussed this. Breach of condition as a breach of warranty. When breach of condition can be treated as a breach of warranty? When the buyer elects to treat so, when the buyer elects to treat the breach of condition as a breach of warranty. Number two, if restoration is not possible, or if it is excused by law, if law says treat the breach of condition as a breach of warranty, then also breach of condition can be treated as a breach of warranty. So almost no, all these questions are a direct application of what we have discussed here. You can try these questions, right? So sale of goods act comes to an end. Thank you, my dear friends. Just a moment. Yeah.